on national security and criminal activity. Now, the legal challenge brought by the Republican AGs allege that government officials went too far in efforts to encourage social media companies to address posts they worried could contribute to vaccine hesitancy or upend elections. In a statement, Louisiana AG Jeff Landry called the ruling historic and said that it prevents the Biden administration from censoring ordinary Americans on social media.
It's such an interesting turn of events, but now at this stage, what, if anything, can the Biden administration do about the ruling?
Well, Vanita, a White House official told NBC News that the Justice Department was reviewing the order and will evaluate its options. It's worth noting that this was not the final ruling in the lawsuit, but this preliminary injunction implies that Judge Doty will likely side with the plaintiffs when all is said and done. In his ruling, Doty, a Trump-appointed judge, compared the government's actions during the COVID-19 pandemic to Orwellian Ministry of Truth before saying that the plaintiffs presented substantial evidence for their claims of censorship. Back to you.
Some precedent-setting potential here. Bree, thank you.
The Israeli Air Force has struck the Gaza Strip after Palestinian militants fired rockets toward an Israeli town. There are no reports of injuries on either side right now, but earlier in the day, a Palestinian man did injure 9 people in a car ramming and stabbing attack in Tel Aviv. The militant group Hamas claimed the attack as revenge for a deadly raid in the West Bank. Let's go live now to Megan Fitzgerald, who is following this story for us. Megan, good morning. Obviously, a lot of moving parts here, but what's the latest that we know right now?
Yeah, Jessica, good morning. I mean, what we continue to see and have been seeing for some time now are these retaliatory attacks, this back and forth, which just only escalates the violence. Now, the latest, as you mentioned, explosions were seen in Gaza. The Israeli military claiming responsibility, saying that they launched attacks on these underground military depots of Hamas. Now, of course, that was in retaliation for what we saw even earlier this morning when Hamas claimed responsibility for launching rockets from Gaza into Israel, though Israel said that they were able to intercept those rockets. Yesterday, as you mentioned, we saw a Palestinian militant ramming his vehicle into a crowded bus stop in Tel Aviv, injuring at least 9 people, including a pregnant woman who reportedly lost her child. It was a nearby citizen that was able to shoot and kill that Palestinian militant, and Hamas, again, claiming responsibility, praising that attack. And that was in retaliation of what we've been seeing over the last several days. We've seen this 2-day military operation by the Israeli military where they went into the occupied West Bank, into the Jenin refugee camp, which is occupied by Palestinians, and they conducted this raid where we saw hundreds of troops on the ground. We saw air defense in the air launching these attacks as well. They said the mission was to go after Palestinian militant weapons, and we heard from the Palestinian the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying this is not a one-off. This, of course, was the largest operation that we have seen in 2 decades as the violence in this region only escalates. Guys.
And, of course, the fear that there is more to come. All right, Megan, thank you.
Lifeguards along New York's Long Island beaches are on high alert following a string of suspected shark attacks. And in Florida, a large shark was spotted near swimmers. Stephanie Gosk looks at the danger lurking in the water.
Some nervous moments on Long Island. Lifeguards whistling people out of the water.
A few minutes ago, we had 2 sharks spotted off of field number 4, which is just to our east.
In just 2 days, there have been 5 suspected shark attacks off of New York beaches. 3 people bitten with non-life-threatening lacerations. On Monday, a 15-year-old girl was bitten on the leg.
We heard a whistle blow around about 6 o'clock, screaming everyone to get out.
4 miles away, a shark attacked a teenage surfer, leaving bite marks on his left foot. Drones spotted dozens of sharks, delaying the start of the beach day. When the all-clear was given, people were back in the water.
What's your message to people if they see green flags here on the beach?
It is safe to swim in green flags. The lifeguards, the New York State Park Police, the New York State Park staff, We're watching over these beaches more than we ever have.
The Greenwoods putting their faith in the warning system.
I grew up working at Jones Beach, which is a little bit west from here, and I seriously think we have the best lifeguards in the world.
Unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. Last year, there were only 41 in the U.S. Florida had the most with 16. 3 more last week, and this chilling scene in Pensacola, a large shark lurking in the water as swimmers scrambled to get back on the beach.
Shark experts say swim with a friend and stay close to shore, but don't let the shark sighting spoil the fun. The sharks really don't want anything to do with us. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you.
One person was killed when a small plane crashed in Riverside County, California, just east of Los Angeles. The 3 survivors are in the hospital right now. This crash is being investigated by both the NTSB and the FAA.
For many this 4th of July, the skies lighting up was not just from fireworks. Officials in Colorado asked people at holiday celebrations to take shelter as severe storms hit, bringing damaging hail and some really strong winds. Thunderstorms also slammed New York, delaying the iconic Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Officials say 2 people were taken to the hospital after a lightning strike in Coney Island.
And the next day after 4th of July, you'll still want to keep your eye on the sky if you're traveling. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking more severe storms, this time brewing in the middle of the country. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride for many in the Central Plains to the Midwest. We're looking at the chance for strong to severe storms. That could include damaging winds, some hail, also the chance of a few tornadoes. Radar showing us where we're seeing the storms right now, right in the middle of the country. And where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're seeing some really heavy downpours. So that will be part of the story, too. It's all due to this cold front that's moving very slowly. We're going to see scattered storms along and east of the Rockies, and then those really summer-like storms along the Gulf Coast states into the southeast, where we could see some heavy downpours there as well. So the bullseye for the severe weather today, we're looking at 29 million at risk. Where you see the yellow, especially Chicago, St. Louis, Tulsa, Amarillo, we could see some strong storms as we go throughout this afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's another hot one in the south. Not quite as hot as we were last week, but still upper 90s, 97 in Dallas, 99 in San Angelo, and very summer-like too in the northeast. Could see some storms in D.C., 91 there, 89 in Columbus, 91 in Chicago. All right, it's stormy in spots, steamy in other spots. We'll take a look at Wednesday's forecast in just a bit.
All right, we're looking forward to it. Michelle, thank you. The MLB celebrated Independence Day with coast-to-coast games, and one rookie set off some fireworks of his own.
And Alvarez launches one deep left center. Forget that. That is way out of here. Oh, wow. A monstrous home.
That was a 467-foot home run that came off the bat of Francisco Alvarez. That 2-run blast lifted the Mets over the Diamondbacks 6-4.
Still to come, the amazing rescue of a woman who was stuck in the mud. We're back in 1 minute.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Do the summertime.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Leading the news this morning, UPS and the Teamsters have just hours to prevent a strike. The deadline for the two parties to reach an agreement on a new contract was extended earlier this week until today at 8 a.m. Now, the union tweeted Tuesday night that their representatives were working through the holiday to negotiate on economic issues, including wage increases for the 340,000 UPS employees that they represent. Workers could strike on August 1st if a deal is not made.
Ooh, that will affect a lot of us. All right, an urgent search is underway for a missing hiker at Yosemite National Park. Hayden Klemenek was backpacking with a group of people when he went into Chilnuala Creek Sunday afternoon. He's not been seen since. He was wearing a red shirt and blue swimming trunks. Anyone who has seen him is urged to contact Yosemite National Park Dispatch. Any information may help narrow the search.
A missing woman in Massachusetts was found after being stuck in the mud for at least 3 days. Abby Nazgoda from our NBC station in Boston has the details on this miraculous rescue.
It's miraculous that they found her because we were not very hopeful.
The parents of Emma Tatuski still can't believe it, that their daughter is alive.
There's so many times that this type of story ends sadly.
They don't want their faces shown on camera, but their daughter's face has been everywhere since they first reported her missing a week ago.
They kept searching and researching.
And on Monday night, that search led here to Borderland State Park in Easton, where two hikers heard someone screaming for help stuck in the swamp. It was Emma.
It was traumatic to be stuck in the mud for as long as she was, and she must have heard the hikers. They couldn't get to her, and she called out for help, and she said, "I need help."
This photo showing some of the first responders who rescued her in the swamp after the hikers called 911. She is severely dehydrated, but expected to be okay.
I'm proud that people were able to find her. I'm sorry it took so long.
The rescue, the talk of the trail Tuesday. Police believe she was stuck here for at least 3 days.
Yeah, she definitely had someone looking out for her.
While she spends the 4th recovering at Good Samaritan Hospital, her parents are grateful to everyone who helped find their daughter.
She is her own beautiful soul as usual, and we can't be more thankful than we are.
And our thanks to Abby for sharing that story.
Still to come, Joey Chestnut was chomping at the bits to defend his hot dog eating crown. So just how many Franks did he eat?
And down in Key West, they celebrated the 4th with a sweeter challenge. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
With 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes for his 16th win, I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut.
Oh, stormy weather couldn't rain on Joey Chestnut's parade at this year's Nathan's hot dog eating contest. After intense rain delayed the men's event, Joey Jaws Chestnut took home his 16th mustard belt and 8th in a row after devouring 62 franks and buns in just 10 minutes. Coming into the Coney Island competitor as the favorite for the women's division, Miko Sudo earned her 9th win. She defended her title with 39.5 hot dogs and buns. And in case you're curious, the prize, we were all curious here, is about $10,000 for Joey Chestnut.
Not worth it for me, but that's why I'm not famous, and he is probably. And there were some other big appetites in Florida. Key West hosting its annual key lime pie eating contest. 38-year-old Joshua Mogul from Iowa finished the state's official pie in 3 minutes and 35 seconds, ousting 24 other eaters to take the crown. The catch here, contestants have to clean their plate without using their hands. The Independence Day contest is the finale event for the Florida's Key Lime Festival. All right, I don't know if I could do that either. The key lime's delicious, but I don't think that I could just shove my face in it.
I'm okay with both. All right, other celebrations kicked off from coast to coast, marking the country's 247th birthday. New York City hosted one of the world's largest fireworks displays, with Macy's 47th 4th of July Spectacular taking off on the East River. I love looking at that. There were some unconventional festivities, too. A boombox caravan paraded in Connecticut, a tradition since 1986 when the town of Willimantic didn't have a marching band. And a brigade of lawnmowers revved up the fun in Wilmore, Kentucky. Performers marched and showed off with choreography during the over 30-year tradition. Now, that is something I've never seen before.
That looks like a lot of fun, though. Good for them. And in Wisconsin, the Dancing Grannies honored both independence and remembrance. Spectators along the route cheered on the grannies as they performed during the Waukesha July 4th parade. 4 members of the group were killed in the 2021 Christmas parade tragedy. The city rallied around the troop, declaring July 3rd Dancing Grannies Day. Nice to see them carrying on that tradition in their friends' memory.
It is going to keep them young also. Well, the West is in for some triple-digit temps today. Michelle is tracking it all after the break.
And a little later, we slice through the cheap flatbreads and tell you who has the best pizza in the country.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We continue to sizzle in the west. We're looking at well above average temperatures, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, soaring into the triple digits. That's in the southwest. We do have an excessive heat warning in that hot pink. That includes Tucson, also Phoenix. The Pacific Northwest, you're going to be well above average too in Portland and Medford. And notice in parts of the southeast Florida, you have some above average temperatures as well. So 20 million people impacted by heat alert today. And we could break some records. Look at Medford, 102 expected for today, 109 in Tucson, 107 in El Paso, and really warm too, near 100 degrees in Jacksonville, Tampa, also Key West. So we are sizzling in parts of the west, the southeast. We're summer-like too. In the northeast, we're going to be near 91 degrees in D.C. Could see a couple showers. And in the middle of the country, we're watching the chance for severe storms in the Central Plains all the way to the Midwest. Back to you both.
Thanks, Michelle. And still to come, the life-changing day for U.S. military members who finally became American citizens.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner is everything.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Independence Day had a whole new meaning for 50 new Americans. All were members of the armed forces long before becoming citizens. From our San Diego station, Joe Little has the moment that changed their lives forever.
It's the soundtrack on a day like this. When flags wave,
this great nation of ours,
colonels give speeches, and people like Genesis Duran stand for 2 minutes to change her life. John Kururunga's life, Jessica Mark's life. All their lives will change forever.
I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely
I actually can't believe it's happening.
Lance Corporal Genesis Duran and 49 others already volunteered to join the Marines and Navy, even though this isn't where they were born.
I'm from the Dominican Republic.
I'm from the Republic of Rwanda.
I'm from Haiti.
Yet they chose to defend the U.S. and the armed forces. And now a 2-minute oath to defend her as citizens.
Serving in the U.S. Navy and getting your citizenship means a lot. I feel really happy, very excited, because I've always wanted to be part of this country.
That I will support and defend. The Constitution and laws of the United States of America. The Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
It means a lot. It means a lot that I can't describe. Joy, I think, pride.
I'm very thrilled and happy.
Thrilled and happy.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations.
It's a 2-minute oath for their new home, a new beginning in a country they've already sworn to defend.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be American.
Our thanks to Joe Little for that report and a reminder how lucky we all are.
Beautiful story. Well, New York City has the best pizza in the entire country for the second year in a row. Una Pizza Napolitana on the Lower East Side took the top spot, crowned by the Italy-based ranking site 50 Top Pizza, which is well known as a guide to the best pizzerias in the world. Now, the criteria here is said to be based on the quality of the dough and the ingredients used for toppings, including service quality, wine and beverage offerings, and overall customer experience. I've heard that so much. It's all about the dough. Want to go there for lunch?
No, for me, it's all about the sauce. The sauce has to be done right. But I've learned this is such a loaded question in New York. I don't even answer it. What's the best pizza?
You'll get in so much trouble. You'll get in so much trouble.
All right, we want to thank you for watching early today. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. Fireworks and gunfire, another violent night in America. New details from Philly as Fort Worth, Texas mourns 3 killed during a 4th of July celebration.
An eye in the sky. Police in California are adding drones to the force. They say it's safer for cops and civilians. Hear why critics worry it's a slippery slope.
We are less than 4 hours away now from a strike that could halt deliveries nationwide. UPS workers ready to walk off the job. The delayed deadline is a sign of hope, but can they deliver a deal?
Absolutely eligible. That is what the CEO of the Grammy Awards has to say about AI technology, how machine-generated music could start impacting the awards.
From the tech of the future to pioneers of the past, the first woman to enter space memorialized just north of Hollywood's stars. It is Wednesday, July 5th, and Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Layton. We are learning more this morning about the deadly attack on a Philadelphia neighborhood. Police say a 40-year-old suspect who was wearing a ski mask and a bulletproof vest fired more than 50 rounds, shooting aimlessly at people on the street. Now, twin toddlers were hurt while sitting in a car with their mother. 5 people were killed, including 15-year-old DeJuan Brown. His mother says he was trying to help an injured friend after the gunfire rang out.
There was no way you could meet DeJuan, have a conversation with him, and not fall in love with him. He lost his life trying to, doing a selfless act.
Hours after that rampage on Monday, 3 people were killed in a shooting in Fort Worth, Texas. 8 more were injured. Police believe several men fired into a gathering, but no suspects have been identified.
Police departments are now turning to new tech to stop crime. Drone patrols over Southern California are helping catch criminals. But as Ken Delanian reports, some critics worry all that access could compromise privacy.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
A federal judge spent Independence Day rolling back some freedoms between the White House and the country's biggest tech companies. It follows accusations of censorship from Republican officials. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. So, Bree, first lay out what the ruling means for the federal government.
Good morning, Jessica. So on Tuesday, federal judge Terry Doty issued an injunction in a case brought by Republican attorneys general from Louisiana and Missouri. The ruling restricts some federal agencies and Biden administration officials from meeting and communicating with social media companies to moderate their content. A number of key government departments were affected by this injunction, most notably Justice, State, HHS, and the CDC. The judge did make some exceptions for communications when it comes to issues of national security and criminal activity. The legal challenge brought by the Republican AGs alleged that government officials went too far in efforts to encourage social media companies to address posts they worried could contribute to vaccine hesitancy or upend elections. In a statement, Louisiana AG Jeff Landry called the ruling historic and said that it prevents the Biden administration from censoring ordinary Americans on social media.
And Bree, does the Biden administration have any recourse when it comes to the ruling?
So a White House official told NBC News that the Justice Department was reviewing the order and will evaluate its options. It's worth noting that this was not the final ruling in the lawsuit, but this preliminary injunction implies that Judge Doty will likely side with the plaintiffs when all is said and done. In his ruling, Doty, a Trump-appointed judge, compared the government's actions during the COVID-19 pandemic to an Orwellian ministry of truth before saying that the plaintiffs presented substantial evidence for their claims of censorship. Jessica.
So, Bree, to be continued. Bree, thank you.
The Israeli Air Force has struck the Gaza Strip after Palestinian militants fired rockets toward an Israeli town. There are no reports of injuries on either side, but earlier in the day, a Palestinian man injured 9 people in a car ramming and stabbing attack in Tel Aviv. The militant group Hamas claimed the attack as revenge for a deadly raid in the West Bank. Let's go live now to Megan Fitzgerald, who is following this story for us. Good morning to you, Megan. What do we know about the story right now?
Bonita, good morning to you. I mean, what we continue to see, and we have for some time now, is just this escalation of violence, this retaliatory attacks. The latest is that there were some explosions seen in Gaza, the Israeli military claiming responsibility, saying that they launched attacks on these underground military facilities for Hamas. That was in retaliation for what we saw earlier this morning when Hamas claimed responsibility for launching 5 rockets into Israel, though Israeli forces say that they were able to intercept those missiles that were shot, those rockets. But then, of course, as you mentioned yesterday, we saw a Palestinian militant driving his vehicle into a crowded bus stop in Tel Aviv, wounding at least 9 people, including a pregnant woman who reportedly lost her baby until a bystander shot and killed that 20-year-old suspect. That was praised by Hamas, saying it was in retaliation for this 2-day military operation by the Israeli military into the occupied West Bank in this Jenin refugee camp that is Palestinian occupied. And I mean, this is a large-scale operation. We haven't seen anything like this in 2 decades. Hundreds of troops on the ground. There was air support in the air, firing down below. The mission here was to try and seize weapons from Palestinian militants inside this camp. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, saying this is not a one-off. This was an operation that killed at least 13 people, including an Israeli soldier. So again, we continue to see the violence in this region showing no signs of slowing.
Some really disturbing images in that tit for tat this morning. Megan, thank you.
In the state where America declared its independence from Britain, factory workers are now helping Ukraine in its battle for freedom from Russia. Here's Jesse Kirsch.
In the middle of its bloody offensive, Ukraine's success relies in part on a very different front line. This one, more than 5,000 miles away in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
We are producing, thousands of rounds more a month than we were this time last year.
Inside this U.S. Army ammunition plant, contractor General Dynamics produces 155mm artillery shells, eventually becoming some of the very firepower crucial to Ukraine's fight against Russia. In late May, NBC News was granted access to the plant, one of the locations helping make 24,000 rounds each month.
I can feel that heat from back here. The Army says this is a 2,000-degree furnace, essentially turning steel into Play-Doh.
American steel sculpted, inspected, and sent off to be armed with explosives. Part of what the Pentagon says is an urgent ramp-up.
The Army won't tell us exactly how many are going to Ukraine. The Army says that's because of security concerns. But even if every one of these shells went to Ukraine, that may still not be enough.
Some in the Scranton community grateful for the city's role in the Ukrainian war effort.
The pride is just huge.
Yeah, I think Ukraine should get as much ammunition as they can.
But figuring out how to send so much firepower to Ukraine also raises concerns about America running out of ammunition. Seth Jones studies military operations.
If the United States went to war today, would this country be ready for the fight?
The United States went to war today, it would have enough weapons in some cases for a short war. It would not have sufficient weapons, munitions for a protracted war, and that is the problem.
The Pentagon told NBC News it was meeting the needs of Ukrainian forces while ensuring our inventories are replenished. But amid tensions with Russia and China, the Army says right now it's experiencing its fastest conventional ammunition ramp-up since the Korean War. A race to help those on the battlefield today and possibly tomorrow. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
And now to some tragic reminders of just how dangerous fireworks can be. 1 person was killed and 9 more were hurt in a fireworks explosion in Michigan. A 43-year-old woman from Holland was found unresponsive when first responders arrived. And 1 person was also killed in Texas when police say something went wrong as fireworks were being prepared for an event on a farm. 4 other people were hurt. Both of these explosions are now under investigation.
Monday was the hottest day ever recorded on Earth. Now, that's according to analysis by the University of Maine. Researchers found the area above the planet's surface reached a global average of over 62 degrees. Climate scientists believe this is because of a combination of climate change and also the El Nino weather pattern, which causes parts of the U.S. and Canada to be warmer and drier. The effect could continue for the next month and a half.
Well, from those hot days to severe weather, which could spell trouble for travelers. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storms. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at bumpy travel throughout the middle of the country, at least the Central Plains to the Midwest, parts of the Rockies. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms there. Looking at rain this morning, some stormy weather in portions of the Central Plains from Kansas into Missouri. Also looking at the chance for some summer-like thunderstorms in the southeast today. But the bullseye for the severe storms, 29 million at risk from Chicago to St. Louis, Tulsa to Amarillo. We could see winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, even the chance of a few tornadoes, and could see some flash flooding as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, summer-like in the south, temperatures in the 90s near the 100-degree mark in San Angelo. It's hot, too, in Dallas today, 97 with lots of sunshine. We're going to be dry throughout most of the Northeast, temperatures soaring into the 90s, 91 in Syracuse. All right, guys, it's steamy in spots, it's stormy in spots, it's soggy in other spots. We'll talk more about the Wednesday forecast coming up.
A little bit of everything. Thank you, Michelle. Still to come on Early Today, what Gen Z defines as the American dream.
And the latest on the talks between UPS and its workers just hours before their deadline to agree on a new contract.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. Who says getting rich is the American dream? According to a new small business survey, Americans are now shifting their expectations. 54% of respondents defined it as feeling happy in life, while 49% said it involved freedom to follow your passion. Money was still a drive in the survey, with 56% saying they want to make enough money to live comfortably. And while historically it's been a marker of success, owning a home was the fourth most popular answer at 45%.
For some, the American dream means traveling, and as the summer travel season heats up, many hopeful Globetrotters are starting to sweat over passport application delays. The backlog that began with the COVID-19 pandemic has only gotten worse. According to the State Department's website, wait times for expedited passport renewals are now 7 to 9 weeks. Routine renewals are up to 13 weeks. If you still have not gotten your passport within 5 days of planned international travel, you can call the National Passport Information Center and go make an in-person appointment at a passport agency.
UPS and the Teamsters have just hours to prevent a strike. The deadline for the two parties to reach an agreement on their new contract was extended earlier this week until today at 8 a.m. The union tweeted Tuesday night that their representatives were working through the holiday to negotiate on economic issues, including wage increases for the 340,000 UPS employees they represent. Workers could strike on August 1st if a deal is not made.
Still to come here, the CEO of the Grammys weighs in on artificial intelligence, the new protocols for songs made with AI.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Diamonds in my eyes. I polish up real nice.
Taylor Swift sure does have diamonds in her eyes. Her Eras tour is poised to be the first ever to hit over $1 billion. While tour numbers haven't been reported yet, Billboard estimated it could gross $590 million with 52 dates. But with her newly announced extended run to 106 shows, it could pull in well over $1 billion from tickets, merchandise, and sponsorships. Now, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, and U2 currently hold all the top spots for highest earning tours, but all are still under that $1 billion mark. So the opposite of a cruel summer for Taylor Swift.
From record-breaking concerts to fans breaking concert etiquette as more stars react to the recent string of strange audience behavior. Bebe Rexha, who was sent to the hospital last month after a fan threw a phone at her face while she was performing, was seen wearing protective goggles at a recent concert. Meanwhile, Adele addressed the concerns involving concertgoers at her Las Vegas residency. Fans are also taking to social media after incidents at concerts from Ava Max, Kelsey Ballerini, Lil Nas X, and Pink.
Moving on now to some Grammy news. Meanwhile, the Recording Academy is addressing the changing industry as music created by AI could win a Grammy. Harvey Mason, that's the CEO and president of the Recording Academy, told the Associated Press that music made by or containing AI elements will be eligible for a nomination. While the Academy came out with new guidelines requiring human involvement for consideration, Mason confirmed AI wouldn't be barred, but that humans behind the music would be the ones receiving that trophy.
I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from the artists themselves.
Absolutely. It's a brand new ruling.
After the break, Michelle's got an eye on your sweltering heat this summer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We are still sizzling in the west. Temperatures above normal for this time of year, well above normal. Record-breaking territory, too. We're looking at heat alerts in the Pacific Northwest, also the Southwest. We're going to see temperatures into the triple digits, 102 in Medford and 109 in Tucson. We'll be right back.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that again.
So much work to be done here still.
As 4th of July celebrations happened all over the country, a special ceremony took place in California to honor a trailblazer. A statue of Sally Ride, that's the first U.S. woman in space, was unveiled outside the Ronald Reagan Library. Erin McLaughlin has more on that special moment.
This Independence Day, there's a new addition to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, a gold celebration of another 80s icon from California.
The United States sending a woman into space was a very important event for at least 53% of the population, and I'm very proud of that.
In 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman and the first acknowledged gay astronaut to travel to space, although her sexuality was not made public until after her death in July of 2012.
She's a Valley girl at heart.
Yeah, spot on.
I know, right?
A replica of Sally now overlooks California's Simi Valley.
Oh, wow.
Her niece Kate joined us for a sneak peek.
I want the world to see what she represents, which is equality and inclusion.
Sally Ride's legacy, motivating girls and young women to pursue careers in science and technology, living on in her namesake school in Los Angeles.
She was the first woman who went to space, and she was brave.
It's pretty cool because mostly boys go to the space.
She inspired me by going to space because I want to be an astronaut, but I really want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, and she paved the way for that.
Yeah.
To see that the impact is remaining, it fills my heart. A famous quote of hers is, "You can't be what you can't see. You can become whatever you want to become. Whatever you see in yourself, go reach for it, challenge yourself, discover what is meant for you, and create a better world because of that."
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Simi Valley, California.
And other big news around here this morning, Al Roker is officially a granddad. His daughter Courtney and her husband Wesley welcomed their first baby. Courtney gave birth Monday to a healthy baby girl and named her Sky Clara Laga. Al Roker reported that his family is doing well, and he, of course, could not be happier. Baby Sky is Al's first grandchild, and he is excited to add his grandpa name, Pop Pop, to his list of titles.
That is wonderful, but I wonder if he knows that really it's the grandchild that picks the name.
It's true, right?
You never know,
say what
Al.
you want to be called. They're going to call you whatever they want.
That's right. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Wednesday.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a steamy summer. This morning, millions of Americans waking up to weather alerts from a severe storm system stretching from Colorado to Illinois to triple-digit temps scorching parts of the West. We're tracking the conditions and what to expect where you live. Also this morning, a crisis of violence. New information about a mass shooting in Philadelphia that claimed the lives of at least 5 people.
These acts were done knowingly and intentionally. Unimaginably disgusting and horrifying.
This just one of several mass shootings in America this week. We'll bring you the latest. Plus, more fallout for Harvard this morning. The Ivy League university now facing a new challenge to its admissions process, this time over its policy on legacy admissions, which critics argue favors white applicants. More on the legal challenge field just days after the Supreme Court ruling to end affirmative action. And ruffled feathers, Twitter is about to face some new competition. What we know about a new app by Meta and how it could change the way you scroll. Interesting stuff there as we see lots of changes at Twitter, changes to the whole space then.
And more social media apps out there.
Oh, there you go.
I need
Remember, we were talking about another
fewer
one.
apps. All right. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being with us. We begin this morning with the extreme weather continuing to sweep the country from coast to coast.
In the Northeast, torrential rains flooded streets, forcing millions to bring their 4th of July celebrations indoors. Lightning was also a major concern, injuring 2 people at Coney Island. Out west, the scorching temperatures are not relenting. Firefighters in Washington are battling a major fire in the western part of that state. A level 3 warning was issued, forcing dozens of residents to evacuate their homes immediately. At least 250 acres have been burned so far. It's not just in the west. In the south, millions remain under heat advisories this morning, prolonging an already record-breaking summer for high temperatures. United Nations officials are now warning it could be here to stay with El Niño's return to the U.S. All this severe weather is having a major impact on travelers who are looking to get home after a long holiday weekend filled with celebrations. All 3 New York City airports brought to a halt yesterday as those storms raged on. Let's get the latest on all these storms and the heat with meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yes, that means it's time for your morning News Now weather forecast. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, some travel home could be a little bit bumpy. We're looking at some road conditions that could be affected also in the air because we are unsettled once again today, watching the chance for severe storms. You can already see some storms on radar at this hour. We're looking at some storms in the middle of the country throughout Kansas, Missouri, and that will be the bullseye as we go throughout the rest of today. But also in the southeast, we're going to see those typical summer-like storms kind of popping up with that daytime heating. So we're going to be watching both those stories throughout the day, in addition to the heat. But we're seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder in portions of the Central Plains, some really heavy downpours too. That is part of the story, especially if you're traveling on the roadways. We're going to see some flooded roadways with these really heavy downpours. So 29 million people at risk for winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, an isolated tornado or 2, especially where you see that yellow coloring. So Chicago, that's a big hub for the airlines. St. Louis, Little Rock, Tulsa, Amarillo, Dodge City, Denver. You could see some strong to severe storms as you head out through this afternoon and evening hours. Now, tomorrow, if you're still traveling, we're looking at that risk through Rapid City, Scottsbluff, Denver, Dodge City. So not moving all that far. We're still talking about the Central Plains, also the Rockies, and really the same scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are possible. Big rainfall amounts, we're looking anywhere from 2 to 3 inches, and we could see 2 inches per hour. So those very summer-like storms that drop a lot of rain in a short amount of times. Notice the Carolinas. We could see a lot of rain there, too. That's where you see those reds, the oranges, the yellows. But along the Gulf Coast states and the southeast, also in portions of the Central Plains, there's your flash flooding risk because we're expecting those heavy downpours extending from Green Bay back through the Rockies and also the southern parts of the Mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas. So the snapshot for today, we're talking about those severe storms, showers and humid in the southeast, the Carolinas, and then more record heat in the Pacific Northwest, also parts of the Southwest. We're looking at 29 million people impacted by heat alerts, whether it's a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. Temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. We're going to see record-breaking territories here once again. So Tucson, Phoenix, you're going to be hot. Portland and Medford, well above normal for this time of year. Look at Medford, 102. The record of 102 could certainly be tied, if not broken. Tucson, we're looking at 109 today. That's hot. 106 in El Paso. And we are hot, too, in the southeast along the Gulf Coast. That's going to help to aid some of the storms as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. So, guys, Tampa today, 96. That could be a record breaker as well. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle. Well, we're learning more about the victims this morning from that mass shooting in Philadelphia over the holiday weekend. 5 people were killed, 2 others injured when police say a man wearing body armor opened fire in a neighborhood Monday night. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest.
The 40-year-old suspect due in court today. A number of charges are expected to be announced, including multiple murder charges, aggravated assault, and weapons charges. Officials say the shooter seemingly targeted victims at random in this Southwest Philadelphia neighborhood. They say the suspect was wearing a ski mask, had tactical gear on, had an AR-15 style rifle and handgun, and went into this neighborhood and frankly just unloaded as many as 50 rounds on people there. Among the injured, 2 twin toddlers, one of them being shot in the leg, the other receiving eye injuries from a result of shattered glass. Today we are also learning more about the 5 victims killed, including a 15-year-old His mother speaking out, emotional, saying she demands justice, she demands accountability. Yesterday during a news conference, Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw calling the shooting abhorrent, but they are still searching for a motive. Investigators back out on the scene, trying to speak with witnesses, trying to find video. And speaking of video, police say a video from a traffic camera, now part of their investigation, that appears to show what may be the gunman in the neighborhood as they opened fire. Again, a lot of details to unlearn about this particular shooting. Yesterday, officials also noting that there was a second suspect that was apprehended at the scene. Officials saying that person was let go, as it does appear at this time that they were shooting at the suspect in what appears to be a case of self-defense. Today, we also expect to learn more about the shooting suspect. A name has been floating through social media, but officials say they will not be releasing it until the suspect is formally charged. So again, that arraignment expected to happen sometime this morning or later today. We'll bring you the details as they become available. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you very much.
Let's take a closer look at this with NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. Clint, good morning. So in this Philly case, police say the suspect wore a bulletproof vest, also had a police scanner with him. Talk to us about the challenges officers face when you're trying to stop a suspect in a shooting like this. What is their strategy?
Yeah, it's so much different than what we would see 20 years ago. You're talking about shooters that are armed even to a greater degree than the actual law enforcement officers. They're wearing body armor, which the law enforcement officers usually are wearing, but sometimes they're not, especially if they're off duty. And then they have the communications of the officers as they're trying to, interdict and apprehend this individual. So it just puts them in a really tough position. At the same point, you're talking about a nighttime shooting, a moving shooting, as you could see just from some of the crime scene here, was over an extended, area of ground. You've got people that are obviously terrified, that are trying to defend themselves. It's such a challenging environment for law enforcement today compared to any other time in our nation's history.
And it wasn't just in Philly. It was really a deadly weekend across the country. Clint, I want to ask you about another shooting that happened. This one was in Fort Worth, Texas, Monday night. 3 people killed there, 8 others injured near a holiday gathering there. We know several victims were found in a parking lot, which is considered a soft target. So for police, what are the challenges they face with a shooting at such a big public gathering like the ones we saw over the 4th of July holiday?
Very consistent in recent years and unfortunate is how do you prepare in terms of your physical security for these sorts of events when you just don't know who the attacker would be? If you're looking at a vulnerability assessment, we can go all the way back to that very tragic Las Vegas shooting a few years ago. These situations are impossible to fully protect 100%. And then add to that, you don't know who the shooter is. When you look at that footage right there and you compare it to Philadelphia, that's 2 very similar scenes, nighttime, large gatherings. In the other place, we've got nighttime in probably a somewhat busy city street. It is very, very difficult for law enforcement if they don't have what we would say threat intelligence. If they don't preemptively know about a shooter, for them to think of every conceivable way or every conceivable target. It's just that difficult right now for law enforcement to stay ahead of these things.
And on that, it is summer. It's a time when people to get together in large events, whether it's outdoor concerts or parades or any sort of events like that. What's the best advice we can all get from you to remain vigilant when we're out and about in public, to stay safe, but also to enjoy some of the things that we want to enjoy this summer?
Well, the NYPD phrase, if you see something, say something, is always, critical in this. Just getting a tip, just a few seconds or minutes of a weird individual. Let's say in the case of Philadelphia, a random person showing up in body armor, walking down the street. Those tips, when reported, are invaluable when a response time of seconds can really result in many lives being saved. So I think, yes, obviously everyone should go and enjoy an event. They should feel good about their law enforcement, which are, very professional. But at the same point, every tip and lead they get, that just saves more and more time in terms of a response where they can get in front of these things before violence happens.
Clint Watts, appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. Turning to the Middle East now, Israel says it has ended its military assault on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank.
As Israeli forces were pulling out of Jenin, militants in Gaza fired a volley of rockets toward Israel, which were all shot down. Israel then responded with airstrikes on Gaza. In Jenin this morning, Palestinians are emerging from their homes to survey the damage and destruction left behind. That's what you're seeing on your screen. At least 12 Palestinians were killed and more than 100 were injured in what Israel described as a counter-terrorism operation. A spokesperson for the UN Office of Humanitarian Affairs raised concerns over the camp's condition.
The airstrike also significantly damaged structures in which people were living, both in the camp and in surrounding areas. Due to damage to infrastructure, most of the Jenin camp is currently without drinking water, and the first initial estimation indicate that most of the camp is also without electricity. Health facilities have also reportedly sustained damage.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Shibli Telhami. He's the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, also author of the book, The One State Reality, What is Israel-Palestine? Dr. Telhami, it's great to have you back with us again. Thank you for joining us. So as we heard there from the UN, there are these large concerns over the humanitarian situation in that camp right now. Obviously, the footage of the area does not look good. There's a lot that needs to happen probably before we even get to cleanup and reconstruction effort as this tension and violence continues. But what does usually happen in a situation like this in terms of who is going to go in there and help?
It's really always a disaster because there's not enough help that goes to those devastated, the civilians who get hurt, most of them, the thousands in this case, and maybe tens of thousands who get affected in general, because the Palestinian Authority, which has some autonomy and supposed to take care of the population there, is nearly bankrupt, is really incapable of addressing the issues that are at hand. And the Israeli Authority, which as an occupying power has a responsibility to protect civilians, obviously has been part of the problem in this particular case, is not going to try to help. A lot of the help will come sometimes from local organizations, NGOs, the municipality, which is also nearly bankrupt, but a lot of the international aid agencies, particularly the UNRWA, which has been an agency that's charged with helping Palestinian refugees over the years. That agency is under strain and might go bankrupt. It started really under the Trump administration when it withdrew the aid from UNRWA and put it on the brink of going out of business. Biden renewed some of that aid to UNRWA, but still it's in a big trouble. So there's, you've got all this devastation. I mean, even aside from dealing with the people who are homeless that you have to house and feed and take care of, you've got the infrastructure that's devastated, the water line, the sewage lines, the electric lines, the roads, the hundreds of homes that could have been affected by this. And so who's going to take care of that? And that's why, of course, you create a new generation of desperate people, young children who are watching all this and rendered homeless again and again. Remember, this is a layer upon layer of humanitarian disaster. The Palestinians are already under a military occupation for 56 years. What does that mean? We only look at it when the gun is fired. Mm-hmm. But when you have a military occupation, the gun is always present even when it's fired. And the whole environment every single day is tragic for people. So yes, I think it's challenging.
Doctor, we know the U.S. is a major ally of Israel, but there's growing criticism over the amount of taxpayer money that's used to fund the Israeli military, which enforces the occupation. What are your thoughts on that? What kind of role should we see from the U.S., do you think?
Well, the United States, of course, has aided Israel no matter what happened. Anyway, aid to Israel, economic aid, the billions of dollars economic aid, the military technology that is given to Israel over anybody else. Obviously, most of the sophisticated arms that Israel has come from the U.S. That has been really independent from what Israel does. The U.S. could be critical of Israeli settlement building, for example, which are considered to be war crimes under international international law, but there's been no tie-in between the aid and what Israel does on the ground. And that's why a lot of people have called, including us in this book that you mentioned, and a recent article that I wrote with colleagues in Foreign Affairs, we call the U.S. as enablers, and because essentially there are no consequences. So the far right in Israel is not going to be affected by words that are, given by a statement from the State Department when, in fact, aid goes as usual.
All right, Dr. Telhami, thanks for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, tomorrow, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is scheduled to begin a major visit to China to meet with senior officials. The visit, which will focus on economic and financial issues, comes less than a month after Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to the country, which you probably remember. Professor Gordon Chang, author of The Coming Collapse of China and The Great U.S. Tech War, joins us now with an in-depth analysis on Secretary Yellen's visit. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us first just what we know about main objectives here. I know that we're not necessarily expecting any major breakthroughs, but what is the purpose for this visit to Beijing?
From the Biden administration, it really is just to reestablish communications with China. Those communications, of course, have been eroded because China has broken off a number of these channels, and the Biden administration wants to put them back together. So they are downplaying expectations of substantive results. This is really talking about talking.
How much do you think this visit, as well as that visit I just referenced a second ago last month from Secretary Blinken, will do anything in terms of resetting the relationship between the U.S. and China? Is there hope for that?
This is really up to China, whether they want to have communications with us or not. And our sending senior officials, I think, actually makes life more difficult for the U.S. because China has been engaged in very belligerent, hostile activities, and it should be the Chinese trying to mend relations, not us. You know, we think that we're responsible by trying to talk, but the Chinese see it as a vassal coming to the Chinese capital, acknowledging subordination. And so this is just feeding their already inflated sense of self-importance. I don't think it's working. And we have seen over the course of decades, it hasn't worked. China's moving in the wrong directions, and we've got to do something different.
This also might be a stumbling block. It's something that you actually just tweeted about earlier this week. I want to read part of this. You said, China's direct and continuous support of Russia's war effort in Ukraine makes the CCP regime complicit in the barbaric acts of the Russian forces. Clearly here, the U.S. and China are on different sides of this war, is essentially, at the root of this. What impact does that have on these discussions, on hopes of sort of repairing a relationship here, and on these diplomatic trips as they unfold?
The Biden administration has put a lot of effort to getting China to back away from its support of Russia. And I think it's had some effect. I think China would be providing more assistance if it weren't for the efforts of Washington. But we know that the Chinese have been supplying, for instance, lethal aid. We keep on warning about it, and we don't actually impose the sanctions on China for doing something that the Chinese know that we know they're doing. So I think that we need to start imposing some costs, because if we do that, then China will see the Biden administration is actually serious.
Gordon Chang, thank you very much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, legacies and legalities. Harvard now facing a new challenge just days after the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action. We'll talk about the new push to end so-called legacy admissions.
But up first, after the break, a white powder found in the White House now being identified as cocaine. What we're learning from a source. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
summertime.
Welcome back. The Secret Service is investigating after a small bag containing a white powdery substance was found near the West Wing. According to a source familiar with the investigation, preliminary testing confirms it was cocaine. In a statement, a spokesman for the Secret Service said that on Sunday, the White House complex went into a precautionary closure as officers from the Secret Service Uniform Division investigated an unknown item found inside a work area. The D.C. Fire Department was called to evaluate and determine the item to be non-hazardous. Well, President Biden and his family were at Camp David when the powder was found. According to the source, the area where it was found has heavy foot traffic and often holds items belonging to visitors and employees of the White House that are not then taken to other parts of the West Wing. As of now, the White House has declined to comment on the matter. And in some other news from the White House, a federal judge has barred the Biden administration from communicating with social media companies over content. Now, this ruling was part of a lawsuit spearheaded by GOP states who felt that the government overstepped in their handling of COVID-19 disinformation. Following this ruling, federal agencies and top government officials are no longer allowed to communicate with social media companies over content that, quote, contains free speech posted by their users. The CDC and FBI are among the agencies included in the ruling. The White House said the Department of Justice is currently reviewing the case and will be evaluating its options. There is no word yet from Meta, Twitter, or Google.
Just over a week after that failed rebellion in Russia, the leader of the Wagner Group has seemingly resurfaced. A new audio recording posted on social media has been attributed to Yevgeny Prigozhin. In it, the exiled leader seems to call for support and vows to return to the front lines again. We want to point out NBC News has not authenticated this message. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine, with the latest. Kelly, good morning. So what more can you tell us about this recording? Is it clear where Prigozhin is or how he's actually doing right now?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of questions surrounding the whereabouts of Prigozhin still. You'll recall a few days ago, the president of Belarus, Lukashenko, said that Prigozhin had arrived in his country in Belarus, but we haven't seen him publicly since those images of him being cheered and taking selfies with Russians in that southern city of Rostov-on-Don. But we do now have this audio recording, which was posted to a Telegram channel that is sympathetic to the Wagner Group and to Prigozhin. Our colleagues in Moscow said the voice sounds like him, the way he speaks sounds like Prigozhin, but as you said, it's really difficult to authenticate that this actually is him. But in the message, it's interesting. He sort of hints around at what's to come for his Wagner Group. He says that in the near future, people will see our next victories on the front, suggesting possibly that he and his fighters could be back in Ukraine at some point. We don't know. And he also says, defends once again his actions on that Saturday a week and a half ago, saying that that march on Moscow was actually aimed at fighting traitors, saying that he thinks that they achieved many of their aims. But no, a lot of questions still, Joe, and we don't know how many of his fighters will be following him to Belarus. There have been reports about satellite images purportedly showing camps being set up in Belarus. None of that has been confirmed or verified. Joe?
Kelly, we're also hearing from President Putin for the first time on the international stage since the Wagner Group march on Moscow. What should we know about his speech? What was his message?
Yeah, and he's been very visible since that insurrection. You'll recall we didn't see him for probably the first 24 to 48 hours, aside from two very short addresses to the nation. And since then, we've seen him quite often, actually. He was greeting crowds in Dagestan a few days ago. He's been seen presenting awards and commemorating the fallen airmen who died during the insurrection. This latest public appearance was a virtual summit with friendly countries, with India and China. And I think it was meant to portray that Russia is stable, it's united, and that he is in charge. He said that Russia has never been more united than now. He said that sanctions are only making the country stronger. So again, part of this narrative that Russia is stable, that he's in control, and he's still popular. In fact, there was an unusual, I would say, video of him welcoming a young girl into his Kremlin office that was released just in the past 12 hours or so. And he's laughing, he's smiling, he kisses her on the head at one point. Again, that image of a man of the people, a caring leader, a man in control. Joe.
All right. Kelly Kobiea reporting from Ukraine. Kelly, thank you.
Well, there are new developments this morning in the case of Evan Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter jailed in Russia. The Kremlin says it's open to discussing a prisoner swap involving Gershkovich and a Russian citizen being held in the U.S. on cybercrime charges. On Monday, a representative from the State Department was able to meet with Gershkovich. That's only the second such meeting since he was arrested on espionage charges back in March.
More now on the war in Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of planning an attack on a nuclear power plant.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the details on that, as well as other international headlines. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning. Good to be with you. Like you mentioned, we start in Ukraine, where both the Ukrainians and the Russians are blaming each other for planning an attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest. Now, Russian media reporting that Ukraine is planning an overnight attack with long-range precision equipment and kamikaze attack drones. Ukraine claims that Russia has put explosive devices on 2 reactors. Both sides have not offered evidence for their claims. And in Afghanistan, the Taliban's morality minister says all beauty salons must close in 1 month. It's just the latest blow to Afghan women. Since the Taliban took over in 2021, women have been banned from attending universities, bathhouses, gyms, and parks. Many Afghan women say they saw the salon as their only place left to meet up with friends and converse with other women. And guys, in the world of sports, Wimbledon in full swing. 2-time champ Andy Murray defeated Ryan Pinkston in straight sets in the first round of the men's singles on Tuesday. In the stands, British and tennis royalty. The Princess of Wales and Roger Federer watched the match. Federer now retired. He won 8 of his 20 Grand Slam titles, all at the All England Club. And guys, he had a standing ovation for about 2 minutes. I think he's well liked.
Oh my goodness.
Well deserved.
Yeah, right. I like that royalty play there.
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Time for a weekly medical checkup. There's new research showing the dangers of not having access to fresh food.
Also, often overlooked warning signs that could indicate the onset of dementia.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here with more on these stories you may have missed over the last week. Good to have you with us. So,
good morning.
New research from the American Cancer Society shedding light on the dangers of a food desert. That's where you have limited access to affordable and healthy food. What are we learning?
And it's actually a couple things. It's access to the food or a vehicle to get to that food. And what we're learning is it particularly hits the southeast and the west part of the United States. And it's more than just an inconvenience. It actually is cutting 2 years life expectancy from people who live in those food deserts. And so we are finding out that it's not healthy for them to live in that area. And like I said, it's mostly in those parts of the country, but it can be in other parts. And you can, as a matter of fact, you can live in an urban area and still be around a food desert. So you want to be extra careful. So what can you do? Well, number one, you can go ahead and make good food choices. That's probably the most important things. These are the doctor's orders. So seek out the healthiest options. Frozen fruits and vegetables have high amounts of the antioxidants and the different nutrients in them, so that's good. You know, canned food can be good as well. So seek out those other options. And then number two is it takes a village, and by that I mean we want public transportation. We're talking support community gardens, co-ops, those kind of things that the whole public can get behind to try and get healthy foods options to those areas that don't have them.
Really good information there. Also, this was an interesting health headline. So this global 16-year study, it looked at teens, and it showed that more are underestimating their body weight. What are the implications of that?
And so with the teens in particular, we're talking 11, 13, and 15-year-olds is underestimating their body weight. And the problem is they are thinking their BMI that they are at now is a normal BMI, when in fact it puts them in the overweight or the obese category. And we know BMI is not the best indicator of weight, but it's a good indicator of trends in weight. And so number one, this is a huge public health concern. You want to make sure that the public health implications are understood, because this is going to set them up later in life for different things. And on top of that, we also found out that the way the trajectory is going is girls tend to be lowering their chances of having that misconception. Boys tend to be increasing it. And so boys are having a higher rate of underestimating their BMIs. So what are your doctor's orders here? Well, first and foremost, understand what the body weight is and avoid certain things to try and make sure that body image is okay, because that's important as well. Daily weighing is not something you want to do. Weigh yourself on a regular basis, but not every day. And realize that weight does fluctuate as you grow. But again, that BMI should be used as a trend, not as a one-time indicator, but a trend.
And it's important for parents to realize this might be happening with kids, that they might be
exactly. And other studies have shown that parents, same thing. Parents can underestimate their child's weight too. It's getting normalized to be a higher weight, and we want to make sure that that gets back to, the healthier weights.
Last thing we want to talk about, researchers found certain types of hallucinations could be an early predictor of Parkinson's disease. What type of hallucinations are we talking about? Why is this important?
And Joe, more importantly, it's an early predictor of dementia and Parkinson's disease. And there's nothing to say it's not with other dementias as well. But this particular hallucination is what we call presence hallucination. And we've all had that, where you think somebody's behind you and you look and nobody's there. Okay. Well, they get that on a regular basis and an increasing basis. That could be an early indicator of cognitive decline with them. And so you want to be careful. If you see them looking around, something definitely to pay attention to. So what are your doctor's orders? Well, first and foremost, know the unusual signs of Parkinson's. That could be one of them. Another one is smaller handwriting. That's a big sign as well. And so if you see their handwriting, which is normally pretty flourished, and then it turns smaller, that's an early indicator of Parkinson's. And then the things you want to do to keep healthy young can help you with Parkinson's later. Exercise is the only proven deterrent of Parkinson's right now that we have. And so exercise.
Which is always good advice.
Always good advice.
Many things. All right, Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much.
You bet.
Very good information. Thank you. Coming up, Fit for a King this morning, a centuries-old tradition taking place in Scotland to celebrate King Charles.
After the break, more on the ceremonies planned for today. You're watching Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. 2 months after his coronation, King Charles is having another day of celebrations. This time it's in Scotland. The city of Edinburgh will see a grand procession and church service carrying on a hundreds-years tradition. NBC News royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew joins us now to discuss all this. Hey, Daisy. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on a big day there. So walk us through the history behind today and the reason that King Charles has essentially the second ceremony to mark his coronation.
Exactly that. So he's had his ceremony, his coronation here in London. This is the official Scottish version. And in fact, if you look at Scotland's history of royals, it's even longer and richer in some ways than England's. Now, today we're going to be seeing really the emblems of Scottish Royal, which is the honours of Scotland, Scotland's crown jewels. They're even more valuable, some say, than England's crown jewels. And Charles will be offered these three things: the sword, the sceptre and the crown. The crown itself, the Scottish crown, is the most significant. It goes back to 1543. It was used for the first time by Mary, Queen of Scots, when she had her coronation at just 9 months old. The crown is too small for Charles to wear it. It's not baby size. Mary, Queen of Scots didn't wear it when she was 9 months old, but we won't be seeing it on Charles's head today. But its significance is huge.
Absolutely. Talk us through some of these other details. I know there's also this Elizabeth sword in honor of the late Queen, things like that. What are the things that you're going to be looking out for?
That's right. So the sword, that's the old sword, the 16th century sword, is again now considered too fragile to be used. So the Scots have commissioned a new one. It cost £22,000. That will be used in the ceremony. Before we get to the ceremony at St Giles Cathedral, we'll see two processions walking along the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. One of the royals, the royal family, Charles, Camilla, we'll see Kate and William. They're not called Prince and Princess of Wales in Scotland. They're called the Duke and Duchess of Rothesay. That's their Scottish title. We'll see the royals proceeding down to St Giles Cathedral, but we'll also see a procession of the people, 100 of the Scottish great and good representatives of Charles's charities and so on. They will proceed from Edinburgh Castle. They will be accompanying the Scottish crown jewels, and they'll be led by a very important animal, a Shetland pony called Kraken, who's a colonel in the Scottish Royal Regiment. He will be leading, this tiny Shetland pony will be leading that procession with the crown jewels, with the 100 people, and they will all convene at the cathedral, where we'll have a ceremony of thanksgiving and the crown jewels will be officially offered to the king.
Absolutely. Also, this all happens, of course, while the monarchy is less popular in Scotland than other parts of the UK. Certainly a conversation to be had there. Daisy McAndrew, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Harvard University is facing yet another challenge to its admissions process, this time by a famed civil rights group. It alleges the university's legacy admissions policy favors the children of its mostly white alumni.
This comes after the Supreme Court ruled last week that colleges must ignore applicants' race when making admissions decisions.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is an MSNBC legal analyst. She's here to help us explain what all this means. Kristen, good morning. So the NAACP is calling on more than 500 public schools, more than 1,300 private colleges and universities to end legacy preferences. Why is ending these legacy admissions such a big deal?
Well, they perpetuate racial and economic inequities in higher education. These preferences are not justified by any educational necessity because they don't really consider an applicant's credentials or their merits, but really only their familial ties. And they tend to favor applicants from predominantly white or affluent backgrounds who are already advantaged in the educational system. So it's seen as a major problem. And now post-affirmative action, preference favoring wealth and privilege is getting new scrutiny.
So Harvard has said that it will not be commenting on this particular lawsuit, but do you think there is a valid legal claim here to ending legacy admissions, or is this something that essentially would have to be done voluntarily, school by school on an individual basis?
I think there's certainly merit to this suit. You know, the complaint alleges that Harvard's use of donor and legacy preferences is discriminatory and in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and that prohibits unjustified impact on individuals based on their race in federally funded institutions like Harvard. So the burden of proof is actually going to fall on Harvard to demonstrate that these practices are educationally necessary. And if they fail to do so, and the court agrees with the plaintiff's claims that these practices disproportionately disadvantage students of color, then the lawsuit could indeed succeed.
So this is a movement that's also gaining traction on Capitol Hill right now. There's a push for Congress to end the practice of legacy and donor-based admissions. Is it possible this issue does end up some way in front of the Supreme Court? And if so, what are really the issues here that the justices would need to delve into?
Well, we're really a long way off from any potential Supreme Court discussion on this particular complaint because it's really before the Office of Civil Rights. And that process involves an investigation, potential negotiations and agreements, and other potential threats such as a federal funding pull.
That all needs to really be exhausted before the matter even gets to lower courts, which would be the precursor.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Coming up, eye in the sky, controversy in California where one city is launching drones to help police fight crime, while critics say the new strategy could do more harm than good.
Plus, hanging by Threads. We're going to talk about Meta's new alternative to Twitter and why it could change how and where you scroll. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. Police in Southern California are using drones in new ways, from keeping an eye on big crowds to ending hostage situations. Police say the technology is saving lives. The critics argue drones could pose a threat to privacy. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian takes a closer look.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Financial headlines now. Yahoo could possibly be coming back to the public markets.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so listen to this. Yahoo may be returning to Wall Street. The CEO of the internet pioneer tells the Financial Times the company is very profitable and is ready to come back to the public markets via an IPO. Yahoo soared in the 1990s during the dot-com boom, and it was eventually bought by Verizon, which unloaded the company to a private investment firm in 2021. Yahoo announced layoffs earlier this year, but the CEO says it still has huge customer traffic, and the site is a top destination in finance, sports, and news. Toyota says it's made a technological breakthrough that could cut the weight, size, and cost of batteries in half, and what could be a major advance for electric vehicles. The automaker says it simplified production of the material used to make solid-state batteries. Toyota believes the new batteries could have a range of nearly 750 miles and charge in 10 minutes or less. The company expects to be able to manufacture the batteries as soon as 2027. And Twitter is moving TweetDeck. That's the popular viewing tool behind a paywall starting next month. Twitter says it's launching a new and improved version of TweetDeck, which will only be available to verified users. Now, Twitter Blue subscribers pay $8 a month to get the blue check mark. TweetDeck is especially popular among power users, guys.
Twitter is getting expensive. All right.
It sure is.
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
You are also getting some competition, which is where we're headed next. This fierce competition between tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. It's going to step up a gear tomorrow. Zuckerberg's company Meta is launching a new app, which is being seen as a rival to Musk's platform, Twitter, of course. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg haven't faced off in their potential cage match yet, although they're certainly talking about it. But Zuckerberg's company Meta is now entering the ring to take on Twitter.
I enjoy being doubted.
Announcing the launch of a direct competitor, Threads. The app, which appears to emphasize public conversations, much like Twitter, already showing up in Apple's App Store for users to download on Thursday. Photo previews suggest users will be able to log in using their Instagram account.
There have been other competitors that have popped up to try to take on Twitter since Elon Musk's acquisition, and they've struggled. Meta is the biggest social media company in the world. They can take this to their users, their existing user base, and leverage that.
The number of users on Instagram worldwide, 2 billion, compared to some 300 million on Twitter. And buzz is building on social media.
This is what it's going to look like. It's really cool because you can actually log in with your Instagram username.
Threads is launching amidst an earthquake at Twitter. Since Elon Musk bought the platform last year, he's changed the verification process, charging $8 for blue check marks, overhauled the layout that determines what tweets users see, and just days ago imposed limits on how many tweets users can read per day. Musk, for his part, is not modulating his controversial takes.
I'll say what I want to say, and if
If the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
It's caused many users and advertisers to flee the site, triggering a flock of new challengers scrambling to offer an alternative, like Blue Sky and Mastodon. And new social media platform Spill, aiming to serve diverse communities, was number 4 in the free app store on Tuesday. But users on all those platforms remain relatively few. And now Meta is entering the fray.
The timing could not be more perfect because everyone's pissed off at Twitter.
Elon Musk has left an opening in the social media landscape, and Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, always likes an opening.
All right, our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report. Well, coming up, an important lesson in giving a good first impression.
When we come back, we're going to take you to one school offering students an advantage when it comes to starting their careers. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
July 4th means one thing on Coney Island, the annual Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Rain delayed the contest by 2 hours because apparently you can't eat hot dogs in the rain. It did not stop Joey Chestnut from winning for the 16th time in 17 years. Chestnut ate 62 hot dogs. That was more than a dozen short of his personal best. Wow. I blame the rain. In the women's category, Mickey Sudo came in first place. That's her 9th title, devouring 39 and a half hot dogs. Each took home the grand prize of $10,000, 90% of which will go to Pepto-Bismol and Tums. Probably not for them. They're used to it. So
to just unpack there, the rain, all of it. Wow. All right. Every year, it's just astonishing.
Congrats
Thank you,
to them.
Joe. Yes, congratulations. Well, most universities don't offer degrees in things like an elevator pitch on yourself or networking. But one school in Georgia is providing an innovative program to help their students and alumni nail first impressions and big career moments. NBC's Maya Eaglin has the story.
What else? Necklace? Writing proper nouns and simple verbs on Post-it notes isn't everyone's idea of a college course. But here at Savannah College of Art and Design, Welcome to SCAD AMP. This is great. There's a whole new type of mastery being taught to more than 7,000 students. The art of public speaking, networking, and effective communication.
We offer one-on-one coaching, small group appointments, we do classroom visits, and we have a central suite of 18 one-hour workshops.
Allie Steinweg is the director of SCAD AMP, a program open to students, staff, and alumni at no additional cost. She says employers are looking for two things:
critical thinking and professional communication, and we specialize in both.
SCAD's approach is innovative, giving students practice with high-pressure situations before they happen in real life, like practicing their elevator pitch on a literal elevator,
hiring people,
sitting in a cramped airplane row,
What are you doing, Savannah?
even using virtual reality to simulate an audience of hundreds.
In the world.
I used to move a lot, and I didn't even realize I did that.
Bhavna just graduated with her master's from SCAD. Jason is a rising junior.
Having done my undergrad and master's degree in India, how communication works is different. How formal communication is expected is different.
You kind of have a little bit of a step up because you know how to present yourself with intention.
While many folks might think these so-called soft skills aren't necessary, a 2023 LinkedIn report found communication, customer service, and teamwork among the top 10 in-demand skills companies look for in candidates.
We listened to our students. They wanted more skills, they wanted more practice, they wanted more confidence around communicating their work verbally and visually.
So let's be audience for this group.
Eric Honeycutt is a communication coach at SCAD AMP. His background in acting and coaching helps break people out of their shell. What gap do you think SCAD AMP is filling?
What we do at SCAD AMP is come in and help them think about packaging that information or delivering that information in different contexts.
Hot, hastily, run.
We really try to give students an opportunity to get confidence around their ability to tell their story and specific repeatable tools for doing that.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Cool program.
I know.
Hopefully come in handy.
The actual elevator, funny.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday havoc. Extreme weather put a damper on 4th of July celebrations across the country, with flooding, hail, and severe thunderstorms fizzling out some holiday festivities and events. In the West, triple-digit temperatures and dry conditions are fueling wildfires in Washington State and Arizona. All that is creating the perfect storm for another day of delays and cancellations at airports. Buckle up, more severe weather is in the forecast. Also this morning, suspicious substance. The Secret Service is investigating a small amount of a white powdery substance found at the White House that tested positive for cocaine. We have more details on the investigation and what the Secret Service is saying about it. On hold, a backup in the passport application process is creating major problems for millions of travelers looking to get away this summer. We'll tell you what's causing the issue and what you can do if your vacation plans are hanging in the balance. And space pioneer. It has been 40 years since Sally Ride became the first American woman to travel to space. Now she's being honored posthumously with a statue in the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. We'll tell you how she is still inspiring girls to pursue careers in science and technology. Great honor there. We look forward to bringing you that story.
Absolutely.
Good to be here. We're going to start this morning with the major storms that put a damper on America's birthday celebrations.
That's right. From extreme heat in the west to heavy rains in the east, both coasts were slammed by severe weather systems. And experts say it's not over yet. 30 million people are waking up to weather warnings this morning that's already causing a nightmare for travelers looking to get home. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Brooklyn with the latest.
Hey there, Willie. Well, it really has been an unrelenting start to summer in terms of the storms we've been seeing. But I'll start with the good news that some of the nation's largest, biggest fireworks displays were a go last night, including in New York City, despite torrential rain and bouts of lightning that happened throughout the day. But we also witnessed the sheer force of these serious storms. Here in Coney Island, 2 people were hospitalized after a lightning strike, as other parts of the country today brace for even more severe weather.
Mother Nature lit up the nation's skies with 4th of July fireworks all her own, as millions from coast to coast dealt with a holiday full of extreme heat and severe storms. From the Rockies to the East Coast, scattered storms disrupted a host of Independence Day festivities, clearing out beaches in New Jersey and abruptly pausing Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest.
As soon as we saw that first lightning, that's it, cut it off.
Nearby, the New York Fire Department reporting 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike. Out west, it was the scorching heat that put a damper on holiday plans, fueling wildfires in Washington and Arizona and canceling some nearby 4th of July events. At the nation's airports, more than 450 flights canceled and another 4,200 delayed Tuesday. At one point, there were ground stops at all 3 of New York City's major airports, adding to a week of travel chaos amid record holiday travel. NBC News learning United Airlines plans to reduce its schedule to give even more spare gates and buffer, especially during thunderstorm season. But despite the wild weather, Americans' patriotism shining through. Baseball fans singing during a rainy game at Fenway Park. And the USS Constitution, the Navy's oldest commissioned warship, setting sail under stormy skies.
Happy 4th! Love you! God bless you!
As families and friends flock to the beach, barbecues, and fireworks. Dazzling skylines nationwide, celebrating America's 247th birthday.
And while July 4th may have passed, many celebrations will continue. From South Dakota to New Jersey to Colorado, dozens of Independence Day festivities have been postponed to later this week, even later this month, because of the severe weather. But for those who are planning to return home, just keep in mind you will be in good company. A record 50+ million people took to the skies and roadways this July 4th. So as we always say, Willie, pack your patience.
All right, Emilia Queta, thank you so much.
Let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check on the forecast.
That's right. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. And we are looking at some bumpy travel as we head throughout today. And also tomorrow, we are watching storms. Once again, a lot of storms in the east, really unsettled still. And then we're looking for a bullseye of storms throughout the middle of the country, from the Rockies to the plains into portions of the Midwest. So Chicago O'Hare, you could be impacted today, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. And then it's sort of those summer-like storms in the Tennessee Valley, the Carolinas, into the Gulf Coast states, the Southeast, where we're going to see some pop-up thunderstorms. Any of these storms could bring some really heavy downpours. And then more record heat in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be near 100 degrees in some spots. Really not typical for this time of year. The Southwest, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. So radar showing us that we're already active this morning. We're looking at some lightning showing up on this map. Also some green, some brighter colors. That's where we're seeing the heavier downpours. But we're going to really see this light up as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours once we get that daytime heating going. It just gives power to the storms. But in the middle of the country, this is what we're watching for, the chance for some pretty strong storms with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a few tornadoes. 29 million people at risk from Chicago to St. Louis, Little Rock, Tulsa, Dodge City into Amarillo. And then tomorrow, we kind of see the same areas. So, you know, like we've seen the past few weeks, we're not seeing things move very far. So tomorrow, we're looking at Rapid City to Scottsbluff, Denver, once again, Dodge City. Where you see that yellow area, that's where we're looking at the likeliest spots for some storms. And winds could gust to 60 miles per hour. Very large and destructive hail tomorrow. A few tornadoes are possible as well. And then again, we're looking at the chance for some heavy, heavy downpours. Those downpours could lead to flash flooding. We could see locally up to 3 inches per hour. We could see 2 inches per hour falling at a time. So anywhere from Green Bay down to St. Louis, back into the Rockies, including Denver, we're looking at the chance for flash flooding, but also in the east. So Norfolk to Charlotte, also Savannah, we could see some really heavy downpours with the thunderstorms. That's the soggy and stormy part. Now we have the steamy part because we're looking at 29 million people impacted by heat alerts. It's all across the country, really. The Pacific Northwest into the Southwest, parts of the South Central states, into the Southeast, even a little smidge into portions of the Northeast. Watertown, you're going to be under a heat advisory. You are under a heat advisory because we're going to be heating up with temperatures above normal there. So what are we talking about in terms of the temperatures? Well, we're going to soar into the triple digits in many spots and getting really close to the triple digits in the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at Medford 102. That could break or tie a record. The record there is 102 today. Tucson 109, the record 111, 106 in El Paso. And it's not just the west. We're looking at the southeast too. Temperatures in the mid-90s in parts of Florida and 87 in parts of the northeast. And you guys, it's going to be hot in New York City today. Also tomorrow, we're going to make a run for the 90s as well. It's also really humid. I'm sure you felt that as you walked in this morning.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Bo.
Got those air conditioners going.
Yeah, gross. All right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Turning now to an unusual incident at the White House. The Secret Service is investigating how a white powdery substance in a small plastic bag ended up in a work area of the West Wing. The substance tested positive for cocaine in a preliminary field test. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with more. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So this small bag was discovered by a uniformed Secret Service officer in a common area of the West Wing where staffers, visitors, and even some tourists pass through and leave some of their personal items like a phone or an umbrella before going deeper into the West Wing. Now, the D.C. hazmat team was called and they did the preliminary test, and now the sample is at a lab for more conclusive testing.
This morning, an unusual whodunit in the West Wing. According to sources familiar, the Secret Service is investigating the discovery of a small plastic bag being tested for cocaine after a preliminary result was positive for the illegal drug. This began Sunday night when local authorities were called after a routine inspection found the bag in a common area of the West Wing, where many staffers and visitors pass through daily. Investigators will check cameras and entrance logs to try to determine how the suspected drug was left in a secure area. President Biden and his family were away at the time, but home to host a massive summer party on the 4th of July.
Today's America's Day. America's Day.
Thousands of visitors on the grounds and a dazzling display in the sky. Before those patriotic colors were bursting in air, the campaign trail lit up with Republican candidates from the top tier and the less well-known.
Asa Hutchinson running for president.
Greeting primary voters in key early states.
A good day, great state.
In Iowa, Mike Pence walked the parade route and a tightrope amid the 2020 election interference probe, and whether President Trump had told Pence to urge governors like Arizona's Doug Ducey to help them where they narrowly lost to Biden.
I was asked to check in with a few governors, but there was no pressure. I was simply gathering information, passing that along.
The former president was not on the road, leaving room for his rivals.
Wow, hi guys.
Like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire.
Each generation's got to step up and be a custodian of freedom. I think right now is our generation's time to do that.
And on the campaign trail today, Mike Pence will continue in Iowa, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum will be in New Hampshire with public events. And back to that substance, officials who we've been talking to say the investigation is being run by the Secret Service. It is expected to take a few days to have those conclusive lab results. And according to sources that I talked to, there is some question about if they will be able to identify who placed that item, the small bag, in that common area. But they will look at logs and cameras to try to get a sense of who might be responsible. Joe?
Right. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, the investigation continues this morning into that mass shooting over the holiday weekend in Philadelphia. 7 people were shot, 5 of them killed. We're now learning more about the victims as well as the alleged shooter. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Philadelphia with the latest. Hi, George. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Well, 4th of July celebrations here in Philadelphia, they were delayed, but they went off without a hitch. The mayor promising airtight security, especially as those concerns were growing after this mass shooting. The shooting at the forefront of everyone's mind. It follows a string of violence over this holiday week, including a shooting overnight in D.C.
A community reeling in disbelief after a wild shootout in Philadelphia the night before Independence Day.
Sound like fireworks.
5 people killed, including 1 teen. His mother speaking out, addressing the shooter.
You shot towards children,
and innocent children that had nothing to do with anything, and my son happened to be one of the people that get killed. I hope you get everything you deserve.
Also among the injured, twin toddlers, one shot in the leg, the other injured by shattered glass as they sat in their mother's car. This morning, police say the suspect responsible for the chaos is behind bars, pending charges.
Such an act of violence is abhorrent and goes against everything we stand for in this community.
New traffic camera footage appearing to show a person dressed in all black with a rifle. Police only confirmed with NBC News this video is part of their investigation.
All right, all units use caution. We got somebody with a long gun.
On Monday night, when police arrived at the scene, the gunman was still firing.
On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc.
Officers worked quickly to scoop victims to safety while pursuing the suspect into an alleyway where they were taken into custody.
Based upon limited information I have, that we do not see a basis for concluding that that person's discharge of a firearm was illegal.
The shooting, just one of a terribly violent stretch of days on this holiday week. Deadly gunfire broke out Monday night in both Fort Worth, Texas and Wichita, Kansas. And a mass shooting Sunday in Baltimore at a block party, injuring 28 people and killing 2.
I feel like we're in a war. Why we have guns? Why kids have guns?
And President Biden has spoken out about the gun violence, calling for stricter gun control. Back here in Philadelphia, that suspect expected to be back in court. We're actually learning the arraignment is set for 9 o'clock, but we are expected to learn more about the charges. Savannah?
All right, George, thank you very much.
Let's head overseas to the Middle East now. Palestinians are dealing with the aftermath of Israel's two-day assault on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the military operation in the Palestinian territory was just the start of what would be repeated incursions into the West Bank.
All right, let's get more on this with Wall Street Journal foreign correspondent covering the Middle East, Stephen Callan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First, let's just talk about how you address this military action that we saw over the past 48 hours. What does this tell you about the Israeli government's aims in the occupied West Bank, and what are you concerned with?
Yeah, I mean, so the operation ended early this morning after about 48 hours. It was one of the biggest military operations into the West Bank in more than 20 years, using drones that perpetrated airstrikes, also a large ground force. Those troops are now out of the West Bank, but there's a lot of destruction left behind, and Palestinians who fled the camp are returning home and trying to rebuild.
Also, our guest earlier in our last hour, we had Dr. Shibli Telhami with us, and he said specifically that he thinks one state is the likeliest outcome right now, and that the question is really whether it remains an apartheid-like state or one that does become equitable. What do you make of that? Is the two-state solution dead? What do you think this tension that's really simmering into this total violence points to?
Yeah, I mean, this violence has been building for about a year and a half. The West Bank, and especially Jenin, has become an epicenter of both a launch pad for militant groups, for Palestinian militant groups, to launch attacks inside of Israel, and also a safe haven. The Israeli military says that they've 19 perpetrators of such attacks have taken refuge in Jenin camp over the past 18 months. And so this sort of violence that's also led the Israeli military to increase their incursions and their raids into the West Bank. This is the biggest that we've seen so far, but this sort of violence does not bode well for a diplomatic solution and a peaceful outcome.
Stefan, also while I have you, I do want to switch gears here. I know you wanted to talk about your fellow Wall Street Journal colleague, Evan Gershkovich, still detained in Russia, but actually we have had a little bit of news here this week with a meeting as well as potential conversation about a prisoner swap. Tell us about his situation right now as we approach the 100th day of his ordeal, as we do have this new information.
That's right. Evan was granted consular access on Monday for just the second time so far. The U.S. ambassador to Russia was able to see him. Thankfully reported that he's in pretty good health and good spirits. We're happy for that, and we're happy that the administration is staying focused on this. But he remains detained on bogus charges. He was doing his job as a journalist in Russia, and continue to call for his release as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Stephen Callan, thank you so much for joining us on both these topics this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we do want to head to Jenin now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is there. Matt, we just want to ask you, first of all, what's the scene like on the ground there right now?
Well, I mean, it's returning to normal, whatever that is. And what we're seeing is no real normality when it comes to the intense and focused violence that we witnessed last night right outside of that refugee camp in the city of Jenin. We just saw, an appalling exchange of fire between the Israelis and Palestinian militants that went on for hours. And now we were back in the city just today, and it looks as though people are picking up the pieces. Traffic is back. People are walking around on the streets. But there's still so many signs of the massive destruction that was left in the wake of what, as your guest just described, was the largest Israeli incursion in the West Bank in 20 years, ever since the Second Intifada. So, we're seeing, again, people on the streets, people walking around. We also saw huge numbers of people walking, young men, all of them in black, some of them still carrying their guns, some of them with masks, militants who were walking from the funerals for some of those 12 people who were killed in Jenin. So, yes, this has left a mark on that city. But people are moving on. Guys?
Matt, walk us through what happened in Gaza as Israeli forces were withdrawing from Jenin.
Well, what we saw in Gaza, again, first of all, we should start with before that, it was Hamas, who runs Gaza, who praised and actually claimed that attack in Tel Aviv, where a driver rammed into some pedestrians in front of a shopping center, injuring several people. After that, we saw what a lot of people were fearing, what we were fearing too, that the Gazans would start to fire missiles into Israel proper, and that's exactly what happened. Then the Israelis fired back. This is almost seems cursory at this point, almost perfunctory, but yet it stopped there. It doesn't seem to have expanded into a larger conflict involving the Gaza Strip, and that is always the risk with something like that, where a situation in the West Bank, violence, Israeli raids, or seizures of land will lead to a retaliation from the Gaza Strip. So far, we saw a taste of that, but we haven't seen it blossom into a full-blown conflict of the kind that we've seen in the last several years between Gaza and Israel.
Matt, as we mentioned, we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister saying this was just the start of incursions into the occupied West Bank. Remind us, politically, how did we get to where we are right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because really it's all about Benjamin Netanyahu. He's now back in power, and this time he's armed with a right-wing government that sees eye to eye with his point of view about the West Bank. That is one of the reasons why he was able to launch this incursion, this really widespread, massive incursion into Jenin. And it's one of the reasons why he feels so confident in saying that the job, while he did say something like mission accomplished last night, that the job is not yet finished. And he still has the political power and heft to launch further invasions into Jenin and other cities in the West Bank. So I think, as I said, it looks as though we're seeing a reprieve from all of that violence in the last several hours, but that could change at any time. Benjamin Netanyahu has the political will. His right-wing ministers have been cheerleading this operation, so I think we can expect more of the same style of violence that we saw over the last 48 hours. Guys.
All right, Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you so much. Coming up, a royal celebration in Scotland. King Charles is receiving Scotland's crown jewels to celebrate his rise to the throne. We're going to have more on that ceremony coming up.
And we are on Shark Watch. Shark sightings are on the rise, and swimmers are thinking twice about getting in the water. We'll tell you what you need to know to stay safe during your next trip to the beach. That's coming up.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. President Putin is speaking out on the international stage for the first time since the Wagner Group's march toward Moscow in protest of his handling of the Ukraine war. It comes as Russia hinted that it may be open to a possible prisoner swap to free Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya has the details.
Well, there's an escalating war of words here today between Russia and Ukraine as fears rise over a potential attack at a nuclear power plant. Just one of many tensions as the Russian president once again is front and center. Trying to project an image of strength and popular support, Russian President Vladimir Putin says his country is more united than ever. Those comments coming during a virtual summit with the leaders of India and China. Just hours later, Putin seen smiling and laughing with a little girl in his office at the Kremlin. All of it coming 11 days after the armed rebellion that saw Russian Wagner mercenary fighters marching on Moscow. Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin has not been seen publicly since the rebellion. In a voice message posted Monday that appears to be from Prigozhin, a man who sounds like him says the march on Moscow was aimed at fighting traitors, while hinting at his group's next move. In the near future, people will see our next victories at the front. It's not possible for NBC News to authenticate the audio message. Ukraine now a month into its counteroffensive against the Russians, claiming progress is being made. A top national security official tweeting Ukrainian troops are achieving their main tasks, including the maximum destruction of equipment, artillery, and Russian manpower. But Ukraine is also suffering losses. 43-year-old Volodymyr, who didn't want his last name used for security reasons, told me he was injured fighting on the southern front, where Ukraine has made its biggest gains of the counteroffensive. He told me his unit made it past Russian defenses when the enemy jammed their communications. The Russians encircled us, he says, and we successfully repelled the attack. But we had a lot of wounded guys. We knew they wouldn't survive long like this, so we pulled back. Meanwhile, Russia is suggesting a possible prisoner swap could be in the works for detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Kremlin saying there were certain contacts with the United States about the subject, but Russia did not want to make them public. Gershkovich has been held for more than 3 months on what the U.S. calls bogus espionage charges. He and his employer also vehemently deny these spying charges. The State Department has repeatedly called for his release, saying that he is wrongfully detained. They said they won't comment on any details of potential negotiations.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
More international headlines now. Rescue crews in China are searching for several people missing after deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Guys, good morning. That's right. We start in China, where at least 15 people are dead, several others feared missing. All of this taking place in the southwestern part of the country, according to Chinese state media. Now, torrential rain just battered the region Monday, triggering flooding as hundreds of first responders made desperate attempts to try and rescue residents. Experts say this is yet another sign of the extreme weather that can be expected as the climate crisis worsens. And in the United Kingdom, the so-called Partygate saga continues. London police have reopened an investigation into holiday party in Parliament that was held during the COVID-19 restrictions back in 2020, where gatherings were banned. Investigators reopened the case after a tabloid, the Sunday Mirror, published video of the event. And if you're in search of some peace and tranquility, I've got you. Travel to Iceland. It was just ranked as #1 most peaceful place in the world for the 15th straight year in a row, followed by Denmark, Ireland, New Zealand, and Austria. Out of 163 countries that were ranked, the United States fell to 131. Wow. Guys, gun violence played a factor here.
Iceland is a place that's always been on my list. Never been.
There you go. Go for some Zen.
There we go.
Space.
Let's all go and just.
Yeah.
All right, Megan, thanks so much. Turning now to the royals, Scotland is set to mark the coronation of King Charles with its own day of processions and ceremonies. But not everyone there is on board. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on that.
This morning, King Charles making an emotional return to Scotland. The King and Queen marking the traditional Holyrood week ahead of today's second, smaller Scottish coronation. The monarch seen planting trees, thanking health workers, and braving the summer Scottish rain for a garden party last night.
Like his mother, I think the King would regard Scotland as his spiritual home. It is where he spends almost all of his holidays.
Now the King is following in his mother's footsteps again. On June 24th, 1953, tens of thousands packed the streets of Edinburgh for a glimpse of the young Queen as she made her way to St. Giles. The grand St. Giles Cathedral in the capital hosting the royal service today, 10 months after the King and all his siblings greeted Queen Elizabeth's coffin at the same place. A royal procession, crowds lining the route to greet the new King and Queen. But it's a delicate balance up in Scotland, anti-monarchy protests coming out in force today. At St. Giles, King Charles is presented with the honours of Scotland and precious Scottish crown jewels.
The Elizabeth Sword of Scotland.
Just 2 months after the main coronation here in London back in May. And it will be a family affair. King Charles and Queen Camilla, joined by William and Kate. But no Harry. Earlier this week, both brothers celebrating their mother Diana's legacy awards with separate speeches.
I'm reminded of the profound belief that my mother held in the transformative power of young people.
When we provide them with the tools and opportunities to make a difference, they can truly change the world. A belief shared by my mother, and one I am proud to continue in her name.
Just 2 years ago, they remembered their mother together, now back on separate continents. The Princess of Wales has also been out and about this week as this country gets swept into Wimbledon mania yesterday alongside Roger Federer, stopping by to cheer on the British players before heading north today.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that reporting. Coming up, here's some groundbreaking news that promises to improve prenatal care.
That's right. Next, we'll tell you about a new blood test that could detect a potentially deadly form of high blood pressure early on. Stay with us.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Lacrosse is a sport that's growing in popularity in America, but it can also involve some pretty serious contact for its players. Now there are growing concerns over the safety of female players. NBC senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, women's lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. More and more girls are playing at a young age. But as the sport has evolved, some are concerned that it is becoming more dangerous. And there are new calls to change the rules as the number of injuries goes up. There is a real elegance to women's lacrosse.
It is a beautiful game.
Chris Saylor coached Princeton's team for 36 years.
It's just one of these sports that is beautiful to watch and fun to watch.
It is also a sport that has changed a lot, including the players themselves.
The athletes have grown and, they're now stronger, more physical, faster, quicker.
Yale junior Taylor Everson has been playing since she was a kid.
Recently, it's kind of taken a turn and become a lot more violent and physical, I would say.
Her mom sometimes nervous on the sidelines.
I started to see a lot more yellow cards, a lot more aggression. You could see the anxiety even of the parents in the stands.
In the women's game, cross-checking is against the rules. Unlike the men, they don't play with a lot of protective gear because there's supposed to be far less hitting. But in a February game this year, Taylor did get hit. Hard.
I've gotten hit before. I don't think I've ever felt pain that severe.
You watched the hit from the stands.
Yes. It is one of the worst feelings to see your daughter playing a game that she loves, and 1 minute she is standing and scoring, and the next minute she is on the ground, literally hunched over.
At first, they thought she may have cracked a rib.
I just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I was shaking. At one point, I felt like I was going to pass out. So I was like, something's probably not right.
Carolyn Everson says she called an ambulance, and it was a good thing. Taylor had internal bleeding. Her kidney had been split nearly in half.
I never, ever imagined an injury like that severe could happen from the game.
Taylor was in the ICU for 12 days. And while her case was certainly extreme, there are signs women's lacrosse has become more dangerous. According to the NCAA, between 2014 and 2019, injury rates were up 22% during games. In the men's game, they decreased 3%. The Eversons started a petition calling on the NCAA to make changes, including clarifying the rules, making penalties harsher, and reining in aggressive coaching. Do you think that there need to be some changes to the sport to make it safer?
Well, I never think it's a bad idea to look to see how you can make a sport safer or to take a really deep dive into the rules.
Saylor says coaches need to be held responsible for the style of play.
Everybody wants to win. Everyone's competitive. I think, there has to be some accountability towards the rules as they're written.
Taylor, are you going to play again?
I hope so.
How are you going to feel, Carolyn, when she gets back on the field?
I'm going to have a big knot in my stomach.
For us, we just want to create an environment that is a lot safer for girls to be playing, especially younger girls.
The NCAA has responded to the calls for change. The organization has proposed a number of them to be voted on this summer, including having fewer players on the field, increasing the number of penalties that get a player temporarily taken out of the game, and allowing athletes to now wear padded shirts for protection. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Let's talk about something else really important you might not know about. Preeclampsia is a potentially fatal blood pressure condition that strikes thousands of pregnant people each year. According to preeclampsia.org, the condition and other related hypertensive disorders impact anywhere from 5 to 8% of births across the country. But now, a groundbreaking new test could potentially detect the condition early on, and that could save lives. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this breakthrough. Hi, Dr. Patel. Always wonderful to have you. So just start by telling us exactly what this condition is for people who don't know how it impacts people, what the symptoms are like, and ultimately who is potentially more at risk.
Yeah, Savannah, it's an incredibly common occurrence. 1 in 25 pregnancies, including my own, had preeclampsia. It's considered a disorder related to pregnancy that with high blood pressure and sometimes with protein in the urine that can be abnormal. The symptoms range from no symptoms, I had 0 symptoms whatsoever, to some people have swelling and really severe headaches. So it can be all over the map. And it's usually seen after 20 weeks of pregnancy. So sometimes women are dismissed as just saying, well, you're just, in the later stages of pregnancy. So it can really catch up on you and can lead to death, thought to be maybe related to the death of Tori Bowie, the Olympic athlete that recently died.
Absolutely. And I know it does ultimately impact women of color more frequently, it seems, according to these statistics. You mentioned you had no symptoms. How do you even figure out that something like this is going on? Are doctors checking for it?
Yeah. They are. Doctors are, and especially my obstetrician in particular, they're all very vigilant for it. But the problem is that you can have these episodes of preeclampsia, even between visits. You can have your blood pressure spike and then cause problems pretty quickly that lead to sometimes very severe outcomes and unfortunately death. So this test is a real game changer, because up until then, what doctors would do is at your regular OB visits, they would have you get a little cup of urine and they check it for protein and they check your blood pressure. That can be okay, but as we know, not all women are able to get to the OB for all their regular visits, and not all women are getting screened as frequently as we would like. So this can be a big game changer to have a simple blood test that can give us the predictive ability to know, is this particular pregnancy in trouble? Do we need to monitor more closely? Do we need to think about delivering the baby earlier?
Absolutely. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this test, because it is being hailed as this sort of breakthrough. So the idea here, right, is that it can detect before somebody is really going to develop this, that they are likely to. First of all, is my understanding correct? And then second, does this mean that this would regularly become part of care for pregnant women?
Yeah, that's a great question. So number one, this is something that was studied in those later stages of pregnancy, kind of after the 20th week. So it was studied at that critical time that we want to pick up any signs of preeclampsia. And it's a blood test that looks at two particular proteins that in women who are susceptible or more likely to get preeclampsia or have preeclampsia, it gives you a sense of whether or not, up to 96% accuracy of whether or not this could be a pregnancy in trouble, and whether this could lead to what's called eclampsia, which can be seizures and death. So if it's negative, it can give you that reassurance that you just need to continue to closely monitor with things that I had. But if it's positive, it might indicate that you need to deliver the baby early. You might need to admit the mom for hospitalization. You might need to do more aggressive measures. The magic here is that we have a test. We don't have a cure for this yet. So we are hoping that this leads to more research for a cure for preeclampsia as well.
Yeah, it is interesting that they have this test, but then there's not really much to do about it other than monitor or, like you said, induce, have that birth early. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Coming up, if you have not applied for your passport or started the renewal process, you might not expect to receive it anytime soon.
That's right. We'll tell you what's causing this backlog at the State Department and what you need to know if you've got a trip coming up and you're still waiting. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Beachgoers are on high alert across the country with concerns growing after more suspected shark attacks were reported here in New York. The recent attacks are the latest in a series of shark sightings that have many people now thinking twice about getting in the water.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on these sightings and what you can do to stay safe. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, good morning. New York to Florida, there have been sightings all over the place. Did anyone explain to these sharks it's a holiday? Time to take a break? Because that has not been the case. It's hard to overstate how scary this scene was in Navarre Beach, that's in the Pensacola area, where a shark was bobbing up and down the dorsal fin in the water, zipping in and out around swimmers. That's going on, guys, as we've also now seen 5 attacks in just 2 days in New York.
Shark sightings along the East Coast sending shockwaves. In a familiar scene in Florida, a shark in the Pensacola area darted around swimmers and sent them rushing to dry land earlier this week as folks on the beach were screaming, "Get out of the water."
Looks like we got a hammerhead shark.
Another ferocious fish spotted off the coast of Surfside in the Miami area. A hammerhead seen crashing Independence Day celebrations, swimming just feet from a busy shore. And farther north, 3 suspected attacks as people packed the beaches on Long Island for the holiday.
Be advised, confirmed spike.
Officials say 2 men in their 40s and a 50-year-old woman are the latest victims from separate shark bite incidents. All 3 were taken to nearby hospitals and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Just hours earlier, New York State Park officials temporarily closed a nearby beach to swimmers after spotting a school of sand tiger sharks in the water. This 40-mile stretch of Long Island's coastline, now the site of 5 suspected shark attacks in just 2 days.
Malia, come to the side.
That comes less than a week after another close encounter with paddleboarders in a hammerhead. That was in the waters between the Bahamas and Florida. All of it piquing paranoia for beachgoers.
Yep, that's a great white, and then somewhere probably a pterodactyl. I don't know, guys. Trying to enjoy my day, but I can't.
Despite the rise in fears,
I don't go more than up to my waist because of all the sharks.
unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. According to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, Florida still reports the most unprovoked bites in the U.S. But nationwide, both fatal and non-fatal shark bites are less common than they've been in the past. Still, those running the parks in New York say more sharks have recently been swimming closer to shore, putting lifeguards on high alert, ready to raise any red flags, all to prevent a potentially perilous attack.
New York's Governor Kathy Hochul has been deploying drones to better spot those sharks. And guys, the numbers are pretty jaw-dropping. So historically, there had only been 12 sightings or 12 reports of bites in New York. Last summer, there were 8, 6 of which were confirmed. And now you're talking about 5 in just 2 days. So there is something apparently in the water off of Long Island.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Sam, you got me with a laugh-out-loud cackle with that whole sharks need to take the holiday. Thank you.
Don't they know?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Thanks for staying on this.
These guys.
See you soon.
Time for what's making financial headlines. You may want to get your Christmas tree shop filled while you can. The store announced plans to close all of its U.S. locations.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so
The holidays won't be holly or jolly for one retail chain because Christmas Tree Shops announcing last week it will close all of its stores and liquidate inventory after lenders pulled the plug on its efforts to reorganize in bankruptcy. Now, the company filed for Chapter 11 in May and originally planned to shut just a few underperforming stores and exit bankruptcy by August. Christmas Tree Shops is among the dozen retailers that have filed for bankruptcy this year, along with Bed Bath & Beyond and David's Bridal. Airbus is testing new wing designs as the company lays the groundwork for a successor to its top-selling aircraft, the A320. Airbus opening a new plant yesterday in southwest England to design and build wings that are longer, lighter, and feature folding wingtips to fly more sustainably. Rival Boeing is also researching new types of ultralight wings. The A320 and Boeing 737 are currently made of aluminum, but designers believe future wings can come from composite materials. And the FAA has signed off on testing for a vehicle startup in California called a flying car. Now, it's the first fully electric vehicle that can both fly and travel on roads to get government approval. Aleph Automotive says the Model A can carry 1 or 2 occupants and will have a road range of 200 miles and flying range of 110 miles. It expects to sell the vehicle for $300,000 with the first delivery forecast for 2025.
Wow.
Sounds pretty soon.
Yeah. And then I'm assuming there'll be some regulations over how you drive it.
I sure hope so.
Around that don't exist.
Hopefully they'll create a couple rules for that one.
Yeah.
Or like,
I don't even know.
It's like can't compute. Too futuristic.
Still a ways away. We're good.
Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
500,000 applications each week. That is how many passport renewals are submitted to the State Department. That number is only expected to grow. The agency's on track to process more than 22 million passport applications this year. And all those forms are bogging down a system that is still reeling from COVID slowdowns. Mark Elwood is a travel expert. He joins us now with more on this backlog. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. So, earlier this year, the wait time for passports, it was in that 6 to 9 week window if you didn't need it expedited. What's the wait time now, and why is this happening?
Well, we're looking at 12 weeks, perhaps even longer. And exactly as you said, it's really the sense that we didn't travel as much during COVID, especially overseas. So we didn't see that our passports were expiring, and suddenly everyone's noticing. So the lesson there is, please get your passport out right now and check whether it expires anytime soon.
And I know there's some people I've heard from who had plans to go overseas, but then they realized it was gonna expire in a window that even though the passport was okay, they wouldn't be allowed to come back in the country. So there's so many details you have to check on. If you have international plans, what should you do to make sure that you have your passport in time, that you get it actually in your possession?
So if you have a little bit of a window, I would always use one of the expediting services. I trust It's Easy. There are other ones, CIBT, Rush My Passport. You will pay for their assistance, and in some cases hundreds of dollars, but it will help speed it up. If you are traveling next week, if you're traveling within 48 hours and you can get to one of the 26 regional passport agency offices, there are walk-in appointments which they will try to get you a passport if you can prove you're traveling within 48 hours. You print out your ticket. It doesn't always work, but I had a friend who did that last week and he got his passport and he's in Italy right now. So I know it can.
There you go. You've seen the pictures in Italy. You know he got there. Good to go. So, there are reports of people, to cancel their plans because the passports didn't arrive in time. What are some of the things, and you talked a little about some options, but if you're in that situation, what are some of the things you can do? And overall, what's the impact this backlog is having on the tourism industry with so many people who aren't able to travel overseas?
Remember, if your passport runs out, it isn't an excuse you can give to the airline and say, please be nice to me. It is your fault and it is your responsibility. So if you have to cancel a trip, they're not required to reimburse you just because you didn't check your passport ran out. Of course, you can ask nicely. There's always leeway. If you ask a hotel nicely and say, hey, can I roll over a booking? They might well work with you. But yes, it's having a huge impact. Remember, if you need a change of scene, if you want a bit of Caribbean, you can go to Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands without a passport. So that is an option if you want a little sun, sand, and sea.
For folks who aren't in this bind right now, they're probably breathing a sigh of relief, but it's maybe a good reminder, hey, your passport is going to expire at some point. I mean, what's your best advice for people to stay on top of this so they just don't get in this situation in the first place?
I think the key is to try and renew your passport in the off-season. Part of the issue is that we all tend to think about our passports as the summer approaches, and that is more of a bottleneck. So look at the end of the year, always check in on that. And again, my big thing is work with an expediter, expedite your passport. You can pay a little extra for it to be speedier. You can pay someone to help you. And when you're navigating that enormous bureaucracy, that little bit of help is priceless.
Absolutely. My passport was stolen once years ago in a bag with a bunch of other stuff. Got it expedited. Got it just like that. I know. Horrifying. It wasn't fun, but thankfully we got it taken care of quickly. So Mark Elwood, thanks so much as always. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Coming up, Sally Ride rocketed into history books 40 years ago, becoming the first American woman to fly in space.
Next, we'll tell you about the honor she just received at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and how her legacy is inspiring young girls to follow in her footsteps.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. Well, following all the buzz around the Barbie movie, we're hearing details about a future Mattel movie, Barney. And it might come as a surprise if you remember the kids' show about the singing purple dinosaur. A little bit of a different take here. A Mattel Films executive told The New Yorker the movie would be, quote, leaning into the millennial angst of the property rather than fine-tuning this for kids. They say that it's going to focus on some of the trials and tribulations of being 30-something growing up with Barney. Mattel is planning a string of movies based on its best-loved toys, including Hot Wheels and also Masters of the Universe. No word on whether those will also contain millennial angst, Joe, but I grew up with Barbie. I'm in my early 30s. It's kind of hitting. It's funny.
It sounds like Barney will maybe no longer be singing the I love you, you love me song.
Or maybe, it'll be like
a cigarette. It's yeah, it's been a rough life.
So funny.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
We end this hour with a look at a special honor for a woman who broke glass ceilings in space. Her legacy is still changing the galaxy today. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the story.
This Independence Day, there's a new addition to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, a gold celebration of another 80s icon from California.
The United States sending a woman into space was a very important event for at least 53% of the population, and I'm very proud of that.
In 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman and the first acknowledged gay astronaut to travel to space, although her sexuality was not made public until after her death in July of 2012.
She's a Valley girl at heart. Yeah, spot on.
I know, right? Unveiled today, a replica of Sally now overlooks California's Simi Valley.
Oh, wow.
Her niece Kate joined us for a sneak peek.
I want the world to see what she represents, which is equality and inclusion.
Sally Ride's legacy, motivating girls and young women to pursue careers in science and technology, living on in her namesake school in Los Angeles.
She was the first woman who went to space, and she was brave.
It's pretty cool because mostly boys go to the space.
She inspired me by going to space because I want to be an astronaut, but I really want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, and she paved the way for that.
Yeah.
To see that the impact is remaining, it fills my heart. A famous quote of hers is, "You can't be what you can't see. You can become whatever you want to become. Whatever you see in yourself, go reach for it. Challenge yourself. Discover what is meant for you and create a better world because of that."
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Simi Valley, California.
Love seeing young students attend a school named after her. That's so cool.
Absolutely. What a legacy. Yeah, to keep inspiring young girls. Awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere. Developing right now on Morning News Now, steamy summer. This morning, millions of Americans waking up to weather alerts from a severe storm system stretching from Colorado to Illinois to triple-digit temps scorching parts of the West. We're tracking the conditions and what to expect where you live. Also this morning, a crisis of violence. New information about a mass shooting in Philadelphia that claimed the lives of at least 5 people.
These acts were done knowingly and intentionally. Unimaginably disgusting and horrifying.
This just one of several mass shootings in America this week. We'll bring you the latest. Plus, more fallout for Harvard this morning. The Ivy League university now facing a new challenge to its admissions process, this time over its policy on legacy admissions, which critics argue favors white applicants. More on the legal challenge field just days after the Supreme Court ruling to end affirmative action. And ruffled feathers, Twitter is about to face some new competition. What we know about a new app by Meta and how it could change the way you scroll. Interesting stuff there as we see lots of changes at Twitter. Changes to the whole space then.
And more social media apps out there.
Oh, there you go. Remember, we were talking about another one.
Fewer apps. All right. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being with us. We begin this morning with the extreme weather continuing to sweep the country from coast to coast.
In the Northeast, torrential rains flooded streets, forcing millions to bring their 4th of July celebrations indoors. Lightning was also a major concern, injuring 2 people at Coney Island. Out west, the scorching temperatures are not relenting. Firefighters in Washington are battling a major fire in the western part of that state. A level 3 warning was issued, forcing dozens of residents to evacuate their homes immediately. At least 250 acres have been burned so far. It's not just in the west. In the south, millions remain under heat advisories this morning, prolonging an already record-breaking summer for high temperatures. United Nations officials are now warning it could be here to stay with El Niño's return to the U.S. All this severe weather is having a major impact on travelers who are looking to get home after a long holiday weekend filled with celebrations. All 3 New York City airports brought to a halt yesterday as those storms raged on. Let's get the latest on all these storms and the heat with meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yes, that means it's time for your Morning News Now weather forecast. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, some travel home could be a little bit bumpy. We're looking at some road conditions that could be affected, also in the air, because we are unsettled once again today, watching the chance for severe storms. You can already see some storms on radar at this hour. We're looking at some storms in the middle of the country throughout Kansas, Missouri, and that will be the bullseye as we go throughout the rest of today. But also in the southeast, we're going to see those typical summer-like storms kind of popping up with that daytime heating. So we're going to be watching both those stories throughout the day, in addition to the heat. But we're seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder in portions of the Central Plains, some really heavy downpours too. That is part of the story, especially if you're traveling on the roadways. We're going to see some flooded roadways with these really heavy downpours. So 29 million people at risk for winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well, an isolated tornado or two, especially where you see that yellow coloring. So Chicago, that's a big hub for the airlines. St. Louis, Little Rock, Tulsa, Amarillo, Dodge City, Denver. You could see some strong to severe storms as you head out through this afternoon and evening hours. Now, tomorrow, if you're still traveling, we're looking at that risk through Rapid City, Scottsbluff, Denver, Dodge City. So not moving all that far. We're still talking about the Central Plains, also the Rockies, and really the same scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Very large hail and a few tornadoes are possible. Big rainfall amounts, we're looking anywhere from 2 to 3 inches, and we could see 2 inches per hour. So those very summer-like storms that drop a lot of rain in a short amount of times. Notice the Carolinas. We could see a lot of rain there, too. That's where you see those reds, the oranges, the yellows. But along the Gulf Coast states and the southeast, also in portions of the Central Plains, there's your flash flooding risk because we're expecting those heavy downpours extending from Green Bay back through the Rockies and also the southern parts of the Mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas. So the snapshot for today, we're talking about those severe storms, showers and humid in the southeast, the Carolinas, and then more record heat in the Pacific Northwest, also parts of the Southwest. We're looking at 29 million people impacted by heat alerts, whether it's a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. Temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. We're going to see record-breaking territories here once again. So Tucson, Phoenix, you're going to be hot. Portland and Medford, well above normal for this time of year. Look at Medford, 102. The record of 102 could certainly be tied, if not broken. Tucson, we're looking at 109 today. That's hot. 106 in El Paso. And we are hot, too, in the southeast along the Gulf Coast. That's going to help to aid some of the storms as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. So, guys, Tampa today, 96. That could be a record breaker as well. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle. Well, we're learning more about the victims this morning from that mass shooting in Philadelphia over the holiday weekend. 5 people were killed, 2 others injured when police say a man wearing body armor opened fire in a neighborhood Monday night. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest.
The 40-year-old suspect due in court today. A number of charges are expected to be announced, including multiple murder charges, aggravated assault, and weapons charges. Officials say the shooter seemingly targeted victims at random in this Southwest Philadelphia neighborhood. They say the suspect was wearing a ski mask, had tactical gear on, had an AR-15 style rifle and handgun, and went into this neighborhood and frankly just unloaded as many as 50 rounds on people there. Among the injured, 2 twin toddlers, one of them being shot in the leg, the other receiving eye injuries from a result of shattered glass. Today we are also learning more about the 5 victims killed, including a 15-year-old. His mother speaking out, emotional, saying she demands justice, she demands accountability. Yesterday during a news conference, Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw calling the shooting abhorrent, but they are still searching for a motive. Investigators back out on the scene, trying to speak with witnesses, trying to find video. And speaking of video, police say a video from a traffic camera, now part of their investigation, that appears to show what may be the gunman in the neighborhood as they opened fire. Again, a lot of details to unlearn about this particular shooting. Yesterday, officials also noting that there was a second suspect that was apprehended at the scene. Officials saying that person was let go, as it does appear at this time that they were shooting at the suspect in what appears to be a case of self-defense. Today, we also expect to learn more about the shooting suspect. A name has been floating through social media, but officials say they will not be releasing it until the suspect is formally charged. So again, that arraignment expected to happen sometime this morning or later today. We'll bring you the details as they become available. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you very much.
Let's take a closer look at this with NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. Clint, good morning. So in this Philly case, police say the suspect wore a bulletproof vest, also had a police scanner with him. Talk to us about the challenges officers face when you're trying to stop a suspect in a shooting like this. What is their strategy?
Yeah, it's so much different than what we would see 20 years ago. You're talking about shooters that are armed even to a greater degree than the actual law enforcement officers. They're wearing body armor, which the law enforcement officers usually are wearing, but sometimes they're not, especially if they're off duty. And then they have the communications of the officers as they're trying to, interdict and apprehend this individual. So it just puts them in a really tough position. At the same point, you're talking about a nighttime shooting, a moving shooting, as you could see just from some of the crime scene here, was over an extended, area of ground. You've got people that are obviously terrified, that are trying to defend themselves. It's such a challenging environment for law enforcement today compared to any other time in our nation's history.
And it wasn't just in Philly. It was really a deadly weekend across the country. Clint, I want to ask you about another shooting that happened. This one was in Fort Worth, Texas, Monday night. 3 people killed there, 8 others injured near a holiday gathering there. We know several victims were found in a parking lot, which is considered a soft target. So for police, what are the challenges they face with a shooting at such a big public gathering like the ones we saw over the 4th of July holiday?
Very consistent in recent years and unfortunate is how do you prepare in terms of your physical security for these sorts of events when you just don't know who the attacker would be? If you're looking at a vulnerability assessment, we can go all the way back to that very tragic Las Vegas shooting a few years ago. These situations are impossible to fully protect 100%. And then add to that, you don't know who the shooter is. When you look at that footage right there and you compare it to Philadelphia, that's 2 very similar scenes, nighttime, large gatherings. In the other place, we've got nighttime in probably a somewhat busy city street. It is very, very difficult for law enforcement if they don't have what we would say threat intelligence, if they don't preemptively know about a shooter, for them to think of every conceivable way or every conceivable target. It's just that difficult right now for law enforcement to stay ahead of these things.
And on that, it is summer. It's a time when people get together in large events, whether it's outdoor concerts or parades or any sort of events like that. What's the best advice we can all get from you to remain vigilant when we're out and about in public, to stay safe, but also to enjoy some of the things that we want to enjoy this summer?
Well, the NYPD phrase, if you see something, say something, is always, critical in this. Just getting a tip, just a few seconds or minutes of a weird individual. Let's say in the case of Philadelphia, a random person showing up in body armor, walking down the street. Those tips, when reported, are invaluable when a response time of seconds can really result in many lives being saved. So I think, yes, obviously everyone should go and enjoy an event. They should feel good about their law enforcement, which are, very professional. But at the same point, every tip and lead they get, that just saves more and more time in terms of a response where they can get in front of these things before violence happens.
Clint Watts, appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. Turning to the Middle East now, Israel says it has ended its military assault on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank.
As Israeli forces were pulling out of Jenin, militants in Gaza fired a volley of rockets toward Israel, which were all shot down. Israel then responded with airstrikes on Gaza. In Jenin this morning, Palestinians are emerging from their homes to survey the damage and destruction left behind. That's what you're seeing on your screen. At least 12 Palestinians were killed and more than 100 were injured in what Israel described as a counter-terrorism operation. A spokesperson for the UN Office of Humanitarian Affairs raised concerns over the camp's condition.
The airstrike also significantly damaged structures in which people were living, both in the camp and in surrounding areas. Due to damage to infrastructure, most of the Jenin camp is currently without drinking water, and the first initial estimation indicate that most of the camp is also without electricity. Health facilities have also reportedly sustained damage.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Shibli Telhami. He's the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, also author of the book, The One State Reality, What is Israel-Palestine? Dr. Telhami, it's great to have you back with us again. Thank you for joining us. So as we heard there from the UN, there are these large concerns over the humanitarian situation in that camp right now. Obviously, the footage of the area does not look good. There's a lot that needs to happen probably before we even get to cleanup and reconstruction effort as this tension and violence continues. But what does usually happen in a situation like this in terms of who is going to go in there and help?
It's really always a disaster because there's not enough help that goes to those devastated, the civilians who get hurt, most of them, the thousands in this case, and maybe tens of thousands who get affected in general, because the Palestinian Authority, which has some autonomy and supposed to take care of the population there, is nearly bankrupt, is really incapable of addressing the issues that are at hand. And the Israeli Authority, which as an occupying power has a responsibility to protect civilians, obviously has been part of the problem in this particular case, is not going to try to help. A lot of the help will come sometimes from local organizations, NGOs, the municipality, which is also nearly bankrupt, but a lot of the international aid agencies, particularly the UNRWA, which has been an agency that's charged with helping Palestinian refugees over the years. That agency is under strain and might go bankrupt. It started really under the Trump administration when it withdrew the aid from UNRWA and put it on the brink of going out of business. Biden renewed some of that aid to UNRWA, but still it's in a big trouble. So there's, you've got all this devastation. I mean, even aside from dealing with the people who are homeless that you have to house and feed and take care of, you've got the infrastructure that's devastated, the water line, the sewage lines, the electric lines, the roads, the hundreds of homes that could have been affected by this. And so who's going to take care of that? And that's why, of course, you create a new generation of desperate people, young children who are watching all this and rendered homeless again and again. Remember, this is a layer upon layer of humanitarian disaster. The Palestinians are already under a military occupation for 56 years. What does that mean? We only look at it when the gun is fired. Mm-hmm. But when you have a military occupation, the gun is always present even when it's fired. And the whole environment every single day is tragic for people. So yes, I think it's challenging.
Doctor, we know the U.S. is a major ally of Israel, but there's growing criticism over the amount of taxpayer money that's used to fund the Israeli military, which enforces the occupation. What are your thoughts on that? What kind of role should we see from the U.S., do you think?
Well, the United States, of course, has aided Israel no matter what happened. Anyway, aid to Israel, economic aid, the billions of dollars economic aid, the military technology that is given to Israel over anybody else. Obviously, most of the sophisticated arms that Israel has come from the U.S. That has been really independent from what Israel does. The U.S. could be critical of Israeli settlement building, for example, which are considered to be war crimes under international law. But there's been no tie-in between the aid and what Israel does on the ground. And that's why a lot of people have called, including us in this book that you mentioned and a recent article that I wrote with colleagues in Foreign Affairs, we call the U.S. as enablers and because essentially there are no consequences. So the far right in Israel is not going to be affected by words that are, given by a statement from the State Department when, in fact, aid goes as usual.
All right. Dr. Telhami, thanks for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, tomorrow, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is scheduled to begin a major visit to China to meet with senior officials. The visit, which will focus on economic and financial issues, comes less than a month after Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to the country, which you probably remember. Professor Gordon Chang, author of The Coming Collapse of China and The Great U.S. Tech War, joins us now with an in-depth analysis on Secretary Yellen's visit. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us first just what we know about main objectives here. I know that we're not necessarily expecting any major breakthroughs, but what is the purpose for this visit to Beijing?
From the Biden administration, it really is just to reestablish communications with China. Those communications, of course, have been eroded because China has broken off a number of these channels, and the Biden administration wants to put them back together. So they are downplaying expectations of substantive results. This is really talking about talking.
How much do you think this visit, as well as that visit I just referenced a second ago last month from Secretary Blinken, will do anything in terms of resetting the relationship between the U.S. and China? Is there hope for that?
This is really up to China, whether they want to have communications with us or not. And our sending senior officials, I think, actually makes life more difficult for the U.S. because China has been engaged in very belligerent, hostile activities, and it should be the Chinese trying to mend relations, not us. You know, we think that we're responsible by trying to talk, but the Chinese see it as a vassal coming to the Chinese capital, acknowledging subordination. And so this is just feeding their already inflated sense of self-importance. I don't think it's working. And we have seen over the course of decades, it hasn't worked. China's moving in the wrong directions, and we've got to do something different.
This also might be a stumbling block. It's something that you actually just tweeted about earlier this week. I want to read part of this. You said, China's direct and continuous support of Russia's war effort in Ukraine makes the CCP regime complicit in the barbaric acts of the Russian forces. Clearly here, the U.S. and China are on different sides of this war, is essentially, you know, at the root of this. What impact does that have on these discussions, on hopes of sort of repairing a relationship here, and on these diplomatic trips as they unfold?
The Biden administration has put a lot of effort to getting China to back away from its support of Russia. And I think it's had some effect. I think China would be providing more assistance if it weren't for the efforts of Washington. But we know that the Chinese have been supplying, for instance, lethal aid. We keep on warning about it, and we don't actually impose the sanctions on China for doing something that the Chinese know that we know they're doing. So I think that we need to start imposing some costs, because if we do that, then China will see the Biden administration is actually serious.
Gordon Chang, thank you very much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, legacies and legalities. Harvard now facing a new challenge just days after the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action. We'll talk about the new push to end so-called legacy admissions.
But up first, after the break, a white powder found in the White House now being identified as cocaine. What we're learning from a source. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Secret Service is investigating after a small bag containing a white powdery substance was found near the West Wing. According to a source familiar with the investigation, preliminary testing confirms it was cocaine. In a statement, a spokesman for the Secret Service said that on Sunday, the White House complex went into a precautionary closure as officers from the Secret Service Uniform Division investigated an unknown item found inside a work area. The D.C. Fire Department was called to evaluate and determine the item to be non-hazardous. Well, President Biden and his family were at Camp David when the powder was found. According to the source, the area where it was found has heavy foot traffic and often holds items belonging to visitors and employees of the White House that are not then taken to other parts of the West Wing. As of now, the White House has declined to comment on the matter. And in some other news from the White House, a federal judge has barred the Biden administration from communicating with social media companies over content. Now, this ruling was part of a lawsuit spearheaded by GOP states who felt that the government overstepped in their handling of COVID-19 disinformation. Following this ruling, federal agencies and top government officials are no longer allowed to communicate with social media companies over content that, quote, contains free speech posted by their users. The CDC and FBI are among the agencies included in the ruling. The White House said the Department of Justice is currently reviewing the case and will be evaluating its options. There is no word yet from Meta, Twitter, or Google.
Just over a week after that failed rebellion in Russia, the leader of the Wagner Group has seemingly resurfaced. A new audio recording posted on social media has been attributed to Yevgeny Prigozhin. In it, the exiled leader seems to call for support and vows to return to the front lines again. We want to point out NBC News has not authenticated this message. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine, with the latest. Kelly, good morning. So what more can you tell us about this recording? Is it clear where Prigozhin is or how he's actually doing right now?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of questions surrounding the whereabouts of Prigozhin still. You'll recall a few days ago, the president of Belarus, Lukashenko, said that Prigozhin had arrived in his country in Belarus, but we haven't seen him publicly since those images of him being cheered and taking selfies with Russians in that southern city of Rostov-on-Don. But we do now have this audio recording, which was posted to a Telegram channel that is sympathetic to the Wagner Group and to Prigozhin. Our colleagues in Moscow said the voice sounds like him, the way he speaks sounds like Prigozhin, but as you said, it's really difficult to authenticate that this actually is him. But in the message, it's interesting. He sort of hints around at what's to come for his Wagner Group. He says that in the near future, people will see our next victories on the front, suggesting possibly that he and his fighters could be back in Ukraine at some point. We don't know. And he also says, defends once again his actions on that Saturday a week and a half ago, saying that that march on Moscow was actually aimed at fighting traitors, saying that he thinks that they achieved many of their aims. But no, a lot of questions still, Joe, and we don't know how many of his fighters will be following him to Belarus. There have been reports about satellite images purportedly showing camps being set up in Belarus. None of that has been confirmed or verified. Joe?
Kelly, we're also hearing from President Putin for the first time on the international stage since the Wagner Group march on Moscow. What should we know about his speech? What was his message?
Yeah, and he's been very visible since that insurrection. You'll recall we didn't see him for probably the first 24 to 48 hours, aside from 2 very short addresses to the nation. And since then, we've seen him quite often, actually. He was greeting crowds in Dagestan a few days ago. He's been seen presenting awards and commemorating the fallen airmen who died during the insurrection. This latest public appearance was a virtual summit with friendly countries, with India and China. And I think it was meant to portray that Russia is stable, it's united, and that he is in charge. He said that Russia has never been more united than now. He said that sanctions are only making the country stronger. So again, part of this narrative that Russia is stable, that he's in control, and he's still popular. In fact, there was an unusual, I would say, video of him welcoming a young girl into his Kremlin office that was released just in the past 12 hours or so. And he's laughing, he's smiling, he kisses her on the head at one point. Again, that image of a man of the people, a caring leader, a man in control. Joe.
All right. Kelly Kobiea reporting from Ukraine. Kelly, thank you.
Well, there are new developments this morning in the case of Evan Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter jailed in Russia. The Kremlin says it's open to discussing a prisoner swap involving Gershkovich and a Russian citizen being held in the U.S. on cybercrime charges. On Monday, a representative from the State Department was able to meet with Gershkovich. That's only the second such meeting since he was arrested on espionage charges back in March.
More now on the war in Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of planning an attack on a nuclear power plant.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the details on that, as well as other international headlines. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning. Good to be with you. Like you mentioned, we start in Ukraine, where both the Ukrainians and the Russians are blaming each other for planning an attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest. Now, Russian media reporting that Ukraine is planning an overnight attack with long-range precision equipment and kamikaze attack drones. Ukraine claims that Russia has put explosive devices on 2 reactors. Both sides have not offered evidence for their claims. And in Afghanistan, the Taliban's morality minister says all beauty salons must close in 1 month. It's just the latest blow to Afghan women. Since the Taliban took over in 2021, women have been banned from attending universities, bathhouses, gyms, and parks. Many Afghan women say they saw the salon as their only place left to meet up with friends and converse with other women. And guys, in the world of sports, Wimbledon in full swing. 2-time champ Andy Murray defeated Ryan Pinkston in straight sets in the first round of the men's singles on Tuesday. In the stands, British and tennis royalty. The Princess of Wales and Roger Federer watched the match. Federer now retired. He won 8 of his 20 Grand Slam titles, all at the All England Club. And guys, he had a standing ovation for about 2 minutes. I think he's well liked.
Oh my goodness.
Well deserved.
Yeah,
Right.
I like that royalty play there.
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Time for our weekly medical checkup. There's new research showing the dangers of not having access to fresh food.
Also, often overlooked warning signs that could indicate the onset of dementia.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here with more on these stories you may have missed over the last week. Good to have you with us. So, good morning. New research from the American Cancer Society shedding light on the dangers of a food desert. That's where you have limited access to affordable and healthy food. What are we learning?
And it's actually a couple things. It's access to the food or a vehicle to get to that food. And what we're learning is it particularly hits the southeast and the west part of the United States. And it's more than just an inconvenience. It actually is cutting 2 years life expectancy from people who live in those food deserts. And so we are finding out that it's not healthy for them to live in that area. And like I said, it's mostly in those parts of the country, but it can be in other parts. And you can, as a matter of fact, you can live in an urban area and still be around a food desert. So you want to be extra careful. So what can you do? Well, number one, you can go ahead and make good food choices. That's probably the most important things. These are the doctor's orders. So seek out the healthiest options. Frozen fruits fruits and vegetables have high amounts of the antioxidants and the different nutrients in them, so that's good. You know, canned food can be good as well, so seek out those other options. And then number 2 is it takes a village, and by that I mean we want public transportation. We're talking support community gardens, co-ops, those kind of things that the whole public can get behind to try and get healthy foods options to those areas that don't have them.
Really good information there. Also, this was an interesting health headline. So this global 16-year study, it looked at teens, and it showed that more are underestimating their body weight. What are the implications of that?
And so with the teens in particular, we're talking 11, 13, and 15-year-olds is underestimating their body weight. And the problem is they are thinking their BMI that they are at now is a normal BMI when, in fact, it puts them in the overweight or the obese category. And we know BMI is not the best indicator of weight, but it's a good indicator of trends in weight. And so, number one, this is a huge public health concern. You want to make sure that the public health implications are understood, because this is going to set them up later in life for different things. And on top of that, we also found out that the way the trajectory is going is girls tend to be lowering their chances of having that misconception. Boys tend to be increasing it. And so boys are having a higher rate of underestimating their BMIs. So what are your doctor's orders here? Well, first and foremost, understand what the body weight is and avoid certain things to try and make sure that body image is okay, because that's important as well. Daily weighing is not something you want to do. Weigh yourself on a regular basis, but not every day. And realize that weight does fluctuate as you grow. But again, that BMI should be used as a trend, not as a one-time indicator, but a trend.
And it's important for parents to realize this might be happening with kids, that they might be
Exactly. And other studies have shown that parents, same thing. Parents can underestimate their child's weight too. It's getting normalized to be a higher weight, and we want to make sure that that gets back to, you know, the healthier weights.
Last thing we want to talk about, researchers found certain types of hallucinations could be an early predictor of Parkinson's disease. What type of hallucinations are we talking about? Why is this important?
And Joe, more importantly, it's an early predictor of dementia and Parkinson's disease. And there's nothing to say it's not with other dementias as well. But this particular hallucination is what we call presence hallucination. And we've all had that, where you think somebody's behind you and you look and nobody's there. Okay. Well, they get that on a regular basis and an increasing basis. That could be an early indicator of cognitive decline with them. And so you want to be careful. If you see them looking around, you know, something definitely to pay attention to. So what are your doctor's orders? Well, first and foremost, you know the unusual signs of Parkinson's. That could be one of them. Another one is smaller handwriting. That's a big sign as well. And so if you see their handwriting, which is normally pretty flourished, and then it turns smaller, that's an early indicator of Parkinson's. And then the things you want to do to keep healthy young can help you with Parkinson's later. Exercise is the only proven deterrent of Parkinson's right now that we have. And so exercise.
Which is always good advice.
Always good advice.
Many things. All right, Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much.
You bet.
Very good information. Thank you. Coming up, Fit for a King this morning, a centuries-old tradition taking place in Scotland to celebrate King Charles.
After the break, more on the ceremonies planned for today. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 2 months after his coronation, King Charles is having another day of celebrations. This time it's in Scotland. The city of Edinburgh will see a grand procession and church service carrying on a 100-year tradition. NBC News royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew joins us now to discuss all this. Hey, Daisy, good morning. Thanks for joining us on a big day there. So walk us through the history behind today and the reason that King Charles has essentially the second ceremony to mark his coronation.
Exactly that. So he's had his ceremony, his coronation here in London. This is the official Scottish version. And in fact, if you look at Scotland's history of royals, it's even longer and richer in some ways than England's. Now, today we're going to be seeing really the emblems of Scottish royal, which is the honours of Scotland, Scotland's crown jewels. They're even more valuable, some say, than England's crown jewels. And Charles will be offered these three things: the sword, the sceptre and the crown. The crown itself, the Scottish crown, is the most significant. It goes back to 1543. It was used for the first time by Mary, Queen of Scots, when she had her coronation at just 9 months old. The crown is too small for Charles to wear it. It's not baby size. Mary, Queen of Scots didn't wear it when she was 9 months old, but we won't be seeing it on Charles's head today, but its significance is huge.
Absolutely. Talk us through some of these other details. I know there's also this Elizabeth sword in honor of the late Queen, things like that. What are the things that you're going to be looking out for?
That's right. So the sword, that's the old sword, the 16th century sword, is again now considered too fragile to be used. So the Scots have commissioned a new one. It costs £22,000. That will be used in the ceremony. Before we get to the ceremony at St Giles Cathedral, we'll see two processions walking along the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. One of the royals, the royal family, Charles, Camilla, we'll see Kate and William. They're not called Prince and Princess of Wales in Scotland. They're called the Duke and Duchess of Rothesay. That's their Scottish title. We'll see the royals proceeding down to St Giles Cathedral, but we'll also see a procession of the people, 100 of the Scottish great and good representatives of Charles's charities and so on. They will proceed from Edinburgh Castle. They will be accompanying the Scottish crown jewels, and they'll be led by a very important animal, a Shetland pony called Kraken, who's a colonel in the Scottish Royal Regiment. He will be leading, this tiny Shetland pony will be leading that procession with the crown jewels, with the 100 people, and they will all convene at the cathedral, where we'll have a ceremony of thanksgiving and the crown jewels will be officially offered to the king.
Absolutely. Also, this all happens, of course, while the monarchy is less popular in Scotland than other parts of the UK. Certainly a conversation to be had there. Daisy McAndrew, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Harvard University is facing yet another challenge to its admissions process, this time by a famed civil rights group. It alleges the university's legacy admissions policy favors the children of its mostly white alumni.
This comes after the Supreme Court ruled last week that colleges must ignore applicants' race when making admissions decisions.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is an MSNBC legal analyst. She's here to help us explain what all this means. Kristen, good morning. So the NAACP is calling on more than 500 public schools, more than 1,300 private colleges and universities to end legacy preferences. Why is ending these legacy admissions such a big deal?
Well, they perpetuate racial and economic inequities in higher education. These preferences are not justified by any educational necessity because they don't really consider an applicant's credentials or their merits, but really only their familial ties. And they tend to favor applicants from predominantly white or affluent backgrounds who are already advantaged in the educational system. So it's seen as a major problem. And now post-affirmative action, preference favoring wealth and privilege is getting new scrutiny.
So Harvard has said that it will not be commenting on this particular lawsuit, but do you think there is a valid legal claim here to ending legacy admissions, or is this something that essentially would have to be done voluntarily, school by school on an individual basis?
I think there's certainly merit to this suit. You know, the complaint alleges that Harvard's use of donor and legacy preferences is discriminatory and in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and that prohibits unjustified impact on individuals based on their race in federally funded institutions like Harvard. So the burden of proof is actually going to fall on Harvard to demonstrate that these practices are educationally necessary. And if they fail to do so, and the court agrees with the plaintiff's claims that these practices disproportionately disadvantage students of color, then the lawsuit could indeed succeed.
So this is a movement that's also gaining traction on Capitol Hill right now. There's a push for Congress to end the practice of legacy and donor-based admissions. Is it possible this issue does end up some way in front of the Supreme Court? And if so, what are really the issues here that the justices would need to delve into?
Well, we're really a long way off from any potential Supreme Court discussion on this particular complaint, because it's really before the Office of Civil Rights. And that process involves an investigation, potential negotiations and agreements, and other potential threats, such as a federal funding pull. That all needs to really be exhausted before the matter even gets to lower courts, which would be the precursor.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Coming up, eye in the sky, controversy in California where one city is launching drones to help police fight crime, while critics say the new strategy could do more harm than good.
Plus, hanging by Threads. We're going to talk about Meta's new alternative to Twitter and why it could change how and where you scroll. This is Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. Police in Southern California are using drones in new ways, from keeping an eye on big crowds to ending hostage situations. Police say the technology is saving lives, but critics argue drones could pose a threat to privacy. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian takes a closer look.
An eye in the sky.
helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Financial headlines now. Yahoo could possibly be coming back to the public markets.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so listen to this. Yahoo may be returning to Wall Street. The CEO of the internet pioneer tells the Financial Times the company is very profitable and is ready to come back to the public markets via an IPO. Yahoo soared in the 1990s during the dot-com boom, and it was eventually bought by Verizon, which unloaded the company to a private investment firm in 2021. Yahoo announced layoffs earlier this year, but the CEO says it still has huge customer traffic, and the site is a top destination in finance, sports, and news. Toyota says it's made a technological breakthrough that could cut the weight, size, and cost of batteries in half, and what could be a major advance for electric vehicles. The automaker says it simplified production of the material used to make solid-state batteries. Toyota believes the new batteries could have a range of nearly 750 miles and charge in 10 minutes or less. The company expects to be able to manufacture the batteries as soon as 2027. And Twitter is moving TweetDeck. That's the popular viewing tool behind a paywall starting next month. Twitter says it's launching a new and improved version of TweetDeck, which will only be available to verified users. Now, Twitter Blue subscribers pay $8 a month to get the blue check mark. TweetDeck is especially popular among power users, guys.
Twitter's getting expensive. All right.
It sure is.
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
They're also getting some competition, which is where we're headed next. This fierce competition between tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. It's going to step up a gear tomorrow. Zuckerberg's company Meta is launching a new app, which is being seen as a rival to Musk's platform, Twitter, of course. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg haven't faced off in their potential cage match yet, although they're certainly talking about it. But Zuckerberg's company Meta is now entering the ring to take on Twitter.
I enjoy being doubted.
Announcing the launch of a direct competitor, Threads. The app, which appears to emphasize public conversations, much like Twitter, already showing up in Apple's App Store for users to download on Thursday. Photo previews suggest users will be able to log in using their Instagram account.
There have been other competitors that have popped up to try to take on Twitter since Elon Musk's acquisition.
and they've struggled. Meta is the biggest social media company in the world. They can take this to their users, their existing user base, and leverage that.
The number of users on Instagram worldwide, 2 billion, compared to some 300 million on Twitter. And buzz is building on social media.
This is what it's going to look like. It's really cool because you can actually log in with your Instagram username.
Threads is launching amidst an earthquake at Twitter. Since Elon Musk bought the platform last year, he's changed the verification process, charging $8 for blue check marks, overhauled the layout that determines what tweets users see, and just days ago imposed limits on how many tweets users can read per day. Musk, for his part, is not modulating his controversial takes.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
It's caused many users and advertisers to flee the site, triggering a flock of new challengers scrambling to offer an alternative, like Blue Sky and Mastodon. And new social media platform Spill, aiming to serve diverse communities, was number 4 in the free app store on Tuesday. But users on all those platforms remain relatively few. And now Meta is entering the fray.
The timing could not be more perfect because everyone's pissed off at Twitter.
Elon Musk has left an opening in the social media landscape, and Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, always likes an opening.
All right, our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report. Well, coming up, an important lesson in giving a good first impression.
When we come back, we're going to take you to one school offering students an advantage when it comes to starting their careers. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
July 4th means one thing on Coney Island, the annual Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Rain delayed the contest by 2 hours because apparently you can't eat hot dogs in the rain. It did not stop Joey Chestnut from winning for the 16th time in 17 years. Chestnut ate 62 hot dogs. That was more than a dozen short of his personal best. Wow. I blame the rain. In the women's category, Mickey Sudo came in first place. That's her 9th title, devouring 39 and a half hot dogs. Each took home the grand prize of $10,000, 90% of which will go to Pepto-Bismol and Tums. Probably not for them. They're used to it. So
to just unpack there, the rain, all of it. Wow. All right. Every year, it's just astonishing.
Congrats
Thank you,
to them.
Yes, congratulations. Well, most universities don't offer degrees in things like an elevator pitch on yourself or networking. But one school in Georgia is providing an innovative program to help their students and alumni nail first impressions and big career moments. NBC's Maya Eaglin has the story.
What else? What else? Necklace?
Writing proper nouns and simple verbs on Post-it notes isn't everyone's idea of a college course. But here at Savannah College of Art and Design,
Welcome to SCAD AMP. This is great.
there's a whole new type of mastery being taught to more than 7,000 students. The art of public speaking, networking, and effective communication.
We offer one-on-one coaching, small group appointments, we do classroom visits, and we have a central suite of 18 one-hour workshops.
Allie Steinweg is the director of SCAD AMP, a program open to students, staff, and alumni at no additional cost. She says employers are looking for two things:
critical thinking and professional communication, and we specialize in both.
SCAD's approach is innovative, giving students practice with high-pressure situations before they happen in real life, like practicing their elevator pitch on a literal elevator,
hiring people,
sitting in a cramped airplane row,
What are you doing, Savannah?
even using virtual reality to simulate an audience of hundreds.
In the world.
I used to move a lot, and I didn't even realize I did that.
Bhavna just graduated with her master's from SCAD. Jason is a rising junior.
Having done my undergrad and master's degree in India, how communication works is different. How formal communication is expected is different.
You kind of have a little bit of a step up because you know how to present yourself with intention.
While many folks might think these so-called soft skills aren't necessary, a 2023 LinkedIn report found communication, customer service, and teamwork among the top 10 in-demand skills companies look for in candidates.
We listened to our students. They wanted more skills, they wanted more practice, they wanted more confidence around communicating their work verbally and visually.
So let's be audience for this group.
Eric Honeycutt is a communication coach at SCAD AMP. His background in acting and coaching helps break people out of their shell.
What gap do you think SCAD AMP is filling?
What we do at SCAD AMP is come in and help them think about packaging that information or delivering that information in different contexts.
Hot, hastily, run.
We really try to give students an opportunity to get confidence around their ability to tell their story and specific repeatable tools for doing that.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Cool program.
I know.
Hopefully come in handy.
The actual elevator, funny.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday havoc. Extreme weather put a damper on 4th of July celebrations across the country, with flooding, hail, and severe thunderstorms fizzling out some holiday festivities and events. In the West, triple-digit temperatures and dry conditions are fueling wildfires in Washington State and Arizona. All that is creating the perfect storm for another day of delays and cancellations at airports. Buckle up, more severe weather is in the forecast. Also this morning, suspicious substance. The Secret Service is investigating a small amount of a white powdery substance found at the White House that tested positive for cocaine. We have more details on the investigation and what the Secret Service is saying about it. On hold, a backup in the passport application process is creating major problems for millions of travelers looking to get away this summer. We'll tell you what's causing the issue and what you can do if your vacation plans are hanging in the balance. And space pioneer. It has been 40 years since Sally Ride became the first American woman to travel to space. Now she's being honored posthumously with a statue in the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. We'll tell you how she is still inspiring girls to pursue careers in science and technology. Great honor there. We look forward to bringing you that story.
Absolutely.
Good to be here. We're going to start this morning with the major storms that put a damper on America's birthday celebration.
That's right. From extreme heat in the west to heavy rains in the east, both coasts were slammed by severe weather systems. And experts say it's not over yet. 30 million people are waking up to weather warnings this morning that's already causing a nightmare for travelers looking to get home. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Brooklyn with the latest.
Hey there, Willie. Well, it really has been an unrelenting start to summer in terms of the storms we've been seeing. But I'll start with the good news that some of the nation's largest, biggest fireworks displays were a go last night, including in New York City, despite torrential rain and bouts of lightning that happened throughout the day. But we also witnessed the sheer force of these serious storms. Here in Coney Island, 2 people were hospitalized after a lightning strike, as other parts of the country today brace for even more severe weather.
Mother Nature lit up the nation's skies with 4th of July fireworks all her own, as millions from coast to coast dealt with a holiday full of extreme heat and severe storms. From the Rockies to the East Coast, scattered storms disrupted a host of Independence Day festivities, clearing out beaches in New Jersey and abruptly pausing Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest.
As soon as we saw that first lightning, that's it, cut it off.
Nearby, the New York Fire Department reporting 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike. Out west, it was the scorching heat that put a damper on holiday plans, fueling wildfires in Washington and Arizona and canceling some nearby 4th of July events. At the nation's airports, more than 450 flights canceled and another 4,200 delayed Tuesday. At one point, there were ground stops at all 3 of New York City's major airports, adding to a week of travel chaos amid record holiday travel. NBC News learning United Airlines plans to reduce its schedule to give even more spare gates and buffer, especially during thunderstorm season. But despite the wild weather, Americans' patriotism shining through. Baseball fans singing during a rainy game at Fenway Park. And the USS Constitution, the Navy's oldest commissioned warship, setting sail under stormy skies.
Happy 4th! Love you! God bless you!
As families and friends flock to the beach, barbecues, and fireworks. Dazzling skylines nationwide, celebrating America's 247th birthday.
And while July 4th may have passed, many celebrations will continue from South Dakota to New Jersey to Colorado. Dozens of Independence Day festivities have been postponed to later this week, even later this month because of the severe weather. But for those who are planning to return home, just keep in mind you will be in good company. A record 50+ million people took to the skies and roadways this July 4th. So as we always say, Willie, pack your patience.
All right, Emilia Queta, thank you so much.
Let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check on the forecast.
That's right. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. And we are looking at some bumpy travel as we head throughout today. And also tomorrow, we are watching storms. Once again, a lot of storms in the east, really unsettled still. And then we're looking for a bullseye of storms throughout the middle of the country, from the Rockies to the plains into portions of the Midwest. So Chicago O'Hare, you could be impacted today, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. And then it's sort of those summer-like storms in the Tennessee Valley, the Carolinas, into the Gulf Coast states, the Southeast, where we're going to see some pop-up thunderstorms. Any of these storms could bring some really heavy downpours. And then more record heat in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be near 100 degrees in some spots. Really not typical for this time of year. The Southwest, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. So radar showing us that we're already active this morning. We're looking at some lightning showing up on this map. Also some green, some brighter colors. That's where we're seeing the heavier downpours. But we're going to really see this light up as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours once we get that daytime heating going. It just gives power to the storms. But in the middle of the country, this is what we're watching for, the chance for some pretty strong storms with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a few tornadoes. 29 million people at risk from Chicago to St. Louis, Little Rock, Tulsa, Dodge City into Amarillo. And then tomorrow, we kind of see the same areas. So, you know, like we've seen the past few weeks, we're not seeing things move very far. So tomorrow, we're looking at Rapid City to Scotts Bluff, Denver, once again, Dodge City. Where you see that yellow area, that's where we're looking at the likeliest spots for some storms. And winds could gust to 60 miles per hour. Very large and destructive hail tomorrow. A few tornadoes are possible as well. And then again, we're looking at the chance for some heavy, heavy downpours. Those downpours could lead to flash flooding. We could see locally up to 3 inches per hour. We could see 2 inches per hour falling at a time. So anywhere from Green Bay down to St. Louis, back into the Rockies, including Denver, we're looking at the chance for flash flooding, but also in the east. So Norfolk to Charlotte, also Savannah, we could see some really heavy downpours with the thunderstorms. That's the soggy and stormy part. Now we have the steamy part because we're looking at 29 million people impacted by heat alerts. It's all across the country, really. The Pacific Northwest into the Southwest, parts of the South Central states, into the Southeast, even a little smidge into portions of the Northeast. Watertown, you're going to be under a heat advisory. You are under a heat advisory because we're going to be heating up with temperatures above normal there. So what are we talking about in terms of the temperatures? Well, we're going to soar into the triple digits in many spots and getting really close to the triple digits in the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at Medford 102. That could break or tie a record. The record there is 102 today. Tucson 109, the record 111, 106 in El Paso. And it's not just the west. We're looking at the southeast too. Temperatures in the mid-90s in parts of Florida and 87 in parts of the northeast. And you guys, it's going to be hot in New York City today. Also tomorrow, we're going to make a run for the 90s as well. It's also really humid. I'm sure you felt that as you walked in this morning.
Absolutely.
Back to you both.
Got those air conditioners going.
Yeah, gross. All right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Turning now to an unusual incident at the White House. The Secret Service is investigating how a white powdery substance in a small plastic bag ended up in a work area of the West Wing. The substance tested positive for cocaine in a preliminary field test. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with more. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So this small bag was discovered by a uniformed Secret Service officer in a common area of the West Wing where staffers, visitors, and even some tourists pass through and leave some of their personal items like a phone or an umbrella before going deeper into the West Wing. Now, the D.C. hazmat team was called and they did the preliminary test. And now the sample is at a lab for more conclusive testing.
This morning, an unusual whodunit in the West Wing. According to sources familiar, the Secret Service is investigating the discovery of a small plastic bag being tested for cocaine after a preliminary result was positive for the illegal drug. This began Sunday night when local authorities were called after a routine inspection found the bag in a common area of the West Wing, where many staffers and visitors pass through daily. Investigators will check cameras and entrance logs to try to determine how the suspected drug was left in a secure area. President Biden and his family were away at the time, but home to host a massive summer party on the 4th of July.
Today's America's Day. America's Day.
Thousands of visitors on the grounds and a dazzling display in the sky. Before those patriotic colors were bursting in air, the campaign trail lit up with Republican candidates from the top tier and the less well-known.
Asa Hutchinson running for president.
Greeting primary voters in key early states.
A good day, great state.
In Iowa, Mike Pence walked the parade route and a tightrope amid the 2020 election interference probe and whether President Trump had told Pence to urge governors like Arizona's Doug Ducey to help them where they narrowly lost to Biden.
I was asked to check in with a few governors, but there was no pressure. I was simply gathering information, passing that along.
The former president was not on the road, leaving room for his rivals.
Wow, hi guys.
Like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire.
Each generation's got to step up and be a custodian of freedom. I think right now is our generation's time to do that.
And on the campaign trail today, Mike Pence will continue in Iowa, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum will be in New Hampshire with public events. And back to that substance, officials who we've been talking to say the investigation is being run by the Secret Service. It is expected to take a few days to have those conclusive lab results. And according to sources that I talked to, there is some question about if they will be able to identify who placed that item, the small bag, in that common area. But they will look at logs and cameras to try to get a sense of who might be responsible. Joe?
Right. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, the investigation continues this morning into that mass shooting over the holiday weekend in Philadelphia. 7 people were shot, 5 of them killed. We're now learning more about the victims as well as the alleged shooter. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Philadelphia with the latest. Hi, George. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Well, 4th of July celebrations here in Philadelphia, they were delayed, but they went off without a hitch. The mayor promising airtight security, especially as those concerns were growing after this mass shooting. The shooting at the forefront of everyone's mind. It follows a string of violence over this holiday week, including a shooting overnight in D.C.
A community reeling in disbelief after a wild shootout in Philadelphia the night before Independence Day.
Sound like fireworks.
5 people killed, including 1 teen. His mother speaking out, addressing the shooter.
You shot towards children,
and innocent children that had nothing to do with anything, and my son happened to be one of the people that get killed. I hope you get everything you deserve.
Also among the injured, twin toddlers, one shot in the leg, the other injured by shattered glass as they sat in their mother's car. This morning, police say the suspect responsible for the chaos is behind bars, pending charges.
Such an act of violence is abhorrent and goes against everything we stand for in this community.
New traffic camera footage appearing to show a person dressed in all black with a rifle. Police only confirmed with NBC News this video is part of their investigation.
All right, all units use caution. We got somebody with a long gun.
On Monday night, when police arrived at the scene, the gunman was still firing.
On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc.
Officers worked quickly to scoop victims to safety while pursuing the suspect into an alleyway where they were taken into custody.
Based upon limited information I have, that we do not see a basis for concluding that that person's discharge of a firearm was illegal.
The shooting, just one of a terribly violent stretch of days on this holiday week. Deadly gunfire broke out Monday night in both Fort Worth, Texas and Wichita, Kansas. And a mass shooting Sunday in Baltimore at a block party, injuring 28 people and killing 2.
I feel like we're in a war. Why we have guns? Why kids have guns?
And President Biden has spoken out about the gun violence, calling for stricter gun control. Back here in Philadelphia, that suspect expected to be back in court. We're actually learning the arraignment is set for 9 o'clock, but we are expected to learn more about the charges. Savannah?
All right, George, thank you very much.
Let's head overseas to the Middle East now. Palestinians are dealing with the aftermath of Israel's two-day assault on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the military operation in the Palestinian territory was just the start of what would be repeated incursions into the West Bank.
All right, let's get more on this with Wall Street Journal foreign correspondent covering the Middle East, Stephen Cowan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First, let's just talk about how you address this military action that we saw over the past 48 hours. What does this tell you about the Israeli government's aims in the occupied West Bank, and what are you concerned with?
Yeah, I mean, so the operation ended early this morning after about 48 hours. It was one of the biggest military operations into the West Bank in more than 20 years, using drones that perpetrated airstrikes, also a large ground force. Those troops are now out of the West Bank, but there's a lot of destruction left behind, and Palestinians who fled the camp are returning home and trying to rebuild.
Also, our guest earlier in our last hour, we had Dr. Shibli Telhami with us, and he said specifically that he thinks one state is the likeliest outcome right now, and that the question is really whether it remains an apartheid-like state or one that does become equitable. What do you make of that? Is the two-state solution dead? What do you think this tension that's really simmering into this total violence points to?
Yeah, I mean, this violence has been building for about a year and a half. The West Bank, and especially Jenin, has become an epicenter of both a launch pad for militant groups, for Palestinian militant groups, to launch attacks inside of Israel, and also a safe haven. The Israeli military says that they've 19 perpetrators of such attacks have taken refuge in Jenin camp over the past 18 months. And so this sort of violence that's also led the Israeli military to increase their incursions and their raids into the West Bank. This is the biggest that we've seen so far, but this sort of violence does not bode well for a diplomatic solution and a peaceful outcome.
Stefan, also while I have you, I do want to switch gears here. I know you wanted to talk about your fellow Wall Street Journal colleague, Evan Gershkovich, still detained in Russia, but actually we have had a little bit of news here this week with a meeting as well as potential conversation about a prisoner swap. Tell us about his situation right now as we approach the 100th day of his ordeal, as we do have this new information.
That's right. Evan was granted consular access on Monday for just the second time so far. The U.S. ambassador to Russia was able to see him. Thankfully, reported that he's in pretty good health and good spirits. We're happy for that, and we're happy that the administration is staying focused on this. But he remains detained on bogus charges. He was doing his job as a journalist in Russia, and we're continue to call for his release as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Stephen Cowan, thank you so much for joining us on both these topics this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we do want to head to Jenin now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is there. Matt, we just want to ask you, first of all, what's the scene like on the ground there right now?
Well, I mean, it's returning to normal, whatever that is. And what we're seeing is no real normality when it comes to the intense and focused violence that we witnessed last night right outside of that refugee camp in the city of Jenin. We just saw, an appalling exchange of fire between the Israelis and Palestinian militants that went on for hours. And now we were back in the city just today, and it looks as though people are picking up the pieces. Traffic is back. People are walking around on the streets. But there's still so many signs of the massive destruction that was left in the wake of what, as your guest just described, was the largest Israeli incursion in the West Bank in 20 years, ever since the Second Intifada. So, we're seeing, again, people on the streets, people walking around. We also saw huge numbers of people walking, young men, all of them in black, some of them still carrying their guns, some of them with masks, militants who were walking from the funerals for some of those 12 people who were killed in Jenin. So, yes, this has left a mark on that city. But people are moving on. Guys?
Matt, walk us through what happened in Gaza as Israeli forces were withdrawing from Jenin.
Well, what we saw in Gaza, again, first of all, we should start with before that, it was Hamas, who runs Gaza, who praised and actually claimed that attack in Tel Aviv, where a driver rammed into some pedestrians in front of a shopping center, injuring several people. After that, we saw what a lot of people were fearing, what we were fearing too, that the Gazans would start to fire missiles into Israel proper, and that's exactly what happened. Then the Israelis fired back. This is almost seems cursory at this point, almost perfunctory, but yet it stopped there. It doesn't seem to have expanded into a larger conflict involving the Gaza Strip, and that is always the risk with something like that, where a situation in the West Bank, violence, Israeli raids, or seizures of land will lead to a retaliation from the Gaza Strip. So far, we saw a taste of that, but we haven't seen it blossom into a full-blown conflict of the kind that we've seen in the last several years between Gaza and Israel.
Matt, as we mentioned, we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister saying this was just the start of incursions into the occupied West Bank. Remind us, politically, how did we get to where we are right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because really it's all about Benjamin Netanyahu. He's now back in power, and this time he's armed with a right-wing government that sees eye to eye with his point of view about the West Bank. That is one of the reasons why he was able to launch this incursion, this really widespread, massive incursion into Jenin. And it's one of the reasons why he feels so confident in saying that the job, while he did say something like mission accomplished last night, that the job is not yet finished. And he still has the political power and heft to launch further invasions into Jenin and other cities in the West Bank. So I think, as I said, it looks as though we're seeing a reprieve from all of that violence in the last several hours, but that could change at any time. Benjamin Netanyahu has the political will. His right-wing ministers have been cheerleading this operation, so I think we can expect more of the same style of violence that we saw over the last 48 hours. Guys.
All right, Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you so much. Coming up, a royal celebration in Scotland. King Charles is receiving Scotland's crown jewels to celebrate his rise to the throne. We're going to have more on that ceremony coming up.
And we are on Shark Watch. Shark sightings are on the rise, and swimmers are thinking twice about getting in the water. We'll tell you what you need to know to stay safe during your next trip to the beach. That's coming up.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down.
exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. President Putin is speaking out on the international stage for the first time since the Wagner Group's march toward Moscow in protest of his handling of the Ukraine war. It comes as Russia hinted that it may be open to a possible prisoner swap to free Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobaya has the details.
Well, there's an escalating war of words here today between Russia and Ukraine as fears rise over a potential attack at a nuclear power plant. Just one of many tensions as the Russian president once again is front and center. Trying to project an image of strength and popular support, Russian President Vladimir Putin says his country is more united than ever. Those comments coming during a virtual summit with the leaders of India and China. Just hours later, Putin seen smiling and laughing with a little girl in his office at the Kremlin. All of it coming 11 days after the armed rebellion that saw Russian Wagner mercenary fighters marching on Moscow. Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin has not been seen publicly since the rebellion. In a voice message posted Monday that appears to be from Prigozhin, a man who sounds like him says the march on Moscow was aimed at fighting traitors, while hinting at his group's next move. In the near future, people will see our next victories at the front. It's not possible for NBC News to authenticate the audio message. Ukraine now a month into its counteroffensive against the Russians, claiming progress is being made. A top national security official tweeting Ukrainian troops are achieving their main tasks, including the maximum destruction of equipment, artillery, and Russian manpower. But Ukraine is also suffering losses. 43-year-old Volodymyr, who didn't want his last name used for security reasons, told me he was injured fighting on the southern front, where Ukraine has made its biggest gains of the counteroffensive. He told me his unit made it past Russian defenses when the enemy jammed their communications. The Russians encircled us, he says, and we successfully repelled the attack. But we had a lot of wounded guys. We knew they wouldn't survive long like this, so we pulled back. Meanwhile, Russia is suggesting a possible prisoner swap could be in the works for detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Kremlin saying there were certain contacts with the United States about the subject, but Russia did not want to make them public. Gershkovich has been held for more than 3 months on what the U.S. calls bogus espionage charges. He and his employer also vehemently deny these spying charges. The State Department has repeatedly called for his release, saying that he is wrongfully detained. They said they won't comment on any details of potential negotiations.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
More international headlines now. Rescue crews in China are searching for several people missing after deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Guys, good morning. That's right. We start in China, where at least 15 people are dead, several others feared missing. All of this taking place in the southwestern part of the country, according to Chinese state media. Now, torrential rain just battered the region Monday, triggering flooding as hundreds of first responders made desperate attempts to try and rescue residents. Experts say this is yet another sign of the extreme weather that can be expected as the climate crisis worsens. And in the United Kingdom, the so-called Partygate saga continues. London police have reopened an investigation into holiday party in Parliament that was held during the COVID-19 restrictions back in 2020, where gatherings were banned. Investigators reopened the case after a tabloid, the Sunday Mirror, published video of the event. And if you're in search of some peace and tranquility, I got you. Travel to Iceland. It was just ranked as #1 most peaceful place in the world for the 15th straight year in a row, followed by Denmark, Ireland, New Zealand, and Austria. Out of 163 countries that were ranked, the United States fell to 131. Wow. Guys, gun violence played a factor here.
Iceland is a place that's always been on my list. Never been.
There you go. Go for some zen.
There we go. Let's all go and just...
Yeah.
All right, Megan, thanks so much. Turning now to the royals, Scotland is set to mark the coronation of King Charles with its own day of processions and ceremonies. But not everyone there is on board. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on that.
This morning, King Charles making an emotional return to Scotland. The King and Queen marking the traditional Holyrood week ahead of today's second, smaller Scottish coronation. The monarch seen planting trees, thanking health workers, and braving the summer Scottish rain for a garden party last night.
Like his mother, I think the King would regard Scotland as his spiritual home. It is where he spends almost all of his holidays.
Now the King is following in his mother's footsteps again. On June 24th, 1953, tens of thousands packed the streets of Edinburgh for a glimpse of the young Queen as she made her way to St. Giles. The grand St. Giles Cathedral in the capital hosting the royal service today, 10 months after the King and all his siblings greeted Queen Elizabeth's coffin at the same place. A royal procession, crowds lining the route to greet the new King and Queen. But it's a delicate balance up in Scotland, anti-monarchy protests coming out in force today. At St. Giles, King Charles is presented with the honours of Scotland and precious Scottish crown jewels.
The Elizabeth Sword of Scotland.
Just 2 months after the main coronation here in London back in May. And it will be a family affair. King Charles and Queen Camilla, joined by William and Kate. But no Harry. Earlier this week, both brothers celebrating their mother Diana's legacy awards with separate speeches.
I'm reminded of the profound belief that my mother held in the transformative power of young people.
When we provide them with the tools and opportunities to make a difference, they can truly change the world. A belief shared by my mother, and one I am proud to continue in her name.
Just 2 years ago, they remembered their mother together, now back on separate continents. The Princess of Wales has also been out and about this week as this country gets swept into Wimbledon mania yesterday alongside Roger Federer, stopping by to cheer on the British players before heading north today.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that reporting. Coming up, here's some groundbreaking news that promises to improve prenatal care.
That's right. Next, we'll tell you about a new blood test that could detect a potentially deadly form of high blood pressure early on. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. Lacrosse is a sport that's growing in popularity in America, but it can also involve some pretty serious contact for its players. Now there are growing concerns over the safety of female players. NBC senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, women's lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. More and more girls are playing at a young age. But as the sport has evolved, some are concerned that it is becoming more dangerous. And there are new calls to change the rules as the number of injuries goes up. There is a real elegance to women's lacrosse.
It is a beautiful game.
Chris Saylor coached Princeton's team for 36 years.
It's just one of these sports that is beautiful to watch and fun to watch.
It is also a sport that has changed a lot, including the players themselves.
The athletes have grown and, they're now stronger, more physical, faster, quicker.
Yale junior Taylor Everson has been playing since she was a kid.
Recently, it's kind of taken a turn and become a lot more violent and physical, I would say.
Her mom sometimes nervous on the sidelines.
I started to see a lot more yellow cards, a lot more aggression. You could see the anxiety even of the parents in the stands.
In the women's game, cross-checking is against the rules. Unlike the men, they don't play with a lot of protective gear because there's supposed to be far less hitting. But in a February game this year, Taylor did get hit. Hard.
I've gotten hit before. I don't think I've ever felt pain that severe.
You watched the hit from the stands.
Yes. It is one of the worst feelings to see your daughter playing a game that she loves, and 1 minute she is standing and scoring, and the next minute she is on the ground, literally hunched over.
At first, they thought she may have cracked a rib.
I just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I was shaking. At one point, I felt like I was going to pass out. So I was like, something's probably not right.
Carolyn Everson says she called an ambulance, and it was a good thing. Taylor had internal bleeding. Her kidney had been split nearly in half.
I never, ever imagined an injury like that severe could happen from the game.
Taylor was in the ICU for 12 days. And while her case was certainly extreme, there are signs women's lacrosse has become more dangerous. According to the NCAA, between 2014 and 2019, injury rates were up 22% during games. In the men's game, they decreased 3%. The Eversons started a petition calling on the NCAA to make changes, including clarifying the rules, making penalties harsher, and reining in aggressive coaching. Do you think that there need to be some changes to the sport to make it safer?
Well, I never think it's a bad idea to look to see how you can make a sport safer or to take a really deep dive into the rules.
Saylor says coaches need to be held responsible for the style of play.
Everybody wants to win. Everyone's competitive. I think, there has to be some accountability towards the rules as they're written.
Taylor, are you going to play again?
I hope so.
How are you going to feel, Carolyn, when she gets back on the field?
I'm going to have a big knot in my stomach.
For us, we just want to create an environment that is a lot safer for girls to be playing, especially younger girls.
The NCAA has responded to the calls for change. The organization has proposed a number of them to be voted on this summer, including having fewer players on the field, increasing the number of penalties that get a player temporarily taken out of the game, and allowing athletes to now wear padded shirts for protection. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Let's talk about something else really important you might not know about. Preeclampsia is a potentially fatal blood pressure condition that strikes thousands of pregnant people each year. According to preeclampsia.org, the condition and other related hypertensive disorders impact anywhere from 5 to 8% of births across the country. But now, a groundbreaking new test could potentially detect the condition early on, and that could save lives. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this breakthrough. Hi, Dr. Patel. Always wonderful to have you. So just start by telling us exactly what this condition is for people who don't know, how it impacts people, what the symptoms are like, and ultimately who is potentially more at risk.
Yeah, Savannah, it's an incredibly common occurrence. 1 in 25 pregnancies, including my own, had preeclampsia. It's considered a disorder related to pregnancy that with high blood pressure and sometimes with protein in the urine that can be abnormal. The symptoms range from no symptoms, I had 0 symptoms whatsoever, to some people have swelling and really severe headaches. So it can be all over the map. And it's usually seen after 20 weeks of pregnancy. So sometimes women are dismissed as just saying, well, you're just, in the later stages of pregnancy. So it can really catch up on you and can lead to death, thought to be maybe related to the death of Tori Bowie, the Olympic athlete that recently died.
Absolutely. And I know it does ultimately impact women of color more frequently, it seems, according to these statistics. You mentioned you had no symptoms. How do you even figure out that something like this is going on? Are doctors checking for it?
Yeah. They are. Doctors are, and especially my obstetrician in particular, they're all very vigilant for it. But the problem is that you can have these episodes of preeclampsia, even between visits, you can have your blood pressure spike and then cause problems pretty quickly that lead to sometimes very severe outcomes and unfortunately death. So this test is a real game changer because up until then, what doctors would do is at your regular OB visits, they would have you get a little cup of urine and they check it for protein and they check your blood pressure. That can be okay, but as we know, not all women are able to get to the OB for all their regular visits, and not all women are getting screened as frequently as we would like. So this can be a big game changer to have a simple blood test that can give us the predictive ability to know, is this particular pregnancy in trouble? Do we need to monitor more closely? Do we need to think about delivering the baby earlier?
Absolutely. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this test because it is being hailed as this sort of breakthrough. So the idea here, right, is that it can detect before somebody is really going to develop this, that they are likely to. First of all, is my understanding correct? And then second, does this mean that this would regularly become part of care for pregnant women?
Yeah, that's a great question. So number one, this is something that was studied in those later stages of pregnancy, kind of after the 20th week. So it was studied at that critical time that we want to pick up any signs of preeclampsia. And it's a blood test that looks at 2 particular proteins that in women who are susceptible or more likely to get preeclampsia or have preeclampsia, it gives you a sense of whether or not, up to 96% accuracy of whether or not this could be a pregnancy in trouble and whether this could lead to what's called eclampsia, which can be seizures and death. So if it's negative, it can give you that reassurance that you just need to continue to closely monitor with things that I had. But if it's positive, it might indicate that you need to deliver the baby early. You might need to admit the mom for hospitalization. You might need to do more aggressive measures. The magic here is that we have a test. We don't have a cure for this yet. So we are hoping that this leads to more research for a cure for preeclampsia as well.
Yeah, it is interesting that they have this test, but then there's not really much to do about it other than monitor or, like you said, induce, have that birth early. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Coming up, if you have not applied for your passport or started the renewal process, you might not expect to receive it anytime soon.
That's right. We'll tell you what's causing this backlog at the State Department and what you need to know if you've got a trip coming up and you're still waiting. You're watching Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Beachgoers are on high alert across the country with concerns growing after more suspected shark attacks were reported here in New York. The recent attacks are the latest in a series of shark sightings that have many people now thinking twice about getting in the water.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on these sightings and what you can do to stay safe. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, good morning. New York to Florida, there have been sightings all over the place. Did anyone explain to these sharks it's a holiday? Time to take a break? Because that has not been the case. It's hard to overstate how scary this scene was in Navarre Beach, that's in the Pensacola area, where a shark was bobbing up and down the dorsal fin in the water, zipping in and out around swimmers. That's going on, guys, as we've also now seen 5 attacks in just 2 days in New York.
Shark sightings along the East Coast sending shockwaves. In a familiar scene in Florida, a shark in the Pensacola area darted around swimmers and sent them rushing to dry land earlier this week as folks on the beach were screaming, "Get out of the water."
Looks like we got a hammerhead shark.
Another ferocious fish spotted off the coast of Surfside in the Miami area. A hammerhead seen crashing Independence Day celebrations, swimming just feet from the busy shore. And farther north, 3 suspected attacks as people packed the beaches on Long Island for the holiday.
Be advised, confirmed spike.
Officials say 2 men in their 40s and a 50-year-old woman are the latest victims from separate shark bite incidents. All 3 were taken to nearby hospitals and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Just hours earlier, New York State Park officials temporarily closed a nearby beach to swimmers after spotting a school of sand tiger sharks in the water. This 40-mile stretch of Long Island's coastline, now the site of 5 suspected shark attacks in just 2 days.
Malia, come to the side.
That comes less than a week after another close encounter with paddleboarders in a hammerhead. That was in the waters between the Bahamas and Florida. All of it piquing paranoia for beachgoers.
Yep, that's a great white, and then somewhere probably a pterodactyl. I don't know, guys. Trying to enjoy my day, but I can't.
Despite the rise in fears,
I don't go more than up to my waist because of all the sharks.
unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. According to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, Florida still reports the most unprovoked bites in the U.S. But nationwide, both fatal and non-fatal shark bites are less common than they've been in the past. Still, those running the parks in New York say more sharks have recently been swimming closer to shore, putting lifeguards on high alert, ready to raise any red flags, all to prevent a potentially perilous attack.
New York's Governor Kathy Hochul has been deploying drones to better spot those sharks. And guys, the numbers are pretty jaw-dropping. So historically, there had only been 12 sightings or 12 reports of bites in New York. Last summer, there were 8, 6 of which were confirmed. And now you're talking about 5 in just 2 days. So there is something apparently in the water off of Long Island.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Sam, you got me with a laugh out loud cackle with that whole sharks need to take the holiday. Thank you.
Don't they know?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Thanks for staying on
The nerve
this.
of these guys.
See you soon.
Time for what's making financial headlines. You may want to get your Christmas tree shop filled while you can. The store announced plans to close all of its U.S. locations.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so the holidays won't be holly or jolly for one retail chain because Christmas Tree Shops announcing last week it will close all of its stores and liquidate inventory after lenders pulled the plug on its efforts to reorganize in bankruptcy. Now, the company filed for Chapter 11 in May and originally planned to shut just a few underperforming stores and exit bankruptcy by August. Christmas Tree Shops is among the dozen retailers that have filed for bankruptcy this year, along with Bed Bath & Beyond and David's Bridal. Airbus is testing new wing designs as the company lays the groundwork for a successor to its top-selling aircraft, the A320. Airbus opening a new plant yesterday in southwest England to design and build wings that are longer, lighter, and feature folding wingtips to fly more sustainably. Rival Boeing is also researching new types of ultralight wings. The A320 and Boeing 737 are currently made of aluminum, but designers believe future wings can come from composite materials. And the FAA has signed off on testing for a vehicle startup in California called a flying car. Now, it's the first fully electric vehicle that can both fly and travel on roads to get government approval. Aleph Automotive says the Model A can carry 1 or 2 occupants and will have a road range of 200 miles and flying range of 110 miles. It expects to sell the vehicle for $300,000 with the first delivery forecast for 2025.
Wow.
Sounds pretty soon.
Yeah. And then I'm assuming there'll be some regulations over how you drive it.
I sure hope so.
Rules around that don't exist.
Hopefully they'll create a couple rules for that one.
Yeah.
Or like,
I don't even know.
It's like can't compute. Too futuristic.
Still a ways away. We're good.
Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
500,000 applications each week. That is how many passport renewals are submitted to the State Department. That number is only expected to grow. The agency's on track to process more than 22 million passport applications this year. And all those forms are bogging down a system that is still reeling from COVID slowdowns. Mark Elwood is a travel expert. He joins us now with more on this backlog. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. So, earlier this year, the wait time for passports, it was in that 6 to 9 week window if you didn't need it expedited. What's the wait time now, and why is this happening?
Well, we're looking at 12 weeks, perhaps even longer. And exactly as you said, it's really the sense that we didn't travel as much during COVID, especially overseas. So we didn't see that our passports were expiring, and suddenly everyone's noticing. So the lesson there is, please get your passport out right now and check whether it expires anytime soon.
And I know there's some people I've heard from who had plans to go overseas, but then they realized it was gonna expire in a window that even though the passport was okay, they wouldn't be allowed to come back in the country. So there's so many details you have to check on. If you have international plans, what should you do to make sure that you have your passport in time, that you get it actually in your possession?
So if you have a little bit of a window, I would always use one of the expediting services. I trust It's Easy. There are other ones, CIBT, Rush My Passport. You will pay for their assistance, and in some cases hundreds of dollars, but it will help speed it up. If you are traveling next week, if you're traveling within 48 hours and you can get to one of the 26 regional passport agency offices, there are walk-in appointments which they will try to get you a passport if you can prove you're traveling within 48 hours. You print out your ticket. It doesn't always work, but I have a friend who did that last week and he got his passport and he's in Italy right now. So I know it can.
There you go. You've seen the pictures in Italy. You know he got there. Good to go. So, I mean, there are reports of people, they cancel their plans because the passports didn't arrive in time. What are some of the things, and you talked a little about some options, but if you're in that situation, what are some of the things you can do? And overall, what's the impact this backlog is having on the tourism industry with so many people who aren't able to travel overseas?
I mean, remember, if your passport runs out, it isn't an excuse you can give to the airline and say, please be nice to me. It is your fault and it is your responsibility. So if you have to cancel a trip, they're not required to reimburse you just because you didn't check your passport ran out. Of course, you can ask nicely. There's always leeway. If you ask a hotel nicely and say, hey, can I roll over a booking? They might well work with you. But yes, it's having a huge impact. Remember, if you need a change of scene, if you want a bit of Caribbean, you can go to Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands without a passport. So that is an option if you want a little sun, sand, and sea.
For folks who aren't in this bind right now, they're probably breathing a sigh of relief, but it's maybe a good reminder, hey, your passport is going to expire at some point. I mean, what's your best advice for people to stay on top of this so they just don't get in this situation in the first place?
I think the key is to try and renew your passport in the off-season. Part of the issue is that we all tend to think about our passports as the summer approaches, and that is more of a bottleneck. So look at the end of the year, always check in on that. And again, my big thing is work with an expediter, expedite your passport. You can pay a little extra for it to be speedier. You can pay someone to help you. And when you're navigating that enormous bureaucracy, that little bit of help is priceless.
Absolutely. My passport was stolen once years ago in a bag with a bunch of other stuff. Got it expedited. Got it just like that. I know. It wasn't fun, but thankfully we got it taken care of quickly. So, Mark Elwood, thanks so much as always. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Coming up, Sally Ride rocketed into history books 40 years ago, becoming the first American woman to fly in space.
Next, we'll tell you about the honor she just received at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and how her legacy is inspiring young girls to follow in her footsteps.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Summertime. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Well, following all the buzz around the Barbie movie, we're hearing details about a future Mattel movie, Barney. And it might come as a surprise if you remember the kids' show about the singing purple dinosaur. A little bit of a different take here. A Mattel Films executive told The New Yorker the movie would be, quote, leaning into the millennial angst of the property rather than fine-tuning this for kids. They say that it's going to focus on some of the trials and tribulations of being 30-something growing up with Barney. Mattel is planning a string of movies based on its best-loved toys, including Hot Wheels and also Masters of the Universe. No word on whether those will also contain millennial angst, Joe, but I grew up with Barbie. I'm in my early 30s. It's kind of hitting. It's funny.
It sounds like Barney will maybe no longer be singing the I Love You, You Love Me song.
Or maybe, it'll be like
a
creepy.
cigarette. It's like, yeah, it's been a rough life.
So funny.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
We end this hour with a look at a special honor for a woman who broke glass ceilings in space. Her legacy is still changing the galaxy today. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the story.
This Independence Day, there's a new addition to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, a gold celebration of another 80s icon from California.
The United States sending a woman into space was a very important event for at least 53% of the population, and I'm very proud of that.
In 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman and the first acknowledged gay astronaut to travel to space, although her sexuality was not made public until after her death in July of 2012.
She's a Valley girl at heart. Yeah, spot on.
I know, right? Unveiled today, a replica of Sally now overlooks California's Simi Valley.
Oh, wow.
Her niece Kate joined us for a sneak peek.
I want the world to see what she represents, which is equality and inclusion.
Sally Ride's legacy, motivating girls and young women to pursue careers in science and technology, living on in her namesake school in Los Angeles.
She was the first woman who went to space, and she was brave.
It's pretty cool because mostly boys go to the space.
She inspired me by going to space because I want to be an astronaut, but I really want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, and she paved the way for that.
Yeah.
To see that the impact is remaining, it fills my heart. A famous quote of hers is, "You can't be what you can't see. You can become whatever you want to become. Whatever you see in yourself, go reach for it, challenge yourself. Discover what is meant for you and create a better world because of that."
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Simi Valley, California.
Love seeing young students attend a school named after her. That's so cool.
Absolutely. What a legacy. Yeah, to keep inspiring young girls. Awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday havoc. Extreme weather put a damper on 4th of July celebrations across the country, with flooding, hail, and severe thunderstorms fizzling out some holiday festivities and events. In the West, triple-digit temperatures and dry conditions are fueling wildfires in Washington State and Arizona. All that is creating the perfect storm for another day of delays and cancellations at airports. Buckle up, more severe weather is in the forecast. Also this morning, suspicious substance. The Secret Service is investigating a small amount of a white powdery substance found at the White House that tested positive for cocaine. We have more details on the investigation and what the Secret Service is saying about it. On hold, a backup in the passport application process is creating major problems for millions of travelers looking to get away this summer. We'll tell you what's causing the issue and what you can do if your vacation plans are hanging in the balance. And space pioneer. It has been 40 years since Sally Ride became the first American woman to travel to space. Now she's being honored posthumously with a statue in the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. We'll tell you how she is still inspiring girls to pursue careers in science and technology. Great honor there. We look forward to bringing you that story.
Absolutely.
Good to be here. We're going to start this morning with the major storms that put a damper on America's birthday celebrations.
That's right. From extreme heat in the west to heavy rains in the east, both coasts were slammed by severe weather systems. And experts say it's not over yet. 30 million people are waking up to weather warnings this morning that's already causing a nightmare for travelers looking to get home. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Brooklyn with the latest.
Hey there, Willie. Well, it really has been an unrelenting start to summer in terms of the storms we've been seeing. But I'll start with the good news. Some of the nation's largest, biggest fireworks displays were a go last night, including in New York City, despite torrential rain and bouts of lightning that happened throughout the day. But we also witnessed the sheer force of these serious storms. Here in Coney Island, 2 people were hospitalized after a lightning strike, as other parts of the country today brace for even more severe weather.
Mother Nature lit up the nation's skies with 4th of July fireworks all her own, as millions from coast to coast dealt with a holiday full of extreme heat and severe storms. From the Rockies to the East Coast, scattered storms disrupted a host of Independence Day festivities, clearing out beaches in New Jersey and abruptly pausing Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest.
As soon as we saw that first lightning, that's it, cut it off.
Nearby, the New York Fire Department reporting 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike. Out west, it was the scorching heat that put a damper on holiday plans, fueling wildfires in Washington and Arizona and canceling some nearby 4th of July events. At the nation's airports, more than 450 flights canceled and another 4,200 delayed Tuesday. At one point, there were ground stops at all 3 of New York City's major airports, adding to a week of travel chaos amid record holiday travel. NBC News learning United Airlines plans to reduce its schedule to give even more spare gates and buffer, especially during thunderstorm season. But despite the wild weather, Americans' patriotism shining through. Baseball fans singing during a rainy game at Fenway Park. And the USS Constitution, the Navy's oldest commissioned warship, setting sail under stormy skies.
Happy 4th! Love you! God bless you!
As families and friends flock to the beach, barbecues, and fireworks. Dazzling skylines nationwide, celebrating America's 247th birthday.
And while July 4th may have passed, many celebrations will continue. From South Dakota to New Jersey to Colorado, dozens of Independence Day festivities have been postponed to later this week, even later this month, because of the severe weather. But for those who are planning to return home, just keep in mind you will be in good company. A record 50+ million people took to the skies and roadways this July 4th. So as we always say, pack your patience.
All right, Emilia Queta, thank you so much.
Let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check on the forecast.
That's right. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. And we are looking at some bumpy travel as we head throughout today. And also tomorrow, we are watching storms. Once again, a lot of storms in the east, really unsettled still. And then we're looking for a bullseye of storms throughout the middle of the country, from the Rockies to the plains into portions of the Midwest. So Chicago, O'Hare, you could be impacted today, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. And then it's sort of those summer-like storms in the Tennessee Valley, the Carolinas, into the Gulf Coast states, the Southeast, where we're going to see some pop-up thunderstorms. Any of these storms could bring some really heavy downpours. And then more record heat in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be near 100 degrees in some spots. Really not typical for this time of year. The Southwest, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. So radar showing us that we're already active this morning. We're looking at some lightning showing up on this map. Also some green, some brighter colors. That's where we're seeing the heavier downpours. But we're going to really see this light up as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours once we get that daytime heating going. It just gives power to the storms. But in the middle of the country, this is what we're watching for, the chance for some pretty strong storms with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a few tornadoes. 29 million people at risk from Chicago to St. Louis, Little Rock, Tulsa, Dodge City into Amarillo. And then tomorrow, we kind of see the same areas. So, you know, like we've seen the past few weeks, we're not seeing things move very far. So tomorrow, we're looking at Rapid City to Scottsbluff, Denver, once again, Dodge City. Where you see that yellow area, that's where we're looking at the likeliest spots for some storms. And winds could gust to 60 miles per hour. Very large and destructive hail tomorrow. A few tornadoes are possible as well. And then again, we're looking at the chance for some heavy, heavy downpours. Those downpours could lead to flash flooding. We could see locally up to 3 inches per hour. We could see 2 inches per hour falling at a time. So anywhere from Green Bay down to St. Louis, back into the Rockies, including Denver, we're looking at the chance for flash flooding, but also in the east. So Norfolk to Charlotte, also Savannah, we could see some really heavy downpours with the thunderstorms. That's the soggy and stormy part. Now we have the steamy part because we're looking at 29 million people impacted by heat alerts. It's all across the country, really. The Pacific Northwest into the Southwest, parts of the South Central states, into the Southeast, even a little smidge into portions of the Northeast. Watertown, you're going to be under a heat advisory. You are under a heat advisory because we're going to be heating up with temperatures above normal there. So what are we talking about in terms of the temperatures? Well, we're going to soar into the triple digits in many spots and getting really close to the triple digits in the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at Medford 102. That could break or tie a record. The record there is 102 today. Tucson 109, the record 111, 106 in El Paso. And it's not just the west. We're looking at the southeast too. Temperatures in the mid-90s in parts of Florida and 87 in parts of the Northeast. And you guys, it's going to be hot in New York City today. Also tomorrow, we're going to make a run for the 90s as well. It's also really humid. I'm sure you felt that as you walked in this morning.
Absolutely.
Back to you both.
Got those air conditioners going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gross. All right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Turning now to an unusual incident at the White House. The Secret Service is investigating how a white powdery substance in a small plastic bag ended up in a work area of the West Wing. The substance tested positive for cocaine in a preliminary field test. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with more. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So this small bag was discovered by a uniformed Secret Service officer in a common area of the West Wing where staffers, visitors, and even some tourists pass through and leave some of their personal items like a phone or an umbrella before going deeper into the West Wing. Now, the D.C. hazmat team was called and they did the preliminary test, and now the sample is at a lab for more conclusive testing.
This morning, an unusual whodunit in the West Wing. According to sources familiar, the Secret Service is investigating the discovery of a small plastic bag being tested for cocaine after a preliminary result was positive for the illegal drug. This began Sunday night when local authorities were called after a routine inspection found the bag in a common area of the West Wing, where many staffers and visitors pass through daily. Investigators will check cameras and entrance logs to try to determine how the suspected drug was left in a secure area. President Biden and his family were away at the time, but home to host a massive summer party on the 4th of July.
Today's America's Day. America's Day.
Thousands of visitors on the grounds and a dazzling display in the sky. Before those patriotic colors were bursting in air, the campaign trail lit up with Republican candidates from the top tier and the less well-known.
Asa Hutchinson running for president.
Greeting primary voters in key early states.
A good day, great state.
In Iowa, Mike Pence walked the parade route and a tightrope amid the 2020 election interference probe, and whether President Trump had told Pence to urge governors like Arizona's Doug Ducey to help them where they narrowly lost to Biden.
I was asked to check in with a few governors, but there was no pressure. I was simply gathering information, passing that along.
The former president was not on the road, leaving room for his rivals.
Wow, hi guys.
Like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire.
Each generation's got to step up and be a custodian of freedom. I think right now is our generation's time to do that.
And on the campaign trail today, Mike Pence will continue in Iowa, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum will be in New Hampshire with public events. And back to that substance, officials who we've been talking to say the investigation is being run by the Secret Service. It is expected to take a few days to have those conclusive lab results. And according to sources that I talked to, there is some question about if they will be able to identify who placed that item, the small bag, in that common area. But they will look at logs and cameras to try to get a sense of who might be responsible. Joe?
Right. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, the investigation continues this morning into that mass shooting over the holiday weekend in Philadelphia. 7 people were shot, 5 of them killed. We're now learning more about the victims as well as the alleged shooter. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Philadelphia with the latest. Hi, George. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Well, 4th of July celebrations here in Philadelphia, they were delayed, but they went off without a hitch. The mayor promising airtight security, especially as those concerns were growing after this mass shooting. The shooting at the forefront of everyone's mind. It follows a string of violence over this holiday week, including a shooting overnight in D.C.
A community reeling in disbelief after a wild shootout in Philadelphia the night before Independence Day.
Sound like fireworks.
5 people killed, including 1 teen. His mother speaking out, addressing the shooter.
You shot towards children.
and innocent children that had nothing to do with anything, and my son happened to be one of the people that get killed. I hope you get everything you deserve.
Also among the injured, twin toddlers, one shot in the leg, the other injured by shattered glass as they sat in their mother's car. This morning, police say the suspect responsible for the chaos is behind bars, pending charges.
Such an act of violence is abhorrent and goes against everything we stand for in this community.
New traffic camera footage appearing to show a person dressed in all black with a rifle. Police only confirmed with NBC News this video is part of their investigation.
All right, all units use caution. We got somebody with a long gun.
On Monday night, when police arrived at the scene, the gunman was still firing.
On what was supposed to be a beautiful summer evening, this armed and armored individual wreaked havoc.
Officers worked quickly to scoop victims to safety while pursuing the suspect into an alleyway where they were taken into custody.
Based upon limited information I have, that we do not see a basis for concluding that that person's discharge of a firearm was illegal.
The shooting, just one of a terribly violent stretch of days on this holiday week. Deadly gunfire broke out Monday night in both Fort Worth, Texas and Wichita, Kansas, and a mass shooting Sunday in Baltimore at a block party, injuring 28 people and killing 2.
I feel like we're in a war. Why we have guns? Why kids have guns?
And President Biden has spoken out about the gun violence, calling for stricter gun control. Back here in Philadelphia, that suspect expected to be back in court. We're actually learning the arraignment is set for 9 o'clock, but we are expected to learn more about the charges. Savannah?
All right, George, thank you very much.
Let's head overseas to the Middle East now. Palestinians are dealing with the aftermath of Israel's 2-day assault on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the military operation in the Palestinian territory was just the start of what would be repeated incursions into the West Bank.
All right, let's get more on this with Wall Street Journal foreign correspondent covering the Middle East, Stephen Callan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First, let's just talk about how you address this military action that we saw over the past 48 hours. What does this tell you about the Israeli government's aims in the occupied West Bank, and what are you concerned with?
Yeah, I mean, so the operation ended early this morning after about 48 hours. It was one of the biggest military operations into the West Bank in more than 20 years, using drones that perpetrated airstrikes, also a large ground force. Those troops are now out of the West Bank, but there was a lot of destruction left behind, and Palestinians who fled the camp are returning home and trying to rebuild.
Also, our guest earlier in our last hour, we had Dr. Shibli Telhami with us, and he said specifically that he thinks one state is the likeliest outcome right now, and that the question is really whether it remains an apartheid-like state or one that does become equitable. What do you make of that? Is the two-state solution dead? What do you think this tension that's really simmering into this total violence points to?
Yeah, I mean, this violence has been building for about a year and a half. The West Bank, and especially Jenin, has become an epicenter of both a launch pad for militant groups, for Palestinian militant groups, to launch attacks inside of Israel, and also a safe haven. The Israeli military says that they've 19 perpetrators of such attacks have taken refuge in Jenin camp over the past 18 months. And so this sort of violence that's also led the Israeli military to increase their incursions and their raids into the West Bank. This is the biggest that we've seen so far, but this sort of violence does not bode well for a diplomatic solution and a peaceful outcome.
Stefan, also while I have you, I do want to switch gears here. I know you wanted to talk about your fellow Wall Street Journal colleague, Evan Gershkovich, still detained in Russia, but actually we have had a little bit of news here this week with a meeting as well as potential conversation about a prisoner swap. Tell us about his situation right now as we approach the 100th day of his ordeal, as we do have this new information.
That's right. Evan was granted consular access on Monday for just the second time so far. The U.S. ambassador to Russia was able to see him. Thankfully, reported that he's in pretty good health and good spirits. We're happy for that, and we're happy that the administration is staying focused on this. But he remains detained on bogus charges. He was doing his job as a journalist in Russia, and continue to call for his release as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Stephen Callan, thank you so much for joining us on both these topics this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we do want to head to Jenin now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is there. Matt, we just want to ask you, first of all, what's the scene like on the ground there right now?
Well, I mean, it's returning to normal, whatever that is. And what we're seeing is no real normality when it comes to the intense and focused violence that we witnessed last night right outside of that refugee camp in the city of Jenin. We just saw, an appalling exchange of fire between the Israelis and Palestinian militants that went on for hours. And now we were back in the city just today, and it looks as though people are picking up the pieces. Traffic is back. People are walking around on the streets. But there's still so many signs of the massive destruction that was left in the wake of what, as your guest just described, was the largest Israeli incursion in the West Bank in 20 years, ever since the Second Intifada. So, we're seeing, again, people on the streets, people walking around. We also saw huge numbers of people walking, young men, all of them in black, some of them still carrying their guns, some of them with masks, militants who were walking from the funerals for some of those 12 people who were killed in Jenin. So, yes, this has left a mark on that city. But people are moving on. Guys?
Matt, walk us through what happened in Gaza as Israeli forces were withdrawing from Jenin.
Well, what we saw in Gaza, again, first of all, we should start with before that, it was Hamas, who runs Gaza, who praised and actually claimed that attack in Tel Aviv, where a driver rammed into some pedestrians in front of a shopping center, injuring several people. After that, we saw what a lot of people were fearing, what we were fearing too, that the Gazans would start to fire missiles into Israel proper, and that's exactly what happened. Then the Israelis fired back. This is almost seems cursory at this point, almost perfunctory, but yet it stopped there. It doesn't seem to have expanded into a larger conflict involving the Gaza Strip, and that is always the risk with something like that, where a situation in the West Bank, violence, Israeli raids, or seizures of land will lead to a retaliation from the Gaza Strip. So far, we saw a taste of that, but we haven't seen it blossom into a full-blown conflict of the kind that we've seen in the last several years between Gaza and Israel.
Matt, as we mentioned, we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister saying this was just the start of incursions into the occupied West Bank. Remind us, politically, how did we get to where we are right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because really it's all about Benjamin Netanyahu. He's now back in power, and this time he's armed with a right-wing government that sees eye to eye with his point of view about the West Bank. That is one of the reasons why he was able to launch this incursion, this really widespread, massive incursion into Jenin. And it's one of the reasons why he feels so confident in saying that the job, while he did say something like mission accomplished last night, that the job is not yet finished. And he still has the political power and heft to launch further invasions into Jenin and other cities in the West Bank. So I think, as I said, it looks as though we're seeing a reprieve from all of that violence in the last several hours, but that could change at any time. Benjamin Netanyahu has the political will. His right-wing ministers have been cheerleading this operation, so I think we can expect more of the same style of violence that we saw over the last 48 hours. Guys.
All right, Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you so much. Coming up, a royal celebration in Scotland. King Charles is receiving Scotland's crown jewels to celebrate his rise to the throne. We're going to have more on that ceremony coming up.
And we are on Shark Watch. Shark sightings are on the rise, and swimmers are thinking twice about getting in the water. We'll tell you what you need to know to stay safe during your next trip to the beach. That's coming up.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. President Putin is speaking out on the international stage for the first time since the Wagner Group's march toward Moscow in protest of his handling of the Ukraine war. It comes as Russia hinted that it may be open to a possible prisoner swap to free Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobea has the details.
Well, there's an escalating war of words here today between Russia and Ukraine as fears rise over a potential attack at a nuclear power plant. Just one of many tensions as the Russian president once again is front and center. Trying to project an image of strength and popular support, Russian President Vladimir Putin says his country is more united than ever. Those comments coming during a virtual summit with the leaders of India and China. Just hours later, Putin seen smiling and laughing with a little girl in his office at the Kremlin. All of it coming 11 days after the armed rebellion that saw Russian Wagner mercenary fighters marching on Moscow. Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin has not been seen publicly since the rebellion. In a voice message posted Monday that appears to be from Prigozhin, a man who sounds like him says the march on Moscow was aimed at fighting traitors, while hinting at his group's next move. In the near future, people will see our next victories at the front. It's not possible for NBC News to authenticate the audio message. Ukraine now a month into its counteroffensive against the Russians, claiming progress is being made. A top national security official tweeting Ukrainian troops are achieving their main tasks, including the maximum destruction of equipment, artillery, and Russian manpower. But Ukraine is also suffering losses. 43-year-old Volodymyr, who didn't want his last name used for security reasons, told me he was injured fighting on the southern front, where Ukraine has made its biggest gains of the counteroffensive. He told me his unit made it past Russian defenses when the enemy jammed their communications. The Russians encircled us, he says, and we successfully repelled the attack. But we had a lot of wounded guys. We knew they wouldn't survive long like this, so we pulled back. Meanwhile, Russia is suggesting a possible prisoner swap could be in the works for detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Kremlin saying there were certain contacts with the United States about the subject, but Russia did not want to make them public. Gershkovich has been held for more than 3 months on what the U.S. calls bogus espionage charges. He and his employer also vehemently deny these spying charges. The State Department has repeatedly called for his release, saying that he is wrongfully detained. They said they won't comment on any details of potential negotiations.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
More international headlines now. Rescue crews in China are searching for several people missing after deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Guys, good morning. That's right. We start in China, where at least 15 people are dead, several others feared missing. All of this taking place in the southwestern part of the country, according to Chinese state media. Now, torrential rain just battered the region Monday, triggering flooding as hundreds of first responders made desperate attempts to try and rescue residents. Experts say this is yet another sign of the extreme weather that can be expected as the climate crisis worsens. And in the United Kingdom, the so-called Partygate saga continues. London police have reopened an investigation into holiday party in Parliament that was held during the COVID-19 restrictions back in 2020, where gatherings were banned. Investigators reopened the case after a tabloid, the Sunday Mirror, published video of the event. And if you're in search of some peace and tranquility, I got you. Travel to Iceland. It was just ranked as #1 most peaceful place in the world for the 15th straight year in a row, followed by Denmark, Ireland, New Zealand, and Austria. Out of 163 countries that were ranked, the United States fell to 131. Wow. Guys, gun violence played a factor here.
Iceland is a place that's always been on my list. Never been.
There you go. Go for some zen.
There we go. Let's all go and just.
Yeah.
All right, Megan, thanks so much. Turning now to the royals, Scotland is set to mark the coronation of King Charles with its own day of processions and ceremonies. But not everyone there is on board. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on that.
This morning, King Charles making an emotional return to Scotland, the King and Queen marking the traditional Holyrood week ahead of today's second, smaller Scottish coronation. The monarch seen planting trees, thanking health workers, and braving the summer Scottish rain for a garden party last night.
Like his mother, I think the King would regard Scotland as his spiritual home. It is where he spends almost all of his holidays.
Now the King is following in his mother's footsteps again. On June 24th, 1953, tens of thousands packed the streets of Edinburgh for a glimpse of the young Queen as she made her way to St. Giles. The grand St. Giles Cathedral in the capital hosting the royal service today, 10 months after the King and all his siblings greeted Queen Elizabeth's coffin at the same place. A royal procession, crowds lining the route to greet the new King and Queen. But it's a delicate balance up in Scotland, anti-monarchy protests coming out in force today. At St. Giles, King Charles is presented with the honours of Scotland and precious Scottish crown jewels.
The Elizabeth Sword of Scotland.
Just 2 months after the main coronation here in London back in May. And it will be a family affair. King Charles and Queen Camilla, joined by William and Kate. But no Harry. Earlier this week, both brothers celebrating their mother Diana's legacy awards with separate speeches.
I'm reminded of the profound belief that my mother held in the transformative power of young people.
When we provide them with the tools and opportunities to make a difference, they can truly change the world. A belief shared by my mother, and one I am proud to continue in her name.
Just 2 years ago, they remembered their mother together, now back on separate continents. The Princess of Wales has also been out and about this week as this country gets swept into Wimbledon mania yesterday alongside Roger Federer, stopping by to cheer on the British players before heading north today.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that reporting. Coming up, here's some groundbreaking news that promises to improve prenatal care.
That's right. Next, we'll tell you about a new blood test that could detect a potentially deadly form of high blood pressure early on. Stay with us.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Lacrosse is a sport that's growing in popularity in America, but it can also involve some pretty serious contact for its players. Now there are growing concerns over the safety of female players. NBC senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, women's lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. More and more girls are playing at a young age. But as the sport has evolved, some are concerned that it is becoming more dangerous. And there are new calls to change the rules as the number of injuries goes up. There is a real elegance to women's lacrosse.
It is a beautiful game.
Chris Saylor coached Princeton's team for 36 years.
It's just one of these sports that is beautiful to watch and fun to watch.
It is also a sport that has changed a lot, including the players themselves.
The athletes have grown and, they're now stronger, more physical, faster, quicker.
Yale junior Taylor Everson has been playing since she was a kid.
Recently, it's kind of taken a turn and become a lot more violent and physical, I would say.
Her mom sometimes nervous on the sidelines.
I started to see a lot more yellow cards, a lot more aggression. You could see the anxiety even of the parents in the stands.
In the women's game, cross-checking is against the rules. Unlike the men, they don't play with a lot of protective gear because there's supposed to be far less hitting. But in a February game this year, Taylor did get hit. Hard.
I've gotten hit before. I don't think I've ever felt pain that severe.
You watched the hit from the stands.
Yes. It is one of the worst feelings to see your daughter playing a game that she loves, and 1 minute she is standing and scoring, and the next minute she is on the ground, literally hunched over.
At first, they thought she may have cracked a rib.
I just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I was shaking. At one point, I felt like I was going to pass out. So I was like, something's probably not right.
Carolyn Everson says she called an ambulance, and it was a good thing. Taylor had internal bleeding. Her kidney had been split nearly in half.
I never, ever imagined an injury like that severe could happen from the game.
Taylor was in the ICU for 12 days. And while her case was certainly extreme, there are signs women's lacrosse has become more dangerous. According to the NCAA, between 2014 and 2019, injury rates were up 22% during games. In the men's game, they decreased 3%. The Eversons started a petition calling on the NCAA to make changes, including clarifying the rules, making penalties harsher, and reining in aggressive coaching. Do you think that there need to be some changes to the sport to make it safer?
Well, I never think it's a bad idea to look to see how you can make a sport safer or to take a really deep dive into the rules.
Saylor says coaches need to be held responsible for the style of play.
Everybody wants to win. Everyone's competitive. I think, there has to be some accountability towards the rules as they're written.
Taylor, are you going to play again?
I hope so.
How are you going to feel, Carolyn, when she gets back on the field? I'm going to have a big knot in my stomach.
For us, we just want to create an environment that is a lot safer for girls to be playing, especially younger girls.
The NCAA has responded to the calls for change. The organization has proposed a number of them to be voted on this summer, including having fewer players on the field, increasing the number of penalties that get a player temporarily taken out of the game, and allowing athletes to now wear padded shirts for protection. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Let's talk about something else really important you might not know about. Preeclampsia is a potentially fatal blood pressure condition that strikes thousands of pregnant people each year. According to preeclampsia.org, the condition and other related hypertensive disorders impact anywhere from 5 to 8% of births across the country. But now, a groundbreaking new test could potentially detect the condition early on, and that could save lives. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this breakthrough. Hi, Dr. Patel. Always wonderful to have you. So just start by telling us exactly what this condition is for people who don't know, how it impacts people, what the symptoms are like, and ultimately who is potentially more at risk.
Yeah, Savannah, it's an incredibly common occurrence. 1 in 25 pregnancies, including my own, had preeclampsia. It's considered a disorder related to pregnancy that with high blood pressure and sometimes with protein in the urine that can be abnormal. The symptoms range from no symptoms, I had 0 symptoms whatsoever, to some people have swelling and really severe headaches. So it can be all over the map. And it's usually seen after 20 weeks of pregnancy. So sometimes women are dismissed as just saying, well, you're just, in the later stages of pregnancy. So it can really catch up on you and can lead to death, thought to be maybe related to the death of Tori Bowie, the Olympic athlete that recently died.
Absolutely. And I know it does ultimately impact women of color more frequently, it seems, according to these statistics. You mentioned you had no symptoms. How do you even figure out that something like this is going on? Are doctors checking for it?
Yeah. They are. Doctors are, and especially my obstetrician in particular, they're all very vigilant for it. But the problem is that you can have these episodes of preeclampsia, even between visits, you can have your blood pressure spike and then cause problems pretty quickly that lead to sometimes very severe outcomes and unfortunately death. So this test is a real game changer because up until then, what doctors would do is at your regular OB visits, they would have you get a little cup of urine and they check it for protein and they check your blood pressure. That can be okay, but as we know, not all women are able to get to the OB for all their regular visits, and not all women are getting screened as frequently as we would like. So this can be a big game changer to have a simple blood test that can give us the predictive ability to know, is this particular pregnancy in trouble? Do we need to monitor more closely? Do we need to think about delivering the baby earlier?
Absolutely. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this test because it is being hailed as this sort of breakthrough. So the idea here, right, is that it can detect before somebody is really going to develop this that they are likely to. First of all, is my understanding correct? And then second, does this mean that this would regularly become part of care for pregnant women?
Yeah, that's a great question. So number one, this is something that was studied in those later stages of pregnancy, kind of after the 20th week. So it was studied at that critical time that we want to pick up any signs of preeclampsia. And it's a blood test that looks at 2 particular proteins that in women who are susceptible or more likely to get preeclampsia or have preeclampsia, it gives you a sense of whether or not, up to 96% accuracy of whether or not this could be a pregnancy in trouble and whether this could lead to what's called eclampsia, which can be seizures and death. So if it's negative, it can give you that reassurance that you just need to continue to closely monitor with things that I had. But if it's positive, it might indicate that you need to deliver the baby early. You might need to admit the mom for hospitalization. You might need to do more aggressive measures. The magic here is that we have a test. We don't have a cure for this yet. So we are hoping that this leads to more research for a cure for preeclampsia as well.
Yeah, it is interesting that they have this test, but then there's not really much to do about it other than monitor or, like you said, induce, have that birth early. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Coming up, if you have not applied for your passport or started the renewal process, you might not expect to receive it anytime soon.
That's right. We'll tell you what's causing this backlog at the State Department and what you need to know if you've got a trip coming up and you're still waiting. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Beachgoers are on high alert across the country with concerns growing after more suspected shark attacks were reported here in New York. The recent attacks are the latest in a series of shark sightings that have many people now thinking twice about getting in the water.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on these sightings and what you can do to stay safe. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, good morning. New York to Florida, there have been sightings all over the place. Did anyone explain to these sharks it's a holiday? Time to take a break, because that has not been the case. It's hard to overstate how scary this scene was in Navarre Beach, that's in the Pensacola area, where a shark was bobbing up and down the dorsal fin in the water, zipping in and out around swimmers. That's going on, guys, as we've also now seen 5 attacks in just 2 days in New York.
Shark sightings along the East Coast, sending shockwaves. In a familiar scene in Florida, a shark in the Pensacola area darted around swimmers and sent them rushing to dry land earlier this week as folks on the beach were screaming, "Get out of the water."
Looks like we got a hammerhead shark.
Another ferocious fish spotted off the coast of Surfside in the Miami area. A hammerhead seen crashing Independence Day celebrations, swimming just feet from the busy shore. And farther north, 3 suspected attacks as people packed the beaches on Long Island for the holiday.
Be advised, confirmed fight.
Officials say 2 men in their 40s and a 50-year-old woman are the latest victims from separate shark bite incidents. All 3 were taken to nearby hospitals and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Just hours earlier, New York State Park officials temporarily closed a nearby beach to swimmers after spotting a school of sand tiger sharks in the water. This 40-mile stretch of Long Island's coastline, now the site of 5 suspected shark attacks in just 2 days.
Malia, come to the side.
That comes less than a week after another close encounter with paddleboarders in a hammerhead that was in the waters between the Bahamas and Florida. All of it piquing paranoia for beachgoers.
Yep, that's a great white, and then somewhere probably a pterodactyl. I don't know, guys. Trying to enjoy my day, but I can't.
Despite the rise in fears,
I don't go more than up to my waist because of all the sharks.
unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. According to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, Florida still reports the most unprovoked bites in the U.S. But nationwide, both fatal and non-fatal shark bites are less common than they've been in the past. Still, those running the parks in New York say more sharks have recently been swimming closer to shore, putting lifeguards on high alert, ready to raise any red flags, all to prevent a potentially perilous attack.
New York's Governor Kathy Hochul has been deploying drones to better spot those sharks. And guys, the numbers are pretty jaw-dropping. So historically, there had only been 12 sightings or 12 reports of bites in New York. Last summer, there were 8, 6 of which were confirmed. And now you're talking about 5 in just 2 days. So there is something apparently in the water off of Long Island.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Sam, you got me with a laugh-out-loud cackle with that whole sharks need to take the holiday. Thank you.
Don't they know?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Thanks for staying on this.
These guys.
See you soon.
Time for what's making financial headlines. You may want to get your Christmas tree shop filled while you can. The store announced plans to close all of its U.S. locations.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Jill. Yeah, so the holidays won't be holly or jolly for one retail chain because Christmas Tree Shops announcing last week it will close all of its stores and liquidate inventory after lenders pulled the plug on its efforts to reorganize in bankruptcy. Now, the company filed for Chapter 11 in May and originally planned to shut just a few underperforming stores and exit bankruptcy by August. Christmas Tree Shops is among the dozen retailers that have filed for bankruptcy this year, along with Bed Bath & Beyond and David's Bridal. Airbus is testing new wing designs as the company lays the groundwork for a successor to its top-selling aircraft, the A320. Airbus opening a new plant yesterday in southwest England to design and build wings that are longer, lighter, and feature folding wingtips to fly more sustainably. Rival Boeing is also researching new types of ultralight wings. The A320 and Boeing 737 are currently made of aluminum, but designers believe future wings can come from composite materials. And the FAA has signed off on testing for a vehicle startup in California called a flying car. Now, it's the first fully electric vehicle that can both fly and travel on roads to get government approval. Alice Automotive says the Model A can carry 1 or 2 occupants and will have a road range of 200 miles and flying range of 110 miles. It expects to sell the vehicle for $300,000 with the first delivery forecast for 2025.
Wow.
Sounds pretty soon.
Yeah. And then I'm assuming there'll be some regulations over how you drive it.
I sure hope so.
Rules around that don't exist.
Hopefully they'll create a couple rules
I
for
hope
that
so,
one.
yeah.
Or like I don't even know. It's like can't compute. Too futuristic.
Still a ways away. We're good.
Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
500,000 applications each week. That is how many passport renewals are submitted to the State Department. That number is only expected to grow. The agency's on track to process more than 22 million passport applications this year. And all those forms are bogging down a system that is still reeling from COVID slowdowns. Mark Elwood is a travel expert. He joins us now with more on this backlog. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. So, earlier this year, the wait time for passports, it was in that 6 to 9 week window if you didn't need it expedited. What's the wait time now, and why is this happening?
Well, we're looking at 12 weeks, perhaps even longer. And exactly as you said, it's really the sense that we didn't travel as much during COVID, especially overseas. So we didn't see that our passports were expiring, and suddenly everyone's noticing. So the lesson there is, please get your passport out right now and check whether it expires anytime soon.
And I know there's some people I've heard from who had plans to go overseas, but then they realized it was gonna expire in a window that even though the passport was okay, they wouldn't be allowed to come back in the country. So there's so many details you have to check on. If you have international plans, what should you do to make sure that you have your passport in time, that you get it actually in your possession?
So if you have a little bit of a window, I would always use one of the expediting services. I trust It's Easy. There are other ones, CIBT, Rush My Passport. You will pay for their assistance, and in some cases hundreds of dollars, but it will help speed it up. If you are traveling next week, if you're traveling within 48 hours and you can get to one of the 26 regional passport agency offices, there are walk-in appointments which they will try to get you a passport if you can prove you're traveling within 48 hours. You print out your ticket. It doesn't always work, but I have a friend who did that last week and he got his passport and he's in Italy right now. So I know it can.
There you go. You've seen the pictures in Italy. You know he got there. Good to go. So, there are reports of people, to cancel their plans because the passports didn't arrive in time. What are some of the things, and you talked a little about some options, but if you're in that situation, what are some of the things you can do? And overall, what's the impact this backlog is having on the tourism industry with so many people who aren't able to travel overseas?
Remember, if your passport runs out, it isn't an excuse you can give to the airline and say, please be nice to me. It is your fault and it is your responsibility. So if you have to cancel a trip, they're not required to reimburse you just because you didn't check your passport ran out. Of course, you can ask nicely. There's always leeway. If you ask a hotel nicely and say, hey, can I roll over a booking? They might well work with you. But yes, it's having a huge impact. Remember, if you need a change of scene, if you want a bit of Caribbean, you can go to Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands without a passport. So that is an option if you want a little sun, sand, and sea.
For folks who aren't in this bind right now, they're probably breathing a sigh of relief, but it's maybe a good reminder, hey, your passport is going to expire at some point. What's your best advice for people to stay on top of this so they just don't get in this situation in the first place?
I think the key is to try and renew your passport in the off-season. Part of the issue is that we all tend to think about our passports as the summer approaches, and that is more of a bottleneck. So look at the end of the year, always check in on that. And again, my big thing is work with an expediter, expedite your passport. You can pay a little extra for it to be speedier. You can pay someone to help you. And when you're navigating that enormous bureaucracy, that little bit of help is priceless.
Absolutely. My passport was stolen once years ago in a bag with a bunch of other stuff. Got it expedited. Got it just like that. I know. It wasn't fun, but thankfully we got it taken care of quickly. So, Mark Elwood, thanks so much as always. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Coming up, Sally Ride rocketed into history books 40 years ago, becoming the first American woman to fly in space.
Next, we'll tell you about the honor she just received at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and how her legacy is inspiring young girls to follow in her footsteps.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. Well, following all the buzz around the Barbie movie, we're hearing details about a future Mattel movie, Barney. And it might come as a surprise if you remember the kids' show about the singing purple dinosaur. A little bit of a different take here. A Mattel Films executive told The New Yorker the movie would be, quote, leaning into the millennial angst of the property rather than fine-tuning this for kids. They say that it's going to focus on some of the trials and tribulations of being 30-something growing up with Barney. Mattel is planning a string of movies based on its best-loved toys, including Hot Wheels and also Masters of the Universe. No word on whether those will also contain millennial angst, Joe, but I grew up with Barbie. I'm in my early 30s. It's kind of hitting. It's funny.
It sounds like Barney will maybe no longer be singing the I Love You, You Love Me song.
Or maybe, it'll be like
a cigarette. It's like, yeah, it's been a rough life.
So funny.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
We end this hour with a look at a special honor for a woman who broke glass ceilings in space. Her legacy is still changing the galaxy today. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the story.
This Independence Day, there's a new addition to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, a gold celebration of another 80s icon from California.
The United States sending a woman into space was a very important event for at least 53% of the population, and I'm very proud of that.
In 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman and the first acknowledged gay astronaut to travel to space, although her sexuality was not made public until after her death in July of 2012.
She's a Valley girl at heart.
Yeah, spot on.
I know, right?
Unveiled today, a replica of Sally now overlooks California's Simi Valley.
Oh, wow.
Her niece Kate joined us for a sneak peek.
I want the world to see what she represents, which is equality and inclusion.
Sally Ride's legacy, motivating girls and young women to pursue careers in science and technology, living on in her namesake school in Los Angeles.
She was the first woman who went to space, and she was brave.
It's pretty cool because mostly boys go to the space. She inspired me by going to space because I want to be an astronaut, but I really want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, and she paved the way for that.
Yeah.
To see that the impact is remaining, it fills my heart. A famous quote of hers is, "You can't be what you can't see. You can become whatever you want to become. Whatever you see in yourself, go reach for it, challenge yourself. Discover what is meant for you and create a better world because of that."
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Simi Valley, California.
Love seeing young students attend a school named after her. That's so cool.
Absolutely. What a legacy. Yeah, to keep inspiring young girls. Awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, good Wednesday. We're happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks for joining. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, July 5th. Deadly shooting. The suspected Philadelphia gunman was charged with 11 criminal counts in court this morning. Plus, what we are learning about the victims as their families grieve.
Battle of the Billionaires. Meta set to launch its highly anticipated Threads app tomorrow in an effort to take on Twitter. More on the growing rivalry between the tech giants that could actually get physical.
Eye in the sky. Police are using drones to help de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals. Still, some critics worry the new technology is posing a privacy threat.
Paying up. Borrowers in crisis mode after the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. We're going to talk to a personal finance expert about how to prepare for when those payments start back up.
Welcome to NBC News Daily on this Wednesday. We begin with that deadly mass shooting in Philadelphia that killed 5 men and wounded 2 children. Just this morning, the 40-year-old suspect was arraigned in criminal court. He has now officially been charged with 11 counts, including murder, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, and weapons charges.
But today, we want to focus on the victims. Here are the faces and the names of the 5 men we lost Monday night to senseless gun violence. They're 15-year-old Dajuan Brown, 20-year-old Lashad Merritt, 29-year-old Damar Stanton, 31-year-old Joseph Wama, and 59-year-old Ralph Morales. Police say they had each been shot multiple times.
This country needs to re-examine its conscience and find out how to get guns out of dangerous people's hands. A person walking down a city street with an AR-style rifle and shooting randomly at people while wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines is a disgraceful but all too common situation in America.
Rahema Ellis joins us now live, our NBC News correspondent. Rahema, we're talking about babies, a 15-year-old. Tell us more about the victims. What do we know about them from police, and what are their families saying?
One of the things, Morgan, that we're hearing from police is that these victims all lived in the same community. They were all within a few blocks of one another. And in fact, what we're finding out now, it appears that the suspect also lived in this community. One of the parents has talked with us, and that is a parent of the 15-year-old victim who was killed. That is Dajuan Brown. He spoke with our NBC affiliate WC. She spoke with our NBC affiliate WCAU, and saying that her son was on his way to the corner store and tried to help a friend who was injured once those shots were fired. Listen to what she said about her child.
There was no way you could meet Dajuan, have a conversation with him, and not fall in love with him. He lost his life trying to, doing a selfless act, and that's how he was when he was here.
You can see on her face the smile when she speaks about her son, and the pain also that she expressed, saying that she hopes that if the suspect is the person who is responsible for this, she wants that person to be held accountable to the full extent of the law and to never get out of prison.
Rahema, we know the suspect was arraigned in Philadelphia criminal court this morning. What else have you learned about him and these charges he's now facing?
One of the things that we know is that he appeared in court via a closed-circuit camera. A public defender was appointed for this suspect, a 40-year-old man, and we also know that he's being held without bail, while bail was set at $7.5 million. Authorities say that there's no bail that's going to be allowed. This person is not going to be allowed to get out from behind bars until there is a trial in this case.
All right, NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis. Rahema, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, the Secret Service is now investigating after somebody found cocaine at the White House. A source just told NBC News that the official lab test came back positive for the illegal drug. They say it was discovered on Sunday inside a small dime-sized bag. President Biden was not at the White House at the time, but emergency crews did briefly evacuate the building. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. Mike, we know that we're told cocaine was found actually in the West Wing. Who has access to that area? And even though there's so many questions still, does Secret Service have any idea about who actually might have brought it in?
Well, Morgan, unlike the executive mansion of the White House, which you see behind me, that's where some of the ceremonial spaces of the White House that we're so familiar with, as well as the private residence of the president, is located. That we understand that this was discovered in an area of the West Wing, which is really typically only open to the high-level staff who work there, as well as potentially some of their guests. Now, to recap, this was discovered by an officer in the uniform division of the Secret Service as part of a regular and routine search of the area on Sunday evening. We know, though, that there are often guests of some of those White House staff who are given private tours of the West Wing over the course of the weekend. And so because this was a common area, a place where individuals who come into the West Wing might be asked to leave their personal belongings, like a cell phone or what things that were in their wallet before they go into deeper into the West Wing, it may be easy to track down who it was by looking at things like visitor logs or the video cameras that are of that space. But it is still an early stage of this investigation. The Secret Service only today confirming that this was in fact cocaine that was discovered there, Morgan.
What is the White House saying to all of this, Mike?
Well, of course, we learned of this yesterday on the 4th of July holiday, so we'll get our first on-camera public reaction from the White House when Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, briefs this afternoon. There is certainly an interest on the part of the White House to very quickly address this and try to determine who this was, because this is a highly unusual and potentially embarrassing situation. The West Wing is the heart, the working heart of the government, of the presidency, where the president's office is, where the vice president's office are, the most senior officials. And so because it's a more restricted area, one with much more limited access, there is going to be a lot of attention ultimately on whether they can determine who this is, and the White House will be quick to want to get this behind them.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining us live from D.C. Mike, thank you.
Morgan, a new social media app is about to take on Twitter. The app is called Threads. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, will launch Threads tomorrow. Some are already calling it the Twitter killer. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more on the brewing social media war.
Hey there, that's right. The app will be available tomorrow, and it looks like users can link it directly to their Instagram account. It's the latest salvo in the battle between billionaires Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And get this, they may actually physically fight each other. It's the battle of the billionaires. After Elon Musk recently challenged Mark Zuckerberg to a potential cage match, and Zuckerberg agreed. The two have yet to physically face off. But the source of their dispute, Zuckerberg's company Meta, is now entering the ring to take on Twitter.
I enjoy being doubted.
Announcing the launch of a direct competitor, Threads. The app, which appears to emphasize public conversations, much like Twitter, already showing up in Apple's App Store for users to download on Thursday. Photo previews suggest users will be able to log in using their Instagram account.
Meta is the biggest social media company in the world. They can take this to their users, their existing user base, and leverage that.
The number of users on Instagram worldwide, 2 billion, compared to some 300 million on Twitter. And buzz is building on social media.
This is what it's going to look like. It's really cool because you can actually log in with your Instagram username.
Threads is launching amidst an earthquake at Twitter. Since Elon Musk bought the platform last year, he's changed the verification process, charging $8 for blue check marks, overhauled the layout that determines what tweets users see, and just days ago imposed limits on how many tweets users can read per day. Musk, for his part, is not modulating his controversial takes.
I'll say what I want to say, and if
If the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
It's caused many users and advertisers to flee the site, triggering a flock of new challengers scrambling to offer an alternative, like Blue Sky and Mastodon. And new social media platform Spill, aiming to serve diverse communities, was number 4 in the free app store on Tuesday. But users on all those platforms remain relatively few. And now Meta is entering the fray.
The timing could not be more perfect because everyone's pissed off at Twitter.
Elon Musk has left an opening in the social media landscape, and Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, always likes an opening.
There's concern in the tech world that Meta could collect even more personal data than Twitter, ranging from financial information to your health and fitness. Meta does have a long history of privacy concerns, but an expert I spoke to said if you're already using Facebook or Instagram, the policies will likely be similar. NBC News has reached out to both Meta and Twitter for comment. We've yet to hear back. Back to you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. A new law regulating the use of artificial intelligence in hiring goes into effect today right here in New York City. Now, the law is known as NYC 144, and it'll require employers who are using certain hiring software to actually audit that software for race and gender bias. Now, this is the first of its kind in the entire country.
Really fascinating. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, take us through how this new law works, and can we expect similar legislation on AI to be enacted in other cities and states following this?
So under this law, hiring software that relies on machine learning must pass a third-party audit to show that it is free of biases before it's even used by employers. And applicants are also allowed to request alternative screening methods. Similar laws have been proposed in Washington, D.C., California, and Connecticut. The White House has also laid out a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. Meanwhile, an estimated $19 billion in trade is stranded off the western ports of Canada due to a strike. The country's West Coast labor negotiations have paused, creating a backlog at 29 ports, including Vancouver and Prince Rupert. Now, those two ports alone process and move nearly 20% of all U.S. trade. And finally, guys, a background check company, Checker, determined the 10 best cities in the country for earning potential. Each city was scored based on metrics like per capita personal income and 10-year income growth winning cities, including San Jose, Denver, and Austin, with the top 3 cities all right here, guys, on the West Coast. Look at that. San Francisco, number 2,
wow.
Where I am.
Is that a West Coast, Best Coast energy? That might be a West Coast, Best Coast list.
I feel that way. You said it. Yeah, you said it, not us, right?
All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Well, tens of millions of Americans are facing severe weather alerts today. What cities will be seeing triple-digit temperatures? We will tell you coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so for a lot of people across the country, it was either a soggy or a scorching hot July 4th holiday. In fact, the extreme weather took a toll on some celebrations and even caused some serious travel headaches.
Gosh, I feel like it was soggy and hot here in New York, right? Well, now more severe storms are on the way for millions of Americans. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is following it all.
Hey there, well, I'll start with the good news. Some of the nation's biggest fireworks displays were a go last night, including in New York City, even after bouts of lightning and torrential rain. But we witnessed the sheer force of these unrelenting storms. Here in Coney Island, 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike as other parts of the country brace for even more severe weather today.
Mother Nature lit up the nation's skies with 4th of July fireworks all her own, as millions from coast to coast dealt with a holiday full of extreme heat and severe storms. From the Rockies to the East Coast, scattered storms disrupted a host of Independence Day festivities, clearing out beaches in New Jersey and abruptly pausing Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest.
As soon as we saw that first lightning, that's it, cut it off.
Nearby, the New York Fire Department reporting 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike. Out west, it was the scorching heat that put a damper on holiday plans, fueling wildfires in Washington and Arizona and canceling some nearby 4th of July events. At the nation's airports, more than 450 flights canceled and another 4,200 delayed Tuesday. At one point, there were ground stops at all 3 of New York City's major airports, adding to a week of travel chaos amid record holiday travel. NBC News learning United Airlines plans to reduce its schedule to give even more spare gates and buffer, especially during thunderstorm season. But despite the wild weather, Americans' patriotism shining through. Baseball fans singing during a rainy game at Fenway Park. And the USS Constitution, the Navy's oldest commissioned warship, setting sail under stormy skies.
Happy 4th! Love you! God bless you!
As families and friends flock to the beach, barbecues, and fireworks. Dazzling skylines nationwide, celebrating America's 247th birthday.
And July 4th may have passed, but the celebrations will continue. From South Dakota to Colorado to New Jersey, dozens of Independence Day events have been postponed because of the severe weather to later this week, even later this month. And for those who are looking to begin traveling home from their holiday, just remember you will be in good company. A record 50+ million people took to the skies and roadways to travel for the July 4th holiday. So as we always say, pack your patience. Back to you.
Emily, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill. So nearly 30 million Americans under heat alerts today. That's about the same number that are facing severe storms. Break it all down for us.
Yeah, it's not as horrendous as it was before the holiday when we had all the smoke and the heat and we had all the storms, especially the airport delays were just ridiculous. Now we're kind of getting more towards that typical. A few areas are way too hot. A few areas are too stormy. And if you're not traveling through those areas, it's just typical summer weather. So we're really spread out with our heat advisories, the dangerous stuff. And we had one hiker succumb in the Grand Canyon over the holiday weekend because of the heat, is from the Grand Canyon through Phoenix and Tucson. That's the excessive heat warnings. That's where it's just too hot, very dangerous. A lot of other areas are in heat advisories, the Pacific Northwest, Corpus Christi, and the Sunshine State. And Florida, by the way, way too hot. In the lunch hour, we're at 106 heat index already in Orlando. We can't wait for that sea breeze to move through. 102 in Jacksonville. Right up through the southeast coastal areas have really heated up. Charleston feels like 101 already. And it's not like it's, cool in D.C. at 95. And we'll be near 100, if not above 100. Chicago, St. Louis, and Little Rock, and even Dallas now, all in the mid to upper 90s. And a few spots will break record highs. We're not shattering record highs. I wouldn't say we're no longer in like a heat wave like we were last week, but a few spots will come close. El Paso has a chance, Tucson, Medford, and a few spots here, Tampa to Key West, have a chance for record highs today. As far as the airports go and travel, travel. I've been keeping my eye on the Atlanta area. We do have storms on the northern portion of the Beltway there on 285 with a few lightning strikes. That looks like it's going to brush by. And then we also have our area of concern for severe weather today, and that's going to be from Oklahoma City to Wichita. Numerous thunderstorms will be in and out of this region as we go throughout the day. So the areas at greatest risk, if we're going to get organized, widespread severe storms, is going to be in this area of yellow. Once again, unfortunately, Pueblo to Denver, it seems like day after day you've been getting storms, but also O'Hare heading towards St. Louis, all of Illinois, other spots that do have a chance of severe storms. Things do quiet down towards the end of this week. I think it's good that we had the holiday ladies in the kind of the middle to the beginning of the week, because it's kind of spread out of when people are coming home from the holiday.
Yeah, I was surprised. The traffic patterns weren't quite as I anticipated.
Yeah,
this
not
past
as
week.
bad,
They
right?
weren't as bad, right? I mean,
It helps.
Yeah, exactly. But I tell you, the scorching hot and the sogginess, not so much.
No, humidity.
Bill Cairns, thank you as always.
Appreciate it. Several police departments getting a high-tech upgrade. We're going to tell you how drones are being used. NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
An alleged human smuggler is under arrest, and a dozen undocumented immigrants have been detained after a high-speed chase in Texas. State troopers went into hot pursuit after a truck driver refused to stop for a traffic violation. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has our report.
Northbound to southbound lane.
A dangerous pursuit caught on camera.
He's driving on the shoulder on the southbound lane going northbound. We're going over 80 miles an hour.
Newly released video showing the moment Texas state troopers chase a truck tractor barreling against oncoming traffic and reaching speeds of 85 miles per hour. The driver taking officers for a wild ride after authorities say he refused to stop for a traffic violation.
Just got to the left lane.
A potentially deadly chase escalating as the vehicle raced past truck after truck, mere feet away from a head-on collision.
We're going to be mile marker 34.
You can see the moment the driver eventually veered off the highway, ignoring the sirens and patrol car on his tail. But finally, authorities able to take advantage of a wide turn.
He's losing control. All right, we're turning into some ranch road. He's stuck.
Officers eventually catching up to him. A group of passengers running away as troopers rushed to the disabled vehicle. Among them, 12 undocumented immigrants who were apprehended.
So where are you headed to right now? San Antonio.
The driver was arrested and identified as Eduardo Aradas of Florida. Texas Department of Public Safety saying he now faces state criminal charges for smuggling and evading.
Texas state authorities say the officers involved from the Department of Public Safety were part of the Lone Star operation, which was put in effect 2 years ago and has since stopped an estimated 8,700 attempted human smuggling events. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security says they've seen a 70% drop in illegal crossings at the southern border since Title 42 was lifted back in May.
Our thanks to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, thousands of miles from the front lines of the war in Ukraine, a U.S. Army ammunition plant in Pennsylvania is creating some of the crucial firepower that's actually needed to help Ukrainians in their battle against Russia. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch takes a look.
In the middle of its bloody offensive, Ukraine's success relies in part on a very different front line. This one, more than 5,000 miles away in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
We are producing, thousands of rounds more a month than we were this time last year.
Inside this U.S. Army ammunition plant, contractor General Dynamics produces 155mm artillery shells, eventually becoming some of the very firepower crucial to Ukraine's fight against Russia. In late May, NBC News was granted access to the plant, one of the locations helping make 24,000 rounds each month.
I can feel that heat from back here. The Army says this is a 2,000-degree furnace, essentially turning steel into Play-Doh.
American steel sculpted, inspected, and sent off to be armed with explosives. Part of what the Pentagon says is an urgent ramp-up.
The Army won't tell us exactly how many are going to Ukraine. The Army says that's because of security concerns. But even if every one of these shells went to Ukraine, that may still not be enough.
Some in the Scranton community grateful for the city's role in the Ukrainian war effort.
The pride is just huge.
Yeah, I think Ukraine should get as much ammunition as they can.
But figuring out how to send so much firepower to Ukraine also raises concerns about America running out of ammunition. Seth Jones studies military operations.
If the United States went to war today, would this country be ready for the fight?
The United States went to war today, it would have enough weapons in some cases for a short war. It would not have sufficient weapons, munitions for a protracted war, and that is the problem.
The Pentagon told NBC News it was meeting the needs of Ukrainian forces while ensuring our inventories are replenished. But amid tensions with Russia and China, the Army says right now it's experiencing its fastest conventional ammunition ramp-up since the Korean War. A race to help those on the battlefield today and possibly tomorrow. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Coming up, what you need to know as student loan payments are set to resume in the fall. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. We show this to you every day. Here you go. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, all of the places. Your news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. We are following new developments in the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestinian militants in the West Bank. This morning, Israeli forces launched airstrikes on the Gaza Strip after militants fired 5 rockets towards Israel from that same area. These attacks come as Israel began withdrawing its troops from the Palestinian city of Jenin today, ending the country's largest incursion into the occupied West Bank in nearly 20 years.
Smallville actor Allison Mack has been released from federal prison early. Mack was sentenced to 3 years behind bars back in 2021 for her role in a sex trafficking case linked to the cult group NXIVM. Federal records show she was released on Monday, but both the Bureau of Prisons and Mack's attorney did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment.
And a flying car company has received airworthiness certification from the FAA. California-based Aleph Aeronautics says it is working on an electric car that will be street legal with added vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. The certification allows the company to continue testing its future product with a potential, get this, 2025 launch.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is speaking publicly about last month's rebellion by the Wagner Group.
During a summit with his allies, Putin said that the attempted mutiny by the mercenary group had no popular support within Russia and that the country is more united than ever. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now live from Kyiv, Ukraine. Kelly, it is good to see you. So Putin clearly trying to project an image of power and stability to countries like China and India with his new comments. What else did he say? And have we heard anything from the head of the Wagner Group?
Yeah, the message to his allies was really, as you said, of power, strength, stability at home, but also defiance toward the West. He said that Russia would continue to oppose Western sanctions and that it was developing faster than ever, better than ever, despite what he called external sanctions, provocations, and pressures. So very much trying to convince his allies after that march on Moscow 11 days ago now that he is strong, that he is in control, and that he will continue on the path that he has followed for the past 16 months when it comes to Ukraine and Western sanctions. As for the man who led that rebellion, Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, we've heard from him. We think, again, an audio message was posted to a Telegram channel, which is affiliated with the Wagner Group. We can't authenticate this message, but our Moscow colleagues do say that the message sounds like Prigozhin. He talks like Prigozhin. And in this message, he says that that march on Washington was aimed at fighting what he called traitors. And he also gave sort of a hint as to what might happen with his fighters and his group going forward, saying that in the near future, people will see, quote, our next victories at the front. Is he talking about getting back into the fight in Ukraine? We don't know. We don't know where he is. The president of Belarus has claimed that he is in Belarus, but we haven't seen him since that attempted insurrection ended 11 days ago. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. Kelly, thank you. Well, police departments are constantly embracing new technology in their efforts to fight crime. In Southern California, high-tech drone patrols are now helping officers catch crooks. But some critics say those drones pose a threat to privacy. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies, but what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Ken, thank you. Lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the country, but lately there's been an increasing concern over safety, particularly for the women who play the game. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has a look at one player's effort to make the sport safer after a major injury on the field.
There is a real elegance to women's lacrosse.
It is a beautiful game.
Chris Saylor coached Princeton's team for 36 years.
It's just one of these sports that is beautiful to watch and fun to watch.
It is also a sport that has changed a lot, including the players themselves.
The athletes have grown and, they're now stronger, more physical, faster, quicker.
Yale junior Taylor Everson has been playing since she was a kid.
Recently, it's kind of taken a turn and become a lot more violent and physical, I would say.
Her mom sometimes nervous on the sidelines.
I started to see a lot more yellow cards, a lot more aggression. You could see the anxiety even of the parents in the stands.
In the women's game, cross-checking is against the rules. Unlike the men, they don't play with a lot of protective gear because there's supposed to be far less hitting. But in a February game this year, Taylor did get hit. Hard.
I've gotten hit before. I don't think I've ever felt pain that severe.
You watched the hit from the stands? Yes. It is one of the worst feelings to see your daughter playing a game that she loves, and 1 minute she is standing and scoring, and the next minute she is on the ground, literally hunched over.
At first, they thought she may have cracked a rib.
I just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I was shaking. At one point, I felt like I was going to pass out. So I was like, something's probably not right.
Carolyn Everson says she called an ambulance, and it was a good thing. Taylor had internal bleeding. Her kidney had been split nearly in half.
I never, ever imagined an injury like that severe could happen from the game.
Taylor was in the ICU for 12 days. And while her case was certainly extreme, there are signs women's lacrosse has become more dangerous. According to the NCAA, between 2014 and 2019, injury rates were up 22% during games. In the men's game, they decreased 3%. The Eversons started a petition calling on the NCAA to make changes, including clarifying the rules, making penalties harsher, and reining in aggressive coaching.
Do you think that there need to be some changes to the sport to make it safer?
Well, I never think it's a bad idea to look to see how you can make a sport safer or to take a really deep dive into the rules.
Saylor says coaches need to be held responsible for the style of play.
Everybody wants to win. Everyone's competitive. I think, there has to be some accountability towards the rules as they're written.
Taylor, are you going to play again?
I hope so.
How are you going to feel, Carolyn, when she gets back on the field?
I'm going to have a big knot in my stomach.
For us, we just want to create an environment that is a lot safer for girls to be playing, especially younger girls.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, many student loan borrowers right now, they're scrambling to prepare for repayments to start again after the Supreme Court struck down the Biden administration's plan to forgive about $430 billion in student debt.
Now, in response to the decision, the White House has announced a more affordable income-driven repayment plan called the Saving on a Valuable Education Plan. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now to break down what this means exactly. Sharon, good to see you. First off, we know that student loan payments, they've been paused since early 2020. So when will borrowers have to start paying again? And can they expect any relief from this administration's plan?
Well, they're going to have to start repaying in October, and they will also have interest start to accrue starting September 1st. So, yes, there is this new repayment plan that people need to know about. It's a new type of income-driven repayment plan, the SAVE plan. And if you're already in the repay plan, you'll automatically be enrolled in this. But it works like many of the income-driven repayment plans in that you pay based on your income and your family size. In this case, it will eventually reduce the amount that you have to pay from 10% of your disposable income to 5%, which is significant. And the Education Department has also said they're going to provide an on-ramp for people who are really struggling to pay. And if you miss a payment or are late with a payment within the first 12 months, they're not going to hold you accountable and send that to credit reporting agencies. So it will not have a negative impact on your credit. And that's going to be significant for a lot of people who are going to say, I'm not going to be ready come October.
Yeah, that's a bit of relief there. So, Sharon, what is your advice for student loan borrowers as they do get ready for these repayments to start up again in a few months? What can they start doing right now?
For all those people who have been avoiding going to studentaid.gov, go to that website. Make sure that the Education Department has your correct information, your current information. Again, it's been 3 years perhaps since you've had to deal with this. You want to make sure if you've moved or something that you have that information with them. Also, your loan servicer may have changed over the last 3 years. So you want to make sure you know who that is. Contact your loan servicer. You also want to apply for an income-driven repayment plan. If you think this will help you make those payments and you're interested in learning more about the SAVE plan, go to studentaid.gov, find out more about it. You can even get an idea of what your loan payment will be. There is a tool on the website that helps you do that. And so you want to try to estimate that and start paying yourself. You know I'm going to say this, Vicki. It's so important to open that high-yield savings account and pretend to make those payments as soon as you can, because in October, they are due.
And Sharon, just very briefly, we have about 20 seconds left here. When we talk about parents and we look at the debt at the end of last year, it was more than $108 billion. So how are parent borrowers going to be impacted by this decision?
Well, parents have only one option in terms of income-driven repayment plans. They can do an income contingent plan, and that requires them to consolidate their loans. That is important to know because it is an important caveat. There is a possibility to do public loan forgiveness as well, public service loan forgiveness if you have a public sector job. But again, that has a contingency with that particular type of payment plan as well. So a lot to look through. Again, studentaid.gov, place to go for Parent Plus loans, as well as undergraduate loans and graduate loans to figure out how you're going to make these payments.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, thank you so much.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Firefighters at a South Florida station sprang into action when a husband and wife pulled up to the firehouse with a baby urgently on the way. Here's Olivia Jaquith with NBC South Florida with more.
Yeah. An unexpected entrance into this world for baby James Cerna.
Usually we're able to come up to the scene. This time the scene came to us.
Hialeah firefighters helping to deliver the child after parents Jose and Jackie decided to head to the new fire station by their home rather than battle rush hour traffic in a race to get to the birthing center.
I had early morning contractions all day long, feeling, sick.
She says by the time they got in the car, she knew there were only minutes left before baby James was going to make his arrival.
I kept telling him, the baby's coming, I need to push, I need to push.
The mom is the one that should get most of the credit as she did all the work. We're just able to just use her skills and what we know and help her deliver and bring this baby to this world. You know, it was an amazing experience for, I think, everybody involved.
And with the help of first responders here at Fire Station 9, that's exactly what she did, officially welcoming baby James to Hialeah.
Amazing experience to be able to see life come into this world and hold it in our hands and everybody leave with a smile on their faces out of something that happened in our parking lot.
That was Olivia Jaquith reporting. Morgan.
Well, Vicki, the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California, unveiled its newest memorial on Tuesday, honoring 1980s trailblazer Sally Ride. NBC News' Erin McLaughlin tells us how Ride's career is inspiring even younger generations of women across the country.
There's a new addition to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, a gold celebration of another 80s icon from California.
The United States sending a woman into space was a very important event for at least 53% of the population, and I'm very proud of that.
In 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman and the first acknowledged gay astronaut to travel to space, although her sexuality was not made public until after her death in July of 2012.
She's a Valley girl at heart.
Yeah, spot on.
I know, right?
A replica of Sally now overlooks California's Simi Valley.
Oh, wow.
Her niece Kate joined us for a sneak peek.
I want the world to see what she represents, which is equality and inclusion.
Sally Ride's legacy, motivating girls and young women to pursue careers in science and technology, living on in her namesake school in Los Angeles.
She was the first woman who went to space, and she was brave.
It's pretty cool because mostly boys go to the space.
She inspired me by going to space because I want to be an astronaut, but I really want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, and she paved the way for that.
Yeah.
To see that the impact is remaining, it fills my heart. A famous quote of hers is, "You can't be what you can't see. You can become whatever you want to become. Whatever you see in yourself, go reach for it. Challenge yourself. Discover what is meant for you and create a better world because of that."
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Simi Valley, California.
That is beautiful.
Very inspiring. Love to see this recognized now and for future generations to come.
I used to want to be an astronaut. I did my book report on Sally Ride.
Sally Ride, all right. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
An independent filmmaker is helping shine a light on underrepresented artists with her very own movie theater right here in New York City.
Today's show co-host Chanel Jones lifts the curtain on one woman's quest to celebrate creators and her entire community.
It was the idea that you could tell a story and really impact someone's life.
Emmeline Stewart has always understood the power of filmmaking.
What do you remember about the first time when you went to the movies?
Wow, it was Godzilla. that we saw, and my parents didn't speak English. And I remember just being fascinated by just the visuals.
Growing up in a Dominican family in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, she pursued a traditional career path, but never lost her love for the movies.
I was doing real estate, and one of the investors said, my nephew wants to make a movie. Why don't you take a look?
With no filmmaking experience, Emmeline relied on her business skills to produce her first short film in 2009.
And then I thought, wait a minute. So I could do this for a lot of people if I could figure out how to make money.
So she dedicated herself to lifting up underrepresented voices in media, producing 19 indie projects to date.
What is it about these films that you wanted to invest?
You're not really investing in the film, you're really investing in the filmmaker. And so I really wanted to give an opportunity to people to tell their stories.
And I think a lot of people, they see the movie on the big screen and they just think, okay, somebody made it, boom, now it's up on the big screen.
Thousands and thousands of films are never seen, especially with minority-produced films.
So was it a no for you that led to this theater right now?
Absolutely. So I did a faith-based film, and I just couldn't get distribution for it. And I thought, so that's it? Like, one person somewhere gets to decide, and all of this work is for nothing?
So you walked away from that no and did what?
Somebody said, well, then you got to build your own theater.
Emmeline did just that, opening Stewart Cinema and Cafe in September of 2018, becoming the first Black Latina to own a movie theater in New York City.
So how do these independent filmmakers do it? What do you do?
We rent out the theater. It's one price, and then you charge whatever you want, and you show the movie for as long as you think it could be sustained. And this is why we also have the studio movies, right? Because that adds pedigree to the theater.
So you get the full range.
Now your film that no one's ever heard of is playing at the same theater that Black Panther is playing.
As for those classic snacks, her cafe goes beyond popcorn and candy.
I saw empanadas out there. You had like a movie with coquito.
Yes. So my mom makes the empanadas, and a lot of our cakes and stuff are local vendors. Freezing.
And she's just getting started. Emmeline is building a new multiplex and is headed back to her neighborhood roots.
I am building the theater in Sunset Park because that neighborhood hasn't had a theater in over 30 years. And as a kid, I remember having to get on the bus to go to another neighborhood, a white neighborhood, to watch movies.
While Emmeline spends her days showcasing new artists, the impact she's made on her community is her biggest hit yet.
Do you think back to when you got that no?
Yeah.
It's almost it was a blessing in disguise that person
sure
told you no.
I'm so grateful for that guy
who said no.
Who said no. Because otherwise I wouldn't have done it.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
So cool. That's right here in New York City.
Right around the corner. Here's what's trending right now. We do have some exciting news from our Today Show family. Co-host Al Roker has become a grandfather. Papa. Al's daughter Courtney and her husband Wes welcomed a healthy baby girl on Monday. The baby's name Sky Clara Laga. Al says everyone is doing well and their family simply could not be any happier. Congratulations, Al, Courtney, Wes.
So happy for that family. All right, actor Daniel Radcliffe says he is definitely not going to be involved in Warner Brothers' new Harry Potter TV series. In an interview, Radcliffe, who played Harry in the original movie, says he understands the show is probably trying to start fresh and he doesn't need to have a cameo from the original actor. He wished the show luck and he says he is happy to pass on the Harry Potter wand. That's some big shoes to fill anyway. I think a lot of people, a new generation, is going to be really excited about that series.
Yeah, it's a new chapter.
Yeah. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us 24/7 on our streaming network.
summertime.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, July 5th. Stormy skies, scattered storms cleared out East Coast beaches and put a pause on Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest yesterday. Coming up next, we'll tell you about the storms that are still on the way.
West Wing mystery and official lab tests determined that the white powder found inside the White House was, in fact, cocaine. More on the investigation into how it got there and who's responsible.
College admissions clash. A civil rights group is suing Harvard, saying that its legacy policy favors white prospective students. More on the claims of discrimination next.
Health Kick, it's likely your family indulged in some sweets and treats to celebrate the 4th of July holiday. Our parenting expert is here to help you get back on track and teach your kids healthy eating habits.
We are so glad you could join us this Wednesday. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin right now with that brutal weather that's sweeping across the country as temperatures worldwide are rising to levels really never seen before. In fact, right now, severe storm warnings are in effect from Chicago to Denver, leaving nearly 30 million Americans at risk. Across parts of the South and the West Coast, the biggest threat is still the dangerous heat.
This is the world just recorded its hottest day ever. Scientists say the average global temperature yesterday hovered above 62 degrees Fahrenheit, a new unofficial record. But experts warn we could see more all-time highs in the weeks ahead. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on this extreme weather and how it's causing chaos for travelers as 4th of July celebrations come to a close.
Hey there, well, I'll start with the good news. Some of the nation's biggest fireworks displays were a go last night, including in New York City, even after bouts of lightning and torrential rain. But we witnessed the sheer force of these unrelenting storms. Here in Coney Island, 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike as other parts of the country brace for even more severe weather today. Mother Nature lit up the nation's skies with 4th of July fireworks all her own, as millions from coast to coast dealt with a holiday full of extreme heat and severe storms. From the Rockies to the East Coast, scattered storms disrupted a host of Independence Day festivities, clearing out beaches in New Jersey and abruptly pausing Coney Island's famed hot dog eating contest.
As soon as we saw that first lightning, that's it, cut it off.
Nearby, the New York Fire Department reporting 2 people were rushed to the hospital after a lightning strike. Out west, it was the scorching heat that put a damper on holiday plans, fueling wildfires in Washington and Arizona and canceling some nearby 4th of July events. At the nation's airports, more than 450 flights canceled and another 4,200 delayed Tuesday. At one point, there were ground stops at all 3 of New York City's major airports, adding to a week of travel chaos amid record holiday travel. NBC News learning United Airlines plans to reduce its schedule to give even more spare gates and buffer, especially during thunderstorm season. But despite the wild weather, Americans' patriotism shining through. Baseball fans singing during a rainy game at Fenway Park. And the USS Constitution, the Navy's oldest commissioned warship, setting sail under stormy skies.
Happy 4th! Love you! God bless you!
As families and friends flock to the beach, barbecues, and fireworks. Dazzling skylines nationwide, celebrating America's 247th birthday. And July 4th may have passed, but the celebrations will continue. From South Dakota to Colorado to New Jersey, dozens of Independence Day events have been postponed because of the severe weather to later this week, even later this month. And for those who are looking to begin traveling home from their holiday, just remember you will be in good company. A record 50+ million people took to the skies and roadways to travel for the July 4th holiday. So as we always say, pack your patience. Back to you.
Let's go now to Washington, where the Secret Service is trying to figure out how a bag of cocaine ended up inside the White House. Now, an agency official says somebody found it on Sunday in a pretty busy area of the West Wing. At first, it wasn't exactly clear what the powder was, but earlier today, a source told NBC News that the official lab test came back positive for the illegal drug cocaine. NBC News reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from D.C. Ryan, good to see you this Wednesday. We know, of course, that President Biden was not at the White House at that time, but just if you can walk us through what we do know. Has the Secret Service said anything thus far?
Yeah, so the Secret Service has been saying that they're investigating this incident, but because it's in a highly trafficked area, it's going to be a little difficult to determine the origin of this. We don't know precisely where it was actually found, but if it's in a highly trafficked area and if there's not necessarily great camera coverage, pinpointing exactly who left it will be a little bit difficult, because then you have to go back and figure out, okay, when was the last sweep done? Was this substance there then? When exactly was it found? And sort of narrow down the list of potential people. But, you know, not every single inch of the entire West Wing is covered in cameras. You know, it's mostly entrances and exits is most of the things focused. So I think that it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to determine exactly who was carrying it. It's a small bag. It's not something that would be evident on someone carrying it into the Capitol or into the White House, or, you know, if it was on their person. So it is going to be a little bit of a challenge to narrow down exactly who was responsible for this. And of course, you know, this was over sort of a long Fourth of July weekend. So it is also a lot of people in and out of the White House at that point.
Yeah, speaking of which, Ryan, you talk about sort of this highly trafficked area. Who generally has access to the West Wing?
You know, I think because of the area, I don't want to narrow it down too much, but, you know, there are a lot of events, and of course, people can bring guests into certain areas, and I think we have a lot of events around the July 4th holiday that could have come up. You know, there are obviously tours sometimes, so it's not, you know, we don't know for sure if this was a staffer or if this was a guest of a staffer or someone, you know, who was just visiting for some other purpose. We really don't know the origin of where this came in, so I think that's what investigators are going to be looking at and narrowing in on that video footage.
And Ryan, just briefly before we let you go, has the White House said anything?
The White House hasn't said much other than, you know, I think clarifying that that Biden wasn't around for that. So I think that that's sort of they're staying away from this for now, and I think the Secret Service is basically in charge of this investigation.
All right, NBC News reporter Ryan Riley joining us live from D.C. Ryan, thank you.
Morgan, we turn now to Philadelphia, where the man suspected of shooting and killing 5 people and injuring 2 others was arraigned in criminal court this morning. 40-year-old Kim Brady Carricker was charged with 11 counts, including murder, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, and weapons charges. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, so we know the suspect is being held without bail. What else did you learn during the arraignment?
One thing we learned is that a public defender was appointed for this suspect. The suspect also was asked a number of questions by the court, and he got yes or no answers. Basically, it was an effort, I think, for the court to make certain this person understood what he was being charged with. The judge also made a point of reading out the names of the victims, both those who were killed as well as those who were wounded. And as you point out, there was no bail set. For such a case like this of aggravated assault, it would be about $7.5 million, $1.5 million for each of the survivors. But the court made it very clear that there will be no bail in this particular case for this suspect. Vicki?
Rahema, 5 lives senselessly lost that day. Can you tell us more about the people who were killed?
What we know so far is that, as you point out, 5 people killed. The youngest was a 15-year-old teenager. The ages range from 15 to 59. We heard from the mother of the 15-year-old teenager talking about her son. She said that he was the kind of kid who would help people. In fact, she said he was on his way to the corner store when the shots rang out, and he went to go help a friend. And that's the kind of a kid that he was. Heartbroken right now, as is the case for all of the relatives of those people who were killed. We also, you know, something that's very interesting about this case, authorities have made it clear to us that the last person whose body was discovered in this shooting, they now say was the first person who was shot. He was found several hours after police investigation was underway because that person lived alone. Someone went to visit and then found that body. And they realize now that this was the first person shot inside of their home.
Oh my gosh.
Police said that tells them something about, maybe it will say something about motive. We might learn something soon.
And as you told us earlier that the suspect does live in that community. Rahem, we also reported yesterday a second person was arrested in connection with this shooting. Some confusion there. What's the latest?
Yeah, what happens in these cases, typically the first information you get out of a shooting like this may not be exactly what you find out later. Police told us initially that they were looking at the second suspect, who they say had picked up a gun from the ground and was firing it at the shooter. Upon continuing their investigation, they say this person was acting in self-defense because they were being fired on. They found a weapon and used it to try and defend themselves. So there were no charges filed against this person. This person was not held in custody. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis with these new details. Rahema, thank you so much. All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. American car buyers are flocking to the dealerships this year. New vehicle sales, well, those are set to rise 12 to 14% in just the first half of this year. That's much higher than expected. All of this according to the Wall Street Journal.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, break this down for us. We know that just last year, automakers saw some of the worst sales in more than a decade. So what's driving people back to the market right now? Which automakers are actually seeing the biggest boost?
So, Morgan, Vicky, to your point, it's sales of big SUVs and electric vehicles that are up as supply chain pressures ease. All of this to try to meet that consumer demand out there. Both Nissan and Honda, by the way, saw a 25% increase in sales for the first half of the year. General Motors sales increased nearly 19% to around 700,000 new vehicles, including more than 36,000 electric vehicles. So watch those SUVs and EVs. Also, negotiators face an end-of-the-month deadline. The Teamsters Union is already accusing United Parcel Service, UPS, of walking away from contract negotiations. Now, if these talks actually do further break down, 340,000 UPS workers have already authorized a strike, which could put millions of daily deliveries at risk. The last strike, by the way, was back in 1997, and it lasted for 15 days. And Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is expected to break yet another record. The Wall Street Journal says it is set to become the highest-grossing tour of all time, earning a record-setting $1 billion in sales. Now, if Taylor Swift hits that mark, she would overtake the current record holder, Elton John, whose Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour brought in $853 million. Big news on the Taylor Swift front, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah. Dom, she might be beating him by $50 million.
That's bananas.
It's a lot of money for Taylor Swift these days.
She's working hard for it, though. I mean, you are in the Silicon Valley, where sometimes I feel like people are earning billions of dollars, and it seems like they're not working quite as hard as Miss Swift.
I'm telling you, we've got a Swiftie over here.
She's sweating it out for sure, though. I mean, she's working hard on stage, guys.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much.
New shark attack concerns after more than 5 incidents just a few days apart. What do you need to know before heading into the water? Coming up next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody,
it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
A new social media app from Meta, the company behind Facebook and Instagram, is shaping up to be a direct competitor to Twitter. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more on the brewing social media war.
It's the battle of the billionaires. After Elon Musk recently challenged Mark Zuckerberg to a potential cage match, and Zuckerberg agreed, the two have yet to physically face off. But the source of their dispute, Zuckerberg's company Meta, is now entering the ring to take on Twitter.
I enjoy being doubted.
Announcing the launch of a direct competitor, Threads. The app, which appears to emphasize public conversations, much like Twitter, already showing up in Apple's App Store for users to download on Thursday. Photo previews suggest users will be able to log in using their Instagram account.
Meta is the biggest social media company in the world. They can take this to their users, their existing user base, and leverage that.
The number of users on Instagram worldwide, 2 billion, compared to some 300 million on Twitter. And buzz is building on social media.
This is what it's going to look like. It's really cool because you can actually log in with your Instagram username.
Threads is launching amidst an earthquake at Twitter. Since Elon Musk bought the platform last year, he's changed the verification process, charging $8 for blue check marks, overhauled the layout that determines what tweets users see, and just days ago imposed limits on how many tweets users can read per day. Musk, for his part, is not modulating his controversial takes.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
It's caused many users and advertisers to flee the site, triggering a flock of new challengers scrambling to offer an alternative, like Blue Sky and Mastodon. And new social media platform Spill, aiming to serve diverse communities, was number 4 in the free app store on Tuesday. But users on all those platforms remain relatively few. And now Meta is entering the fray.
The timing could not be more perfect because everyone's pissed off at Twitter.
Elon Musk has left an opening in the social media landscape, and Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, always likes an opening.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
After one of the busiest beach days of the summer, an increased number of shark sightings across the country has beachgoers really thinking twice before actually getting into the water. NBC's Sam Brock is on Shark Watch from Miami.
Shark sightings along the East Coast sending shockwaves. In a familiar scene in Florida, a shark in the Pensacola area darted around swimmers and sent them rushing to dry land earlier this week as folks on the beach were screaming, "Get out of the water."
Looks like we got a hammerhead shark.
Another ferocious fish spotted off the coast of Surfside in the Miami area. A hammerhead seen crashing Independence Day celebrations, swimming just feet from the busy shore. And farther north, 3 suspected attacks as people packed the beaches on Long Island for the holiday.
Be advised, confirmed bite.
Officials say 2 men in their 40s and a 50-year-old woman are the latest victims from separate shark bite incidents. All 3 were taken to nearby hospitals and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Just hours earlier, New York State Park officials temporarily closed a nearby beach to swimmers after spotting a school of sand tiger sharks in the water. This 40-mile stretch of Long Island's coastline, now the site of 5 suspected shark attacks in just 2 days.
Malia, come to the side.
That comes less than a week after another close encounter with paddleboarders in a hammerhead that was in the waters between the Bahamas and Florida. All of it piquing paranoia for beachgoers.
Yep, that's a great white, and then somewhere probably a pterodactyl. I don't know, guys. Trying to enjoy my day, but I can't.
Despite the rise in fears,
I don't go more than up to my waist because of all the sharks.
unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. According to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, Florida still reports the most unprovoked bites in the U.S. But nationwide, both fatal and non-fatal shark bites are less common than they've been in the past. Still, those running the parks in New York say more sharks have recently been swimming closer to shore, putting lifeguards on high alert, ready to raise any red flags, all to prevent a potentially perilous attack. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Well, a life-saving breakthrough for pregnant women. What you need to know about the first ever blood test for preeclampsia. That's coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds before. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
In Kentucky, one woman is making history in the spirits industry, becoming the state's first ever female master distiller of bourbon.
You know who's all over this story? Today anchor Craig Melvin.
Time moves pretty fast in this day and age, but not here in the rick houses of Kentucky. Giant buildings where barrels of bourbon whiskey sit aging. The process of distilling bourbon is steeped in tradition, but things are changing. Meet Mary Ann Eves, Kentucky's first female master distiller of bourbon. Trained as a chemical engineer, Mary Ann got her started distilling giant Brown-Forman. It was there she discovered she also had a special palate, making her a super taster. Did you train your palate, or were you just born with it?
So I know naturally I have a really sensitive sense of smell, which is about 4/5 of your ability to taste.
So, if you've got a regular palate and you're asking what sets bourbon apart from other whiskeys, let's let the master distiller answer that one.
All bourbon is whiskey, but not all whiskey is bourbon. It has to be at least 51% corn, go in a new charred oak barrel, can't be distilled above 160 proof, can't be bottled any lower than 80 proof. You can't add anything to it but water.
It's a recipe for success, with the global bourbon market valued at nearly $8 billion. Mary Ann was on the fast track, in line to become the next master distiller at Woodford Reserve. Then she decided to make a switch, joining the equivalent of a startup in the bourbon world at Castle and Key. Castle and Key?
Yes.
What'd you do there?
I was the master distiller at Castle and Key. It was built in the late 1800s. It was being reclaimed by nature. The roof was collapsing, the windows were caved in, so it was really kind of resurrecting the distillery.
It was then that Mary Ann took the title Master Distiller, which drew some criticism. Criticism that bourbon expert Fred Minnick says is misguided. Did Marianne earn it?
A lot of people at that time were like, has she earned it? She's far more qualified than 75, 80% of the people in this country who have that title.
After 4 years, Marianne went out on her own, working as a consultant, including helping develop a brand of Tennessee whiskey for football great Peyton Manning. She also started a family and now holds the title of mom to 2 little girls. Marianne's latest project is being a partner in a new bourbon brand called Forbidden. It's special because Marianne was involved in every aspect while distilling it at the Bardstown Bourbon Company facilities. Tell me about Forbidden.
Forbidden, the name really speaks to, I think, my journey in the industry, doing things, approaching things differently, but also just being forbidden as a woman to do this job.
How long have you been working on the recipe?
I started developing the recipe for this back in 2016.
It's taken 7 years.
Yeah.
Marianne took us to the Rick House to try some. Marianne, what are we about to do here?
So we're going to open up this barrel so that we can taste it.
Okay.
And you and I are going to decide whether this is good enough to be a single barrel.
This is a tough assignment. All right. Whoa. Oh, yeah. So this is the 5-year Forbidden.
5-year Forbidden. Cheers.
That's actually really good.
It's pretty good.
And you know it's good, because you know it's good. You could sell this now. You don't have to put it back in, do you?
We're going to put a single barrel stamp right on it. A Craig Melvin barrel.
It's going to be very expensive. Very expensive. That's really good. Seriously. Cheers. Well done. Craig Melvin, NBC News, New York.
Smooth like Kentucky bourbon.
I know, right up Craig's alley. All right, up next, we are diving into the discrimination lawsuit against Harvard University, what's at stake, and why a civil rights group is raising concerns with the legacy admissions process. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Morgan, help me out here. With Android TV, we've got Samsung TV Plus, all the places.
Come find us.
Your news continues right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back on this Wednesday. So happy you could be with us.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford.
Forgot who I was for a sec.
Here's what's making news. More gun violence across the country this 4th of July. At least 9 people hurt early this morning in a shooting in the nation's capital. Police say they found several gunshot victims, including a 9-year-old child and a 17-year-old who were celebrating the 4th of July. All of the victims are expected to be okay. Authorities believe the shooting was targeted and are now searching for a suspect.
U.S. officials are recommending Americans reconsider travel to China amid the risk of wrongful detentions and exit bans. This all coming after a 78-year-old U.S. citizen was sentenced to life in prison for spying charges back in May. This also follows last week's passage of a foreign relations law which threatens retaliation against those seen as harming China's interests. China had no immediate response to the travel advisory.
And for the first time ever, a female athlete has been diagnosed with CTE. The brain disease was diagnosed in Australian footballer Heather Anderson, who died at the age of 28 back in November. Researchers say more studies need to be done on how CTE affects women, as a growing number of women participate in contact sports.
A Trump-appointed judge issued a temporary ruling yesterday that restricts the Biden administration from communicating with social media companies about misinformation.
Now, this injunction comes after Louisiana and Missouri attorneys generals filed a lawsuit alleging the administration's content moderation on COVID-19 misinformation violated the First Amendment by censoring free speech. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is on the North Lawn there with the details. Mike, it's good to see you this Wednesday. First off, what exactly does all of this mean? I mean, who gets restricted by this ruling, and has the White House said anything about it?
So the real question raised by this case is, what obligation do social media firms have to police the content on their platforms? And if the government feels that they're falling short of an obligation to do so, especially where public health and safety might be coming into question here, what role can they play in encouraging them to take some steps here to hold them accountable? And what this judge in Louisiana is finding, based on some publicly documented cases in which administration officials were suggesting posts to be flagged or potentially added to disclaimers to, amounted to a targeted campaign here to restrict political speech, especially conservatives' views. Now, the White House, in response, is saying that they have taken appropriate actions reasonable actions, I should say, to promote public health and safety, especially in light of a pandemic or foreign attacks on our elections here. It's considered likely that the White House will appeal, but at the moment they are still considering their options. There's a very long list of individuals in the government who, as a result of this injunction, are barred from having any interactions with social media companies, but with some exceptions. If there are concerns about terrorism or other crimes that are at issue, they then will have the ability to speak with these firms as well.
Mike, practically speaking, what does this mean when it comes to the government needing to regulate or moderate information that may be related to dangerous content, like child sexual abuse, online terrorism? Obviously, we saw this coming out of COVID-19. Practically speaking, what comes next?
So the concerns that have been raised, even as there are significant concerns about any form of government censorship or restriction of free speech, is that there has to be an ability for the levers of government, especially investigatory agencies, to be able to speak and communicate with social media firms. This is sort of the 21st century equivalent of shouting fire in a crowded theater. In this social media space, it's very unregulated, and there has been a real push and pull, especially on the part of the Biden administration and before at the Obama administration, to recognize that the role social media has had, especially as foreign governments have tried to manipulate it to promote disinformation or to influence U.S. elections. And so this is really going to be a fascinating legal case as it works its way through the system. This is just a district court judge, and so you could see it moving to the appeals court and potentially even all the way up to the Supreme Court.
All right, Mike Memley covering double duty for us. From cocaine at the White House to this now civil injunction.
Busy day.
Thank you so much, Mike Memley.
The FDA just approved the first ever blood test for preeclampsia. The CDC says 1 in 25 pregnancies in the U.S. affected by this disease.
Yeah, this critical test, it could save many lives. Overall, preeclampsia is the leading cause of maternal death and disability worldwide. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. Torres, great to have you here on set. So first, let's talk about what exactly preeclampsia is, and then tell us how this test would work.
So preeclampsia is a condition during pregnancy where a woman starts getting high blood pressure, starts getting protein in her urine. Doesn't sound like it could be bad, but this could turn into severe preeclampsia, which means the blood pressure really gets elevated and that protein starts doing damage to the kidneys and to the liver. And the way this test works is it actually looks at different proteins in the pregnancy that the placenta is putting out. Those proteins should have a ratio that's fairly even. If they're out of evenness, in other words, one's higher than the other, then they say you're more at risk for preeclampsia, to the point where 96% sensitivity is saying you might not have preeclampsia in the next 2 weeks, we can send you home. The other ones we're going to keep in the hospital because this can turn severe in 24 hours and deadly that quick.
Wow. I had a baby a few months ago, and this was something that doctors brought up every time I went to a doctor's visit. I know that Black women are 5 times more likely to actually get preeclampsia. Why is that?
And it's not just 5 times more likely, but they're also 3 times more likely to develop kidney and liver damage, more likely to lose the baby as well. And so this is a condition that we're not exactly sure why it's happening. We think there might be social, political, biological causes. Don't have an understanding, which is why this test is important, because it leads to an ability to say you're somebody we need to make sure that we keep an eye on over the next couple weeks, probably keep you in the hospital. And if we do send you home, let's repeat this test every couple weeks just to make sure you're okay.
So the test could hopefully put a dent in that. But besides Black women, are there other groups who are predisposed to this?
There are other groups that are predisposed as well. If you have a family history of it, that puts you at a higher risk. On top of that, if before you get pregnant, you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or obesity, then you're more likely to get it as well. And so those are groups that they can keep a closer eye on. And the main goal here is to make sure that we understand as doctors who we can send home and who we need to keep, because you can't keep everyone in the hospital for that extended period of time, but the ones that need it, you might want to make sure you keep an eye on.
Dr. Torres, when will this test become widely available, and at what stage during the pregnancy should a woman get it?
So it's already been used in Europe, and so more than likely now that it has the FDA approval, it'll be widely available here very soon. Right now, it's for 23 to 35 weeks of pregnancy. There is no cure for preeclampsia, and that's one of the conditions behind this, because we need to find out who we need to keep an eye on, because the only thing you can do if it starts getting to severe preeclampsia is deliver the baby. Might need to be a cesarean section to deliver it. That's the only way they can take care of it.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
A very important discussion for moms-to-be. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. As always, thank you.
Now to the ongoing controversy surrounding the Supreme Court's decision to strike down affirmative action.
A civil rights group is now challenging legacy admissions at Harvard University, saying the practice discriminates against students of color by giving an unfair boost to the mostly white children of alumni. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Senadella joins us now, along with community organizer, strategist, and activist Mary Pat Hector. Mary Pat, also the founder and CEO of RISE. Angela, let's start with you. This civil rights complaint was filed Monday on behalf of Black and Latino community groups in New England. It alleges that Harvard's admission system violates the Civil Rights Act. So talk about the proof that they're presenting, and do they have a strong legal case here?
Yes, so they're really talking about the disparate impact, about how, given that affirmative action was just struck down because of the disparate impact to minority groups, using that same logic, legacy admissions also quite obviously has a disparate impact upon minority groups, and so thus should also be struck down. Or actually, they're really petitioning that the government change the laws so that universities are not allowed to do this. But the main problem is that the Supreme Court, and really any courts, have never previously ruled that the Civil Rights Act should prohibit universities from making decisions when race is not the criteria. So the reason why affirmative action made it all the way through is because race was a criteria. After using race as a criteria, disparate impact was considered. With legacy admissions, it's pretty clear here that race is not explicitly a criteria in the beginning. So this will be a major challenge that these advocacy groups will face.
You know, Angela, this is a good point here. Mary Pat, I want to bring you in if we can and just look first at just some of the numbers. I mean, the facts are that 70% of Harvard's legacy applicants are white students. And being a legacy applicant makes a person roughly 5 to 6 times more likely to be admitted if you look at white students who are legacy and white students who are not legacy. So what exactly is at stake here? Mary Pat, my question to you is this enough? Would this be enough to sort of offset the loss of diversity from ending race-based admissions as a factor?
Absolutely. It is not enough. Honestly speaking, what I can say is we can't in one breath say affirmative action is wrong and support institutions backdooring applicants because someone's grandfather renovated a campus gym. But I do believe that this is a beginning of us beginning to truly address the inequities that take place in higher education. Like you mentioned with the numbers, a legacy applicant is 6 times higher, is 6 times more likely to be admitted into an institution such as Harvard or Notre Dame. We've been able to see in the past 2 years, places like Johns Hopkins and Amherst College who have gone away with legacy admissions. We've been able to see a bolster in their admitting of BIPOC students. But this is the beginning of us being able to address a very huge issue, which is inequity in higher education.
And Mary Pat, on that note, the NAACP threw its weight behind this effort. It's asking more than 1,500 colleges and universities to end legacy admissions. What's been the response so far?
So far, we are seeing organizations stand behind the NAACP and calling on colleges and universities to take the same step that Johns Hopkins and Amherst College have taken by eliminating legacy preferences from their admissions procedures and processes. We know that Harvard does not want to speak on this because we know that it may ruffle some feathers from donors and alumni. But again, this is the beginning and this is the first step of truly addressing inequities if we are going to address inequities in higher education.
Angela, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You went to Harvard. I went to Harvard. We're both women of color. There are students who occupy both categories, right, who may have been the first in their family to go to college or the first in their family, certainly to go to a place like Harvard, and who are also minority students. Does that sort of complicate the data here? And also, do you sort of foresee any of the challenges that this lawsuit will face as it moves forward?
Yes, and that is such a great point. I think that women like us who have been to Harvard understand the value that diversity has on campuses. And as a result, we will see, though, the legacy admissions profile changing as the numbers of minorities increase. We did see this year, even before the affirmative action ruling came down, that almost 30% of Harvard admission stats were Asian this year. And so that will change the profile moving forward. So while I said earlier there will be challenges to this because of the failure of the Civil Rights Act to apply with that criteria, I do think it's possible that in the future that could change. I think it's possible that the Supreme Court in generations to come could open up the criteria and make changes. But today, I think the impact is much better made legislatively than through the court system.
It's a really strong point about the profile of these students and the profile of what legacies can look like. It's evolving and can change as well. Angela Sinadella and Mary Pat Hector, thank you both so much for your time and your expertise. We really appreciate it.
As the summer heats up, how do you get your kids to stay active? And what should you do if they're addicted to junk food? We're going to talk about children's health with a parenting expert when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For breakfast, I just made them scrambled eggs with fresh fruit, a muffin, and their vitamin C gummies with a bit of yogurt and granola bits. For lunch, I just made them their own charcuterie boards.
Wow, homemade, look, Mom of the Year. I'm not making anybody any charcuterie boards. Social media, as you can see, is full of advice on how to get kids to eat healthy, but that can be easier said than done, especially for making charcuterie boards.
Right.
So today, we're talking about the importance of promoting a healthy lifestyle for kids.
Yeah, and it is important because according to the CDC, nearly half of U.S. kids ages 1 to 5 don't eat a single vegetable a day. And childhood obesity in the United States remains high. It affects almost 15 million kids and teenagers. So joining us now is health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour. It is a treat to have you here with us on set, Steph. Thank you so much. So here's the thing. We had 4th of July yesterday. I don't know if people were having charcuterie boards, but a lot of people having all kinds of treats. And I think this is really important. Sometimes we're eating foods that we shouldn't be eating every single day. They call them, you know, treat foods or like not anytime foods versus vegetables, fruits, which we should eat every time. So how do we have that discussion with our kids about healthy eating and how do we model it ourselves?
Yeah, you know, I've been doing weight loss coaching for almost 15 years. And one of the main reasons why women come to me, they want to lose weight because they want to set a good, healthy example for their kids. And one of the best ways to do that is to model this. So not only do you want to show that, you know, eating vegetables, eating a salad, you know, having your protein is something that you do every day, but you could make comments and really be mindful yourself, like, this tastes really good. Right. Or, oh, this vegetable tastes extra crunchy because I just baked it. And, oh, this is so interesting to eat. You know, you can also sneak in your kids' favorite, you know, vegetables into their everyday foods. So things like smashed cauliflower instead of mashed potatoes, or even zoodles, you know, zucchini noodles are, for me, more fun to eat than regular noodles. So really modeling that for your kids and also getting them involved in the cooking process is something that can show them, like, hey, food can be fun, whether it's healthy, unhealthy, you know, steer them towards the healthy foods, but don't tell them they cannot eat that junk food. Because if you tell me I can't eat, you know, carrot cake on it, I'm going to want carrot cake, and I don't even like carrot cake.
I'm the same way.
But what if the train's already sort of left the tracks here? I mean, what if there are kids who, like, aren't buying it? Like, ooh, this radish is so delicious. I mean, I would not have bought that story, right? So, what do you do if your kid really does like sugar or soda or one of those things?
Yes, and you know, it really is an addiction, you know, to the sugar. And there are studies, though, that show that your taste buds can change in as quickly as 2 weeks. So if you can slowly, you know, dilute the soda, maybe add a few splashes of water to the sugary drinks, or if you can start adding in, sneaking in those healthier foods into their everyday diet, that's going to help change their palate and change their taste buds. And, you know, the other thing I want to mention, too, is making comments like, ooh, you know, this chicken is great. It helps me feel strong. Or, oh, I love eating or drinking, you know, my milk or this protein shake because it helps me run faster. You know, saying what the food can do for your body, like carrots do, you know, help with vision with the vitamins in them, really can hit home to them, to the kids, and resonate with them. And that's something that I do with my 3-year-old niece.
I love those very specific, actionable phrases that you're giving us as examples. And also, I saw one of the tips was keeping that healthy food available as a snack. What about fitness? What are some family-friendly routines we can get involved in?
Yes, so if you can go outside with your kids and just, you know, play tag with them, like show them that you're involved in the kid games that have to do with motion and movement, or if you want to go, you know, hit the tennis ball or throw the football, even if you're not that great, who cares? Just showing them that you're active and you're moving with them. Also enrolling them in recreational activities. Maybe their friends are doing it. Maybe they don't like the sport, but they like their friends or they like the coach. And just seeing what else they can get involved in that's off the screen, off the couch, and out and about, getting them being active.
And it's good for you too, as a
Totally.
parent.
I'm signing up for the Steph Mansour class.
Yeah.
All right, Steph, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
You too.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You know the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but for one London-based artist, his mesmerizing artwork is a true embodiment of that saying.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea introduces us to one skilled artiste that uses typewriters to create masterpieces. Take a look.
It's an unmistakable sound from the past. That tap-tap ding of a typewriter. For artist James Cook, it's the perfect palette and brush, using letters, numbers, and symbols to create intricate works of art.
Let's go.
His London studio stacked high with his tools of the trade.
Wow, look at all these typewriters.
Which he says allow him to draw in a completely different way.
The drawings work from two different perspectives, so when you stand back, you don't register it as being a drawing that's been typewritten. It's only when you get really close that you see all these individual marks on the page.
Cook first got the idea while researching a school project 9 years ago.
I was inspired by an American artist from sort of the 1920s. His name was Paul Smith.
Paul Smith typed out his first work of art when he was just 11 years old on a machine a neighbor had thrown away. Smith had severe cerebral palsy, making it hard to move and speak. The typewriter gave him a voice, creating hundreds of works of art with a handful of keys.
My jaw dropped when I saw his work. I thought, there's no way this is possible, that you can make drawings with typewriters. And I thought, well, this is, I've got to have a go at this.
Cook's first typewriter, bought for about $20 from an elderly couple he met at an antique store.
That was my first picture.
Wow.
So that's supposed to be a picture of the Woolworth building in Manhattan.
He's created more than 300 works of art since and collected nearly 50 typewriters, most of them donated. This one with keys in Hebrew from a professor who commissioned a portrait.
I don't want to make sure that I accidentally write anything rude because I had no idea what the letters mean.
The typewriters often telling their own stories. This face looks familiar.
Yeah. This machine has come out of Buckingham Palace.
Donated by a former private secretary to the late Queen Elizabeth.
Her job was writing thousands upon thousands of letters to dignitaries, presidents, you name it. And apparently her office used to be literally one floor directly below the Queen's bedroom in Buckingham Palace. So it's quite cool to think that this machine has, for about 20 years, was below the Queen's bedroom.
His work ranging from standard letter size to long landscapes, all with hidden messages, like the words Mona Lisa in the famous lady's robes, American Gothic stamped across the American Gothic sky, and in this landscape,
this drawing is worth every penny.
Yeah.
James says he taught himself through practice and never uses whiteout.
It's got a charm to it if it's not quite precise, if it's not too perfect.
The smaller pictures take a week to complete. The landscapes, up to 2 months. James almost makes it look easy. But as I found out, that's awful. There's a true art to this kind of typing. Ding. Cook's typewritten art now sells for hundreds of dollars. And among his most prized possessions, a portrait of the world's most famous typewriter collector, Tom Hanks, signed by the actor.
I mean, my jaw dropped. I was like walking down the stairs and I see it sort of sitting at the bottom of the staircase, kind of like just come through the letterbox.
Cook's motto, a picture worth 1,000 words. In his world, thousands of characters make up one beautiful picture. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
All right, here is what is trending right now. Singer Meghan Trainor and her husband, Daryl Sabara, welcomed their second child over the weekend. The pair posted pictures of their new sweet bundle of joy on Instagram, giving special thanks to the doctors who took care of them. The baby boy is named Barry Bruce Trainor. He was 8 pounds, 7 ounces.
He's adorable. It looks like a little Cabbage Patch Kid. All right, initial box office numbers, well, they're not looking too good for Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. The movie starring Harrison Ford got off to a slow start, racking in only $82 million through the 4th of July. Dial of Destiny is one of Disney and Lucasfilm's most expensive films ever, with a production budget of $295 million. So a long way to go to make that.
I know.
All right, I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, July 5th, 2023, extreme weather. Millions of Americans from coast to coast under heat alerts. This as other parts of the country brace for severe storms. We're tracking everything you need to know.
Murder charges. The suspected gunman accused of killing 5 people in Philadelphia appearing before a judge for the first time. What we're learning about the victims as police search for a motive.
Drug investigation. Lab tests now confirming cocaine was found inside the White House, where the probe into how it got there goes from here.
And weighing in, the new study suggesting having a higher body mass index may not increase the risk of death. Well, it's 11 a.m. in Salt Lake City, 1 p.m. in Des Moines, and 2 p.m. right here in New York City. We're going to begin this hour with a new round of extreme weather blanketing the nation. 18 million people are at risk of severe storms from the central Rockies to the Midwest. Storms delayed a number of July 4th celebrations, including the annual Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest right here in New York City.
A relentless and dangerous heat wave also causing problems. While the desert Southwest and Florida are maybe used to summer heat, how about the Pacific Northwest, specifically specifically Oregon. They are seeing unusually high temperatures out there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast for us. But let's start with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. Hi, Shaq. Talk to us about some of the extremes that we're seeing all over the country.
Hi there. Good afternoon to you. And, you know, we're not seeing the extremes here in Chicago, at least not yet. The National Weather Service telling us that you can expect the sun and warm temperatures that we're feeling right now to turn into heavy rains, heavy winds, possible lightning in this area. Look, across the country, you're talking about 29 million people facing some sort of severe weather alert that goes from the Midwest all the way through the Central Rockies. We saw damaging hail there just yesterday. You saw, and you mentioned some of those 4th of July events canceled because of the severe weather. That's on top of 29 million Americans facing that heavy heat across the country. You mentioned the Pacific Northwest. You also go down to Florida, also some of those desert areas in the Southwest dealing with record-setting heat. We're talking about the potential of more than a dozen cities in this country breaking heat records today alone. You throw in on top of that, you have some concerns about air quality, about 41 million Americans facing some air quality alert. All of that contributing to travel delays as people try to return home after the 4th of July holiday. As I said, right now we're good in Chicago, but I keep looking up because I know that is likely to change in just a couple of hours.
I know. There's so much variation. It's not every July that you're talking about hail and extreme heat. So let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns because, Bill, it is July, typically. It's supposed to be hot. But how unusual is this start of July compared to previous years?
Oh, this start has been, I'd say, maybe a little bit above average. What's interesting is that we actually had a relatively coolish June, not in the globe, but for the U.S. It was just kind of a reminder that, you know, June was the warmest that we've ever had on the globe recorded. But what we actually experienced was actually a little bit below average in many areas, the exception being all those hot spots in South Texas. So as far as today, all the heat what we're dealing with, it's mostly spread out along the Gulf Coast, on the East Coast. And the middle of the country is where it's going to be cooler, and that's where we're going to experience the severe storms. That's where we're going to have that slight risk from areas from Denver southwards of Pueblo. And by the way, Denver all the way down towards southern portions of Colorado have been getting nailed for the last 4 to 5 weeks straight with thunderstorms. Amarillo, it looks like we're going to be okay. A lot of the major airport hubs. The only issue we have to watch out closely is around Chicago. Madison to Milwaukee is one of those spots that has some active thunderstorms right now. So as those approach Chicago and O'Hare, we may get some travel delays coming out of there. But we're not going to see a lot of tornadoes today. It'll mostly be just gusty winds and some small hail. I think we're done. The weather heading out of the holiday, guys, is a lot better than heading into it. I think a lot of people have a lot easier time getting home.
Yeah, we'll take that. Bill Cairns and Shaq Brewster. Shaq, I hope you stay dry out there. Thank you.
The suspect accused of opening fire in Philadelphia Monday night has been charged with murder. Kim Brady Carricker appeared in court earlier today. Police say the suspect shot seemingly at random, killing 5 people. 2 children were shot and injured. 2 other children, including a 2-year-old, hit by shattered glass. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is following the latest for us. Rahema, I know there was a briefing. It might even still be going on with a number of speakers. What have we learned?
Kate, what we learned is what we often hear from communities when something like this happens, and that is that this is a community that now is struggling with grief and trauma, trying to figure out how do they put their lives back together. We even heard from doctors and a nurse who attended to some of the victims who were brought into the hospital over the weekend as a result of this shooting. I want you to hear from a doctor who says he's seen this many times before, but something about this was different. Take a listen.
We, as a team at Penn Presby, deal with gun violence not just on Monday night, but on an everyday basis. Especially over the last few years, we've seen a huge escalation in the amount of gun violence that we're seeing. It's not uncommon to see multiple victims who come in. Despite that, what happened on Monday was perhaps on a scale far above what we've seen before.
One of the reasons he says it's far above what they've seen before was the type of weapon that was involved. This was an AR-15 style weapon. The suspect, we're told, also had a handgun, lots of munitions with him as well. And we know from previous reports the kind of violent injury that an AR-15 style weapon can have on a human body. And the doctor was referencing that. This is trauma, it's traumatic. One of the doctors was saying, or we heard earlier about how bullets don't care about who the victims are, but this community is saying that we do.
Yeah. Rahema, you and I have covered way too many stories like this. The youngest victim, 15 years old. How is the community remembering him now and all the others who were killed?
They're remembering them with heartfelt pain is what's happening. The mother of the youngest victim, he's 15-year-old Dewan Brown. She spoke with our WCAU affiliate talking about that her child was on his way to the corner store, saw a friend who had been at that corner store when the shots rang out. He went to help that friend, and that 15-year-old child was shot and killed in all of this tragedy. She said her child was someone who always reached out to help others. And now his opportunity to do that in the future has been silenced. Kate.
Rahema Ellis, thank you.
A Secret Service investigation is underway after a white powdery substance was discovered in a common area of the West Wing of the White House on Sunday. Earlier today, results from a formal lab test confirmed the substance to be cocaine. President Biden and his family were not at the White House at the time it was discovered. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is at the White House for us. So, Mike, first off, what do we know about just where this was discovered, and what is the Biden administration saying about the incident?
Well, Zinkley, an officer in the uniform division of the U.S. Secret Service discovered a very small plastic bag with this suspicious powder during a routine patrol on Sunday evening in an area of the West Wing where often guests and visitors and those maybe coming for a private tour would typically arrive and maybe leave some of their personal belongings, things like a cell phone, items in their pocket before they go into more private areas of the West Wing. So that's significant because as the Secret Service is investigating now how this came in and who may have brought it, that could potentially narrow the universe of individuals who could be found to be responsible by allowing them to look at things like visitor logs from the past few days, look at security camera footage of that. But it's also not clear to us at this point just how long this item might have been located there. Is this something that truly would have just been discovered the day it was left there, or is it something that may have been there for some time? So this is an investigation that is likely to take some time. We haven't gotten a response from White House officials at this point, but that could change shortly as we will have our first briefing in more than a week from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
I mean, clearly so many questions remaining, Mike, and it's not lost on me that the White House is one of the most secure buildings in the world. So is the Secret Service viewing this as a major security lapse, or have we seen incidents like this with other administrations?
Yeah, this is highly unusual, Zinkley. And when you think about the White House grounds, you're often thinking of the building you see directly behind me. This is the Executive Mansion with some of the most common public spaces, the East Room, the State Dining Room, Cross Hall, as well as the private residence of the President of the United States. That's an area of the White House that is open to public tours, at least the main floors there, and it's one where hundreds of tourists come each week. They're subject to not just the sort of typical airport screening, a magnetometer looking for weapons, but there are other sensitive metrics that might determine hazardous objects. Now, if you're coming for a tour of the West Wing, that's typically something that needs security clearance to be sure, but might just be that more narrow airport-style screening. And so there's going to be a range of questions about the security of the West Wing and the kinds of objects that are brought in, but also whether a substance like cocaine might have even triggered that kind of security. This is not a hazardous object, but certainly an illegal one.
Yeah, hopefully more answers to come in the days to come. Mike Memoli, thank you.
A federal judge has cleared the way for the release of more details included in an affidavit that led to the raid of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. That affidavit includes information as to why the FBI believed it had probable cause to carry out that raid. You'll recall dozens of classified documents were recovered in that search, and that led to criminal charges against the former president. Mr. Trump denies any wrongdoing. There's no timeline for when these new details in the affidavit will be released. The judge's ruling comes after several media organizations, including NBC News, filed a lawsuit seeking additional details.
We're going to turn now to some financial news. There's a social media shutout for the White House officials, and Krispy Kreme is bringing back a treat for 2 days only.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
AK, yeah, a federal judge is restricting some Biden officials and federal agencies from communicating with social media companies to moderate the content on their platforms. This comes in the wake of a Republican lawsuit saying officials went too far in efforts to limit content that would create vaccine skepticism or interfere with elections. The ruling cites the First Amendment, saying the content is protected free speech. Also, Major League Pickleball, that's right, is naming a new leadership as it looks to capitalize on its explosive popularity. Finance and media executive Julio DiPietro will serve as chief executive officer and former NFL executive Bruce Popko as the chief operating officer. Also, Krispy Kreme is bringing back its chocolate glazed donuts for World Chocolate Day. The donut was first introduced in 2017, and this will be the only time it's available this year. On July 7th and 8th, customers can find these fan favorite treats at participating shops nationwide. Guys, I'm a fan of the regular Krispy Kremes, I think, but I'll give this one a shot too.
Yeah, no, I'll try anything with chocolate.
I'm impressed. I didn't know that existed, and I didn't know there was Major League Pickleball. So I'm impressed.
I was reading an article. Too much, but I was reading an article about how noisy pickleball is too. It's gotten so popular that the neighbors are like, cut it out with the pickleball.
Okay, well, we'll all have to play and figure out how loud it is. Steve.
And eat the Krispy Kremes.
At once, at the same time. Steve Kovac, thank you.
Coming up, the new social media app taking on Twitter and why it involves your Instagram account.
Plus, the recent surge in shark encounters at some of the nation's most popular beaches. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If your phone screen is feeling a bit crowded, you better make room because there's a new social media platform coming to an app store near you tomorrow. And it's attempting to take on Twitter. I'm talking about Threads. It's an app developed by Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. Other competitors to Twitter have been popping up, but Threads could be the biggest threat yet. Let's bring in CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borstein. So, Julia, what exactly should we expect to see from Threads? And also, why is it launching right now?
Well, it's already in the App Store, but you can't download it yet. You could sign up now to have it automatically download as soon as it becomes available tomorrow. But here's the key thing here. It isn't just another app from Meta, which owns Instagram and WhatsApp, among other things, and Facebook. It is actually an extension of Instagram. So what that means is that if you're already an Instagram user, you could sign up to automatically follow the profiles that you already follow on Instagram, and you can use your same username. So I think it's very strategic here that Meta is trying to leverage and take advantage of its reach and its massive size, and to hopefully turn some of those Instagram users into users of this new platform, because something like Twitter or now Threads is only going to be successful if there's good content on there and a meaningful amount of people.
Absolutely, and super strategic given how many people are on Instagram. And Julia, I wonder, have we gotten any reaction from Twitter yet, or do we know if Twitter plans to make any changes to its platform in response to Threads?
You know, I did reach out to Twitter for comment. I have not heard back yet, but it does come at a time when Twitter is facing a lot of challenges. I mean, just this past weekend, Elon Musk announced that he was going to be instituting limits to how many tweets people could read and having tiered systems, whether they're subscribers to the platform or whether they're unverified, et cetera. And there was so much blowback, so much frustration that he actually raised those limits 2 times, but there are still some users who are frustrated. He's also trying to grow the subscription base for Twitter to convert people from using Twitter for free to paying for it. And there is a challenge there. People, of course, it's hard to convince people to pay for something they're used to getting for free. So a lot of challenges there. And of course, he did appoint a new CEO, Linda Yaccarino, who did come from our parent company, NBC Universal. And she's working to try to regain the trust of advertisers. So perhaps Twitter is at a more vulnerable time now than usual.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see where Threads lands. Julia Borstein, thank you.
Beachgoers across the country are a little on edge this week after a series of shark encounters. Sightings of sharks have been reported from New York to Miami Beach. Sam Brock has the details.
Shark sightings along the East Coast sending shockwaves. In a familiar scene in Florida, a shark in the Pensacola area darted around swimmers and sent them rushing to dry land earlier this week as folks on the beach were screaming, "Get out of the water."
Looks like we got a hammerhead shark.
Another ferocious fish spotted off the coast of Surfside in the Miami area. A hammerhead seen crashing Independence Day celebrations, swimming just feet from the busy shore. And farther north, 3 suspected attacks as people packed the beaches on Long Island for the holiday.
Be advised, confirmed spike.
Officials say 2 men in their 40s and a 50-year-old woman are the latest victims from separate shark bite incidents. All 3 were taken to nearby hospitals and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Just hours earlier, New York State Park officials temporarily closed a nearby beach to swimmers after spotting a school of sand tiger sharks in the water. This 40-mile stretch of Long Island's coastline, now the site of 5 suspected shark attacks in just 2 days.
Malia, come to the side.
That comes less than a week after another close encounter with paddleboarders in a hammerhead. That was in the waters between the Bahamas and Florida. All of it piquing paranoia for beachgoers.
Yep, that's the great white, and then somewhere probably a pterodactyl. I don't know, guys. Trying to enjoy my day, but I can't.
Despite the rise in fears,
I don't go more than up to my waist because of all the sharks.
unprovoked shark attacks are incredibly rare. According to the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File, Florida still reports the most unprovoked bites in the U.S. But nationwide, both fatal and non-fatal shark bites are less common than they've been in the past. Still, those running the parks in New York say more sharks have recently been swimming closer to shore, putting lifeguards on high alert, ready to raise any red flags, all to prevent a potentially perilous attack. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, the sentencing phase for the man convicted in a mass shooting at a Texas Walmart has begun. What we're hearing from victims inside the court.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
If you're one of the 40 million people with federal student loans, you might be wondering what's next after the Supreme Court struck down the Biden administration's plan to forgive about $430 billion of debt.
Yeah, there are still about 3 months before payments have to begin again, and there are some simple steps you can take right now to make sure you're ready for the October 1st deadline. CNBC's Sharon Epperson joins us now to break it all down. Sharon, good to see you. So student loan payments have been paused, right, since about early 2020. President Biden announcing changes to how the loans will need to be repaid now after that Supreme Court decision. Walk us through what borrowers need to know.
The most important thing to know is there is a new way to repay your loans, a new income-driven repayment plan that the Biden administration has announced called the SAVE plan. And this plan, based on other income-driven repayment plans, also looks at your family income and your family size, your income and your family size. It also, though, is going to reduce payments based on 5% of your disposable income, whereas now it's 10%. The other thing that the Education Department has announced is that they will give a bit of an on-ramp from people who are struggling to make payments in October and beyond. They're going to look for the next 12 months and allow you to have a late payment or a missed payment without reporting that information to credit reporting agencies, which could have a negative impact.
I mean, super helpful information. And as we said, most borrowers haven't had to pay in about 3 years. Some may forget where to pay or even just what their account passwords are. But more seriously, many may have some big payments to make. So what are some tips and steps borrowers can have to start that payment responsibly?
Well, you have 3 months to prepare because these bills are going to come in October. And the first step is to make sure that the right contact information for you is with the Education Department at studentaid.gov, as well as with your loan servicer. Keep in mind, your loan servicer may also have changed over the last 3 years. So you want to make sure you know who that is and make sure they have up-to-date information. And also, if you are struggling, definitely look into income-driven repayment plans. This can be a good way to help you pay down your debt.
No, really important information, especially for all those borrowers out there. Sharon Epperson, thank you so much.
Sure.
Well, there are over 450 million pounds of cherries picked each year in the United States. The picking season usually ends in June, but a lack of rain has pushed it back until now. And farmers are saying that lack of rain could also have another sweet side effect. Mark Choulette from our Traverse City, Michigan affiliate has more.
Well, I'm really biased. I'm just going to put that out there. I think that cherries are the best crop ever. So aesthetically, I feel like when you drive around here, it's beautiful, and it's beautiful when they bloom. It's beautiful when they're that beautiful red on the tree. So I think there's probably nothing better than a cherry. That's my opinion.
But that opinion is a pretty common one here at the Northwest Michigan Horticultural Research Center. That's where Nikki Rothwell works.
I remember my daughter when she was young, she was like, I don't really like cherries. And I told her to remember who butters her bread. So, so she's changed her tune since then.
But that tune of digging cherries is what these 137 Leelanau County acres are all about. It's here that crops are grown, experiments are conducted, and knowledge is gained. So it made sense to catch up with Nikki for the story of this cherry growing season so far.
No rain. So it's been really dry. So that's been very different. So we take the good with the bad. So I would say the good news about it is that our disease pressure is low. So that's really good news for growers. So we've had to control less disease because it's not warm and wet.
That's the plus side of our dry season. Fewer diseases, but of course that comes at a cost.
Sometimes our fruit size can be compromised just because we haven't had a lot of water.
Not a lot of water, so not a lot of size to this year's fruit, but they may pack a punch.
Rain dilutes out sugars, so when you don't get rain, they're going to be really sweet.
The sweet cherries are being harvested right now. The tarts, probably mid-month.
So things are getting pretty red right now. So if you drive by, even like from the truck seat, you can see that they're definitely getting red.
The home stretch, and while you may think rain is almost always a good thing, even after our dry season, rain isn't on many growers' wish lists right now.
You don't want it to rain now because sometimes too much rain can crack a sweet cherry.
I've already had bags of cherries at my house
This summer?
Yes.
Are
so
they
I'm
sweet,
happy to, they were really sweet, but I'm happy to hear that they're still coming.
Absolutely.
It's not over yet.
Absolutely.
That part of Michigan is beautiful, and you can get anything cherry there.
Love that. Well, I'll check it out. And coming up, we'll see how some Americans have enlisted in Ukraine's battle for independence. You're watching Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Former Smallville actor Allison Mack has been released from prison early. Mack was sentenced to 3 years back in 2021. She pleaded guilty to charges in a sex trafficking case surrounding the cult-like group NXIVM. Both the Bureau of Prisons and Mack's attorneys did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment.
One woman is dead and at least 9 other people are injured after a fireworks explosion in West Michigan. Ottawa County officials say the injuries range from minor to critical. Several cars and homes nearby were also damaged by the explosion. Police say the incident happened on a private property Monday night.
If you haven't picked up a Powerball ticket yet, now might be the time. The jackpot has grown to about $546 million. If you're the lucky winner and you choose the cash option, you'll be taking home more than $280 million, Zinkley.
Impressive.
I think it's a little rare to get that, but you could win. The next drawing is tonight.
Definitely worth checking that out. Well, today, the federal sentencing hearing for the gunman behind a mass shooting at a Texas Walmart is underway. 23 people were shot and killed in El Paso in August 2019. The shooter admitted he was targeting Mexicans. He pleaded guilty to federal murder and hate crimes charges back in February. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this for us. So, Guad, this hearing began a few hours ago. What's happened so far, and also how long is it expected to last?
It did, Sinclair. It was a very emotional day for survivors and family members of the victims outside the courtroom this morning. So the hearing began earlier today. The shooter walked into a courtroom that was filled with members of the media, as well as surviving victims and family members. Sniffling could be heard, as well as crying, some of them staring down the shooter as the judge read the names of all of the victims and also the 90 counts that the shooter has pled guilty to. Now, the prosecutors here are asking for a life sentence for the shooter. This hearing is expected to last a few days through the end of the week. We're going to have a victim impact statement. So a lot of these victims will be speaking during that hearing. That's expected to begin today. Within the next hour, these statements are expected to begin, and they will last today and also go into tomorrow. The sentencing is expected to take place at the end of the week, Sinclair.
And Guad, notably, the gunman is facing a separate trial on state charges where the death penalty is on the table. So when is that expected to begin?
Correct. So the district attorney in that state case, they are asking for the death penalty. The shooter there facing capital murder charges of multiple persons. Now, the trial date has not been set for that trial, but of course, you know, it's expected to take place. And this is happening as we hit the 4-year mark. We're nearly 4 years away from when this happened. So today we have the sentencing hearing that begins in July. August next month will mark the 4-year it'll be the 4-year mark since this tragic shooting happened in August of 2019. So it's going to be a very emotional 2 months for the victims, the survivors, of course, and the family members who today, when there was a break in the courtroom, came outside and also spoke to the media. At least the father of one of those victims who spoke to our colleagues at Telemundo Network was crying, talking about his daughter, who was one of those that was killed during that shooting. So very, very emotional for those relatives today in court, Sinclair.
Yeah, so much time has passed, but that emotion is still so raw. Guad Vanegas, thank you.
We're following breaking news out of Ohio today. The man accused of raping and impregnating a young girl who later traveled to Indiana to get an abortion has just pleaded guilty. That man changing his plea in court within the last hour. This case sparked a national firestorm just days after the Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. Stephen, what do we know about this plea deal and the sentence that was just announced in court?
Yeah, Kate, a lot of eyes on this case. A 28-year-old Fuentes did change his plea from not guilty to guilty, and that kicked in this plea deal, which the judge has agreed to. That'll give him a life sentence, and he won't be eligible for parole until he serves 25 years in custody. Now, as I mentioned, the judge did have to sign off on this, and it will mean there is no trial in this case, of course. And the judge said it was actually a very hard decision for her and the court to make, and she wouldn't have done it without input from the family. Here's more of what Judge Lynch had to say.
The family has agreed to this, and this is a hard pill for this court to swallow, to take this joint recommendation. If that family hadn't begged me to take this joint recommendation, this would never be happening.
Hear a bit of the insight into the judge's thinking in going along with this decision. Now, this case, as you mentioned, got so much attention because the news of it broke just after the Supreme Court last year overturned Roe versus Wade. President Biden even mentioning this decision as a reason that abortion should have access in cases like this exact one. The girl, 10 years old at the time, had to cross state lines into Indiana to get abortion care. Her family now hoping that she can move on from this. They can move on from this. This case not only tragic for them, but also a national flashpoint here, Kate.
Yeah, that's for sure. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Israel's military says it's pulled its forces from the Jenin refugee camp, putting an end to its most intense operation in the occupied West Bank in nearly 2 decades. Overnight, militants in the Gaza Strip fired rockets into Israel, and Israel says the operation was meant to destroy military infrastructure in the occupied West Bank. At least 12 Palestinians and 1 Israeli soldier were killed in the raids, and UNICEF says that includes at least 3 children. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is there.
For Palestinian militants, this was payback. This security video shows a 20-year-old Palestinian ramming pedestrians with his car. He then gets out and tries to stab several people before an armed civilian shoots him dead. The Palestinian militant group Hamas claimed and praised this rare attack in Tel Aviv that injured 9 people. calling it an initial response to an Israeli attack on the West Bank city of Jenin, where Israel has launched its largest military operation in the West Bank in 2 decades, killing at least 12 people and pushing thousands more to flee. But Palestinian youth are fighting back with rocks, Molotov cocktails, and small arms. He says the Israelis are firing missiles, using armored cars and live ammunition, throwing everything they have. During our interview, Israeli forces unexpectedly pushed toward our position to clear the area. The Israelis are coming in with their armored vehicles, and in front of them, an armored bulldozer to take out one of these. And they're exchanging fire with Palestinian youth. The city now shrouded in smoke from burning fires and plumes of tear gas fired by the Israelis. Israel's operation here is aimed at clearing one part of this city, a Palestinian refugee camp, from what Israeli officials here say is a persistent military threat. But as far as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is concerned, this massive 2-day raid has been a success. We are completing the mission, Israel's Prime Minister said, but this is not a one-time operation. We will continue to uproot terrorism.
Matt Bradley reporting there. There are new signs a possible prisoner swap may be in the works that could free jailed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. On Tuesday, Moscow confirmed the U.S. and Russia are discussing possible exchanges. Gershkovich has been in Russian custody since March when he was arrested on spying charges. Both the Wall Street Journal and the U.S. government deny those claims. The talks come as we're hearing from Russian President Vladimir Putin for the first time since Russian mercenary fighters marched into Moscow. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella is following all of that from Ukraine for us. Kelly, let's start with the new comments from Putin. What did he say?
Yeah, Kate, this is the first time we've seen him on the world stage interacting with fellow friendly countries, India and China, in this virtual summit. You heard a message of stability and of unity on the domestic front, and then defiance when it came to the international front, the West, and sanctions. He said that Russia was as unified as ever, but he also said that the country would continue to oppose Western sanctions and continue to develop as never before, despite what he called external sanctions, provocations, and pressures. He's trying to portray this message, this image of strength, of stability, and at the same time, just a couple of hours after that virtual meeting, the Kremlin put out this video of the president meeting with a young girl in his office in the Kremlin and showing a side of him that we don't often see, of him smiling, laughing, kissing the girl on the head, inviting her to sit on his chair in his office, trying to, again, rewrite the message here, showing him as a man of the people, a kind, generous leader in charge of a Russia that still loves him. Kate?
And Kelly, let me switch subjects a little bit. We've talked about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in Ukraine for months. You know, the dangers of it. It's the largest in all of Europe. Nobody wants anything to happen to it. Is there some new concern there?
There's quite a bit of concern, to be frank. The Ukrainians have been sounding the alarm on this for several days, if not weeks. But in the past 24 hours, that really ratcheted up several notches. There were several warnings from top-level Ukrainian officials and departments about a possible attack at the plant, an attack that they seem to signal could be imminent. President Zelensky was one of those officials, putting out a series of tweets saying that Ukrainian intelligence had detected that the Russians, who have controlled that plant since March of last year, had put some sort of explosive device on 2 of the nuclear reactors, of the power units at that plant. And they were planning some sort of explosion to then blame on the Ukrainians, not necessarily to create a nuclear meltdown. The experts have told us that you need a much larger event for that to happen, that these reactors are very solid and well protected. But perhaps to show that the Ukrainians had attacked the plant, that the Ukrainians were somehow irresponsible. The Russians have responded to this. They've responded to it several times now, previously calling this pure lies. Today, saying it was, in fact, the the Ukrainians who are planning some sort of event or attack on the plant. The UN nuclear watchdog now is weighing in. They're saying that they've been there within the past couple of weeks, but saw no signs of any explosives. They want to go back now and check again. And finally, Kate, it's worth noting again that analysts say, and mostly agree, that it would take a massive event at that plant to create a nuclear leak, some sort of radiation leak.
Yeah,
Kate.
still all of that a little disconcerting, right? Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. We're also following breaking news in the Middle East. The U.S. Navy says it has stopped Iranian armed forces from seizing 2 tanker ships carrying oil in 2 separate incidents in the Gulf of Oman. This happened earlier today. The U.S. Navy releasing this video of one of the Iranian ships. The Navy also said Iran shot at one of the ships, but no one was hurt. The U.S. Navy says Iran has seized at least 5 commercial vessels in the last 2 years in that area and harassed more than a dozen others.
Well, coming up, why a higher body mass index is not always a sign of bad health. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the names there. The news continues right after this.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
In today's Daily Health, a new study finds a higher body mass index. I knew that wasn't right. Body mass index, BMI. A higher one might not increase the risk of death in adults. That is different from what previous research had found.
Yeah, body mass index, also referred to as BMI, is a number that estimates if a person is underweight, overweight, or obese based on their weight and height. Here to break it all down is NBC News breaking health reporter Aria Bendix and NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. So, Aria, let's start with you. What are the major takeaways from this study? What do we need to know?
So this was a study involving about 20 years of data with 500,000 adults. So it found that in older adults, those who were considered obese obese or overweight according to their BMI, there was no significant increase in mortality. And then in younger adults, also no significant increase for that overweight group. So it's suggesting there that BMI isn't really always a strong indicator of a person's health.
So, okay, last month, the American Medical Association strongly criticized this BMI, right, as an index. What are they recommending instead?
Yeah, I think it's important to note first that in the U.S., our BMI research is based on data done in the 1960s through the 1990s, involving mostly non-Hispanic white adults. And so the AMA is really encouraging doctors now to consider other metrics to sort of round out the picture of health, not just BMI, which is slightly rooted in racism and isn't always a perfect indicator, but also things like waist circumference or body fat composition, genetic factors, which we know increasingly are linked to health.
Yeah, I mean, bodies are also different, and I see you nodding a bit, Dr. John.
Oh, yeah,
Can
nodding
you?
a lot.
Yeah, give us some insight into BMI and also how it's calculated.
So BMI has been very convenient, and that's why we use it a lot, because it's height and weight. Simply, you take the height and weight, and you look at BMI, and it puts you in categories. You're either underweight, normal weight, overweight, or obese. And you get defined in those categories. There are other measurements, like you asked the question, that are even better, but they're harder to do. They're harder calculations. Body adipose index is a great one, but it takes height adipose index, which is adipose is a medical word for fat, body fat index.
Oh, okay.
But it measures height, weight, waist circumference. There's a few other calculations in there, and so it's harder to do. It's not a simple calculation. The thing about BMI, and this is what's come down, I think, over the last couple of years, is it's a good tool to use to see trends, what's happening over time, but not necessarily a good tool to do a one-time, your BMI is such and such, therefore you are in such and such a category.
Yeah. So all that said, though, if we do have a BMI, if a person has a BMI that looks like maybe they are obese, that is a danger, right? I mean, is the BMI wrong, or are you saying that it's not the perfect tool, but it can help?
I'm saying it's not the perfect tool, but it can certainly help. And like Aria mentioned, that right now, if you look at just the BMI, you can't say that's going to cause you to die at an earlier stage. Right. But BMI, having a high BMI, being obese especially, can put you in a category of having higher risks of getting diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiac issues, all these different things that could be impacting your life. And this study just looked at all-cause mortality from just BMI, not BMI with other issues combined with that.
And I do want to dig in deeper, because you're touching on the fact that there has been conflicting research when it comes to BMI and its links to death. So what ultimately do we need to understand about it?
And I think the best thing to understand is just maintaining a healthy lifestyle. It's the same old thing we talk about all the time: exercise, eating well, portion control, those things. And you want to try to get not necessarily in that BMI category where it says your normal weight, but in a category where the weight is good for you. And I think that's the other thing we're discovering, is things are very individualized. So what's good for me might not be good for you, might not be good for Aria. So it just depends on the person, and we need to get to that stage. It's more complicated, which is why the BMI, its simplicity, has been helpful.
Well, yeah,
at the same time, we're learning.
Aria, it seems like it was sort of an easy way, just like everybody gets on the scale, looks at their weight and thinks that that's the magic number. People sort of thought the BMI was a magic number.
Yeah, I always hear that it's the best of the worst tools available. That's what doctors tell me. But so hopefully we have, stronger metrics in the future to be able to, give people a clearer idea of what their health looks like.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, besides the number on the scale, it sounds like just having a healthy lifestyle and being mindful of that is kind of the bottom line, yeah?
And certain things, don't smoke, make sure you control your blood pressure, control your sugar, don't get to those stages where you're having those medical issues, and those medical issues are causing more problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Aria Bendix, Dr. John, thank you both, appreciate it.
Thank you. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
An 8-year-old boy who is hearing impaired is smiling once again. The boy's family says he was left in tears after being the victim of a cruel prank. Reporter Mike Massaro with our Connecticut station in Hartford, New Haven, reports.
TJ Lyle says his heart sank when he realized his son Gabe had been duped.
Me as a father, it devastated me. Because the very last thing I want to do is ever hurt him.
Lyle says he and his son had been shopping at Target when 3 men approached, claiming to be from a YouTube channel that rewards people for doing challenges. When Gabe told them he was hearing impaired, they said that's why they chose him.
The lead person out of the 3 immediately said that's who we were looking for, was somebody that had a disability.
The 3 men asked Gabe and his father to take a blindfolded challenge, saying if Gabe could fill a shopping cart in 30 seconds, they would pay for it. But instead,
we had the blindfolds on, and at the 10-second marker, I hear footsteps running.
Lyle says his son was in tears. Hearing about the situation, Southington's Commission for Persons with Disabilities reacted.
I got angry. If I'm being honest, I was very, very angry to hear that they would target this child.
First thing we said was, what can we do?
Advocating for the boy, they bought a Target gift card. Target matched the contribution, and together they were able to present Gabe $400, providing a real shopping spree.
It made me cry. They're such fantastic people.
At least something good came out of something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for that community. Thousands of miles from Ukraine's front lines. A story now about Pennsylvania and an ammunition plant that's providing critical support in the fight against Russia. The factory is running almost around the clock to produce thousands of rounds of shells every month. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more.
In the middle of its bloody offensive, Ukraine's success relies in part on a very different front line. This one, more than 5,000 miles away in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
We are producing, thousands of rounds more a month than we were this time last year.
Inside this U.S. Army ammunition plant, contractor General Dynamics produces 155mm artillery shells, eventually becoming some of the very firepower crucial to Ukraine's fight against Russia. In late May, NBC News was granted access to the plant, one of the locations helping make 24,000 rounds each month.
I can feel that heat from back here. The Army says this is a 2,000-degree furnace, essentially turning steel into Play-Doh.
American steel sculpted, inspected, and sent off to be armed with explosives. Part of what the Pentagon says is an urgent ramp-up.
The Army won't tell us exactly how many are going to Ukraine. The Army says that's because of security concerns. But even if every one of these shells went to Ukraine, that may still not be enough.
Some in the Scranton community grateful for the city's role in the Ukrainian war effort.
The pride is just huge.
Yeah, I think Ukraine should get as much ammunition as they can.
But figuring out how to send so much firepower to Ukraine also raises concerns about America running out of ammunition. Seth Jones studies military operations.
If the United States went to war today, would this country be ready for the fight?
The United States went to war today, it would have enough weapons in some cases for a short war. It would not have sufficient weapons, munitions for a protracted war, and that is the problem.
The Pentagon told NBC News it was meeting the needs of Ukrainian forces while ensuring our inventories are replenished. But amid tensions with Russia and China, the Army says right now it's experiencing its fastest conventional ammunition ramp-up since the Korean War. A race to help those on the battlefield today and possibly tomorrow. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Time now for today's Daily Snapshot. Mickey Sudo and Joey Chestnut are relishing, get it, their victories today after defending their titles at Nathan's annual hot dog eating contest.
Yeah, and for good reason, because Chestnut managed to scarf down 62 hot dogs and buns and pseudo 39 and a half during the 10-minute contest yesterday. Thunderstorms had threatened to cancel the event altogether, but after a delay, the rain stopped long enough for the contest to determine this year's winners.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I once had to watch it in person. I don't ever need to see that again.
You know, but power to them. Congratulations. I hope they relish in the victory.
Oh, gee, stop.
We got more after this.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, July 5th, 2023, extreme weather. Millions of Americans from coast to coast under heat alerts. This as other parts of the country brace for severe weather. We're tracking everything you need to know.
Murder charges. The suspected gunman accused of killing 5 people in Philadelphia appearing before a judge for the first time. What we're learning about the victims as police search for a motive.
Excessive force. Newly released body cam video shows the moment an L.A. County Sheriff's deputy slammed a woman to the ground after she was recording them making an arrest. How the department is responding and the investigation now underway.
And working it out. How you can keep your kids active and limit unhealthy food without fixating on their weight.
We begin this hour, though, with that new round of extreme weather across the nation. We're talking about 16 million people at risk of severe weather today, from the Rockies to the Midwest. Storms delayed a number of July 4th celebrations on Tuesday, including the annual Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest in New York City.
That's right. A relentless and dangerous heat wave is also causing a lot of problems. While the desert Southwest and Florida are used to summer heat, the Pacific Northwest, specifically Oregon, is seeing unusually high temperatures. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking this forecast. But first, let's start with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, can you just talk to us about some of the extremes we're seeing across the country right now?
Hi there, and yes, good afternoon to you. We are not seeing extremes right now here in Chicago. You see some of the sun. It's pretty hot out here, but the National Weather Service saying that is likely to change as we get into the evening commute. It's not only Chicago, but the Midwest to the Rockies, all the way to Colorado. You're talking about 16 million Americans facing some sort of severe weather alert. And here in Chicago, we're seeing potential of thunderstorms, of lightning, of that heavy wind. It's not just the severe weather when you look across the country, but it's also the excessive heat. You have 29 million Americans in really the four corners of the country facing that really high heat, record-breaking heat. Meteorologists are saying that probably about a dozen cities, once we get through the end of the day, will break some sort of heat record across the country. You add on top of that tens of millions under air quality alerts. So a lot of different conditions that you're seeing across the country. But right now in Chicago, it's okay, but let's see how long that lasts.
Yeah, we're showing travelers there, Shaq. Hopefully people are it's a little better, I think, than it was a few days ago in terms of travel and flights. Let me bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, it's July. It is supposed to be hot.
Yes.
But is this usual?
It's bordering on a little unusual, but it's not. This isn't a widespread heat. You know, what happened at the end of June in Texas, that was very unusual, and that heat has subsided, at least for now. I don't mean to ruin it for you. It's going to get worse in Texas in a couple days from now. But we're kind of spread out in many spots with our heat impacts. Florida is very humid, and that's making it feel very hot. As far as the actual feels-like temperature goes right now, we're well into the hundreds now. Jacksonville, Florida is one of the worst at 106. Remember last week, though, we had spots like Corpus Christi that were between 150 to 120. We don't have anything like that out there. But D.C.'s now hot. St. Louis is hot. And so it's more spread out than it was, say, in June. We've had a couple areas with some thunderstorm issues. And, of course, this will mean airport problems. One thunderstorm right over the top of New Orleans. Not severe, but just going to cause some minor traffic delays. We do have a chance for more organized severe weather from Chicago to Milwaukee. Right now, storms just north of Chicago. Pretty rough drive, though, from Milwaukee over to Madison. In all, about 18 million people at risk of severe weather today, mostly around Chicago and in areas near Oklahoma and Texas.
Right where Shaq is, as he said. Shaq Brewster, Bill Cairns, thank you both.
Thank you. Well, the suspect accused of opening fire in Philadelphia Monday night has been charged with murder. Kim Brady Carricker appeared in court earlier today. Police say the suspect shot seemingly at random, killing 5 people. 2 children were also shot and injured. 2 others, including a 2-year-old, were hit by shattered glass. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is following the latest here. So, Rahima, within the last hour, we did hear from the sisters of one of the victims. How are they remembering their brother right now?
Sinclair, understandably, what we're hearing is heartbreak and disbelief and the longing for this truth not to be true. And that is that their loved one was suddenly and violently taken away from them. We're going to hear from the sister of one of the victims, 31-year-old Joseph Wama. And they talk about him. He was the 5th victim, but police tell us actually he was the first one. That unlike the other victims who were found on the streets in this neighborhood, their brother was found inside his apartment. Listen to one of his sisters.
I don't understand how someone can just do that to my brother. Like, I really love him. And the fact that you did this to us, like, for your own agenda, for your own reason, it's just really pissing me off.
What we heard from one person after another, when people talk about bullets don't care about who they killed in this community, they're making it very clear that they do care. Sinclair?
Now, clearly emotions are still so raw. Rahima, are we learning anything new about the suspect's potential motive here?
That's one of the difficult things for everyone, and that is that they don't know the motive. One of the things that they're questioning is why Joseph Wama was killed inside his apartment. After that, this gunman, according to police, who was heavily armed with a ski mask and a long rifle, an AR-15 style rifle, and also had a police scanner, why he went out into the street and seemingly randomly started shooting at people in the community in which he lived. His apartment, according to the police, is not far from the place where he rained down terror on this community on this holiday weekend. So motive, we don't know yet, but this investigation is still underway. We hope to learn that at some point. Sinclair?
Yeah, still so many questions. Rahima Ellis, thank you.
A Secret Service investigation is underway after a white powdery substance was discovered in a common area of the West Wing of the White House on Sunday. Earlier today, results from a formal lab test confirmed that substance was cocaine. President Biden and his family were not at the White House at the time it was discovered on Sunday. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is following this story for us. Ryan, tell me more about where this was discovered. And I know that the White House press secretary was just asked about it. What did she say?
That's right. Essentially, the White House press secretary is kicking questions to the Secret Service on this. This was found in a common area. We don't know exactly precisely where, but an area that's relatively heavily trafficked. And it might make it a little bit difficult to find out exactly who is responsible for this, because it's not as though the videos are going to show someone with a huge bulge in their pocket or something really obvious about how they got, a bag of cocaine in. It's a pretty small item that could easily have been fit into a pocket or something. So I don't know if it's necessarily, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to look through all the video. But that said, I think the Secret Service is obviously going to be going over the video to see if they can at least narrow down the list of suspects of potential people who might have brought this substance into the White House, and looking at all of the video and seeing what's available out there. Kate.
Ryan, I think one of the reasons this is getting so much attention is because the White House is one of the most secure buildings in the world. I used to work there myself for a while. Is the Secret Service viewing this as a major security lapse, or is this something that has happened in other administrations?
Yeah, I think they're taking it seriously, but, it's not a small bag of a powdery substance is something that kind of does easily slip through, some sort of a security measure, right? It's not as though they have drug sniffing dogs outside, stationed outside of every entrance. So, it's not clear how exactly this exactly got inside. We don't know the exact amount. I think there are just a lot of details we just generally don't know, but they clearly are taking this seriously and investigating any videos to see if they can chase down any leads on who actually brought it in.
Well, the fact that they don't have drug sniffing dogs outside entrances might be something that gets reconsidered, you would think, as they investigate. Ryan Riley, thank you. A federal judge has cleared the way for the release of more details included in an affidavit that led to the raid of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. That affidavit includes information as to why the FBI believed it had probable cause to carry out that raid. You'll recall dozens of classified documents were recovered in that search. That led to criminal charges against the former president. Mr. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. There's no timeline for when these new details from the affidavit will be released. The judge's ruling comes after several media organizations, including NBC News, filed a lawsuit seeking additional details.
Well, we're going to turn now to some financial news. UPS is getting closer to a work stoppage, and Moderna is striking up a deal with China.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, shares of UPS are trading lower after talks between the shipping giant and the Teamsters union broke down. Both sides accusing each other of, quote, walking away from the negotiating table. The current UPS Teamsters contract, which covers over 340,000 workers, is set to expire at the end of the month. Moderna stock is climbing, though. That's climbing higher after the company said it has struck a deal to develop mRNA drugs in China. A spokesperson told CNBC the biotech company will develop drugs, quote, exclusively for the Chinese people. This comes despite rising tensions between the U.S. and that country. And debate over tipping culture in the U.S. is swirling online after a DoorDash driver was fired for swearing at a customer. Footage from the door camera shows the driver complaining about their $5 tip on a $20 delivery. A DoorDash spokesperson confirmed the worker has been removed from their platform over the incident. I don't know, guys. $5 on 20, that's a 25% tip. When I was bartending, that would have been I would have loved a tip like that.
I was just doing the math in my head, too. Like, I'm slow, but I was like, wait, that's 25%.
Fair. It's a tough job, and there's been so much controversy over tipping, and there's a lot of sort of platforms asking you to tip today.
Yeah, we actually, in the newsroom, we were having a debate yesterday because we were trying to get pizza, and we were wondering, do you have to tip if you're never going to interact with the driver at all? If you're picking it up, do you have to tip?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a key question, which is why I think this is particularly getting a lot of attention online right now, because it's a good tip whether you're interacting or not.
A good tip, as you said. Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Coming up, why there may soon be another alternative to Twitter.
Plus, the new technology some police officers are using in an attempt to fight crime. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. If your phone screen is feeling a bit crowded, you better make room because there's a new social media platform coming to an app store near you tomorrow, and it's attempting to take on Twitter. I'm talking about Threads. It's an app developed by Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. Other competitors to Twitter have been popping up, but Threads could be the biggest threat yet. Let's bring in CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borstein. So, Julia, what exactly should we expect to see from Threads, and also why is it launching right now?
Well, it's already in the App Store, but you can't download it yet. You could sign up now to have it automatically download as soon as it becomes available tomorrow. But here's the key thing here. It isn't just another app from Meta, which owns Instagram and WhatsApp, among other things, and Facebook. It is actually an extension of Instagram. So what that means is that if you're already an Instagram user, you could sign up to automatically follow the profiles that you already follow on Instagram, and you can use your same username. So I think it's very strategic here that Meta is trying to leverage and take advantage of its reach and its massive size, and to hopefully turn some of those Instagram users into users of this new platform, because something like Twitter or now Threads is only going to be successful if there's good content on there and a meaningful amount of people.
Absolutely, and super strategic given how many people are on Instagram. And Julia, I wonder, have we gotten any reaction from Twitter yet, or do we know if Twitter plans to make any changes to its platform in response to Threads?
You know, I did reach out to Twitter for comment. I have not heard back yet, but it does come at a time when Twitter is facing a lot of challenges. I mean, just this past weekend, Elon Musk announced that he was going to be instituting limits to how many tweets people could read and having tiered systems, whether they're subscribers to the platform or whether they're unverified, et cetera. And there was so much blowback, so much frustration that he actually raised those limits 2 times, but there are still some users who are frustrated. He's also trying to grow the subscription base for Twitter to convert people from using Twitter for free to paying for it. And there is a challenge there. People, of course, it's hard to convince people to pay for something they're used to getting for free. So a lot of challenges there. And of course, he did appoint a new CEO, Linda Yaccarino, who did come from our parent company, NBC Universal. And she's working to try to regain the trust of advertisers. So perhaps Twitter is at a more vulnerable time now than usual.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see where Threads lands. Julia Borstein, thank you.
Well, when a crime is in progress, the first few minutes of the response are critical. So police departments across the country have started using drone technology to give themselves a leg up. But the new technology has raised some privacy concerns. Here's NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian.
An eye in the sky, helping police de-escalate gun confrontations, catch drug dealers, and put away violent criminals.
About 88 to 90% of the time, the drone is first on scene before any of our officers in the field arrive. And we'll be responding east to Lincoln Boulevard.
In beachside Santa Monica, police officer Peter Lashley can survey a city block for a reported suspicious person from a command center a mile away, or zoom in to read a license plate. Last year, the drone was the only witness to a brutal assault, and its footage was used to convict one of the attackers.
How have these drones changed the way your department does its work?
It's a fundamental change. It allows an experienced police officer to see what's going on in real time and communicate those facts to the officers responding.
They say the drone's eye view can prevent officers from overreacting. Santa Monica police got a call last year about a man with a gun. At first, drone footage appeared to confirm it, but then...
As I'm watching him, I can clearly see, and you'll see he exhaled, there's a little bit of smoke here in a second, that I'm 99% sure that that's some type of lighter.
Given that, police didn't need to approach aggressively. Drones can also help police on dangerous operations. We got a demonstration of the lemur, which SWAT teams can use to break windows and fly inside buildings, even talking to a barricaded subject.
This is the police department. We're here to resolve the situation peacefully.
We don't have a problem with drones being used for particular emergencies.
But what we don't want to see are drones used for routine mass surveillance where they're watching everybody all the time. And we're afraid that this is going to lead to that.
Seattle has banned the use of police drones, and other communities have demanded strict rules.
There are some people that are just uncomfortable with the idea of the police flying anything that could conduct overhead surveillance.
We respond to calls for service. We don't utilize it as a random surveillance tool. I think as it rolls out on a national level, that's going to be incumbent upon those agencies that deploy it to be responsible with it.
And important for communities to keep watch on those who protect and serve. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Santa Monica.
Former Smallville actress Allison Mack has been released from prison early. Mack was sentenced to 3 years back in 2021. She pleaded guilty to charges in a sex trafficking case surrounding the cult-like group NXIVM. Both the Bureau of Prisons and Mack's attorney did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment.
Coming up, the dramatic body cam video showing an L.A. sheriff's deputy slamming a woman to the ground outside of a grocery store. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching. We're streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live on all those places you see on your screen: YouTube, Peacock, Apple TV, and a whole lot more. The news continues right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
You took it and ran with it and thought this was going to be the love of your life now. But it turned out to be the hell of my life.
That right there was Connie Rotolo. She lost just under $500,000 to a scammer who pretended to be in love with her.
Experts say scams like that one, which involve a fake romantic relationship, have become more common, more effective in recent years. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier covers cybersecurity for us and has been looking into this and reporting on it. Thanks for being with us. What does it usually look like when someone's being scammed in this way? And do you know why we're seeing the rise?
Well, they're getting much better at it. It almost sounds funny, but it's a combination, the really effective ones, of romance scams and investment scams. So if someone comes up to you on the street and says, hey, why don't you invest $100,000 in crypto, you would say no.
Yeah.
But if someone courts someone out like a victim online for months and really builds up their trust, then they kind of slowly eke it in there, and enough people are falling for it. They end up giving everything.
Because you think they're in love with you.
So you trust them.
Yeah.
And so they show you how they've made money, and you invest a little, and then you invest a little more until you're taking out a loan on your house, cashing your 401k.
Yeah, I mean, and the reality is so many people use online dating apps. Are there red flags to look out for, and what can people do to actually protect themselves from these scams?
One really common thing is the scammer will quickly ask the victim to move their conversation to Telegram instead of WhatsApp or iMessage or whatever else you're speaking on. It's a very unmoderated platform, and so that's one clear way. But frankly, why is an attractive stranger hitting you up and then kind of pivoting the conversation to cryptocurrency after a few months?
Yeah.
Don't be as trusting as you might be a friend.
Right. And if you have sort of a gut feeling that something seems off, I guess you got to kind of act on that. I know you've been speaking with victims of these crimes and talking to them about the emotional roller coasters that they've been through. What are they telling you?
Well, you picture somebody who thought they had a romantic partner, someone they were in love with, even though they had not met them in person, and they both realize they've been lied to. That person doesn't even exist anymore, and they've taken everything they have. And unfortunately, both of those things, sudden loss of money and sudden loss of a relationship, can be precipitating factors for self-harm and suicide. And so what we're seeing here, what we have, I've spoken with several victims here, are people who see no way out and do try to take that route. It's very tragic.
Yeah, and we can only hope that these people are getting their money back after this really life-altering kind of incident.
Some do. If you have a local law enforcement prosecutor who has kind of crypto tracing technology, there's a chance, but it is rare.
Yeah.
Most victims don't get their money recovered.
Oh, Kevin Collier, such important reporting. Thank you so much. And of course, you mentioned self-harm. So if you or anyone you know is struggling with that, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
Life is worth living. After filing for bankruptcy earlier this year, we're going to talk about weight loss and nutrition company Jenny Craig, because they are now getting a revival. Health and wellness company Wellful has bought the business out of bankruptcy, and they're planning to relaunch it this fall. NBC News business reporter Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, for people who are familiar with the name Jenny Craig, I guess I wonder what's going to be different this go-round, because clearly they had to close shop because there wasn't the interest, there wasn't the market for them anymore. What are they going to do to change that?
Yeah, and Kate, Jenny Craig is a very well-known brand, especially after it exploded in the 1980s. Again, that weight loss program that had really kind of built a name for itself off of the clinics in person that they had, as well as the meal prep service that they have. Now, for what it's worth, the company is saying that it will be coming back this fall. There's a full screen that I think we have here that describes how they've been talking to customers. Same great food, same successful weight loss delivered to your door. So they plan on resurrecting those meal prep programs. But what is interesting is that, again, they used to have these kind of in-person clinics. The new owners of this company, which is Wellful, saying that they will not resurrect that in-person aspect of the business, that it will be primarily an e-commerce brand, Kate.
And so how is Wellful planning to win back customers who seem to maybe be, I don't know, disenchanted with them, moving away from the brand? Again, I hear you when you're saying they're going to deliver things to the door now, but it is still the same brand name, or maybe it's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to just kind of the interfacing, we've heard NBC News has that they've been reaching out to customers. There's a sign up online to get updates if you were previously a Jenny Craig customer. But look, with Ozempic, that's something that is, very much part of the weight loss conversation here. We'll have to see if the resurrected Jenny Craig brand can compete with those other weight loss trends, Kate.
All right, Brian Chung for us. Brian, thank you.
And coming up, we've got some coronation news. You're watching NBC News Daily.
good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
We're following breaking news out of Ohio. The man accused of raping and impregnating a 10-year-old girl has been sentenced to life in prison today. That girl later had to travel to Indiana for an abortion. Person Fuentes had initially pleaded not guilty, but changed his plea in court today, pleading guilty to 2 counts of first-degree felony rape. He will be eligible for parole after 25 years.
Yosemite National Park officials are searching for a man who disappeared over the weekend while backpacking with a group. The park said Hayden Klemenach was with a group on Sunday afternoon and has not been seen since entering the creek near the trail junction he entered. Park officials asked anyone who hiked in the area on Sunday to contact Park Dispatch and added an alert on their website yesterday warning visitors to stay away from rivers and creeks because of flooding.
Former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio and his wife Chirlane McCray are separating after 30 years of marriage. They announced their split in a New York Times interview and said they are not filing for divorce yet and will still live together, but they will be open to dating other people. De Blasio shared the New York Times article on Twitter, writing, quote, "Even at this moment of change, this is a love story."
We're going to continue our coverage now of the extreme weather gripping the country from coast to coast. Much of the West Coast is once again baking today, with millions dealing with record heat. Reporter Ashley Grams of our NBC affiliate in Portland, Oregon, joins us live now. So, Ashley, how hot is it there right now, and how are folks dealing with this extreme weather? I hope you're keeping cool.
Zinkley, we are seeing record-breaking temperatures, as you just said, here in Portland, and expected to see possibly triple-digit temperatures across Oregon. Now, we did narrowly miss a record high yesterday, falling just short at 96 degrees. On top of this heat, we also have really hazy conditions as some wildfire smoke drifts in from Canada. There's also a fire burning east of Portland in the Columbia River Gorge. Air quality here in Portland is in the moderate range. For most people, the easiest way to stay cool is indoors, but the Portland Water Bureau did place some cooling stations around parks around the city. Now, these offer free drinking water and some cooling mist for anyone who needs it. Zinkley?
All right, Ashley Grams with the latest on the weather. Thanks so much, and stay cool.
Police in our nation's capital are searching for a suspect in a drive-by shooting at a 4th of July party.
Yeah, 9 people were hurt, including a 10-year-old child, early this morning. Police believe this was a targeted attack.
NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us from Washington, D.C. Gary, what else do we know here, and why do police believe this was targeted?
Kate, this all began around 1 this morning in a residential area when a dark-colored SUV sped down a street in northeast D.C. and came to a stop in front of a large and what we're told is annual 4th of July gathering of both adults and children. That's when multiple people in the vehicle began firing multiple firearms, shooting 9 people before speeding off, we're told. The youngest victim here was 10 years old, and police say all 9 victims are being treated at local hospitals and are expected to survive. Now, there were several shootings across the district this weekend as residents were out and about enjoying their holiday. Here's what Mayor Muriel Bowser had to say about the shootings in a press conference this afternoon.
We have too many guns and too many violent people on the street. And we all need to do everything possible to prevent people who have guns from using them in our city. We know that our public safety team is working double time to keep our city safe. We need the rest of the apparatus to also be working that way.
And when she's talking about the rest of the apparatus there, what she's referring to is a push for the D.C. Council to approve a bill that she believes would cut down on violent crime. It would, among other things, increase penalties for illegal gun possession and make it easier for courts to hold in custody those previously convicted of violent crimes as they await trial.
And Gary, you mentioned there's been a slew of shootings in D.C. over the last few days, and we've been focusing on a lot of shootings around the country happening. Can you just take us through some of the numbers? Because I understand authorities in Washington have been saying there's been an increase in crime there, too.
Zinkley, it's not just shootings. Let's just look at these numbers for a second. And keep in mind, it's only July 5th. We're just halfway through the year here. And D.C. has already seen more than 3,600 motor vehicle thefts. That's a 117% increase over this time last year. Robberies are up 49% year over year. And then you see that homicide number. That homicide number that you see on your screen, it's 125. That's actually already out of date because these numbers are only updated by the city every 24 hours. And there was a shooting this morning where someone was shot and killed in Northeast D.C.
It's so overwhelming when you start looking at the numbers city by city and nationwide. Gary Grumbach, thank you. Disturbing new police body cam video shows a Los Angeles sheriff's deputy throwing a woman to the ground. The confrontation happened in a grocery store parking lot last month, but the video was just released this week. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins me now. Steve, I want to let our viewers know that this body cam video may be tough to watch, so take us through what happened.
Yeah, Kate, I want to echo that. Certainly certain parts of this video hard to watch. Despite that, I want to show you for context. We'll say this happened on June 24th at a Lancaster grocery store. So that is L.A. County. County sheriff deputies get a call responding to a burglary in progress at this store. You see in the video there, a man is detained pretty forcefully. He is protesting that detention very loudly. He doesn't understand why he's being detained. As that is happening, a woman is nearby. She is filming this on her phone. Keep in mind that these are both the people that fit, apparently, the description that was provided by security guards in the grocery store. So this woman, as she's filming, she's also forcefully detained. She's grabbed by the arm. She resists that detainment. She's brought to the ground. She's shouting back. The police are shouting at her, almost threatening violence, threatening her to be punched in the face. And then she gets pepper sprayed. Again, I want to play this for you. Again, this may be hard to watch, but here's the context. Listen to this exchange.
No, you can't touch me. You can't touch me.
Get down on the ground. Get on the ground.
It's already on YouTube.
Stop.
Live.
I don't give a stop. Stop. You're gonna get punched in the face.
Get your neck off my. I can't breathe.
Hey, we're in a fight at the window.
I can't breathe. There's no fight. You threw me down to the ground. Stop manhandling me. I didn't do nothing.
We know the representatives for those deputies wanted to make clear again that these apparently were suspects in descriptions provided to them by the security guards at the store, that this woman wasn't detained because she was filming. She was detained because she was part of the investigation. The sheriff has provided a statement along with the release of this video, we should say in a timely manner, saying that he expects all of his personnel to uphold the standards and treat people with respect within their district, and that this is, of course, under investigation. Those deputies now off the streets as they continue to find out what happened in this case. Kate?
All right, Steve Patterson for us. Steve, thank you.
We're also following breaking news in the Middle East. The U.S. Navy says it stopped Iranian armed forces from seizing 2 oil tanker ships in 2 separate incidents in the Gulf of Oman. The U.S. Navy released this video of one of the Iranian ships. Let's get right to it with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie. So, Courtney, what more do we know about just what happened here, and why would Iran actually be trying to seize oil tankers?
So there were 2 incidents, as you mentioned, Zinkley. And the first one, an oil tanker that had just gone through the Strait of Hormuz, it was in the Gulf of Oman, was approached by an Iranian Navy ship. The ship was apparently trying to get this tanker to stop, presumably, according to the U.S. Navy, to board it and seize the cargo. That was oil. When the U.S. Navy sent a destroyer, the USS McCall, to the scene, as well as a couple of surveillance aircraft, that Iranian ship took off, changed course, and left. Fast forward about 3 hours later, Zinkley, and we had another incident, according to the U.S. Navy. In this case, another Iranian Navy ship and another tanker. It was about 20 miles off the coast of Muscat, Oman. And in this case, while the Iranian Navy ship was trying to get that tanker to stop, again, presumably to board it and seize its cargo, it ended up firing a number of small arms shots. So it fired ammunition, bullets, at this tanker, striking it several times. According to the Navy officials, even though it hit the crew living area, no one was injured or killed, but there was some minor damage to the ship. Like the earlier incident when the USS McCall arrived on scene, the Iranian ship took off, though.
A lot of big developments there, and I know you'll stay on it. Courtney Cubie, thank you.
Israel's military says it has pulled its forces from the Jenin refugee camp, putting an end to its most intense operation in the occupied West Bank in nearly 2 decades. Overnight, militants in the Gaza Strip fired rockets into Israel. That's a separate location. Israel says the operation was meant to destroy military infrastructure in the occupied West Bank. At least 12 Palestinians and 1 Israeli soldier were killed in the raids. UNICEF says that includes 3 children. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, that was a lot to keep track of, but can you break it down for us, and where do things stand now?
Well, Kate, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been speaking today, saying that Jenin and that refugee camp are no longer a safe haven for terrorists. He also says, though, that Israel will continue to carry out similar types of actions as necessary, that this will not be the last time that we see Israel act in this way in what Israel has described as its self-defense. And so if you read between the lines there, it seems that the Israeli government is saying that they have been able, they believe, to go after the threats that they saw, that they had witnessed building up in this Jenin refugee camp, the stores of ammunition, IEDs, and other weapons that they say that militants were accumulating there. But they are also putting the Palestinians noticeably on notice that they may continue to carry out even more raids, possibly in Jenin or other places. And in the meantime, the real question is whether we will see more retaliation. We're also seeing Palestinians in the occupied West Bank today really taking stock of that massive destruction that was a result of this Israeli incursion, the loss of power, officials working to restore that, although water is said to still be out, Kate.
And so, based on what you just said, Josh, it sounds like the Israelis are leaving the door open to potentially other action. Is that what we're expecting?
Yeah. They absolutely are. And the question is, how soon will that come? Will it take this large-scale way that we saw this particular raid get carried out? And also, will the Palestinians continue to retaliate? We saw those Gaza rocket attacks that you mentioned last night. There was that car ramming in Tel Aviv. But so far today, things have been calmer. The real question is this the end of the violence for now, or will we continue to see this tit-for-tat escalation in the coming days, Kate?
All right, Josh Letterman keeping an eye on that for us. Thank you, Josh.
Earlier today, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen took off from Joint Base Andrews on her way to Beijing. Yellen will meet with senior Chinese officials to discuss a number of issues, including how the 2 countries can responsibly manage their relationship. An official familiar with the trip says that the Biden administration does not expect significant breakthroughs. Yellen's trip comes just 1 month after Secretary of State Anthony Blinken met with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Coming up, how parents can get kids to follow a healthy diet without being overbearing. You're watching NBC News Daily.
so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
For breakfast, I just made them scrambled eggs with fresh fruit, a muffin, and their vitamin C gummies with a bit of yogurt and granola bits. For lunch, I just made them their own charcuterie boards.
As you just saw, social media is full of advice.
That is impressive, I sure do.
Yeah, and some people are full of time, right, to make charcuterie boards and to get their kids to eat healthy, but that can be easier said than done for a lot of people. So in today's modern parenting, we're going to talk about the importance of promoting a healthy lifestyle with kids.
Yeah, I'm lucky if I make a turkey sandwich, by the way. But according to the CDC, this is serious. Nearly half of American children 5 years old and younger do not eat a single vegetable every day. Childhood obesity rates in the U.S., you probably know, are also high, affecting about 15 million kids and teens under the age of 19. So joining us now is health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour, who's here a lot at NBC. Love to see you. Thanks for being here. And, you know, I'm laughing about the mother who made that beautiful. Those are beautiful. I'm not criticizing.
No.
I just could never. So there are so many questions, I think, that a lot of parents have about how to parent around food. Yesterday was July 4th. Not everything we ate was very healthy.
Right.
What's the best way to start with talking to kids about healthy choices?
Yeah, you know, we have over 500,000 people in our Start Today exercise challenge program. And many of them say their reason for wanting to get in shape is because they want to set a good example for their kids or their grandkids. So my #1 tip for how we can help our kids eat healthier and be more active is to be that role model, set that example, and let them see us doing it. And not only see our actions, but also when you're eating something that's healthy, saying, oh, this makes me feel good, or this is good for my bones, or this is good for energy. You know, saying positive statements about the things that you're personally eating might pique their interest, that they want to try what, you know, mom and dad are eating too.
Yeah, teaching food as fuel. And I mean, so many, I know I do, kids have a sweet tooth, right? So how do you as a parent, right, teach them sort of how to think about their diet, how to plan well for food?
Yeah, you know, I love to encourage people to get their kids involved. So I have a little niece, and we started making smoothies together when she was only 1.5 years old. So she loved, you know, putting little pieces of spinach into the blender. She loved picking out the fruit that she was going to put into her smoothie and putting in, you know, the protein powder. So getting your kids involved so they can help, even things like fruit kebabs, you know, having those out so that the kids can see them, or putting healthy snacks at their eye level, so a little lower in the cupboard than you may think, is a great way for them to see it and then to actually think that it looks good. And, you know, there is research that shows that your taste buds can change in just 2 weeks. So if you can slowly start diluting as much sugar as they're having right now, so maybe, you know, adding a little bit of water to their soda, or adding in, you know, riced cauliflower instead of regular rice, or, you know, making zucchini noodles with your spaghetti instead of pasta noodles. Adding in some of these healthy vegetables and fruits can really help to change their taste buds so they're not craving that high fructose corn syrup.
That's really good advice. Fitness is important too, obviously, and you're the fitness queen. So what do we do family friendly to get the kids involved?
Yes, again, I think it's about modeling. So getting outside and showing your kids that you're having fun, you know, throwing the football, or you're going to race them, you know, to that tree and then race them to the next tree, and getting them seeing you active is helpful. Also enrolling them in recreational sports, or even, you know, camp, so they can try out a new sport or activity. And, you know, I used to be a coach for this program called Girls on the Run, and it was all about body positivity for young girls and teens, and promoting, promoting, you know, healthy body image, but also exercise and healthy snacks. So if your community offers any programs like that they can get involved with, so
so then they make friends, that's going to make them more apt to live a healthier and more active lifestyle.
And to that end, body positivity, how do parents cultivate that within their children, given that so many young people are preoccupied with their image?
Yes. You know, I've been coaching women on weight loss for almost 15 years, and we go back to some of their earliest memories of when did you start thinking about a diet? And they've heard a parent or, you know, an authority figure saying, I need to go on a diet, I'm on this diet, I'm on that diet, and they've learned that.
You got to model them.
Yes, so modeling the behavior and just being aware of your own words that you're choosing to say in front of your kids can help them. I'm not on a diet, I'm just choosing to eat healthy because I feel good. Things like that. And that helps you too.
Yeah, such good advice. I'm taking all this home.
Yes.
Stephanie Mansour, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made too.
King Charles is celebrating his coronation once again.
That's right. Today, Scotland hosted the royal family for a second celebration. The festivities come 2 months after the King's lavish coronation at Westminster Abbey in London. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace. So, Ali, what did today's ceremony look like, and what exactly is King Charles getting a second coronation for?
Well, you'd be forgiven for having a sense of deja vu, but this is indeed a second coronation. Technically speaking, though, it's not a coronation. It's just a ceremony marking that coronation that happened 2 months ago. But nonetheless, it's a ceremony steeped in ancient tradition from the time of the Union of the Crowns in 1603. And the Scottish really welcomed Charles today in Edinburgh. They were out on the streets. He was given a royal parade, and then it was off to St. Giles's Cathedral, where he was presented with the Scottish crown jewels, the oldest crown jewels in the UK, a scepter, a sword, and a crown that was worn by Mary, Queen of Scots in 1643. But they had to build a new sword for him because the 16th century sword was deemed too fragile to use for these events. So he got a new sword that was named after his late mother. It was called the Queen Elizabeth II sword. And that was all the pomp and pageantry you can imagine, in that very lavish ceremony at the cathedral. The Stone of Scone, also known as the Stone of Destiny, was there. That's played such an important role in all of these other coronations, and King Charles's coronation a couple of months ago. He was accompanied by Queen Camilla, by William, by Kate, but conspicuously absent was Prince Harry. Nonetheless, there were thousands of people on the streets waving the flags, cheering the king on, and watching a marching band of bagpipers through the streets of Edinburgh. But not everybody was happy about it. Some people staged a protest outside Scottish Parliament, and that even involved some elected officials and some members of the Scottish Parliament, some ministers of the Scottish Parliament. But I don't think that dampened the King's parade. He was given a massive 21-gun salute when he left the cathedral. He'll be in Scotland for the next few days for some more events around this coronation, and then he'll be back here in London at the end of the week in Buckingham Palace behind me for his last coronation ritual.
All right, Ali Ruzi, thanks so much. I hope you can take a stop at a pub and celebrate yourself.
Day's over there, right?
That's
They're way
right.
ahead of us. Ali, thanks. Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
We're going to start with pop star Meghan Trainor. She has welcomed baby number 2 with her husband, Daryl Sabara. Barry Bruce Trainor was born on July 1st, weighing 8 pounds, 7 ounces. Trainor has shared the announcement on Instagram, saying Barry was born on the 7th anniversary of her and her husband's, get this, Kate, first date.
Oh, so sweet. I love baby pictures.
Yeah.
Soccer superstar Neymar is facing a $3.3 million fine. What for, you say? Well, environmental officers in Brazil say that they discovered an illegal artificial lake on his property outside Rio last month. Neymar received the maximum fine, but apparently he can appeal the decision, millions of dollars.
For a lake, who knew? Well, Beyonce is kicking off her North American leg of her tour, of course, in style. The singer and artist is launching a Renaissance merch collection with Canadian retailer Holt Renfrew. The line coincides with her highly anticipated performances in Toronto later this week. The 21-piece collection ranges from about $20 to $250. So.
Okay, but am I supposed to wear things like Beyonce wears? Because I'm not pulling that off.
Maybe not on air, but you know.
We'll have to look at the line, see what's there. The Grammys, they're trying to stay ahead of the beat, announcing, get it, that music containing elements of AI are going to be eligible for awards.
Pretty cool.
Ooh, if AI serves as the lead vocal on a song, it's going to be eligible in the songwriting category, but not in the performance category. And conversely, if AI wrote the song, but a person performed it, the song will be eligible in the performance category for the human, not for the AI.
Okay, we'll let the artists figure that one out. Well, get your tickets ready. More than $500 million are still up for grabs. No one won Monday's Powerball drawing, so now the jackpot has grown to $546 million. The next Powerball drawing will take place tonight, and when I win, Kate, I'm opting for the $282 million cash out.
I was going to say we could go split a ticket, but if you're winning...
In it to win it. I'm Zink Clay.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
If it's Wednesday, tested on the world stage, President Biden pushes to expand NATO as Vladimir Putin seeks deeper ties with China. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen heads to Beijing, and U.S. forces intervene as Iran tries to seize a pair of oil tankers. Plus, cocaine mystery at the White House. A lab test confirms that the substance discovered inside the West Wing Sunday night was, in fact, cocaine, as questions swirl over who it belonged to and how it got there. And violence and grief grip the Middle East as the deadly conflict between Israelis and Palestinians raises new alarms about the potential for spiraling violence in the region. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander, and today for Chuck Todd, as the White House and President Biden find themselves facing a series of new clashes and confrontations with the U.S.'s most significant foreign adversaries, Russia, China, Iran. As the war in Ukraine rages on this afternoon, the president renewed his effort to expand NATO's power, welcoming Sweden's prime minister to the White House and pushing for the Nordic country to be added to the NATO alliance.
I want to reiterate, the United States fully supports Sweden's membership in NATO. And the bottom line is simple. Sweden is going to make our alliance stronger and has the same value set that we have in NATO. And really anxiously looking forward for your membership.
The move comes amid new calls from foreign policy experts, even some NATO member states, for the White House to help pave a path for Ukraine to join the NATO alliance as well, that Putin says would be a red line for Russia. Meanwhile, the Russian president, in the aftermath of last month's armed rebellion, is looking to deepen his ties to U.S. rival China, appearing virtually alongside Chinese President Xi and a number of leaders from Central Asian nations. That summit comes as the Financial Times is reporting that Xi personally warned Putin against using a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, a report we should note that the Kremlin denies. With the Russian-Chinese alliance in the spotlight, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is now en route to Beijing as the administration tries to stabilize relations with China, despite months now of escalating military, economic, and diplomatic tensions. And amid all of that, U.S. officials are also facing new reports of Iranian aggression. Today, the U.S. Navy says it intervened in the Strait of Hormuz after Iran tried to seize a pair of oil tankers. The military releasing video and images of the confrontation in which it says Iran opened fire on one of the vessels. Iran has denied claims they tried to seize those ships. To get us started this very busy day for the White House on the world stage, we're joined now by Mike Memoli. He's outside the White House. Kelly Kobiea is in Ukraine for us. And Courtney Kuby is at the Pentagon today. Ma'am, let me start with you on the North Lawn, if I can. We know the Swedish Prime Minister on the guest list there, meeting with President Biden today. Talk about the significance of their potentially joining NATO here and how confident the administration is that they can get Turkey and Hungary to back down. The desire was to get this all signed and sealed before the president heads to NATO next week.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. The president was very happy to welcome Sweden's prime minister to Washington, to the White House today, but he would much prefer to be meeting with him as a NATO member in Vilnius next week at that NATO summit. There had been a strong expectation just a month ago, in fact, President Biden saying during that Air Force Academy commencement, we all remember for that sandbag incident, that it will happen soon, I promise you, as it relates to Sweden membership. But the nature of NATO membership is every single one of the NATO allies need to agree on any new partner. And at this point, Hungary, as well as Turkey, continues to have reservations about it. Why would it be significant? Of course, well, President Biden considers one of the biggest accomplishments in office so far the fact that he's not only kept the Western alliance together in the face of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but he's actually strengthened it by adding Finland already to NATO and Sweden, which would be a very capable military partner to that alliance. And so there is continued outreach to Turkey and to Hungary to try to move this forward. Turkey's objections have to do with the fact that they're concerned about anti-Muslim protests that we've seen recently in Stockholm specifically. And so there's all likelihood not going to be resolving this in the week. But certainly the president believes still and has confidence, we're told, that ultimately they will join that alliance.
Mike, let me ask you about the White House and what you're hearing there about this meeting with Modi, the Indian president meeting with Vladimir Putin and Xi after President Biden rolled out the red carpet for him, for Modi here, that state visit only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, one of the reasons you did see that quite warm welcome, despite some of the Democratic objections, concerns that were raised, Democratic with a small d, about India's human rights record, for instance, was because the White House sees India very much as in play here at a time of great competition between autocracies and democracies. You've seen the president embracing India as a member of a Quad, an alliance primarily about sort of countering Chinese efforts to expand their influence, but even more so the fact that the White House had concerns about India's reliance on Russia for military hardware. That's why some of the announcements were so significant from the perspective of White House officials that were made as part of that state visit. One, opening up port access in India to American naval vessels for repairs and the like. But secondly, also that announcement of potentially providing the software, the power, the ability to construct engines for their own military aircraft in India to bring them closer to them as well. So they understand, they see that India has continued to have these relationships with Moscow in particular at a problematic time. But that's why the full court press continues on the part of the White House to keep Modi close to them as well.
Of course, Presidents Putin and Xi, I should say Prime Minister Modi. He just said that we get all right for the sake of this conversation. Kelly, on the ground in Ukraine, I want to ask you about the circumstances there. We've seen these traded accusations between Ukraine and Russia about the situation around that Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant right now. What is the latest, especially as it relates to the new threat that we're learning about there?
Yeah, so Ukraine has been sounding the alarm on this, Peter, for some time now, but that has really been ratcheted up over the past 24 hours or so. We've been hearing from several top-level government officials warning that Russia was planning some sort of an attack at the plant. President Zelensky even weighing in last night, putting out a tweet accusing the Russians who have controlled that plant, occupied it since March of last year, of planting some sort of explosive on two of the power units. Now, not necessarily to create some sort of nuclear meltdown, but really more of an incident to blame Ukraine for acting recklessly during the war and firing some sort of explosives toward the plant. It got to the point, Peter, last night where people were checking their news feeds almost through the night, worried that they were going to have some sort of alert to evacuate the area. That's how anxious people were here. Obviously, nothing happened, but Zelensky and others have been jumping up and down trying to get the world's attention on this for some time now, for a number of days, if not weeks. The Russians have denied that they've planted anything. The IAEA, the nuclear watchdog for the United Nations, has said that they were at that plant a couple weeks ago, didn't see any evidence of any kind of sabotage, but they've now requested access once again, just to be sure that there's nothing going on there. Peter.
If I can, Kelly, I want to also ask you about Vladimir Putin making his first appearance since that Wagner rebellion, said that things inside Russia are effectively going well. What do we know about his status, the circumstances there? It was sort of a notable scene to see him and Xi and Modi side by side virtually today in the wake of that attempted mutiny. It appeared just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and it seems that there's a concerted effort on the part of the Kremlin to put him front and center now since that attempted rebellion. We've seen him several times now and seen him in some situations where we're not used to seeing him and with some expressions, frankly, that we're not used to seeing. In that virtual summit, the message there was very much that he is still in control. He said that Russia is more unified than ever, trying to project the idea that Russia is solid and stable and that he is in control, and also a message of defiance to Western leaders, saying that they would continue to oppose Western sanctions, that Russia was still growing despite what he called external sanctions, provocations, and pressure. But then in addition to that, Peter, we also saw this very interesting, and as you mentioned, that was with Prime Minister Modi and President Xi of China both watching in. And in addition to that, just a few hours later, we saw President Putin in his Kremlin office with a little girl smiling, laughing, kissing her on the forehead, inviting her to sit on his chair in his office. Again, yet more messaging from the Kremlin, it appears, trying to show him as a warm, generous man of the people and bouncing off those images that we saw after the insurrection of Yevgeny Prigozhin being greeted very warmly by people in Russia. Peter.
Yeah, that propaganda is so much more notable given the recent events that we've seen happening in that region. Kelly, thank you. Mike Memley, thank you. Courtney, I do want to ask you about this latest action in the Straits of Hormuz there. Walk us through Iran. This is not new that this would be occurring. What do we make of this latest example of it right now and the sort of, I don't know, the brazenness of it?
Yeah, that's right. So there have been nearly 20 such incidents like this in the past 2 years or so, Peter. So what this is cases where the Iranian Navy will harass, at times even seize or attack commercial tankers or vessels that are moving through that Strait of Hormuz down into the Gulf of Oman and then even into the Arabian Sea. But as you mentioned, one of those cases today was more brazen than what we are used to seeing in that area. Now, there was one case around 1 a.m. local where an Iranian Navy ship trailed an oil tanker, tried to get it to stop. When a U.S. Navy ship appeared on scene, the Iranian ship left. Well, fast forward 3 hours later, this was the one that got some people's attention, where an Iranian Navy ship began to trail a separate commercial tanker. It was about 20 miles off the coast of Muscat, Oman, and it was trying to get it to stop, presumably, according to U.S. military officials, so that they could board it and seize it. Well, in the course of that, the oil tanker fired off a distress signal and would not stop. The Iranian Navy ship fired shots at that tanker, striking an area where the crew lives and works. No one was injured or killed in it, but the ship did sustain some minor damage, like the earlier incident when the USS Macaulay, U.S. Navy destroyer, and a couple of surveillance aircraft arrived overhead. The Iranian ship changed course and took off. But firing shots on a tanker and striking a tanker, a commercial vessel like this, that's a next level of provocation that we're not so accustomed to seeing in that area, Peter.
Well, so let's talk about that provocation, the escalation we appear to be witnessing. What do we expect from the U.S. Navy? Any potential for it to beef up its presence in the Persian Gulf region as a response to this? What are you watching for?
So I don't expect that there will be some big beefing up. What the U.S. Navy has been doing over the last year or so is dispatching a bunch of sea-based drones. Now, these are small craft sail drones. You may remember those because the Iranians actually picked up a sail drone not too long ago. Well, the U.S. has really expanded that program throughout that area, and they have these drones all throughout the area. They do everything from watching patterns of life, which is essentially watching where ships are coming and going, to also checking to see where some of these incidents are occurring and watching how these Iranian ships are operating. But as far as large destroyers or large aircraft carriers or large ships like that, I don't expect the U.S. military to frankly, have the ships that they can up their presence there anytime soon, Peter.
We said thanks to Mike Memley and Kelly Cobier. Courtney Kuby, we thank you as well. And as we mentioned here, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is headed to China at a key moment in U.S.-Chinese relations. CNBC's Eunice Yoon has more on that from Beijing. Eunice?
Peter, Secretary Yellen lands in Beijing on Thursday. Over 4 days, she'll meet with Chinese officials, including her counterpart, as well as members of the U.S. business community. There is no expectation at this time that she'll meet with President Xi Jinping. Now, her visit, only weeks after Secretary of State Blinken was here, is part of a greater effort by the Biden administration to restore functioning and constructive dialogue. The two sides have had little communication over the last year after then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, angering Beijing. The Chinese leadership has indicated that they're happy to speak with Yellen and focusing talks on the economy. Beijing also seems alarmed about the greater emphasis in Washington and other advanced economies on de-risking or cutting reliance from China. There's an expectation that Chinese policymakers will argue against it to Yellen, who's seen as more sympathetic on the issue. She's widely quoted in state media for saying decoupling, what Chinese believe is the same as de-risking, would be disastrous. Expectations are low for a significant change in the relationship. Indications are that the Chinese are not willing to address Washington's concerns about their policies. On Monday, China announced curbs on exports of 2 metals used in electric cars and microchips from August 1st, which could present problems for American industry and is exactly the kind of step encouraging Washington to restrict its economic ties to Beijing. And on Tuesday, President Xi Jinping attended a virtual conference which included Russian President Vladimir Putin and Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi, deepening relations with some of America's adversaries. Peter?
All right, Eunice Yoon, appreciate that reporting there. And coming up right here, we're digging deeper into the consequences of the deteriorating relationship between the U.S. and China. A Republican member of the House Select Committee on China will join us next. Plus, confirmation of cocaine in the West Wing. The latest developments on the Secret Service investigation into how it got there and who it belongs to. Some new information we're hearing now from the White House on this. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have disagreements. My hope in traveling to China is to reestablish contact. There are a new group of leaders. We need to get to know one another, and we need to discuss our disagreements with one another so that we don't have misunderstandings, don't misunderstand one another's intentions.
Welcome back. That was, of course, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking to MSNBC recently about her trip to China. As we mentioned, Yellen's visit comes after President Xi met with the leaders of Russia and India as Beijing tries to expand its global influence amid growing tensions with the West. And joining us now is the South Dakota Republican Congressman Dusty Johnson. He is a member of the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. Congressman Johnson, I appreciate your being here. I hope you had a good 4th. I want to get right down to the business of, well, what we're witnessing happening overseas right now. The Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, you've heard her downplay recently the expectations for this visit. But what does success in your eyes look like in the near term in the U.S.'s dealings with China?
Well, I would say, first off, when Secretary Yellen is in China, I certainly hope her tone is one of firmness rather than flirtation. We do want to make sure that we're talking to China. That communication is critically important. But we, I think, at different times in this relationship, particularly with the Biden administration, have looked almost supplicant, as though we're trying to make sure that China likes us. This is a relationship that we've got to rebalance. We have got to make sure that this relationship serves American interests rather than just Chinese interests. And as far as what does success look like in this relationship long term, we have got to see some behavior change with the Chinese Communist Party. We cannot let them continue to undermine the basic American and world values of liberty, prosperity, and freedom.
And Congressman, for clarity, the president has been anything but flirtatious with President Xi recently. Behind closed doors in the last several weeks, President Biden called President Xi Jinping a dictator. Do you agree with that?
Well, I thought that I give the president some kudos for that statement. I think that was maybe on an unintentional bit of truth telling from him. There was some walking back from the administration because,
but he said it publicly and stood by it.
That's right. Well, and frankly, let's be honest. Xi Jinping is a dictator. It's not the kind of thing you normally say in sweet diplomatic talk. But I give the president kudos for coming right out and saying it.
All right, fine. Let me ask you about this visit. It comes, of course, at a time when President Xi is meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, India's Prime Minister Modi there as well, meeting virtually. How concerned you are about China's dealings with these two countries at this time?
I wouldn't overstate the importance of this summit. It's been going on for 20 years. I think it is noteworthy that India, the host, decided to have this be a virtual summit. Modi, I was part of the escort team for the prime minister when he was in D.C. a couple of weeks ago, did have an opportunity to briefly talk with him. And while he was in Washington, he talked a lot about the importance of democratic values. I don't think he liked the look of having Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin strutting around his country. So the move to a virtual summit was good news.
So President Xi reportedly warned Putin against using nuclear weapons in Ukraine. That's one of the new headlines, first came from the FT. Is that an encouraging sign, or is it something that you're skeptical about?
I do want to see even more from the Chinese Communist Party. They could help make sure that this Ukrainian-Russian conflict moves in the right direction. There is all kinds of evidence that they have been providing aid, non-lethal, non-weapon aid to Russia, but aid nonetheless. I like the fact that they're warning against nuclear arms or nuclear action, but I'd like to see them go even further.
Let me ask you about that region for a minute. Some striking new polling from NBC shows that a majority of Republican primary voters right now say they would be less likely to vote for a candidate who supports funding Ukraine's war effort. You clearly have backed additional funding for Ukraine. What is your reaction to that number, and what is the consequence if the majority of Republicans, majority of members of your party get their way on that issue?
This is not a binary issue where it's either yes to more money or no, never to any more money. Most primary voters I talk to, and frankly, most members of Congress, they'd want to make sure that whatever we do in the future doesn't look like a blank check. We do need some accountability. It has been a lot of money. We do want to make sure the Ukrainian government is making good use of those dollars. And most primary voters I talk to are a lot more interested in providing lethal aid, making sure that the Ukrainian soldiers have the ammunition they need to hold the line. They're more comfortable with that than checks for, 10 or 20 or $30 billion.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not what our poll shows, though. And obviously, it's not what a lot of Republican lawmakers, frankly, have said publicly as well on this issue, right? I mean, what is the consequence, do you think, if that were to happen, if the funding were to stop? What's the risk if these voters, at least according to this polling by a wide margin, got their way?
Well, ask stupid questions, you're going to get stupid answers. This is not a binary issue where it's yes or no. I think most Americans who follow this at all have a nuanced view of this. They know that Putin is the bad guy. They know that the Ukrainians need to have the primary responsibility for defending their country. But to some degree, they know that freedom-loving countries in America, like America and in Europe, have a role to play. I think the American voter has a lot more nuance than maybe the question would let on.
Let me ask you about President Biden. He's meeting with the Swedish Prime Minister today as Sweden is angling to get, to get into NATO right now. Why doesn't the administration deserve credit for how it's fortified and even expanded NATO to this point?
I don't know that I'm denying them any credit. I do think we want to take a long.
The leading Republican voice, Donald Trump, is, I guess. So I just say that as you may not be, but many Republicans have been denying the president for credit, I think, for his handling of this circumstance. Do you think that's unfair?
If we're going to be frank and earnest, there is so little confidence among Republican members of Congress for the competence of the Biden administration. I just don't think they're inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I think particularly when you talk about, there are times when I think the Biden administration does good things, of course.
I mean, isn't NATO, do we agree that NATO's stronger? I'm going to be in Vilnius with the president next week. NATO's going to be stronger than it's been, and certainly in the last, I think, several years, perhaps in the last decade plus. There's a new name that's joined it, Finland. The president will be there as well, and Sweden may join it soon.
I wouldn't want to give Joe Biden too much credit for that. I think Vladimir Putin deserves the lion's share of the credit for the sense of unity that the NATO countries have. When you're talking about, new entrants, though, you immediately get to Ukraine. And I do think there are some very prominent voices that want to make sure that anything we do with regard to NATO expansion is going to make the world safer as opposed to less safe.
Let me ask you a little bit about politics, if I can, before we go. Your state's two senators both have publicly backed Tim Scott for president. Who are you leaning toward? Anybody that you will not back in this race?
I don't really do endorsements. I've grown more and more irritated by them. I just don't know that any South Dakota primary voter is going to vote a particular way because Dusty Johnson tells them so. So I'm not planning to endorse anybody. Tim Scott would be a great president of the United States. I would be ecstatic if he was elected, but that doesn't mean I'm going to endorse him or anybody else.
All right. Well, we appreciate your humility in that answer. Congressman Dusty Johnson, nice to see you as always. A happy 4th holiday to you as well. Appreciate it. Coming up next right here, the White House facing yet another setback in court as a federal judge blocks key administration officials from communicating with social media companies about misinformation or other content on their platforms. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. We first broke the news here yesterday about that dime-sized bag of white powder that was found in the West Wing of the White House. Now an official with knowledge of the investigation tells NBC News that a lab test confirms that the substance is, in fact, cocaine. This powder was discovered in what the White House describes as a highly trafficked area of the West Wing. It was found on Sunday night. Not clear how long the bag had been in the White House or even how it got there. At this point, it's a real whodunit. And my colleague Mike Memley is joining me again now from the White House. Mem, for the first time, the White House is really answering some questions about this situation. They insist that President Biden wants the Secret Service to get to the bottom of it. So walk us through what we know, the focus of the investigation, and how anything like that, you and I work in that building, how anything like that just sort of gets snuck in and dropped off, so to speak.
Yeah, Peter, you've already laid out some of the ways in which our team, as well, you, Kelly O'Donnell, Monica Alba, and myself have been ahead of this story, really laying out some of the key details. The first to report that this was discovered in the West Wing, the first to report that it did test positive in this more conclusive test today as cocaine. It was worth noting the ways in which this investigation, as we understand it, being led by the Secret Service, is one that when we finally did hear from Karine Jean-Pierre, from any White House official publicly, frankly, on this matter, they were largely outsourcing all of these questions about even the very nature of what that investigation looks like to the Secret Service. Here's some of what Karine Jean-Pierre had to say today from the podium.
So, as you know, this is under the purview of the Secret Service. They are currently investigating what happened over the weekend, so I would have to refer you to the Secret Service on all of this. But one thing that I can share, that I'll share a little bit more information. As you know, the president and the first lady and their family were not here this weekend. Where this was discovered is a heavily traveled area where many White House, West Wing, I should be even more specific, West Wing visitors come through this particular area. I just don't have anything more to share. It is under investigation by the Secret Service.
So, Peter, the strong suggestion from White House sources that I've been talking to and from what we heard from Karine Jean-Pierre today is that the most likely scenario is that this was encountered because of somebody who came to the West Wing as the guest of a White House staffer. These are tours, private tours of the West Wing that any member of the staff can offer in certain specified windows, including this past weekend before this was discovered. But of course, the investigation will ultimately help determine that by using things like the visitor logs, security cameras, to see if they can help narrow down when this might have been placed there.
Yeah, a lot of questions we're going to be asking about this, a situation that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to this point. We'll try to get better details. Mike Memley at the White House. Mem, thank you. The cocaine found in the West Wing, just one of several domestic issues facing the president right now. Yesterday, a federal judge ruled against the administration restricting some agencies and officials from contacting social media companies to moderate their content. Joining me now to dive into the political pressure and what it might mean for President Biden's re-election bid is our panel. Basil Smikle, director of the public policy program at the Roosevelt House Institute at Hunter College and a Democratic strategist. And John Podhoretz is the editor at Commentary Magazine. Gentlemen, nice to have you. Thank you. Our little rustic table as we get together on this hot summer day. Let me ask you about this, Basil. I wanted to get your reaction to the social media decision from the judge right now. In the injunction, the judge wrote that in response to the pandemic, quote, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian ministry of truth. The plaintiffs have presented substantial evidence in support of their claims that they were the victims of a far-reaching and widespread censorship campaign. So how does this complicate the administration's effort going forward, especially ahead of the 2024 campaign cycle, to combat misinformation?
Well, that's a challenge, right? That's the combating of the misinformation. That was what the purpose of this was. So as we believe, and it's going to be a challenge because, you know, and I teach this to my students: negative information travels more quickly than positive information, and so it is not just problematic for the administration; it's problematic for Congress as they try to figure out how to actually tamp down on this legislatively. So it's going to be hard for them to do this. Not impossible, but I think that's where the administration and the campaign itself really has to step up. They're going to have to spend a lot of money, do a lot of engagement, put a lot of surrogates on the street to be able to counter that. But it's almost impossible to do.
And this is just one example of a series of court decisions lately, some coming from the Supreme Court, we should note right now, obviously. Does this one sort of add to that culture war? Is this something that's going to sort of fortify the culture war argument that a lot of Republicans are making right now, John, on the campaign trail?
I don't think so. I think something very specific is going on here. Facebook and Twitter, two social media companies that matter here, are private companies. They're private. Twitter is privately held, obviously, by Elon Musk. And they're private companies, and they can do with misinformation and how they think it is important to moderate content. That is their business. It is a very open question whether the government of the United States, governed under the First Amendment of the Constitution, which says Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of the press, what possible role the government of the United States should be playing in fingering, targeting, or guiding private businesses that deal with content and telling them what is and what is not bad or good content. This is a very slippery slope. That's why the judge said that there was something Orwellian about it. And I think a lot of the coverage of this assumes that there is something righteous about going after misinformation. Governments aren't supposed to go after misinformation.
Basil, your thoughts on that?
I don't disagree with you, but I want to focus on that Orwellian point, because I think what we do see, just as the average American, is that when misinformation spreads quickly, we get things like January 6th. And so the question is, how do you push back on that? How do you fight that? And that's sort of that area that we haven't figured out yet, because there are people out there who are clearly ready to do harm in various ways. How do we get these companies to be able to stop that by limiting the kind of information that they put out and the speed with which it spreads?
And then all of this, obviously, against a campaign backdrop here, right? So as we look ahead to 2024, President Biden facing some challenges domestically, foreign challenges as well, as he prepares to travel overseas. I'll be with him next week right now. We haven't really heard from President Biden publicly in some of these key moments right now. We did hear from the former White House advisor, David Axelrod, who told the Wall Street Journal, this quote was striking: "Having the discretion to know when to speak and when not to speak is a good presidential ability. It's not necessarily a good campaign strategy. There is also a need to tell a story, Basil, about where the country is going." What do you make about this unique challenge the White House faces right now? Because President Biden, obviously, the challenge is to sort of break through in these moments. He enjoys looking presidential when the former president, mind you, is facing indictments. But even on key issues like the apparent mutiny we were witnessing in Russia, we heard almost nothing from President Biden.
It is a challenge. It's interesting because years ago we were concerned about how much he does say, because he has this ability to gaffe quite frequently, right? Now it's almost too controlled. And that's concerning, not just because of what you mentioned in terms of Russia, for example, but how much is he able to do and say based on all these issues that are going to be able to motivate voters, that is the Supreme Court is deciding on. You know, if he doesn't speak on it enough, if he's not engaged enough, the danger is that he is not going to gin up the base in the ways in which it can to get out those supporters. Even among his base, we saw that African-American voters didn't come out in the numbers we expected in 2022. That cannot happen again in 2024 for the party.
John, is it enough for the president, for the White House, for Democrats to just let Americans watch what the Republicans may be arguing over and some of the views that the White House deems are more extreme? Is that enough to do it, or do you have to hit them over the head and make it clear where your positions differ?
Well, it's like a prevent defense, right? What they're afraid of is Biden tripping over himself, not only gaffing, but seeming old, seeming out of touch, seeming as though there is some issue involving his mental acuity, and therefore they seem to have decided that caution is better than daring. And I think that prevent defense is generally a bad idea in football, and I think it's a pretty bad idea in politics, particularly when you have a hyper-aggressive guy in Trump. And the simple fact of the matter is that the polling is not showing that this is working for Biden. His approval numbers are down. He and Trump are basically tied in national polls. He cannot imagine, they can't really believe that they have 16 months from now in which they can say as little as possible and sort of play the pandemic game of being in the basement and coming up and saying things and then going back down. There's no pandemic. There's no excuse. There's no way to avoid engaging in these issues. And if you avoid it, you're going to look like you're hiding and like you have something to hide.
President Biden goes to South Carolina tomorrow. He'll be focusing, per the White House, on what they're now calling Bidenomics, right? This is the way they're framing the economy right now. My take, as someone who covers the White House day in, day out, is that at the end of the day, what the economy looks like in those several months leading up to the election could be the thing that ultimately decides this in a 50-50 country right now. But as they recast this economic issue, Basil, as Bidenomics, is that a positive or a negative there? The Republicans sort of like that framing. They say, hey, everything you dislike about the economy, call it Bidenomics.
That's right. You know, I think it works in this moment because the economy is doing well. Couple of months from now.
Why you say the economy is doing well? By most metrics, the economy is doing well. Why do most Americans not think the economy is doing well?
Because a lot have bought into the idea that the government's not for them. Obviously, the Biden numbers, as you say, were soft. The numbers about Congress are soft, and those on the Supreme Court are soft. People are generally not happy with where their government is right now, and I think that extends into other aspects of their life. Plus, we also dealt with a period of inflation that's now starting to ease. But the economy is doing well, particularly when you look at the unemployment number. So he can talk about that. The danger is, does it flip, does it change as we get closer to the election, and then he doesn't have the opportunity to sort of reframe and re-message. Having said that, very quickly, I do think that on all these other sort of issues, being in South Carolina is really important because of Jim Clyburn. Take that endorsement from 2020, talk about the ways in which he unites the older generation and younger generation.
That's why he's here, let's be clear.
Exactly right. Use that as the springboard to talk about economics or any other issue.
I just think you can't look at the economic numbers and say, you have to say inflation, inflation, inflation. You can tell people that the economy is good. If they don't feel it
I agree
at
with
home,
that too.
then you can speak forever. It's not going to make a difference.
Basil Spiegel, John Podhoretz, I agree with everything you guys are saying on this topic. Thanks, gentlemen, very much. And after this break, a direct and serious threat to the public. New details revealed today by the Justice Department as federal prosecutors try to keep a January 6th rioter behind bars. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
We're back now, and federal prosecutors are issuing a stark new warning about a January 6th rioter who was arrested near former President Obama's home late last week. In a new court filing today, the Department of Justice called Taylor Taranto a, quote, direct and serious threat to the public. Taranto was arrested last week outside the Obama's home with 2 guns and 400 rounds of ammunition. Taranto appeared in court today for a detention hearing. Ryan Riley covers the Justice Department for NBC News. He is joining us now with the latest on this. Ryan, what makes Taylor Taranto different from all the other January 6th defendants?
You know, for one, he was publicly identified more than almost nearly 2 years ago. Actually, the way this came about was online sleuths were looking for an individual who may have assaulted the late officer Jeffrey Smith, who was with the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. They got a hit and actually went back to a photo of Taylor Taranto, of this individual who was actually posing with a cardboard cutout of former President Trump on a website affiliated with his county GOP. So very quickly, he was actually sued by the widow of this officer, along with another future defendant who has subsequently been arrested. Just a couple weeks ago, when that other individual, David Walls Kaufman, was being sentenced, he eventually got 2 months in federal prison. I saw Taylor Taranto walk into the back of court, and he was on his phone. The marshals spoke to him and pulled him out of court because you're not supposed to be on your phone during these ongoing proceedings. But he's been living out of a van down by the D.C. jail for a couple of months now, and has made trips over the course of the past almost 2 years to D.C. And it's been one of those sort of questions why the FBI hadn't arrested him up to this point. He had this cane with him that day that had sort of a sharpened edge. It was like sort of a defensive cane, and he was scrapping with officers as they pushed him out of the Capitol right after Ashley Babbitt was shot. And he actually got kicked out and sort of got kicked away from the rallies in support of January 6th defendants by the jail because he was trying to show video of Ashley Babbitt's death and expressed his belief that Ashley Babbitt was actually an actor, as were all of the officers around him. He doesn't actually think that Ashley Babbitt was shot that day, so he's pretty disconnected from reality.
Yeah, no doubt here. And what it does sort of remind you, right, is that these defendants from January 6th, it's not like they just disappear, that they go away. I mean, these guys, in many cases like this guy, are hiding in plain sight and still have these strong, extreme views on some of these issues here. He faces 4 misdemeanor charges. Are prosecutors likely to file additional charges against him?
That seems likely, and that's what they indicated in this latest court filing. Actually, his detention hearing is ongoing right now. I think the most likely charge, by that indication of the court filings, is for the weapons that were found in his vehicle, which was parked near the Obama's residence. They found 400 rounds of ammunition along with a couple of guns, so that could earn him a separate charge. It's unclear whether he'll earn an additional charge out of the January 6th conduct itself. Usually it boils down to what exactly sort of pre-planning there was for the January 6th, or what rhetoric different defendants use. So I think that's an open question right now.
Yeah, Ryan Riley, appreciate your reporting on the story. A lot of people have been paying attention to that in recent days. Thanks so much. And still to come right here, the spiraling escalation of violence in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and what it means for stability in that region and for the U.S. We're going to have the latest from the West Bank ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
We're back now, and Israeli troops pulled out of the city of Jenin in the occupied West Bank early this morning after carrying out the largest military operation in decades aimed at destroying Palestinian militants' weapons and infrastructure sites. Drone footage from this morning shows hundreds of men marching in a funeral procession through the streets of that city, mourning the 12 Palestinians killed in the operation, among them at least 5 militant fighters. An Israeli soldier was also killed in the fighting. As is often the case in this decades-long dispute between the Israelis and Palestinians, an act of violence from one side prompts retaliatory responses. Militant group Hamas praised a car ramming and stabbing in the Israeli city of Tel Aviv that followed yesterday. A large explosion was seen over Gaza City this morning after Israel reported it intercepted rockets fired at Israel from Gaza. The Israelis striking back, with the government reporting it hit a weapons factory in Gaza early today. And NBC's Matt Bradley has the latest from Jenin following the troop withdrawal. Matt, with tons of praise for you for your brave reporting on the ground. I want to get to you in a moment. We're also joined by Aaron David Miller, the senior fellow in the American Statecraft program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, also a former State Department analyst who worked on Arab-Israeli peace efforts. Matt, you were there. You were on the front lines. You witnessed the Israeli forces as they moved in there, surprising not just the journalists, but certainly a lot of the Palestinians on the ground. What is the latest in Jenin right now? What are you seeing in the day after those Israeli forces pull out?
Well, I have to tell you, Peter, we're actually in Jerusalem right now. We left Jenin a few hours ago, but we were there all day, and what we saw was extraordinary. I mean, we saw a community of people, of Palestinians, who were quite literally and figuratively picking up the pieces of what was left out of that extraordinary two-day incursion by the Israelis into Jenin. And, you know, this was a very interesting thing to witness, because for them, for the Palestinians, the fact that the Israelis left after only about 48 hours, they took that as a sign of victory. You mentioned just a moment ago how Hamas had claimed and praised that attack in Tel Aviv against civilians. Well, they've also said, just in the last couple of hours, Hamas coming out with a statement saying that the militants were victorious, and that's why the Israelis finally left. And actually, when we spoke to Palestinians in Jenin, not just in the city of Jenin, but actually in that refugee camp that was the focus, the real target of the Israeli incursion, they had that feeling that they were victorious, that the Israelis left because they pushed them out. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu last night came out and, of course, said that the Israelis had basically had a mission accomplished, and that he left open the door for further incursions by the Israelis into Jenin and other places in the West Bank. You also mentioned that, you know, one of the real risks here was a tit-for-tat or a retaliation. We did see that a little bit. We saw rockets fired last night from the Gaza Strip into Israel proper, and then the Israelis answered with their own rockets or their own missiles fired into Gaza. But that was brief, and that really just showed that this situation, at least at this very moment, might not spill over out of Jenin in any real way into other places. As you've seen before in the past, this same pattern of violence often creates a response, not necessarily just from the West Bank, but also from the Gaza Strip. And that can lead to days, weeks of exchanging of rockets and missiles back and forth, which tends to result in thousands of Palestinian deaths and can result in some Israeli deaths as well. So we, for the moment, seem to have avoided that kind of fate. But there is a lot of tension there. And walking around in Jenin, in that city, seeing people sweeping up the dust and the soot from all of those burning fires, from the tear gas that was fired by the Israelis, watching them repair windows, they seem like a population that is just inured. It's just used to violence. And for them, this was just another day in a very violent life. And
well, Aaron,
so, you know, this is a situation that I think is just going to be on repeat.
Yeah, Aaron, I was going to say to you, it does feel like that to much of the rest of the world watching what we saw there. Obviously, this was a larger scale effort by the Israelis in Jenin. But what does happen now? Prime Minister Netanyahu, he said that this is just the start of operations in that area. What are you preparing to witness happen next here?
This is part of an ongoing peace. And I think the situation is going to get worse before it gets even worse. You've got three factors driving the situation. None of them can be ameliorated anytime soon. Number one, you have a Palestinian Authority that is unwilling and unable to exercise its security control, particularly in the northern West Bank, particularly in a city like Jenin, the third largest city in the West Bank. Number two, you have the most right-wing fundamentalist government in the history of the state of Israel that is pursuing a policy of trying to annex the West Bank in everything except name only. And number three, you have the emergence of informal groups of young men, 15 to 25, not organizationally affiliated with Hamas or Palestine Islamic Jihad, but being encouraged by them, which are putting up a remarkable sort of resistance and maintaining the capacity to carry out attacks against Israel in the West Bank and Israel proper. So the fact is, I don't want to trivialize by saying this because people were killed and many innocent Palestinians wounded, but this is a wash, rinse, and repeat cycle, which is only going to get worse. No massive, sustained third intifada, I don't think, but just a long slog of daily, weekly confrontations between the Israeli Defense Forces and organized and unorganized Palestinian groups.
But, Aaron, this is a bit striking, right, having been in that region with the president only a matter of months ago, right, in the wake of the Abraham Accords, where Israel's had a new normalizing of relations with a variety of countries there, even the potential for some sort of relationship to develop with Saudi Arabia. It appears now that Iran, again, has been sort of fueling this effort on the Palestinian side. What is the state of the Palestinian people, though, right now? They are a people without a home there, as Israel has been building its relationships throughout that region. Is this sort of Iran and the Palestinians' effort, to continue to fight back, I guess, independent of that effort?
Look, not every national movement, we've seen it in the case of the Armenians and the Kurds, find their national aspirations fulfilled and requited. And Palestinians, in my judgment, the least bad option, frankly, is the pursuit of a two-state solution. But frankly, under these circumstances, that's virtually impossible. So you have a divided Palestinian national movement. You have two of everything. It's like Noah's Ark. You've got two constitutions, one in Hamas controlling Gaza, one in the West Bank by Fatah. You have two sets of security services and two sets of patrons. So it's virtually impossible for me to believe that you were going to have a unified Palestinian national strategy. And even if you did, you have a government in Israel that is unwilling to even meet basic or minimum Palestinian needs and requirements.
So what should the U.S. role then, Aaron? So what should the U.S. role then be in this region vis-a-vis this conflict?
You know, I worked for half a dozen secretaries of state of both political parties. My days of providing advice to the United States, frankly, is over. I would only say this to you, that governing is about choosing. It's deciding what your priorities are. And at this moment, this administration, with a president running for a second term, with a dysfunctional political climate of hyper-partisanship, with Russia and Ukraine and a rising China, frankly, if you were Mr. Biden, you would wish, if you had a wish, that you wouldn't hear from Israelis or Palestinians at least until 2025.
I think that, unfortunately, is probably the way that the priority system works right now, with the situation in Russia and Ukraine so urgent, the real fears about the situation in China as well. Matt Bradley on the ground for us in Jerusalem now, safely out of the West Bank. Aaron David Miller, always a pleasure to get your perspective and hear your expertise. Thanks for making time to talk to us. That's going to do it for us at this hour. We are going to be back tomorrow, obviously. We're going to have more reporting on Meet the Press Now. We're going to keep a very close eye on the situation there in Israel as it continues to develop. President Biden, as we noted, will be traveling to South Carolina tomorrow. The latest on that as well. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
tonight with team coverage of a 1-2-3 punch of bad weather coast to coast. One, you've got the rain, with one city bracing for another set of storms after breaking rain records already. Two, the heat, with some of the hottest temperatures ever recorded. And three, there's that bad air quality 1 in 5 of us are dealing with right now. We've got live coverage from every angle. Plus, how did a little bag of cocaine end up in a really busy part of the White House? What the Secret Service is saying now about the investigation into whose it is. And new details about a potentially problematic confrontation in international waters. How the Navy managed to stop Iran from taking 2 of somebody else's ships. Plus, when is a tip a good tip? And when is a good tip not good enough? New details on a video gone viral of an angry DoorDasher and his customer, where that delivery driver is now and why so many people are talking about it. And a new conservative backlash brewing tonight, not against Bud Light this time, but against Ben and his friend Jerry. The meltdown over an ice cream controversy online and on the campaign trail later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight, just a day after the hottest day in modern history, tens of millions of us are in the path of extreme weather, from more record-breaking temperatures to bad storms to terrible air quality. You've got 29 million people looking at downpours, at really windy conditions, and look at this, hail maybe in the Rockies and the Midwest, with Chicago set to take another beating after seeing record rain earlier this week. Look at what the storms left behind here. You're looking at it. You also have the sun beating down, breaking records and forcing people to break a sweat for another 29 million folks. Another brutal day after what we saw July 4th, the hottest day since they started keeping track of this kind of thing 40 years ago, with experts saying it hasn't been this hot on this planet in 125,000 years. Gang, that's like caveman era stuff, right? I mean, this is historic. Tying it all together in maybe the worst way, 1 in 5 Americans are breathing in some really bad air right now because of dangerous ozone levels and those Canadian wildfires still burning. Here's a bunch of the cities where it's a problem, including right here in Washington. I want to bring in our team covering this, Shaq Brewster, who's live in Chicago for us, as well as meteorologist Bill Cairns. And Shaq, let me start with you. Chicago, double whammy for you and folks there. It's not just the bad storms heading your way. It's also the air quality issue. Talk us through it.
That's right, Hallie. I know right now it's pretty nice. It's pretty cool. You have the sun coming out right now, but forecasters say this is going to change very quickly, especially as we get into the evening hours. They're saying that we'll be under thunderstorm threat. And it's not just here in Chicago, not just here in the Midwest, but you have 29 million Americans. Actually, I think that's gone down. It's about 16 million Americans from the Midwest into Colorado facing this threat of severe weather. We're talking about heavy rains, lightning, even hail in some instances. That's on top of other people dealing with that severe temperatures, the high temperatures. You have plenty of cities breaking records today as 29 million people are facing the high heat conditions. And then, Hallie, there's the air quality, as you were talking about. About 62 million people are facing air quality alerts. Here in Chicago, it's unhealthy air for people who are in sensitive populations, but you go to other places and that's where you get worse conditions. So a range of conditions here, but right now I'm keeping my fingers crossed because it's still fairly good right now.
There's also, so fairly good for now. Let's hope it stays that way. Of course, the concern is it's going to deteriorate fast. You've got wildfire season revving up as we talk about the concerns over air quality. Out west, we've got officials in Washington state trying to get a handle on one there. How are they doing?
Yeah, I think we have some pictures of that wildfire there. It's only about 5% contained right now. We know that about 1,000 people have been displaced, but the conditions are not really conducive to helping firefighters fight that. We know about 546 acres have been burned. That's destroyed some 10 buildings, so officials trying to get control of that. Again, the conditions are not helping them at this point, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster live for us in Chicago. Thank you. Let me bring in Bill Cairns, our meteorologist now. So, Shaq, in the line of some of those storms in Chicago, what else should people be looking for and where?
Well, we've had numerous ground stops across the country. I tell you, a lot of airports have had issues. Chicago, O'Hare, through Orlando. We've had problems at many of the airports around St. Louis. And so here's Chicago, doing one severe thunderstorm just to the south of you. A lot of thunderstorms out by Peoria and out towards Rockford. And again, we're not going to see a lot of widespread bad weather. We're not going to see a lot of tornadoes. tornadoes, isolated severe storms, and travel problems when these storms go through airports. And here's South Carolina, kind of a similar scenario. So the organized severe weather today, Chicago to Peoria, and then we're going to have developing storms this evening once again into Colorado, Amarillo, and areas of western Oklahoma. And then tomorrow, we're going to once again, I mean, it's been just a miserable stretch of stormy weather here coming out of the Rockies into the Front Range. And that's going to be again the case tomorrow, maybe even a few tornadoes tomorrow, Hallie.
What about these hot temperatures, right? I mean, July 4th, the hottest temperature on the planet that they've ever recorded, an average of about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds like rather comfortable, but the reality is that is well above where the average typically is, right?
Well, you have to remember, that's the average for the entire globe.
Right.
So in the southern hemisphere, it's winter right now. And in the northern hemisphere, obviously, we're in the middle of our summer. So this is like, you know, this isn't the weather. This isn't what anyone feels. This is a whole planet thing. And let me show you some of the records that we've been setting as we've gone throughout the last month and the last, last couple of weeks and stuff. We've been dealing with very warm conditions. So the big headline that you saw, first it was Monday. Monday they came out and they said it was the warmest day ever recorded. And when we say recorded, that goes back 83 years. So again, it's only about from 1940 to current. The previous record was 2016. And here's the key, Hallie, during El Nino. And what are we in now? El Nino. So we're going to keep seeing all these records. And here's that temperature that we had today above the old record, which was 2016 in August. We still have another month. Hallie, we're going to see headlines, I bet you 20 to 30 times. In addition, this next summer, you're going to hear we have just broken the record for the warmest day that we've ever had on this planet. We are warming the planet because of the greenhouse gases, and a strong El Nino is developing. These two things we've never seen. I can almost promise you, Hallie, that this year will go as the warmest or second warmest ever recorded. And I can almost guarantee you, I'd place a lot of money on it, that next year will be the hottest year ever recorded on this planet because of the strong El Nino.
Bill Caron's important context. Thank you for the predictions. We'll roll the tape in a year. Appreciate it, Bill. We'll see you next hour. People in Philadelphia in shock and in grief tonight, with police looking for a motive in the killing of 5 people Monday night, one of at least 17 mass shootings in this country over the holiday weekend, as many as 18 people dead. Now, the suspect in Philly is being held without bail after making his first appearance in court today. Here's how a local ER doctor is putting it.
Bullets really don't care. They don't care what faith you are, what party you belong to. They cause damage, not only to the victims, but to the families who we then have to go to talk to in the family rooms, and the wider community, as you saw, where the streets are now empty because people are scared to go out in the street.
Police say the 40-year-old suspect had an AR-style rifle and a ghost gun. Now, that's an untraceable gun that people can put together on their own, usually from parts that are sold online. Philadelphia's mayor, right as we were coming on the air, is announcing a new lawsuit to try to keep these ghost guns out of the city. Our Rahema Ellis has been covering the story and joins us now. Fill us in on what else we found out from the arraignment today, what else we know about the victims, and next steps here.
Well, we found out about the suspect, a 40-year-old man who was on a closed circuit for the arraignment, was not present in the courtroom. He was appointed a public defender, and he's being held without bail. If he were able to post bond, if they made that available, we'd have to pay something like $7.5 million, and he doesn't have that kind of money, it does not seem. And he's being held responsible for these 5 murders and for wounding several others. It's caused mayhem. It has caused desperation. It's caused despair in this community where 5 people were killed, ranging in the age from a 15-year-old teenage boy to a 59-year-old man. The woman who is the mother of the 15-year-old, his name is DeJuan Brown. She talked about he was just on his way to the corner store, and he saw a friend that he wanted to help because he seemed to be affected by the shots that were being fired. And DeJuan lost his life as a result of it, and his mother is beside himself. There's also the sister of the first man we now know who was killed inside his apartment, unlike the other victims who were killed all outside on the street. She talks about her brother, 31-year-old Joseph Mawa, and her heart is broken. Listen.
I don't understand how someone can just do that to my brother. Like, I really love him.
There is pain all over this community, and it's the kind of pain that you can't repair, but the mayor is hoping it's the kind of pain they can somehow prevent from happening to other families. Hallie?
Well, and that's part of this ghost gun lawsuit. Rahema, talk us through that, and then if you can, pull back, right, big picture, because it is not just the city of Philadelphia. There are cities across the country dealing with the epidemic of gun violence here. We talked about it, right? You're seeing Shreveport, Louisiana, here in D.C., Boston, Fort Worth, just some of the cities dealing with this as we've looked at, you know, 12.5 mass shootings over the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, one of the things that the mayor was saying, not just today, but yesterday, he was talking about the fact that there are these weapons that come into the city. There's weapons that can be put together at home. And he said the community does not want this. And he says if we have elected officials who are not responding to the community, we need to change who are the elected officials to vote them out of office and put someone in. Listen to what the mayor is talking about in terms of these tragedies that are facing his city of Philadelphia.
As a city, we all have endured these tragedies together while investing hundreds of millions of dollars to address the problem. The root of the problem is the proliferation of guns in our city and in our country. Guns are the common denominator in every single shooting.
We have heard it over and over again, Hallie, that guns are the common denominator. They don't manufacture any guns inside the city of Philadelphia and in this particular community. That's not where they make them. It's not like a bakery where you can go and get a bagel. You just don't go and get a gun. So he's saying somehow they've got to stop the flow of this. In the city of Philadelphia, they've already had something like 210, 219 homicides so far this year, not counting what happened in Philadelphia over this holiday weekend. It seems like violence doesn't take a holiday in America anymore.
That is for sure. Rahema Ellis, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Victims' families down in Texas face to face today with the attacker who killed the people they loved in one of the worst mass shootings in our country's history. At a Walmart in El Paso in 2019, 23 people died in all, with one man who lost his wife and daughter breaking down outside today's sentencing hearing.
You sit there and you think, man, if you didn't do what you did, I'd have my child, you know, hold and hug right now.
Incredibly difficult for so many people today, with the shooter who admitted to targeting Hispanic shoppers at that Walmart, now facing multiple life sentences. Guad Venegas is covering this. He joins us now with more. Talk to us about what we've learned and what happens from here.
Hallie, this is a federal courtroom, so no cameras are allowed inside, but our colleagues have been inside that courtroom updating us. So this hearing began today with the judge reading the names of all of those victims, as well as those 90 charges that the shooter agreed and pled guilty to. This is part of a plea deal. The prosecutors are looking for a life sentence for him. And it's been an emotional day for the members, the family members of a lot of these victims who, as we saw in that interview with the media, the father of one of those victims spoke and cried. He also said he wished that the shooter finds God and there's nothing else he would say to him. When the shooter came into the courtroom this morning, you could hear people crying, sniffling as he walked into that courtroom and heard the names of those victims read by the judge. Now, the latest update that we have indicates that as of now, at least 8 different family members have spoken. These are victim impact statements that are taking place during this hearing that's expected to last a few days before the judge hands down that sentence. So these are expected to go throughout the day today and tomorrow, and perhaps Friday, we would have this sentencing. And now, Hallie, let's also keep in mind that this is part of the federal case against them. There's another case in state court, a state criminal case against the shooter. Now, in that case, he's facing capital murder charges for multiple persons, and the district attorney's office in that case is asking for the death penalty. All of this, Hallie, happening nearly 4 years after the shooting took place. So it's going to be an emotional month for the family members of those victims. And then in August, next month, it'll be 4 years since that shooting happened, Hallie.
Guad Venegas, thank you very much for that. We have some new reporting just into us in the last couple of minutes about the new questions facing the White House today. How did cocaine end up in a pretty busy part of the West Wing? We're hearing in the last few minutes that this bag with the drug, it's like a little bag, it's like a dime-sized bag with the cocaine in it, is being tested at a federal lab. Investigators are looking for DNA, they're looking for fingerprints to try to figure out who brought this in, according to an official familiar with the investigation. It comes as Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has been just peppered with questions on this, about security protocols and more. Listen.
The Secret Service is investigating this, is investigating what happened over the weekend, and we have confidence that they will get to the bottom of this.
Here's what else we're finding out today, that this formal lab test so far says that it came back, this little bag, positive for cocaine. Again, according to an official with knowledge of this investigation. It was found Sunday night in an area that a lot of people, including visitors, by the way, go in and out of, coming in and out of the White House. It could be hard for the Secret Service to figure out whose drugs it actually is. I want to bring in Mike Memoli. It feels like everybody's talking about this story because you don't often hear cocaine inside the West Wing, right? We know that, according to our colleague Kelly O'Donnell, officials are just telling her that they're looking at video surveillance, visitor logs. That may never be enough to connect the dots.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I mean, these all speak to the Secret Service's investigation of what happened here. And what I find so interesting is that the White House has seemingly completely outsourced this investigation to the Secret Service. I was one of the reporters peppering Karine Jean-Pierre, as you say, in that briefing about this discovery. And one of the questions I asked was, what is the nature of that investigation? Is this simply about finding out the facts of this matter, or does this go into potential criminal prosecution of the individual if they are able to determine it? But as Kelly O is reporting now, officials are sort of cautioning that they may not be able to determine who this is if, for instance, the forensic data is not conclusive. They're also not clear still about when this baggie came into the White House. It was discovered Sunday night. There were private tours of the West Wing that were being given in the days leading up to it, but there's no assurance at this point that it was in those few days that this was discovered. If it was a longer period of time, it's going to be much harder, even looking at the visitor log, all the security footage, all the forensic data, to narrow the scope of who this might have been. If it was discovered as quickly as it was left there, then that's much more possible. But it's interesting to me that the White House, while seeming to deflect most of the questions to the Secret Service, is acknowledging a few things. One, making it clear again, the president, the first family, was not in the White House through the weekend. Two, that yes, White House officials are subject to rigorous drug testing in order to remain employed there. The strong suggestion, though, in all the conversations that we're having, though, is that because of where this was found, an area where if you were going in as a visitor or as a guest for a tour where you might be asked to leave some of your personal items, the strong suggestion, and you can understand why the White House is suggesting this, is that it was an outside visitor and not necessarily a member of the White House staff.
Right. Mike Memoli, any idea on timeline, by the way? Like, when do we think we will know more, if ever?
Well, of course, this could come to a head very quickly if they find that smoking gun, but the guidance we're getting from Kelly's reporting is that this could take weeks, not days.
Mike Memoli, thank you much. Appreciate it. Take a look at some of the dramatic new video that we're seeing late today with a military official telling NBC News the Navy had to stop Iran from taking over 2 commercial tankers off the coast of Oman. So look at this. We're going to pull it up full for you here. You can see what appears to be one of the oil tankers getting shot at by the Iranians before U.S. ships came in and basically flexed, right, to convince the Iranian ship to leave. Iranian TV says the government denies trying to seize the tankers, but this isn't some one-off thing. We've seen a bunch of confrontations between the Iranian Navy and merchant ships lately. Look at some of the reports about just some of them here. NBC's Courtney Kuby is covering this for us. A lot of incidents like this in the past few months. Why? What is Iran's endgame here? And what is the U.S.'s role in trying to stop this?
Yeah, that's right. Upwards of 20 incidents that are similar to this in the last 2 years or so, Hallie. That means cases where Iranian Navy ships have either attacked or tried to, or actually successfully seized commercial vessels. Now, what makes this one stand out a little bit more is the fact that one of the Iranian ships actually fired on one of those oil tankers, striking it several times. It hit an area where the crew tends to live and work, but no one was injured or killed in this case. But the ship did sustain some minor damage, according to U.S. military officials. But what the U.S. does in these cases, it really depends on each individual case. And we saw that play out exactly today. In the first one, the USS McFall, a U.S. Navy destroyer, and 2 U.S. overhead surveillance aircraft, a Reaper drone and a P-8 Poseidon, came on this scene and chased away this Iranian Navy vessel that was trying to get one of these tankers to sort of stop so they could presumably board and seize it. Well, the Iranian ship left. Well, fast forward 3 hours and to a very different scene where by the time the USS McFall answered the distress call of this other oil tanker, the Iranian ship had already fired on it. Similar to the first case, though, when the U.S. Navy ship arrived on scene, the Iranian ship left, Hallie.
Courtney Kuby, thank you for staying on top of this one for us. Appreciate it. Let's take you overseas now, where militants from the Gaza Strip firing rockets into Israel today after just days of violence in that region. Israel, in response, hitting a weapons plant in this latest round of violence that's been happening. Take a look at our NBC correspondents in the West Bank taking cover. This is part of our team we're going to show you here. You're going to see Israeli armored vehicles rolling by, armored cars, basically, exchanging fire with some Palestinians. So remember, this is Matt Bradley, his team on the ground. Look.
Israelis are coming in with their armored vehicles, and in front of them, an armored bulldozer to take out all of this. And they're exchanging fire with Palestinian youth.
You're going to see in a second, well, it was Matt Bradley and his team going there. This is as funerals were held today for some of the 12 Palestinians killed in the biggest Israeli airstrikes in the region in nearly 2 decades. Matt is joining us now from Jerusalem. So we saw, Matt, what you've been through over the last 24 hours. Talk to us about the situation now. Where do things stand?
Yeah, well, we went back to Jenin, and what we saw was really, Hallie, a community that is literally and figuratively picking up the pieces from what was not an unprecedented operation, but was a really extraordinary operation, the worst we've seen in the West Bank by the Israelis for the past 20 years. So this was surprising. You mentioned those missiles that have been fired by the Israelis. That's something, a style of warfare that we haven't seen in that part of this region for 20 years. And so it really marked a dramatic escalation from what is the normal level of violence that we have seen with small arms and that kind of thing. What we witnessed last night really was extraordinary. And you saw a little taste of that in that video that you just showed. And, it just goes to show that there are a lot of militants in that area. They are carrying small arms. They were shooting at the Israelis, who were fully armed in armored trucks, and an armored bulldozer, which we've seen being used a lot throughout the West Bank for decades. So, what is interesting here is that this didn't really blossom into a larger, broader war. We saw some missiles, some rockets fired from the Gaza Strip. The Israelis answered that with missiles fired on Gaza. But so far, what we saw in Jenin, it was quiet, at least for now, Hallie.
There often tends to be in these moments here, Matt, when violence escalates in this region here, this kind of tit-for-tat moment. What is the expectation for, let's say, the next few days, the next few weeks?
Well, so far, from what I saw in Jenin, it looks like the militants, they were attending these funerals. There were 12 people who were killed. At least 5 of them are confirmed to have been militant people. But so far, people were satisfied. They felt as though the fact that the Israelis left after only 48 hours meant that they were victorious. We saw some people flashing victory signs. But we heard that statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. He essentially said last night it was mission accomplished, but he left open a window for further incursions into Jenin or into other places in the West Bank. It's clear that he could do something else again because he has that political heft. He's back in power now, and he's surrounded by all of these right-wing government ministers who have been cheerleading this operation as it's been going on for the last 48 hours, many of them calling for more. So we could see more of that same style of violence, Hallie, in the days and weeks ahead.
Matt Bradley live for us from Jerusalem. Matt, thank you for being there in the region, to you and your team as well. Appreciate it. Coming up, an investigation in Southern California now after some disturbing video showed police slamming a woman to the ground outside a grocery store. Plus, another country might ban Barbie over a map. The geopolitical controversy about the summer's big blockbuster to be coming up.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
An actress who pleaded guilty for her role in a sex trafficking case, apparently now released from prison early. We've got more on that in a couple of minutes. But first tonight, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is looking into how 2 deputies acted while detaining a couple at a grocery store last month, taking them off field duty now. As that incident, all captured on body cam, is being investigated. We're going to show you some of the video, but we have to warn you, it is hard to watch. You can see here, the woman is like taking video of what happened on her phone. When deputies grab her, they seem to throw her to the ground. They're holding her down now, spraying her. You can see her there. They're about to spray her with pepper spray. The police were responding to reports of an alleged robbery. The LA County Sheriff's Department says the couple matched the description given by store security and calls to 911, but they haven't released any details about those descriptions in the call. Steve Patterson is joining us now. What else do we know about what happened and why there was this use of force in the parking lot?
Yeah, Hallie, we're trying to uncover more. We have requests out to the Sheriff's Department. Want to make it clear again, of course, if you do play that video over me, it can be hard to watch at places that weren't even shown there. So this happens on June 24th. It's in the parking lot of a Lancaster grocery store. That's in, of course, Los Angeles County. So these Los Angeles County deputies respond. They are responding, as you mentioned, to the descriptions of 2 people that they believed are involved in a burglary in progress, as they call it, inside the store. We don't know what happened inside the store. Police not releasing those details, along with the descriptions that they heard, as you mentioned, of the suspected burglars. But they get on scene. They start detaining that man. The woman is protesting. The man is protesting. He doesn't know why he's being detained. Then they take the woman down, as you laid out, forcefully, threatening to punch her as well, and then using that pepper spray when she's on the ground. Now, the Sheriff's Department has responded in a few ways. First, they didn't have to release the video this early. I think we should say that there was a pretty quick release of this video, along with a statement from the sheriff himself, Sheriff Luna. In a statement, I can read it for you. Sheriff Luna says he has made it clear that he expects department personnel to treat all members of the public with dignity and respect, and that personnel who do not uphold our training standards will be held accountable. There are representatives for these deputies. They have spoken to local affiliates, saying that the deputies didn't bring this woman down because she was filming. They did because she was part of the investigation. They wanted to make that clear. But of course, all of this now under investigation as we try to learn more. Hallie.
Steve Patterson live for us there in California. Steve, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Smallville actor Allison Mack has been released from prison early, according to federal records. She pleaded guilty to her role in a sex trafficking case involving the group NXIVM. Remember them, kind of a cult-like group back in 2019? She was sentenced to 3 years in prison. At the time, prosecutors said the actor deserved less time behind bars because she cooperated with investigators. Number 2, the Philippines is considering banning the Barbie movie because of a map that's shown in it. It shows the so-called 9-dash line that reflects China's claims to territory in the South China Sea, which the Philippines disagrees with. Vietnam actually banned the Barbie movie for the same reason not too long ago. Number 3, Jenny Craig. You know, the brand, the weight loss people, they're kind of coming back, sort of. Remember, Jenny Craig went bankrupt back in May after something like 40 years in business. But now the parent company of Nutrisystems is buying the Jenny Craig brand. They're still going to offer food and coaching, but Jenny Craig's actual weight loss centers will not reopen. The whole thing is going to be virtual now. Number 4, climate activists. Look at this, interrupting play at Wimbledon during a couple of matches today. Protesters from the group Just Stop Oil ran onto the court. They obviously threw, you can see it, the orange confetti, pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. They were dragged away by security and arrested. The organization wants the British government to stop new oil, gas, and coal projects. Number 5, since nobody won Powerball Monday night, it is up for grabs again tonight with the top prize, $546 million. That's a lot of money. Nobody's hit all the numbers since April, so like, hey, maybe you have a shot tonight. If you don't win, the $427 million Mega Millions jackpot has its next drawing on Friday. Good luck. So listen, this viral video of this tense moment between a DoorDasher and a Texas customer posted on TikTok is bringing up this big debate over tipping culture in the U.S. It has a lot of people feeling a lot of ways. I want you to watch if you haven't seen it. Look.
Welcome. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
Ooh, so sounds like a little bit of an expletive there from the Dasher, kind of an attitude. $5 tip on a $20 pizza. So that's, you know, a 25% tip. Then in a series of posts, the DoorDash customer who got the exchange on her Ring camera, doorbell camera or whatever, said, how much should I be tipping on a $20 pie? She says she herself has worked in the service industry for more than a decade and tips, in her words, very well. So what happened to the DoorDasher, the driver? A spokesperson for the company confirmed that a worker has been removed from the platform, basically fired, in connection with this, saying that respectfully asking for a tip is acceptable, but abusing or harassing someone is never acceptable. Vicky Nguyen joins us now with more on this. And this has struck such a chord, I think, for people, because it's about tipping, but it's also about the gig economy here, right? And the idea of, like, was this just a one-off thing, maybe an attitude apple in the bunch, right? Or is this about workers in the gig economy struggling with low pay from these companies and trying to figure it out, piece it together with tips? Talk us through some of this and where this DoorDash driver is now.
Hallie, you're absolutely right in terms of there being at least two sides to this tipping coin. Let's start on the consumer side, right? There's a bit of tipping fatigue happening right now. You've been there, I've been there. Someone hands you a donut and they turn the little screen around and suddenly it's, do you want to tip 15, 20, 25%? There are all these people in the line behind you. You feel almost like you got to tip something. It's a tough time out there. But on the other side, take a look at what DoorDashers actually make. There's really an argument that if you pay people a living wage, they're not going to be so aggro. DoorDashers make anywhere between $2 and $10 per delivery based on time and distance. Now, I don't know exactly where in Texas this woman lives, but is there an argument to be made? Maybe you have a super long drive, or you live way out somewhere in the boonies, and maybe $5 on a $20 pizza isn't generous enough. But the bottom line is it's never an excuse for dropping the F-bomb and behaving in that manner, and that is why DoorDash ended its relationship with that driver.
It's this whole question, though, of like, when should you press the tip for the donut person at the counter, right? Like, in other words, like, what do people tip? I mean, I see it, I think you see it and you read about it in, like, the restaurant world, too, right? Like, it used to be kind of 18% was like a good tip, 18 to 20%. Now it's like 25 to 30%. All of it, like, adds to the bill, but also restaurant workers deserve it. Delivery workers, the argument goes, deserve it, right? Like, who sets the standard? It's just us.
The etiquette experts would say always tip as much as you can, and particularly for services that require actual labor, right? So the good news is most Americans are aware of that. Take a look at the list of places that Americans say they almost always tip. First, it starts with actual restaurant servers. 77% of Americans say they tip their servers. Hairdressers and barbers, come on, if you're not going to tip your hairdresser, I mean, that person's working on your moneymaker. That's important. 65% of people tip there. Bartenders, 65%. Delivery drivers, 61%. And then you go down, baristas, I was surprised that it was only down right around 38%. Here's the thing. Creditcards.com just did a survey, Hallie, and they are finding that Americans are less generous than we were during the pandemic, and even less generous than we were back in 2019. One big factor could be inflation. It really is hitting everyone. So here's the thing. Carry small bills. Cash is almost always more appreciated than just adding that amount onto your credit card. So even if you can only tip $1 or $2, it's very appreciated. The other thing is be discreet about it. Don't be a big showboater. And even if you can't tip as generously as you would like to, always be respectful. I know some of these things sound like common sense, but just being kind can go a long way too.
It's a motto for life. Vicky Nguyen, thank you very much. It's good to see you. When we come back here on the show, the mercenary boss who led that rebellion against the Russian president, allegedly in Belarus, even though he hasn't been seen in public yet. We're live with Keir Simmons, who is in that country tonight. He just arrived. Plus, Japan's planning to release tons of nuclear wastewater into the ocean, and the UN says it's nothing to worry about. We'll explain next.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
So tonight, Japan's moving forward with its plan to release more than 1 million tons of radioactive wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. It's stuff from the Fukushima nuclear power plant, even though there's been so much pushback from countries nearby. A UN nuclear watchdog agency gave the green light to this plan, saying that it does meet safety standards and has, I'm quoting here, negligible radiological impact on human beings and the environment. Why is this happening? Remember that devastating 2011 earthquake and tsunami. It damaged the Fukushima plant. It left behind a ton of dangerous radioactive material and all that debris. Japan kept using water to try to keep the reactors cool, so now it has something like 500 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of water, contaminated water, to try to get rid of. Plan is to dump it into the ocean, but a lot of people are worried about what kind of effect that's going to have. I want to bring in Josh Letterman. Can you answer that question, right? What kind of effect will it have, and why are the neighboring countries nearby so concerned?
Well, UN nuclear authorities, Hallie, say it will have negligible effect. It will be totally fine because this water, remember, has been building up for more than a decade ever since that incident. And the Japanese have essentially been pumping water into the nuclear reactor to cool it down. In that process, it gets contaminated. And then they've built more than 1,000 storage tanks to hold it. But frankly, Hallie, they are running out of space. And so the water that is in those tanks has already been treated by something called an advanced liquid processing system. That enables them to take out most of the bad stuff, but it still has a little bit of a radioactive form of hydrogen left in it. So they're planning to dilute that even further before they pump it out into the ocean through a tunnel, basically an undersea tunnel that will be more than half a mile long. And authorities say at that point, it is far within the levels at which it's safe for humans to drink water containing that isotope.
So explain the concern then and the skepticism here.
Right. Well, basically, every country in the region has expressed concern about this, from China to South Korea to the island nations, because they say they're concerned not only about the effect it could have on humans who may drink the water, but also about the sea salt, about marine life living in that water. The Chinese Foreign Ministry even cited a poll that showed, spoiler alert, most people don't want radioactive material going into their water.
You're kidding, Josh. Boy, I'm shocked by that.
Right? Total shocker there. Why wouldn't you want radioactive stuff in the water that may end up either in what you're drinking or the fish that you're going to be eating? But the supporters of this plan, Hallie, have pointed out that it is routine for nuclear plants to release wastewater that does contain this radioactive material, which is frankly naturally occurring. It's already in water. It's already in your body. And in fact, the Chinese government, they have nuclear power plants that is releasing water that has far higher levels than what we're even going to see coming out of Fukushima.
Josh Letterman, thank you very much for breaking that one down. We'll see how this goes. Appreciate it. Tonight, new and increasingly concerning questions about where the guy who led that rebellion on Russia actually is now. We're talking about the head of the Wagner Group. This person, you see him, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He's said to be in Belarus. That's apparently where he's been exiled to, but he hasn't actually been seen publicly since he led that revolt. Remember about a couple weeks ago when he and his soldiers basically marched on Moscow. It comes as we're also seeing today Russian President Vladimir Putin making his one of his first public appearances since that rebellion, saying his country is more united than ever. This is as Russia and Ukraine point fingers at each other, each country now accusing the other of planning to attack one of Europe's biggest nuclear plants. Keir Simmons has made his way to Belarus. He is joining us now. Do we even know where Yevgeny Prigozhin is tonight, Keir? And explain why that matters when it comes to sort of the international stakes of things.
We don't know, Hallie, honestly. This is the first time that international journalists have been in Belarus since that whole rebellion and then not rebellion kind of escapade, if you like, with Wagner forces run by Prigozhin heading up the freeway towards Moscow. Since that happened just under 2 weeks ago, it's about 62 miles from here to the place where it's reported that there are now Wagner camps set up, though that hasn't been confirmed by NBC News. Meanwhile, Prigozhin's plane has been seen on flight tracker moving around, zigzagging between Belarus and Russia. Again, that's not being confirmed by NBC News, and of course it couldn't be because you don't know who's on that plane. We have heard from him in 2 audio messages, one cryptically suggesting that Wagner fighters at some point will win more victories in Ukraine. We don't know what that means. So it is something of a mystery. On the one hand, we've seen President Putin kind of, you know, putting out his power, if you like, showing his power on the television with various chances to meet his people and all that kind of thing. And then we haven't really seen Prigozhin at all. Why it matters? Well, you know, we got here just today, Hallie. It seems like a pretty relaxed place, a country that still has a KGB. We walked straight through immigration. But when we spoke to people today a little bit, it is clear that they are anxious, many suggesting they don't really like the idea of Wagner being here. And that's maybe not a surprise given that they've already led one rebellion in Russia, this mercenary group.
What about what we're hearing from Vladimir Putin in the last 12, 18 hours or so? Is any of that adding relevancy to this moment in Belarus?
Well, we haven't really heard him do more than he did appear with international leaders in the past 48 hours, saying, thanking them for their support. We haven't really heard him do more of kind of the detail, if you like. And so, no, he hasn't really shed light on it. But here's an interesting point about all this. We haven't also heard from General Surovikin, who there are reports may have known a little bit about this rebellion. So the question here is, will President Putin clamp down on those he thinks may have been involved, whoever they might be, or will he not? And if it's the latter case, will that show weakness in the eyes of people around him? But if it's the former case, will that actually make things worse? I mean, that's why it's a real challenge for President Putin. I should say there's no sign that this is impacting the front lines in Ukraine. So, I mean, there are many questions here, inevitably, and it is, once again, always challenging to figure out what happens next and what the future looks like.
Keir Simmons, live for us in Belarus. I'm sure I'll be checking back in with you, Keir, in the days to come. Really appreciate you being there. Coming up, a new study finds that depression after a traumatic brain injury may be a different kind of disease than the depression most people know, and it may need different treatment. We're getting into why that's so important. Plus, a search and recovery mission in Yosemite National Park. What we know about the moments before a hiker got swept away in a creek.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Some groundbreaking new research tonight shows that the depression some people get after a traumatic brain injury, like after a concussion, is actually a totally different kind of depression than people who never had a brain injury at all. It's so different, they even want to give this a different name. Researchers suggest calling it TBI affective syndrome. It may even need different treatments than other kinds of depression, rather than just the standard drug regimen. Understanding all of this is a big deal because research previously shows that people with TBI are 8 times more likely to develop depression, to get depression, than people who don't. Let's bring in Dr. John Torres. Explain why it is such a big deal that researchers were able to tell the difference between these 2 types of depression in the first place and the impact that could have on patient treatment.
And Hallie, there's a variety of reasons this is a big deal. One of them you alluded to, they're more likely to develop depression. But the other one is that depression doesn't respond to treatment that other types of depression do. So it's harder to treat them. On top of that, their symptoms seem to be a little bit different than with people with TBI who have depression. One of the big ones is irritability, and we'll talk about those in a minute. But the main thing is we talked to a researcher earlier today, and he said essentially what happened is they took brains of people who had TBI and suffered depression and compared them to those who had depression without TBI, and they found out using artificial intelligence and looking at 200 million data points in the brain that the brain is activated in different areas when they have TBI with depression versus depression without TBI. And so they know now that it's in those different areas, they can look at targeting specific treatments to those areas to see if it can help out. Number one, because again, it's resistant to normal types of training, but also it seems, or treatment, but also it seems to be a different type of depression as well, and one that definitely needs to be treated, Hallie.
Is there something that people should be thinking about, right, or communicating with their doctors about if they do, let's say, get a concussion? And I don't want to, a concussion is not a traumatic brain injury. Those are 2 separate things, right? But like repeated concussions can lead to TBI. So is there like a practical thing that people should pull out of this?
So one of the big things they should pull out of this is that everyone's symptoms are different, and we're looking at this individualized medicine, but there are things that people should be looking at for depression in general, and particularly for TBI-associated depression. You can see there, the big ones are insomnia, that anxiety, that feeling of worthlessness. That irritability seems to be the ones that are associated with TBI-type depression. And so again, these are things to look for. If you notice these, then definitely talk to your doctor about them, Hallie.
Dr. John Torres, important info. Thank you very much.
You bet.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, 4 people were killed and several others hurt in a shooting at a 4th of July party in Shreveport, Louisiana. We told you about this earlier in the show, one of the 17 mass shootings over the holiday weekend. More than 200 people were in the area when this all happened, according to police. No arrests yet. Out of our Western Bureau, officials say a hiker in Yosemite has been swept away by a creek and has been missing for days. He was backpacking with a group of people Sunday and hasn't been seen since. Yosemite is now asking for help finding him, but his family says teams are now shifting to a recovery mission. And out of our Southern Bureau, a semi-truck carrying cheese hit a fire truck today in Atlanta, hurting 3 firefighters and, far less importantly, spilling cheese all over the road. Obviously, had to get cleaned up. Fortunately, the firefighters are expected to be okay. Police say they don't know how the crash happened. Still to come, Ben & Jerry's getting put on blast. Not over Chunky Monkey, but its 4th of July message. The conservative backlash we're starting to see online and on the campaign trail when we get back. into the summertime. A potential brewing backlash, a brewing boycott online and on the campaign trail against maybe Ben and Jerry's after the very popular ice cream company called for the U.S. to return to, and I'm quoting here, stolen indigenous land on its 4th of July message on Twitter. Overall, we saw Mike Pence, for example, at an ice cream parlor, slam Ben and Jerry's for this. Listen.
I think the American people are sick and tired of woke corporations, and Ben and Jerry's recent statement about our nation being built on stolen lands is deeply offensive to every American, and I think it's one of the reasons why Lamar's, Iowa is the ice cream capital of the world and not Burlington, Vermont.
Already, one controversial influencer, Jordan Peterson, who has something like 4 million followers, says Ben & Jerry's is looking hard for a Budweiser moment. Of course, referring to the controversy and the boycott from Bud Light after they partnered with trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney. And listen, this is not the first time that Ben & Jerry's has dipped its toe into more political waters. Earlier this year, there were other boycott calls after the company's co-founder says the U.S. should stop sending weapons to Ukraine. Back in 2020, Ben & Jerry's partnered with former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick. They created that Change the World flavor in support of Kaepernick's push to protest police violence and systemic racism. The company also launched a pecan resist flavor to take a stand against what it called regressive policies from back in the Trump administration. We should note Ben & Jerry's has not returned the NBC News' request for comment. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist is following this for us. So listen, Ben & Jerry's has been really always politically active. So walk us through the latest here. Could this really be a kind of Bud Light moment for them or not? Because that comparison may not really square given the facts of the matter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, you go to the Ben & Jerry's website, and there's a tab for activism. Activism, social commentary like this has been a part of the Ben & Jerry's brand for a very long time now. In this particular instance, as you pointed out there, Hallie, we're talking about a tweet that came out on Independence Day, the hottest day of the year, not about ice cream from this ice cream company, but instead it was about returning land to indigenous people in South Dakota. In particular, this references Mount Rushmore being on the Black Hills area of the Dakotas. And at this point, you know, if you look at the history, as you said, of Ben & Jerry over the years, they've taken people to task on some of these issues. In this instance, calling for us to start talking about and thinking about returning that land, not just the government, but people in general. We talked to a public relations expert about how Ben & Jerry's does business, and his take is that this campaign was deliberate, that it was very well planned out. Listen.
They know their customers really well, and I don't think that they're concerned at all about far-right boycotts because that is not who their customers are. What they're doing right now is taking a lot of licks on Twitter, but at the same time selling, scoops and scoops of ice cream.
And so I asked Professor Richard if he thinks that Bud Light is going to be sort of an indicator of what could happen with Ben & Jerry's, and he says no, not very likely. Bud Light sells beer. They don't try to wade into controversies, but as we saw with the Bud Light campaign, they did. In this case, Ben & Jerry's has made it a part of their brand that they talk about the issues that the company believes is important.
And I would ask, Aaron, if that has been good